ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́ àkọ́bí ewé ayò ewé tún méje ìtún ló ní ọtún ẹ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ ibi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wá fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọn bá lọ gbé fèrè wá fi jó ẹrùkù bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀ mí wá fi jó aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà Àkànbí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ náà bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé àgẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ Àkànbí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ ọkọ̀ onírẹ̀lẹ̀ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ Òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ gọ́fúnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ dẹ́pútì sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ Ọ̀túnba sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ spíkà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ bàbá Ìjẹ̀bú.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Ejemo, anamana. Ejemeje, anamana. Wana mejemo, anamu. Para chuba jodiri chukuma, duku chuba jodiri ndimo, egu mawego. Para chuba jodiri chukuma, duku chuba jodiri ndimo, egu mawego. Obodo jisike nubo seruna. Oyibo,
it is everyone, be free,
ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Oboda say yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oboda say yeah, we mo. No basa ni ka ponto mo. Iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Boy feeling.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba.
Since I was born, but now I am getting old. Hakuna motangu, hakuna kogabu.
And there it is right there. Since I was born and now I am getting old, and whatever it is I just said. So whatever it is that he just said. So of course the expectation to see my face. I'm sure you are glad you're not. But let me signpost you to what is showing on the screen now. So this is Doopsy's show, backed by popular demand. So she's back with you tomorrow. And the link to that. So go bookmark this now. So Doopsy is back tomorrow with that human interest show that she hosts every Sunday. So it's a human interest show, nothing to do with politics. And the question she'll be asking is, when a man cheats, it's nothing to do with you. So this comes off the back of what is going on within the within high society within Nigeria. So she'll be using an example to narrate that, or rather to open that place up as a conversational space. So when a man cheats, it's nothing to do with you. So that's the headline piece. She will also be talking about the narrative of a woman that gave birth and got pregnant 2 months later, and then she was celebrating. So is that cause for celebration is the question that Doopsy will be asking. So click on this link now that I'm putting in the comment section. Go bookmark it. It's guaranteed to be a banking session. Backed by popular demand, Doopsy Baby. So backed by popular demand, Doopsy Baby. But before you get to Doopsy Baby, before you get to Doopsy Baby, you'd have to contend with me at least for one more day. So contend with me at least for one more day in the course of this, in the course of this week. Yeah. So contend with me for at least one more day in the course of this week. So what are we looking at? Everyone, I've forgotten my opening salvo. Click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. Hyperlink that says StreamYard invites you to the studio. So do all those. So click on like, click on subscribe, and then if you haven't already, that is. So click on like, click on subscribe. Don't click on subscribe twice because that then unsubscribes you. So click on like and then click on subscribe if you haven't already. That's a once in a lifetime thing. So you don't have to ever click on it again once you've done it. So click on like, click on subscribe. And if you want to come and engage in conversation, click on this hyper. I'm going to post the link again to the studio. I've been noticing over the last couple of days or so, the sessions have been having somewhat of a sluggish start, you know. So people come in very slow trickles, and then it builds up to filling up fairly quickly. But if you do want to be part of the conversation, then come in immediately and right now so that you are not missed out or lost in the crowd. So not missed out or lost in the crowd. So what are we contending with? We have a myriad of all sorts that we're contending with today. A myriad of all sorts. And that's really, okay, let's actually just go through it. More trouble for Dangote as EFCC summons officials to Abuja. So yes, just as early as yesterday, we were going through the storyline of how Dangote's headquarters was raided by EFCC. Now, to add on to that, officials then, no doubt senior officials from that conglomerate have now been invited still to come and interact with the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. So it looks as though now the noose tightening around the neck of the Dangote conglomerate. More trouble for Dangote as EFCC summons officials to Abuja. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has summoned officials of the Dangote Group owned by billionaire Aliko Dangote to appear in Abuja next week with detailed documents on their foreign exchange transactions for the past 9 years. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. Anybody that has followed this platform for more than 10 seconds would have heard me say endlessly that Dangote has no other business other than one sole business, which is round-tripping money. That is the only business that Dangote is in. And the other, all these refineries, etc., they're just a front for its main business, which is essentially round-tripping dollars. And by the way, Dangote is not just the richest black man on the planet. It's probably one of the, nobody really know the extent of this guy's wealth. It's only really that has been attached to his publicly quoted, accounted for assets that people are using to extrapolate and project his wealth. Nobody knows the extent of his wealth, and I make bold to put forward that his wealth is actually 3-4 times more than anybody anticipates. So there it is right there, the round tripping of dollars. More trouble for Dangote. Yes, where was I? Let's just. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has summoned officials of the Dangote Group, owned by billionaire Aliko Dangote, to appear in Abuja next week with detailed documents of their foreign exchange transactions for the past 5 years. This development comes amidst an ongoing investigation into alleged preferential forex allocation made by the Central Bank of Nigeria under the leadership of Governor Godwin Emefiele. Pardon me. On Thursday, EFCC operatives stormed the Dangote Industry Limited headquarters in Ikoyi, Lagos, as part of the investigation. While they seized some documents, sources revealed that this did not cover all the required transactions. Consequently, the officials were summoned to Abuja on Tuesday to provide comprehensive documentation. Sources confirmed that Dangote was not in the country during the raid, but would return next week to address the issue personally. He is reportedly aware of EFCC's demands, though it remains unclear if he was informed prior to the raid. Yes, they, Dangote officials, were asked for time. Dangote officials asked for time to enable them to get all the necessary documents, which was granted. The idea is not to be seen to be witch hunting anyone. What the commission wants is to get evidence and details of how government funds were allocated, and that is all. The correspondence quote an EFCC official are saying. Correspondence also report that an official of the Dangote Group confirmed that some key personnel of the company were currently gathering the documents required by EFCC. It has also been confirmed that the firm had sent some documents and key members of staff to the EFCC headquarters in Abuja regarding the ongoing investigation, the official stated. We were aware of the ongoing investigation by the EFCC, and our people were at the headquarters in Abuja with some of the requested documents as of the time its operatives invaded our Lagos office in what I describe as a show off. We are a law-abiding group, but it is difficult to get all the documents covering the tenure of Emefiele at once. But our people are working at night to get all the relevant documents, which will be sent to the anti-graft agency next week. The source added, as of the time of the raid, our people were in Abuja. We have been sleeping in the office to make sure that we get all the documents the EFCC requires for the investigation. We are talking about documents from 2014 to 2023. It is a lot of documents, and it will take time. So this is it now. It's quite striking that they use the word show off, and there's always an element of showboating in law enforcement in Nigeria. There's always an element of showboating. So why storm his offices? Well, I suppose if they have to go to his offices, they have to go to his offices. But they make sure to do it under the glare of publicity, of course. But certainly the news tightening around the neck of Aliko Dangote, the news tightening around the neck of Aliko Dangote conglomerate, as the news rather tightens around the neck of the Minister of Social Development. Palliative saga accountant general disowns Beta Edu false 585 million naira transfer into private accounts. The accountant general of the Federation, Dr. Oluwatoyin, has faulted the disbursement of 585 million naira into a personal account. So let's see. Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, Dr. Beta Edu, in a viral document personally signed by her and directed to the office of the AGF, instructed the payment of funds into one Bridget Mojisola's account. The document also showed that the payment of 585 million naira grant meant for vulnerable groups in Akwa Ibom, Cross River, Ogun, and Lagos State was made into the said account. But reacting to the leaked document, Rashid Zubair, Special Assistant on Media and Publicity to the minister, in a statement on Friday, said the payment for the vulnerable groups followed due process. According to Zubair, the payment of the grant to the account of Bridget was because the fellow currently serves as the project accountant of grants for vulnerable groups. In response to the development, the AGF said she did not honor the request. She said it was not her responsibility to make payments for projects and programs on behalf of ministries, departments, and agencies. The AGF position was contained. What does she have to? The AGF position was contained in a statement on Saturday by the Director of Press, Bawa Mokwa. Mokwa quoted the AGF as saying the allocation was released to self-accounting MDAs in line with the budget. So I'm not quite sure. This doesn't actually read quite well, but the thrust of it is that the Accountant General thought that the money should go into a private account. Should I attempt that again? Maybe I wasn't reading it. Let me attempt it again. Right. The Accountant General of the Federation, Dr. Oluwatoyin, has faulted the disbursement of 585 million into a personal account. Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, Dr. Beta Edu, in a viral document personally signed by her and directed to the office of the AGF, instructed the payment of the funds to one Bridget Mojisola. The document also showed that the payment of 585 million naira grant meant for vulnerable groups was made to Mojisola's account. But reacting to the leaked document, Rashid Zubair, Special Assistant on Media and Publicity to the minister, in a statement on Friday, said the payment for the vulnerable group followed due process. According to Zubair, the payment of the grant to the account of Bridget Mojisola was because the fellow currently serves as the project accountant of grants for vulnerable groups. In response to the development, the AGF, so that's the Accountant General of the Federation, said she did not honor the request. She said it was not her personal responsibility to make payments for projects and programs on behalf of ministers, departments, and agencies. The AGF position was contained in a statement on Saturday by the Director of Press, Bawa Moka. Moka quoted the AGF as saying that allocations were released to self-accounting MDAs in line with the budget, and such MDAs were responsible for the implementation of their projects and payments for such projects. So what this is actually telling us is that when Beta Edu is telling us that they are following due process, that's not actually due process. The accountant general actually sends the bulk of the money to Beta Edu. Then it is her responsibility on how to disburse the money, is essentially what's being said here. So it is not the place of the accountant general to be sending payments to satellite agencies within an overarching ministry. So she sends the monies to the ministry, and then that ministry then their responsibility then on how to disburse that money. That's essentially, so due process was not followed, is essentially the case. But she's still in play, Beta Edu, as Daniel Bwala puts the boot in. This video clip is self-incriminating in the sense that she was well aware that the funds were meant to be transferred from the CBN account directly into the account of the beneficiaries. Yet she acted otherwise. Sad that a young and intelligent minister fell short of the glory of that office. She betrayed the trust of Bola Tinubu, who put faith and confidence in the youth by appointing a reasonable number of them into various offices. Mr. President, please treat this as an exception because all youths are not the same. So she's not a representative of the youth, by the way. She represents herself, but let's see what she has to say.
Sure, Nigerians is the fact that this is a very transparent system that is traceable from the CBN account directly to the account of the beneficiaries. For Nigerians who do not have accounts and do not have the NIN, we are actually working to open accounts and money wallets for all of these persons. Sure, Nigerians is the fact that this is a very
all right. I'm not quite sure what she said there to incriminate herself, but it looks as though she's been incriminated somewhat. Let's go on from there to this. Villagers flee as bandits overwhelm Amotekun in parts of Ondo. So that insurgency now, it looks as though they're launching insurgency at the Tinubu administration. I'll only give you about 3 or 4 paragraphs of this. Some villagers in Ondo have begun to flee their homes following incessant attacks suffered from the headsmen come bandit invasions. This has become the faith of residents in some villages in the state after long-time reported cases of attacks, kidnappings, and sometimes killings, which has continued to disrupt business activities, undermine food security, displace a large number of inhabitants, and also cast heavy doubts on the safety of lives and property. So there it is right there. So that's banditry still going on within that space. Let me go on from there to this. So off the back of that banditry now, target of 1 trillion economy in danger if insecurity persists. So this is Tinubu now sounding one into the security space. They don't care, of course. You might as well rot in hell for all they care. President Bola Tinubu has asked the nation's security chiefs to ensure that there is conclusive victory against the myriad of security threats assailing the country. Addressing security chiefs and heads of intelligence agencies at a presidential security briefing at the State House in Abuja on Friday, President Tinubu said whilst good progress is being made with the elimination of some security threats across multiple theaters, success will ultimately be defined by a final conclusion to the multi-dimensional menace. We have too many investments that we need to make now in soft and physical infrastructure, in social security, in MSME empowerment, and other growth enablers. We are pursuing $1 trillion economy in the next few years. and our efforts will be undermined if we do not finally wrap up our progressive onslaught against enemies of progress. Be encouraged. The confidence of our people in your capacity is rising, and they appreciate the sacrifices of our men and women. The success you are recording is undeniable. Nigerians are saying it, but the avoidable errors, as witnessed recently in Kaduna, are unacceptable and cannot repeat. I am pleased that coordination between all the agencies has dramatically improved over recent months, but there is no room for celebration until we can end this, until we can bring our troops back to their localities, and until we can free up resources for our critical economic expansion program. So this is Tinubu essentially reading. Would you even say he's reading the Riot Act? He should just tell them that, look, you have 6 months to end this, or you're sacked. That's really the tone. All this nicety, and pats on the back. It adds nothing, you just tell them that their job is on the line. I need to see improvement in 6 months, or bring in a new team. That's just really what these people understand. Illegal miners on the prowl in Northeast despite ban. So this is what all the insurgency is all about. Illegal mining operations has continued to thrive in Northeast states despite the ban and strict regulations promised to be enforced by governors. So there it is right there. That's what all the insurgency is all about. So that's what all the insurgency is all about. All right, I think that's sufficient to be going with. We only have one person. Oh, now we have two. So we have two people in the studio. Anybody else that wants to join. But let's kick it off nevertheless. First, of course, we play the Kegites. Just as soon as I can find them.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ibe sodi akẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù re o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù re o. Chief Wáìlà ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù re o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Iku Koniru Agbeche, amen to that on behalf of all of us. Emeka joins us and so does Dewale. So let's kick it off. Let's kick it off with you, Dewale, if you're ready. Dewale. All right, let's kick it off with the Mekus, if you're ready.
Yeah, one man, good evening.
Alpha, how are they?
Hi, I'm all right, doing all right. Special greetings to you and to the comment section, as well as the viewers at home. We're back again for a weekend special. I saw what you read out, especially with the Betty Edu. I think what I did was to now go to her budget to see what she's trying to do for Nigerians, and I can say there's no hope. There's no hope. You see, right in her budget, a lot of people can speak and say a lot of things, but uh, sincerity is not our watchword in that country. You understand? So I saw a lot of useless items being included in that budget, such as SOP, development of SOP, uh, and you can still see the development of SOP or the reenactment of SOP on multiple budget lines.
What are SOPs for the benefit of the uninitiated?
Well, standard operating procedure, right? And I'm wondering if a whole ministry do not have one. And now you are trying to develop, not only are you trying to, you see, SOPs are things you can draft on your own. You don't need to spend money to do. SOPs are just to document the processes in either your department, your group, your unit, or within a team, how you conduct your business affairs day to day. So why would you want to spend money to develop SOP? And then if you say you want to get consultants to do that for you, I can understand, but why is it replicating itself on several places in your budget? Then you are saying payment for
But
strategy and
why should you
implementation.
even have a budget for it? I mean, what's the
Exactly.
meaning? I
That's
mean,
my confusion, right? That's my
eh?
confusion because I'm looking at
Budget
SOP.
for coming to the office and writing a memo.
Woma,
You know?
Woma, you just
Mm,
stated it
mm.
properly. Exactly. Thank you. Now you're coming, you budget for coming to the office to do what you are supposed to do to develop a process. That is what the minister can tell the heads of her commissions or heads of her agencies to do. And even the heads of the agencies will just say, okay, the leader of your team, please go and develop the SOP and let's get it reviewed. Let the minister review it. And then you are now seeing them allocating funds for performance measurement. And I'm like, Jesus Christ. You look at the only thing I saw there that I know that was heavily budgeted for was intervention funds. And I think that intervention funds is the money they intend to go and give to the poorest of the poor. And even at that, then when you look at
So,
the
sorry,
different budget,
what's the weight of that budget, the intervention fund? What's the
I
weight of
think
it?
is 10 billion, 10 billion, yeah? Yeah. No, is it 10 billion or 1 trillion? Either there, but I will check. I have it open on my system on my phone. So let me just check on my system. So she cannot excuse herself. Where we can understand that yes, those she's fighting are trying to fight her, but if you don't have any skeleton in your cupboard, there's nothing to fight you against. So they are fighting you because you are dirty like them. And I agree. No, so when you come out with the point that, oh, my enemies are fighting me back, what kind of stupidity is that? You do not do the right thing. Yes, you are going after people who took money out of the coffers, but you yourself you are doing the same thing. Why would you tell the accountant general of the federation to put money into somebody's personal account? And here you are on a different platform saying that yes, the money will leave CBN account into the respective account of the beneficiaries, that it is traceable and it is auditable. So what funds are you sending into someone's personal account? How do you explain that? And I really feel sad for the president because some of these ministers have bad intentions that may embarrass the president. So I'll be thinking the president, if he's very serious about his programs, if he's very serious about what he intends to do, and if he's very serious about his administration, he needs to begin to hold people responsible, starting with this. In short, not starting with this, starting with the security chiefs. Look at what is happening in Ondo State now, from Plateau, Taraba, Ondo, even in the southeast, that place is not already settled. So a lot of this, in short, we can actually now say that in every geopolitical zone in the country, there is insecurity going there. So which means insecurity is now widespread. It's no more remote. It's widespread across the country. So if you go to the southwest, there's insecurity. If you go to the southeast, there's insecurity. Well,
The only two places really safe in Nigeria are Lagos and Abuja, and that is where everybody of any of note lives. So
those places,
there's
those places,
yeah,
those
go on.
places are not safe. Those places are not safe. We heard of stories where people are going to people's homes in Abuja and they are kidnapping them. We had a gentleman who came on the platform and said that his boss was kidnapped when he was going to his poultry farm. And then they released him and had his sister, right? We heard him where he was saying stuff like that. No, I don't think anywhere in the country is safe. We're only living with the very mercies. So our security chiefs, our law enforcement officers are not taking their job seriously. I heard you say marching order. Yes, the president has told them go and get the job done, but again, give them a timeline. If you don't put timeline, those people will keep playing around till 4 years. So you intend to build a $1 trillion economy. Definitely, security is a huge major component in ensuring that huge achievement is met. But if you are playing with it, you are not putting specific timeline to those achievables, you won't get it. You don't tell security teams to go and solve security problem. Definitely, they won't take that so seriously. Let's be very honest, because year in, year out, every budget line, their security budget goes up. Now you are telling them you want to recall back the soldiers, which means, oh, you want to slash our budget. There will be pocket of insecurities across the country. So you must give them a timeline and tell them this is when I want you to deliver this. If you can't deliver this, then you are incompetent. I have to kick you out and get a new fresh set of hands that would do the job.
Do you think Tinubu is tough enough to handle the insecurity situation? Do you think he has it?
He's the president. The buck stops at his decks or on his decks. So it's not about if he's capable enough. I don't expect him to pick up arms to go and join the soldiers and start shooting out all these criminal minds. I don't expect. I only expect him to hold the leaders of the security chiefs responsible to go and do their job. If you don't hold them, if you're not breathing down on their asses, they won't take it seriously. Yeah, I see that the president said, I take my security report seriously, which means he reads them on a daily basis. But again, you must hold them to specific goals. Let them go and get these things done. If they can't do, let them explain, what do you want from me as the president to get this job done? Tell us what you want, and we will give it to you, but you must go and get this job done. You must do it. We must not hear all these issues going on. I also heard you talking about that line mine is the issue. Yeah, illegal mining. Definitely. It's all about the land. It's not about people coming. You know, we could label them different names, but it's about the land and what is on the land. Whether they are coming to encroach on the land to take your land away, or they are looking for things underneath the land because they feel the land is rich enough. Go to Plateau State, you saw the women going to burn their traditional rulers' house because they saw that the man and a few of them were culpable in the insecurity that happened during the Christmas period. And they saw people. We were here where we saw initially, what did we label those people? Fulani herdsmen. But when investigation started, it was people within the community that created that problem. So now, if this is the news, are we not expecting the security chiefs to carry out a detailed investigation and a strategic approach to address this problem? That is what we expect from them. They themselves have not come to tell Nigerians this is the problem, which means either they are culpable or they are incompetent. It's between those two. They are either culpable or they are incompetent. So let them choose which one applies to them. They can't come and say they don't know what is going on. Then if you don't know what is going on, then you are incompetent. Then you don't deserve the job. You leave. If you know what is going on, then you are culpable. Because if you know what is going on, why are you not addressing it? Never have we seen that we have arrested people, the masterminds, since the inception of this issue. They have never arrested anybody. So the security chiefs cannot come and say that they are not culpable. If you are not culpable, prove it. Prove it by arresting these people. Prove it by solving the problem. If you are not incompetent, prove it. And I doubt that they are incompetent. I refuse to agree that they are incompetent. Culpability, yes. Incompetence, I don't agree.
No, it's not even an issue of competence, is it? And Nigeria is a defined geographical space. And we have an army, so and they know where the hotspots are. So it's just a matter of just carry out the routine of flushing them out. That's just the thing. You know, the bandits kidnap people. They take them to the same forest for the last 10 decades. So I mean, what leap of thinking is required for you to go into that forest and take them on?
Yeah, that's what we need to ask them. What is holding this issue? What you don't understand? You know where the hotspot. So, well, what I would say is the president just needs to hold them responsible to go and do their job, and needs to say, "I need this resolved within a specific timeline. I need it resolved within a specific timeline, so that they can go and get their asses together." Inform all the platoon officers or commanders on the field that, come on, the president is not joking around. Let's go and get this job done. Now we are not hearing I don't know what name to give to these people, overrunning Amoteku. What do you think? It means those people are gaining strength, they are gaining confidence, and they are not coming
you know, they are moving south. This is what is going on, Emeka. They can't go into the middle belt. Nobody challenges them. They flush the community, establish a base there, and then push further south. They go into another community, flush them out. Nobody challenges them. They establish it until they come into Lagos and knock on your door. Then you know that you're in trouble.
This is for me. I just think the people involved in this are a close-knit set of greedy individuals.
And by the way, Emeka, we must escape this idea that these are just a bunch of ragtag terrorists. These people, they have weapons, so those weapons have to be bought. Yes, they are coordinated. They are coordinated and sponsored.
Yes. And coordinated and very well sponsored by a small set of people. These are not people. I refuse to call them Fulani herdsmen. I refuse to.
No, they are bandits.
They are bandits. These are bandits that are coordinated and are sponsored, and they have an objective. That objective very soon will begin to come out clear to the public to see. For the security officers must do their job, and they must take their job seriously, or else we have created an industry for these individuals, and these individuals will never stop till they achieve their aim. The aim is not, I don't think the aim is to go out. The aim is the land, is land grabbing. That's the way to get land now. Go kill a lot of people, they run away, they go to IDPs, they stay in IDPs, then you come and occupy their land. If they try to encroach again, you carry out another attack. This is all about the land. It's all about the land. Let's call it the way it is. It's about the land.
Do you think because they flush these people out of these communities and then they end up in IDP camps, but you never hear instances of the security forces going into that community to reclaim it and resettle the people back?
We don't get that.
We are about 3 million people in Nigeria. About 3 million people in IDP camps, and the sort of things that go on in those camps, by the way, just oh God.
That's the culpability that I'm talking about. Not only that, have you gone to do investigation to arrest these people? Have you gone to issue understanding what is going on is the first thing that we need to know. Let them come out. They have refused to tell us what is happening. Now the chief of army staff is saying that Nigerians should not bear arms, that it will go haywire. But what do you expect Nigerians to do when their lives is at risk?
Is that not an inevitability, either legally or illegally?
No, it's getting to that point. It's getting to that point. If the security chiefs cannot reassure us of our safety, then Nigerians should pick up arms.
Because what are they asking you to do? Just lie down and die. That's what they're you know. Okay.
So I think that statement alone, I don't know why a lot of people did not go about to castigate the chief of army staff and tell him, what ridiculous statement are you saying? They are busy killing people and you're telling Nigerians not to pick up arms. It is the governors that are just being very lackadaisical about this matter. You should arm your people immediately. Everybody, don't go sleep. The men come out at night and let us do shoot aside.
You know, as they were savaging that community in Plateau State, if there were sufficient enough weapons and that community was able to take down at least 20-25% of them, you know, whether they succeed or not, they suffer casualty. And then if that community regroups and comes after them again, they will think twice when they're coming the next time. But the community are just saying, God, and then they are throwing stones at AK-47. I mean, it's just
we can't blame the victims in all this.
no, we can't blame them. It's just the right to bear arms is really where I'm. Yeah.
Even if you bear arms, if you do, if over 1,000 people are coming and you are just 500, and they have more sophisticated arms than you can't take them out. So what we are trying to say here is that the security operatives must do more than is expected from them. Now, not just only going to capture them, these people have people sponsoring them. For the love of God, you must expose these people from Nigeria to continue. You have to expose these people, whoever they are. Expose them and arrest them.
Even the Sultan of Sokoto was querying the other day that do we still have an intelligence services in this country? You know, because is that not? They must have captured at least a few of these people. They should have been able to sweat them for information. I mean,
exactly. And what is so funny is these people can be able to communicate amongst themselves via telephone, but the security, the intelligence operatives cannot pick that up. But when you whisper and say Tinubu is this, or you say Buhari is that, or you abuse Buhari's wife, they know where to come and look for you. They know where to look for you. So they know how to do their job in certain occasions, but they refuse not to do their job in other occasions.
Did you see how they fished out those gist lover rascals?
You can imagine, right?
They were able to do that. They were able to do that one.
Yes, and I believe it's because somebody of high repute reported them to the police, and the police said, okay, enough of this gist lover team. Let me go and pick them up. But it appears like the gist lover himself is not in Nigeria. That's why they didn't pick him up. He's still talking from where he is. But if he was in Nigeria, they would have picked him up. If he lives in Nigeria, they will pick him up. But then again, they are not so interested in him because he's outside the country. They are not really so interested in him. Till the day he goes and do something that is so bad, he will know that there's an international security operatives in the that can deal with him. But again, our security, one man, I'm a bit, you know.
Just as an aside, what happened? Because I just saw in the news. I saw the press conference by the was it the Lagos police chief or PRO or whatever?
No, that's the federal PRO guy.
Yeah, when it was preening and peacocking that we have technology. But what are they accusing them of doing? Just as an aside, cyber stalking.
Yeah, cyber stalking. Yeah, that's I also tell Nigerians to be very careful because of that law. You know, there's a way you can insult somebody online. If the person has the financial means, they will just pick you up for cyber stalking. So let's be very careful how we communicate on social media spaces now. If you have read a little bit of the law, I've not completed it. It's the gray lines there are very, very, you could say something, especially if you are talking to politicians, you be very careful. You could say things that if they look at you differently, the police will pick you up. So we just need to be very careful when you are criticizing and when you are trying to throw insults at them, because that law is come on. Except you yourself, you're also you're someone who is of repute in the community, and then you probably have lawyers that can back you up on your grounds. Apart from that, if you're a nobody, man, you're going to rot in jail. You're going to rot in jail. Now he's saying they have technology. Definitely, yes, they do have technologies to pick on people. But is that technology working on those bandits that are going around killing everybody? They should do something. I know they have the technology. Pick them up. Use the signal that you have to pick them up. Arrest them and go after the masterminds involved in this and address this. And then again, you mentioned about illegal mining in the country. I thought the Minister of Mineral Resources is addressing that space, but you can still see that
you know what people are suggesting is that the people that because it's an internationalized space that are illegal mining, especially the gold in Zamfara. There's anecdotal evidence that they actually fly in helicopters to carry out the gold, and those helicopters heavily weaponized. So
you have to dig the gold out first before you even bring helicopter to take them. You have to dig it out, and to dig, you need a lot of people to do that. See, mining is not something that you just see and you grab something on the floor. It's labor intensive. When I mean labor intensive, you have a group of people. You even have machinery. If you go to, at least I think you play the video on it here. You see the people working. It's a labor intensive job. So it's not like, you just saw the gold on the floor, a helicopter comes and pick it and go away. No, it's not a one-day activity. It's an ongoing activity that continues. So whoever is saying, oh, illegal mining, they are not serious about this. I would think maybe some powerful people in the country are doing these activities and probably do not give a damn what is going on in the country and don't care. So in this respect, with what is going on, I think this is a continuation of the Buhari administration, an administration that is,
Emeka,
yeah.
you know, when on this show we spoke and we discussed about when the Minister of Mineral Resources proposed that they have the ministry have its own police, you know, to safeguard this mining area, especially, and exercise that submission on this show that why should that ministry have a police on their own, that is every ministry would have to request for.
Diwali, you're breaking up.
Can you hear me now?
You're breaking. Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah.
Okay, so we criticize that decision on this show. When I'm beginning to see the reason why he, you know, put that proposal forward now, that if all these sponsors of this boundary could fly in helicopter to cut away these resources away, that means we needed something like more of a, you know, a protective agency that can safeguard those mining sites in which that the government will be able to protect it, you know, so before they cut it away or before any of the bandits now, you know, strike in those sites. Maybe it makes sense that way, but at that time we were discussing it, it doesn't make sense. So that, I mean, what you just said now, that even the government knows that that's what was going on, but it's a little bit hard in the sense that it's kind of interwoven with politics and also with, you know, national security. So the government is being careful. That's what I'm thinking in my head. It's being careful not to let situations like this get so explosive in such a way that they will not be able to curtail it. So they are trying to use political means just to be able to tame, you know, before it gets so bad. And, you know, because it's kind of hard when you have a situation where it's now being sophisticated in a way that they're cutting those, especially the gold. You said it was, you know, it was intensive process to even extract those gold from the soil. So when they're now using a sophisticated way to take it away, to cut it away, you know, the government has to be a little bit more than advanced, more proactive, you know, by being one step ahead. Maybe that having the police, their own police, might help in some way. I don't know. I just think that maybe, you know, we need to reconsider our stand on that one.
I'm not opposed to them having a security force that would go to secure the mines. I am not opposed to that. But again, what I would think is the minister unaware of these activities? I don't think so. He's very, very aware of what's going on. Maybe he does not have the resources to go about to address the concern and the challenges. Like I've said, mining is labor intensive. It's a very difficult job. It's not child's play. Even and if you see the workers who work on the mine, many of them are quite young and not old people, because you have to stand, you bend, you dig, you wash the gold, you extract it. You understand? It's a job that I think they probably work for 14 hours in a day. So the ministry, as well as the president, that they are aware, and also the state governors, if the state governors are not even part of the people that are mining the minerals illegally. So I would probably want to say that the politics involved is the internal, because you cannot have foreign nationals coming to your country to take minerals or resources out of your country just like that if there are no internal collaborators. It doesn't happen. There must be some form of internal collaborators. And when I say internal collaborators, those people who hold power, who are the movers or shakers of that community or that space. International collaborators, international people, residents can't come in just like that. It doesn't happen. So we must address that situation. I think that was what the minister was saying. come and get yourself licensed. And we are seeing a lot of these Chinese nationals coming in to come and license themselves and regularize themselves so that they can now operate legally. And I think it's the waiver they need to give to other people.
Emeka, I had a weird thought just on that Plateau State narrative. What if it is actually even the Chinese that are sponsoring that insurgency? Is that too far? Is that too far?
No, you're not far from me. I heard that it's. I'm trying to be careful, but I hear that it's the Chinese. Yeah, I heard, but it's not from,
because they're the ones harvesting resources all over the world. They're the ones harvesting resources.
It's not. I heard from the great vein is the Chinese that are sponsoring it. Going through their chiefs, traditional leaders, providing them with the financial resources as well as the arms to go and purchase the arms and then come around to chase those people, chase them away.
Because remember when they caught a cache, not even a cache, a container full of weapons at Tinkan Island or so. Not that under the Buhari administration. No,
I hear it's the Chinese. I hear it's the Chinese that are sponsoring all this, going through and going through their chiefs, chasing the people away, organizing the Chinese may just bring in the funds and probably the guns. Then the chiefs will take it from there and organize who will come and chase them away. And
sorry to interject. If that is the case, can you hear me, one man?
Yes.
Good. If that is the case, that is a far departure from what China is known for, because China has been able to stay away from this drama of getting involved in all these blood, what you can term blood money, or international, conspiracy on resources controls and all that. They've managed to stay away from it. But one thing that they're known for is technology. China has been known to, have their nose down when it comes to technology. They can steal any technology. They can go any length, to steal. But when it comes to mineral resources, whenever you are mentioning names of the powerful nations that are interested in, China's name never really come up. So that would be
China are the number one people that are harvesting mineral resources globally. And they're harvesting everything.
They can be a depot of where those mineral resources are being stored. But for them to be the direct sponsor of all those
the lithium in the south, in the northeast, right? Before those Chinese companies now regularized, they were mining it illegally. The Chinese were mining it illegally. So before they regularized it,
and when they regularized it, it was a Chinese company that built the first.
It was the same Chinese. It was the same Chinese company. It was the same Chinese company that was mining the lithium illegally, right? But now they've offered them the waiver. Come and let's come and do business, and they've legalized themselves. So that is the rumor that is going. That's been passed through the grapevine, right? It may not be the Chinese alone, but they are core people. They're involved. There's a lot of illegal mining going on in the country that needs to be addressed. We need to address that situation, because one, what's happening is, if you look at that video, especially the one that very dark man did, you could see. Forget the scene that he picked on the ground. You could see that the village itself is not dense. It's sparsely populated, and then again,
it's an easy target. You could see how easily that village can be savaged. In the middle of nowhere,
Exactly, easy target, and you could see the land. You understand how big that land is, and you are chasing them away from that place, and then you can imagine, right? So this is about the land. It's not about initially we were unable to label this thing properly. We thought it was a religious issue, we thought it was an ethnic cleansing. Now, but it's about the land. It is about the land. We expect the security agencies to do their job properly, and then how do we get to know that the security agencies are doing their job? When you begin to see the people sponsoring these issues coming up to say, okay, we want to do business with you guys. That's the only way we are going to know that the security agencies are doing their job, because which means the frontal fight is now so serious that they say, okay, this is making business uncomfortable for us. Let's just do let's just get ourselves legalized. And yes, that legal cost, we can just include it into our cost of business, and then let's just resolve all these issues going on. But as long as it's cheap for them to wipe out people and to mine minerals resources on the ground, yeah, which businessman would not want to do it cheaply? They will do it cheaply, and if it costs them little to just wipe people off the surface of the earth and begin to take their resources, they will do it. They will do it. Let's call a spade a spade. But we need to identify and address this. That is what. So, for me, okay, I would have loved the Senate to have that security hearing out in the open, make it a public hearing. But if a closed session is good for them to address the problem, so be it. But if the closed session is not going to work, let the security chief explain to Nigerians what is going on. Why are there so many insecurity issues widespread in the country? Which is very ridiculous in my point of view. Oh man, okay, let me use this opportunity to move on to other space.
Have you spoken on? Okay, go to any space you like, but I want you to speak on Dangote at some point. But
sure. Yeah, there's on social media, you know, that's why it's good to be good, right? It's good to also have a good wife. It's good to have
is it that girl?
Yes, and they're still bombarding her with gifts. They're still bombarding her with money.
We're saving that for, you can start it, but we're saving that for tomorrow, for Doopsie's session. NMPC have just given her 200,000 petrol voucher.
Yes, which is good. A lot of people, you know, some people are doing it for clout, some are doing it genuinely. But how did it start, right? You know, I'll give a bit of the underground. On Twitter is a very interesting space to be in. There have been this ongoing war between those who subscribe to traditional values, that's patriarchal values, and the feminists, which they call the feminist coven or witchcraft, right? So that war has been going on for a very long time, since way back, let's say 6, 5, or 7 years, that these women have actually ruined the lives of men. Now, so then you now have the injection of tribal ethnicity issues on Twitter space, the Igbos versus the Yorubas going on, which is, in my viewpoint, very ridiculous. So this lady now was, you know, giving, I think somebody said something, you know, what have you done that, you know, is life changing, you understand? And the woman just said, not until the day I woke up, my husband told me that he went to the office and one of his colleague, a female colleague, brought extra spoon for him so that both of them can eat her food. That's the day I said, no, I will not be lazy again not to prepare my husband lunch. I now start waking up 4:50 a.m. So what now happened was the feminists started insulting her that, you're preparing me for a man who's going to cheat on you. You're busy trying to prepare me for a man who's going to beat you. This woman, you're very stupid for preparing me. So the guys who subscribe to traditional values, now the patriarchal guys, now said, no, we cannot allow this woman to suffer like this. You understand? So they went through her tweet and saw that this woman is all about full of praises for her husband, right? Talking about how she loves the husband, how that love endearment. And they're like, come on. There was this specific guy. He said, let's raise money for this woman, and that was how it started. So when they were raising money, so the feminist coven, the feminist witchcraft, now said, that they cannot raise up to 5 million for her. They said, do you mean it? That was how they made that exercise to go viral. And now she has raised more than 10 million. That she even had to delete her account number again. But they brought her account, the men brought their account back and say, everybody start putting money into her. I hear they've given her a house with the husband. NNPC now has given her 200,000 voucher. Infinity is giving them a phone. Somebody has also promised her a phone. Somebody is giving her a generator. She said, but they've given me money for generator. The person said, no, take it, you deserve it. Somebody has given them a car. Nordstrom said, okay, I cannot give you guys a car, but I will pay for your rent. You understand? They bought them a new TV. They have moved from the house they are currently staying to a bigger house. You understand? The woman was just so shocked and flabbergasted about the way things just went. And people were now saying that we will use it. Where are the feminist witches? That let them come and see. They should cry.
You know, this story is actually bigger than that woman. It's a global pushback against
Against
the woke culture, isn't it?
exactly.
Yeah.
That's thank you, Wama. You got it spot on. It's a pushback against not only just the woke culture, against loose women. Women, you know, if you go on social media, if you go on Instagram, you go on Twitter, you see, you are being bombarded with nudity. You are being bombarded with women who are loose. They are spreading their God-given privates everywhere. And I wonder what is going on. So that core traditional value of being a wife, being a mother, being a nurturer, being a caregiver, and respecting your husband and doing things, that family value is now being lost and being ridiculed. The way she was ridiculed, and the people who were doing it, even the dancing queen of the obedient movement, Asha Yusufu, also ridiculed the woman.
You know, that surprises me because I thought she was a traditional values woman. The way she presents herself in that
I'm surprised
conservative.
too. I'm surprised too. I'm very surprised. You understand? You know, for me, I think she's just jealous about the attention she's getting. A lot of women are very jealous about the attention that lady is getting, and the men are using it as an opportunity to tell them that we love this kind of values. All this exposure of your body, private parts that you are doing is not what we want. This is the kind of woman we want you people to be and represent. This is an example of what we want women to look like in our society. And as a matter of fact, her news has gone to Zimbabwe, her news has gone to South Africa, her news now is in the UK. Her news is not, I think her news has not crossed over to the US yet. If her news cross over to the US, this woman that is running away for blessing, they go bless and tire. They go bless that woman, they go bless her tire. Because she's like,
she's answering a global question, or she may not know it, but she's answering a global question.
Yeah,
you know?
she's now like an exam, and people are now saying, go and get money, go and monetize your Twitter account, you know, because she's not.
Before the moment goes, just grab all the
right, grab everything.
I didn't know that story was bigger than that. I came across that story, but I didn't know it was blown beyond proportion, completely like that.
The story has blown, and by tomorrow that story is going to blow. The only thing is that the story has not gotten to the US space, and you know the US, especially it has gone to the Nigerian US, but not the mainstream US. But in South Africa and Zimbabwe, they are talking about how she's now an example of family values. As a matter of fact, they brought her husband, they collected her husband's account, and they are sending money to him. You understand? Some people are even requesting for her parents' account and say, we want to bless your parents for training you properly. The reason why men are doing this is to tell women who are trying to be woke, who are trying to be feminists, those feminist coven and feminist witchcraft, that this is not what we want you people to look like. So it was a challenge, right? If you've been on Twitter for a very long time, you will see the back and forth that is going on.
But just to look at it the other way around, is this a pushback against female emancipation? Are people, you can't tie women to the kitchen forever. So I mean,
no, I don't think you see. You know, like I think the time we spoke about this, I think that was last 2 weeks ago, I believe so, where it was a heated debate. We had, what's his name? I can't remember his name. Where we were, and Rational Mind was here. Mike came along. You know, we were talking about the fourth wave feminism, right? Which is not radical feminism. We're not talking about the rights of women. We're only talking about what is going on. That fourth wave feminism now that is now trying to ridicule men and ridicule family values, ridicule what we know as the traditional way of raising kids and a family unit. That is what these men are trying to protect. That manosphere space, they are protecting it and saying, this is what we want. But these women are saying, no, we don't want that. And again, the question we asked on that the discussion was, what has feminism actually done for women? If you look at it, feminism have actually destroyed women more. Look at the values women are portraying. Go everywhere. You see loose women. You just get tired of it. Sometimes you just throw your phone. You look at what you see. You must see 10 loose women in 1 hour. 10 loose women in 1 hour. Yes.
There was a scenario. That was Hillary Clinton with this lady from Anambra. What's her name? this novelist.
Chimamanda.
Chimamanda. And she questioned Hillary Clinton that on her Twitter account that she wrote a wife, a mother, in certain order. And she was questioning why she would put a wife first, that she was an individual before the wife and this and that. And that person was like, look, it's about preference. I prefer to identify to say, look, I'm a wife, I'm a mother because I'm with my partner. So, but in my head, I was thinking out, is it because she stands for feminism? That's why she's questioning what she prefers?
That's it now. We are seeing the masculinization or the what if that is a word of women. That's what we're seeing now. Women want to be women and men at the same time.
So she herself was a wife. She's a wife, right? So anywhere she goes, her husband goes. People didn't even know that her husband is actually a Nigerian. But because that one was not in the limelight. But in my head, I was like, everything that you can think of, this woman has achieved in her life. As a matter of fact, she was also a lawyer the same way her husband was a lawyer, right? A senator. And a very, very successful lawyer at that. But you see, she still wants her to be like, yeah, you did all that. You are somebody beyond your husband.
But that thing that Hillary Clinton did, that was a political move too. That was a message. She says wife, mother, and then whatever it is else. So she was actually making a statement with running that order.
But her sister was questioning her preference. Was questioning what she believes in. I mean, it just baffles that in this era, in this 21st century, we celebrate things that are not necessary. Last night I had a very robust engagement with Kulata and Prince Daddy. Honestly, some of the things that they said, I'm kind of reminiscing on those things and kind of having a change of thought, because it seems that the way the world is going, it seems we are changing most of what we hold there as the family values.
The world doesn't belong to you and I anymore. We're just I think we're just passing through now. What the world is now is nothing to do with you and I. You have gender ambiguity even within the genders, and then you have this fourth wave feminism. You have the woke culture. You have the Me Too culture. You have the MGTOW, men go their own way, and then you have that. It's just.
I think the Me Too culture is
none of it is part of our world. We don't belong in this space. I
think the Me Too culture is kind of like dwindling or reducing in terms of influence. Unlike before, that if you make any speech that
a girl that you toasted in 1982, just you remember when they used to write those letters? She would now come out and say she's a victim. Yeah, and they even
these days, to even ask a lady out, you have to have to have
witnesses. You have to have witnesses before you toast babes now. You have to have witnesses.
Yeah, because everything will be turned upside down, and you'll be blamed for. You could be accused of harassment. You could be accused of even, I don't know, maybe rape, if possible rape.
How do you talk to a woman that you'll be done for harassment? What kind of conversation are you having with the woman?
Oh, you have to be very careful now.
You have to be very careful. She can say you approach her in an aggressive manner. You made her feel unsafe.
You have to be
before you
even if you smile, your smile can be misconstrued for something else. And look, I get it for protection of women.
I think you're just over pushing. You're over pushing.
Let me give you something that maybe you will understand. At my place of work, a gentleman was having a conversation with a lady. This lady was actually not from America, probably an Armenia or something like that. And the conversation ensued. They've been together. When you are with somebody, you are used to that person, you are familiar with that person, right? And that conversation will have a different tone. And, that's the way you are comfortable with somebody that you could discuss a lot of things. I don't know. Maybe this guy kind of misyan one way or the other. Do you know what she did? This lady went to a supervisor to report this gentleman that he said white people are foolish, okay, in a very diverse place of work and a government place, at that. So they had to send people to come and investigate for something that was stupid in the first place. Fortunately, they couldn't find anything, to that, and everything went fizzle out. But the guy was even surprised that he would be subjected to such interrogation and investigation in the first place. And that is where we found ourselves.
That's a workplace. You say that's a workplace.
Akim, let me say a prayer. You have to say amen. May you never land in front. May you never land in front of HR because of a woman. Say amen. If you land in front of HR, not only will you lose your job, you will have some sort of record. If you land in front of HR because of a woman,
one man, listen. You see, when you're at workplace, right? You have to understand that you have the ethics that you have to kind of work within. So you can't say because you'll be very close to somebody at work or you guys have known each other for a long time. I'll give you a story one that happened to me a long time ago, like I'm talking about 15, 16 years ago back in the UK, right? So there was this cash generator shop in my area in Warsaw at the time. So I know the guy that owns the Indian guy that owns the shop. I know the guy very well. We talk a lot, we do this. So I used to go to the shop and just So there was this girl that was working there in that shop at the time. Like, one man won't lie to you, right? So I did a very stupid thing at that time that I look back at today. I say, what the hell did you do? So I went there, was having a conversation with this girl. She worked there, and then. You know what them kind of things you do back home. Then this girl kind of touched me, right? So me jokingly want to touch her back. Then I touch her in where I should not have touched, right? And then she felt really, really embarrassed. And this guy had to call me another day to say, look, this is what my staff said, and this is what you did, and that was not nice. So I had to apologize to that person. So I could be in a workplace where I thought I have a good relationship with that girl. Like, I wasn't working there. I was just a friend to the man that owns the place. So just imagine that could have been a workplace where I would have thought like, oh, I had a very good relationship with this lady. And then I would have done the same thing I did that day. So what would you think would happen to me?
Well, I don't know what would have
happened to you. Do you live in the United States?
No, I live in Ireland.
Akim. Akim was the one who was in that conversation. Akim, you are the one.
Akim, I wanted to quickly say something to Akim. Am I permitted?
Adhere to one man's prayer, please, Akim. I beg you.
No, I just give you an explanation.
Can I reply, Akim?
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't think my phone is even working. Is my system working?
We can hear you.
Akim. Okay, good evening.
Yeah,
this is Midwest people. Look, my brother, pray for your life. Stopping a woman walking in the street in Sweden. Wait to just a woman walking and you say hello. Only that one alone. If she complain, if you are permanent resident, the kind of problem they will give to you, you may even lose it. Not talk of someone that doesn't have paper or someone even passport self. Don't if you just only she is walking and you say hello, you smile, and she continue, and maybe perhaps she take it offensive and just complain to anybody and describe you well, and the police is able to hold you, my brother. Forget that thing, no. You understand me? That's just the truth. Most of these European countries like that, the laws are there.
You guys are over exaggerating these things, man.
It's not over.
I don't know why you trying to argue with everybody.
It's
Pray
not
for your
over.
life. And this thing I'm telling you, pray.
An exaggeration. The problem, this you would be at her mercy in the sense that maybe she's in a good mood. If she's not in a good mood and she can describe, wait, Akim, hold on, let me explain properly. If she can describe you effectively and the police hold you, that's sexual harassment. You can't.
We would have heard by now. Listen, we would have heard by now that the prisons are now filled up with men that workplaces there are no men. No men are no longer
Well, you
working
can
in any of
see
those
that
companies anymore.
you can tell that men are going their own
See,
way.
Akim, Akim,
Come
you
on,
should
man.
try to understand. You should try to understand their culture. Akim, wait. The white woman, if she love you, she's the one that will make the real move, that will make you understand. I'm just telling you the truth. If you do it like that African style, what would they do?
Culture
Okay,
are
how are
talking
you?
about now?
Fine
What
girl.
culture are you talking about?
Let me give you
The
an
Western culture.
example
The
of one
Western
of the
culture.
friends. Let me
They will
let me
take you
give
to
Akim
their
an example.
house. They are the one that will invite you. They are the
let me
one that will
give
make the move.
Akim.
And they,
Midwest. Hold on for Emeka, so that
Let
we
me
have
give
one more.
Akim an example. There are jokes that the white man and the white woman can crack that a black man cannot crack. It's a joke. It's a general joke. They will crack and they will laugh. Or there's something the white man can tell a white woman, right? And she will laugh over it. But you as a black man, if you say it is sexual harassment, the same word, you didn't change anything. If you say it to her, it's sexual harassment.
I just gave you an example whereby we sometimes push past the boundary.
Hold on,
you need to understand that, Kim. If she reports you, it's not your word against her. It's her words against not locking you up. Once she confirms, that's the police are with you, she confirms. Okay, you're a gunner. You're done.
Gunner for
So when
what
you are
now?
saying
For talking to a lady on the street, on a public street. That is what you guys are
you
saying
can go
now.
for it. Yes, you can go
Come
for
on,
it.
man. Stop it.
Yes,
Stop
you
it.
can go for it.
I think you are trolling us, Akim. You know all the,
Yes,
you live
I
in
think it's trolling
Ireland.
us.
You've been abroad for 20 years. You cannot.
So one man,
one
man, you live in the UK and you actually believe this.
Of course I do. I mean, how many examples?
Where are the examples?
Akim, you have to be. You know, it's not even physical contact; it's even words. You can be toasting a girl, and the girl might be acquiescing to the toasting, and then she changes her mind, and then you still think, let me pass. It can turn to harassment. You know, and then if she gives you if she makes a complaint that you're harassing her, then what was sorry, let me mute you because of your driving Midwest. These things can turn so quickly, and you know the man is constantly at the disadvantage. And if she's a pretty girl with a small frame and she's white, you are doomed. You are
one
doomed.
man. That is not true.
Okay,
all right.
That's not true.
Okay.
Look,
yeah, let's
these things have happened several times. So you guys are talking as if you have not even approached a woman on the street before.
There are places for
is that
it.
What you want? Is that what you're making me to believe now that you don't approach women on the street?
Why should I approach a woman on the street?
So what are you basing your examples on then?
Do you want to see me in Mota Mohammed Airport? Why?
Oh, come on now. Stop it, brother.
Why should I do that? I don't think you should do it.
One man, listen, I go to gym, man. In the gym, these things happen every time. Nobody lock anybody up. I've seen, look, come on, man. Let's not even start talking because we are on the program here, okay?
All right.
Akim, we are not exaggerating this thing. This thing is
no, you are.
What you used to do in your 80s and 90s. You can't do that now in the 2000s. Okay? Look, there was a video. There was a video that became trendy sometimes ago. It happens in New York, in the park. A gentleman was walking his dog, and a lady was also walking along.
Oh, I saw that. It was the black guy, wasn't it? Yeah.
Thank God that guy was actually recording the video, because the lady was so hysterical on the phone while she was calling 911. Thank God that guy was recording that conversation that ensued between them. The guy didn't touch. Even let's assume that the guy was interested in that.
A frail white lady and a black man.
Yeah.
They could have just come and shot him. That's it.
So unlike before, when you have, let's just assume that was between a white and a black. Even between black and black, white and white, all these things is now becoming more of a, I understand that society is trying to protect women. But what you see happening is that, like one man said, it's no longer a man's world. It's not a woman's world. Because the society will believe the woman first before you. They will put a handcuff on you first before they find out that all those are just bull crap. Okay? So it's changing. You say you live in Ireland. Maybe they're a little bit conservatives in that place. But where I live, and I know part of UK are also as on the downslope like America. Even in Nigeria, there's always adopt every culture as if it's you see a lady walking around scanty dress these days. I mean, nothing you find in the street of the York that you didn't find in the street of Lagos. All right. There was a day I was coming from Orlando. I took my family to a resort in Orlando, and I was coming along because I needed to do something, in my city. So on my way coming, they took me, to the airport. While I was waiting for my flight, a lady walked inside the airport. Guess what she was wearing? You know when you have just the bikini and you have just the bikini. I saw her. I was like, no way, this person will come into the airport like this, you know. But I won't be surprised if somebody like that did that in Lagos, the street of Lagos, because that is where we found ourselves. And when you ask questions, they'll be like, well, that's our body. She owns our body. And, the world is changing. What can you do? So that's where we found ourselves. All these things are not exaggerated story, my brother. These are
For me,
reality.
All right, Akim, let's
it is
just have the
exaggerated.
final word and we move on from there. Yeah.
So
I think,
one man. So okay.
yeah.
So this is what I'm trying to say here. So if a woman doesn't want to have a conversation with you, most cases she will not even start. She will not even stop to listen to whatever you're going to say. So if a woman wants to have a conversation with you, she will listen to what you want to say. In most cases, she tell you, oh, she has a boyfriend. In most cases, she tell you, oh, listen, oh, she's not interested or something like that. And she walk away. So when you get, maybe in some cases you have a situation whereby some men get over pushy, not taking a no for an answer, and then when they get what is coming their way, they start to complain that, oh, I was just talking to this lady and she said this, she did this, she did. Look,
Akim,
sometimes
you are taking it like from a generic point. Yes, there are some women who will act that way. They will respectfully tell you no, right? And they proceed to continue doing what they're doing. There are some, the moment they will just escalate instantly.
escalate. Yeah, so what are you going to do? Then
Instantly.
you walk away from
So,
them.
well, it not depends on that kind of escalation. It
What kind of
depends on the
escalation? What are you going to do? Start exchanging
escalation.
words
The
now?
escalation might be a 911 escalation. The
Come on.
escalation might be
Maybe
to
in the United States, maybe in the United States, where the police are very racist.
what
Okay,
you also
so
need to
that could
understand is
happen.
that women have their time. Their mood. Some have mood swings, so you can't tell. Some will be polite to you and say, "Hey, no, I have a boyfriend. Please move along." Or I'm busy, or I want to do something else. Then it not depends. If you are not pushy, then whatever happens to you happens to you. But the moment you put, they will just escalate instantly.
All right. All right, Akim. I want to move on from there. Let Emeka land it, and then I just move on from there. Yeah.
So that's just to that woman, a lot of people are still blessing her. I'm really happy for her. That's the kind of image we want women to portray. That's what we want. We want that family values back. We want our women to be more decent, to exemplify good behaviors and values, and distance themselves from all this wokey's behavior that will take them to nowhere. You understand? The movement of you enlarging your boobs and your butts. That's not what men want. Whoever you're doing it for, maybe short-term attention, it's never going to lead you anywhere. Then talk about the hair tricks involved in
You
all
say that
those.
is not what you want. Don't say that's not what men want. Say that is not what you want.
Okay.
All right. Let's go to Dangote.
Yes, on to Dangote's matter, right? It's quite strange. I'm looking at the newspaper now. I'm hearing that EFCC is going to file fresh charges over on Mefele as a result of this Dangote issue. This scandal never stops giving. But I like the way the EFCC has gone about this, right? Instead of just, what they usually do, they go arrest people and then go look for evidence. Now they are looking for evidence before they go arrest. That's the proper way to do it. Yes, maybe they might have go there to do some showboating and a show of force, which is, in my viewpoint, I don't get it. Maybe trying to get the people to be aware of their presence. But I like this move. I think this is what they should do. Go and get the evidence. And review the evidence, and if there's any need to come up with charges, you come up with charges. Then in that case, you now know that these people are not going to go scot-free because they are you've seen the evidence. There's something to be charged on, and not you arresting people just on speculation, and then you don't have much evidence or you can't go to court with this. Then you have to release them. You know, this approach is much better. The Dangote group now, they are aware that the EFCC is investigating them over the forex allocation from CBN and probable possibility Emefiele. I'm also speculating that Emefiele probably might be one of the investors in the refinery. Who knows, right? One of the private investigators. So, you know, they probably will be carrying out their investigation. And then if there are going to be charges, we definitely would know. If there are not going to be charges, we will also definitely know. But we can now see that Emefiele has a lot of things to answer. He has really committed a lot of economic crimes, fraud, as well as money laundering. So
how do you think this Dangote thing will play out? I think there almost certainly there will be some sort of forfeiture, but would there be some sort of prosecution? Is really what's the thing.
I don't see. You see, Dangote, good for him. He has gotten to the stature of one of the untouchables in the country. Let's be very realistic,
yes.
Right? He has built an empire that is very powerful. He has built a personnel that is very strong. You know, that politicians all rally around. You understand? He has really done well for himself. So it would take whatever would put Dangote in jail would be, in short, it will be of international ramification. But if it's going to be a Nigeria thing, what may happen is let's have a deal. Let's sort this out. So he's a national asset to the country. He's a national treasure. He's also, I think he has a national award, I believe. So yeah, he does.
Yes, GCN. So, I think I think his award is actually up to the, you know, there's a certain award that they give to presidents as they leave, and then they give the lower cadre of that to vice presidents. I think his award is actually up to that vice president.
No, I don't think he's so that the award for the president, that's the Grand Commander of the Order of the Federal or Federal Republic, Grand Commander of the Order of the Niger of the Federal Republic. That's only reserved for president. Likewise, that for the vice president is also reserved for the vice president. Any other the other highest honors, I think that should be GCON. Yes, that's the Grand Commander of the Order of the Niger. That's the highest. Yes, Dangote was awarded Nigeria's second highest honor. That's Grand Commander of the Order of the Niger by Jonathan. Yeah, so that's GCON. So that's the highest honor you can ever get if you are not a president or a vice president. So I think that's what he has. Anyway, let's see how that space. We'll watch that space. We'll see what's going to happen. Already, we know that we anticipated it because the Dangote was trying to get a private hearing with the president over this matter, but because of the situation going on, I think there's the need for the EFCC or law enforcement to investigate further to see what can be done. And likewise, if you have appropriated funds that you are not supposed to get, please, it is in the best interest of the country to return that funds back. So, and those who collaborated or who perpetrated this act should probably now go for it. But what I would not like is the scapegoating of Emefiele, that only Emefiele should be the one to suffer for all this. We should also have others who played a major role in this shenanigans and this fraud and this economic crimes to also go down for it too, so that we'll be sending a message to others that this is not the time for you to come into the country and try to get away funds that is meant for the development of the country. And again, I would expect the president to be very serious. That is why this Betty Edu issue is a sad one. We can't be borrowing funds and people are stealing those funds. Nigeria is broke. Everybody knows. Even the chicken in Medugri is aware that Nigeria is broke because that chicken has not eaten. So we can't go and borrow funds. You can't be going to country, jet dropping, singing, begging, and then people are not stealing the funds. It's ridiculous, right? And where is our humanity? Where is our where is our empathy for the country where we are trying to move forward? Then your aim is to steal funds that we have borrowed from. Then we will now pay for you stealing that funds. We will pay for the principal, and then we will pay for the interest. I think the president just needs to be very serious, or some ministers are just going to embarrass him. So I'll be watching the body language of the president, especially on this Betty Edu situation, what he's going to do. And that's despite the fact that I love the president personally, but he has to be very serious about addressing all these economic crimes going on.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Thank you, Emeka. So thank you, Emeka. Let's go from you, Emeka. I think Dewale might be ready now. Dewale, are you ready? All right, let's go to Akim. I think Dewale might not. Akim.
Yes, one man.
Brilliant. So Akim, come into the conversation where you like. It really wraps around Betty Edu and did she or did she not still have $1 billion naira? So are you following that space, and what are your thoughts?
Yeah, but according to the AGF, the office of the AGF also, I think they said they did not honor the release of the fund according to them. So if they did not honor the release of the fund, then how is she stealing the money? I don't understand. Because I read on one of the major newspapers that yes, the letter was signed by her to authorize the payment into an account that belonged to one of the staff of the ministry or something like that. And according to Beta Edu, our explanation was that I think the explanation from my side was that it was a legal process. The fund was authorized and it was approved. But according to the AGF office, they said that the letter was not honored, so the money was never released in the first place. Look, if she did not collect the money, I can't accuse her of stealing money in the first place.
Yeah, but if she requested that the money be paid into a private account, is that in itself not a questionable?
No, it's not. Look, I don't want to seem to be defending government officials in this case, but according, it's something that still need to look into or hear from some legal minds as to how these things work. So, according to our own explanation, the account in which that money was to be paid to was the person who is in charge of that program, a government official who is in charge of the program in those states where those funds were to be disbursed. So, if that is the case, maybe she has a point. If that is how it normally works, or if they have the legal back, if she has the legal backing to operate it in that manner, okay, fine. It's not like a private individual from outside. According to her, it's somebody who is part of the ministry who is heading that very program. It is that person's account that the money was supposed to go into. Whether that is the case or not, one man, I don't know. But I would like to hear from anybody that have more legal information regarding all of these things. So it's not like, I don't think it's just an outsider's bank account that the money
because it wasn't an outsider's bank account. The person, Mojisola something or the other, she's actually the coordinator for that catchment area in terms of whatever purpose that money is meant for. What the accountant general was actually saying was that they don't actually pay money in that, because Beta Edu's argument was that she followed due process, but the due process was for the accountant general to release the funds to the ministry, and then the ministry then they can disburse it. If they want to then release it to a sub-project within that ministry, they can do that. But the accountant general cannot release to a sub-project, never mind the account of a private person.
Okay, so maybe okay, so if that means if they have not released the money to her, so she's not stolen the money. So the process, so where the issue is now is the process. Should the money have gone to the ministry, or should the money had gone to the lady who was in charge of the program? So I think that was where they have a misunderstanding. But why is he being accused of stealing money that was not released in the first place? So for me, I don't understand that part of it. So if the money had gone out and then that's a different issue. But the money has not gone out yet. And if for me, this is one of the things I would have loved to see. You see, when you go and get a job 1 month, so chances are in that job you do what they call induction, a form of a training for you to understand a certain area of the work that you are going to do. And I think the time have come for government officials, especially new ministers, to also undertake such inductions to properly familiarize themselves with the workings of government, even though they might be coming from political background in some cases. So I think such short training would kind of enhance their understanding of how governance work. It could just be that she did not fully comprehend how the system is run. That could be a problem as well.
And the call for her sacking, you're not on board with that. The call for her sacking.
No, like she didn't take any money. What are you sacking her for? Like, what are you going to sack her for when she never stole any money? Because when this information got out the first time, the minister, she stole half a billion. She stole. Where did she never? The money was not paid out. How is she stealing something that was never given to her in the first place? For me, I don't look. It could be that she was just ignorant of how the system works. So that I can understand, but to call for a sacking, no, I think that's a bit too far. There are other ways you can sack people. If she's not performing after maybe a couple of months, you can look at what she's doing and say, okay, are you doing what you're supposed to do? If not, then you can fire her. But to say she should be fired for this very reason, no, I don't support that.
All right, brilliant. And to the Dangote space, they seem to be circling around him somewhat with intent.
Yeah, one man. You see, like that man Dangote, I used to like the man a lot, right? So because at the time there was a time whereby when you remember during the Lucky Bunedion and the Bori regimes and the Bori regime when they were governors, those guys had especially between Lucky and Bunedion, I heard at the time that they went to go and invest in a refinery in South Africa and then they lost the money at the time. So I used to always query Nigerians and say, listen, even if you work for government and you stole money or you steal money, why don't you just invest the money in creating jobs in Nigeria? Even if another government was to come in and want to come and even investigate you, the idea that maybe you might have 300, 400, 500 people working in that company, it might be a kind of a way for people to say, okay, you know what, at least he used the money to create job for his people. I used to question a lot of why are you taking the money out of the country? So I used to be a big fan of Dangote, somebody who is investing in the country, who is employing Nigerians, who is creating job across the country, until towards the end of this refinery. I started noticing that, okay, this man, especially under Emefiele, he did a lot of dodgy stuff. One man, you remember I was on this program and I said, look, this man is doing things that are not right, because it just didn't make sense anymore. It just didn't make sense anymore. Like he just keep postponing, giving reason. Meanwhile, Emefiele was giving them money. They were just round tripping the money. How do you build a refinery of such amount of money? You've not even sold one liter of refined product, and you say you've paid what, 45, 35, 50% of the loan already? Where did you get the money from? One man, this man has paid nearly a quarter of the loan that he borrowed to build a refinery, when he has not even refined a single drop of petroleum product. So, for me, Dangote did a lot of wrongs under Emefiele, and they need to investigate him properly. And one man, I'm still going to say it today, Malami must not go free. If Malami go free, I swear to God, it doesn't matter what.
Are you surprised that it's not yet getting a mention in all of this?
One man, if Malami goes free, right, it doesn't matter. Tinubu can convert Nigeria to London. For me, I would never, ever support it. Never. If Malami go court free in that Nigeria, one man, that's it. Finish. Tinubu should just pack his load and go home. There's no need for it. Malami must never go free in that Nigeria. Never. There's no way that man is going free. I said this about Emefiele, they hold Emefiele. Okay, I also said it about Malami as well. Malami must go to jail. That one is he has to go to jail. If he doesn't go to jail, there's no point. Tinubu just forget about the old government. It doesn't make no sense. Those guys cripple the country. Between Malami and Emefiele, they cripple the country. Even if you want to point the searchlight as well, go to that same NNPC, that Kyari that he reappointed as well. For me, that was a big error, a big error. He should not have appointed that guy. He should have sent
do you think that guy has a specialism that is rare within the Nigerian space?
Which guy?
Melikari.
He has got nothing, absolutely nothing. He was
because I was surprised that he held on to him too. Yeah.
What I think happened was that under that Buhari government, there were people who Buhari appointed, who was kind of on the ground supporting Tinubu. That he left them when he came. People, that guy in the DSS, what's it called?
Yeah, Yusuf Bichi.
Yusuf Bichi, one of them. Then Kyari is another one. Those were the people who were on the ground, codedly supporting Tinubu at the time. When things were hot for him, I think he saw the backing, he saw support coming from those people. So he had used this opportunity to kind of retain those guys. For me, I think that was a big mistake. Both Bichi and Kyari should have been sacked from day one. From day one, 0-1. Both of them should have been gone. Malami, straight before they arrested Emefiele, they should have arrested Malami twice already before Emefiele. Okay, that Malami can look. How does he explain it? How does Malami explain him was sharing vehicle? Attorney General of the Federation. What job has he done? What company did Malami ever created?
Brand new vehicle. So there was a time he moved the EFCC into his portfolio.
That's it. One man. That man doesn't go to prison.
That guy did a lot of. Remember when he told us that he has the names of people responsible for the insurgency?
Yes, of course.
So and he told us. And where are those names now?
If not for people like this guy, the former Ekiti State Governor, who fought Malami tooth and nail. He fought him tooth and nail. Malami was fighting in favor of a foreign company to get money from Nigeria. Do you remember that?
Yes, it was actually there was this Paris Club deal that there was a $500 million dollars that he was fighting for. Dollars that he was fighting for. Him and Nedunwoko. That was meant to be their final steal.
It was Fayebi that was fighting back at that time, saying no way. All he said is, we the governors, we've said to say, look, we are not going to pay that money. We've gone to the president. There's no way Nigeria should be subject to make such payment at this time. What I don't understand, I listened to the interview. Fayebi said, what I don't understand is that while a government official will be fighting against the country, instead of it to be in support of Nigeria. If that man, I'm going to say to, if Malami does not go to jail, right? Forget it. Tinubu should just pack his load, return back to Lagos. There's no need for it. Okay, absolutely no need. Let's do 2027. We'll bring Showore come so that we have somebody who can send all of them to jail. Every single one of them to jail. See, every single one of them is send them to jail. Because one man, how do you explain certain things that is going on in that country? It doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense. Look, I've visited some African countries. September, I was in Morocco, one man. Look, come and see road. You don't even think about power failure or something like that. No, it's Morocco. I'm not even talking about Europe. Holiday destination. Look at Agade Airport. It's as small as the airport in Benin City, but it's an international airport. International flights coming in every single minute in that airport. People from different countries come. You don't hear this stupid insecurity that you hear everywhere in Nigeria. You don't hear none of that. People come in there, put their money in there into tourism. Holiday. I was there one month. Last September. So If countries like that can organize themselves, well, even if they swear for us, man, even if somebody use juju to do us, come on, man, are we that stupid? Just because of people like Balami, people like Emefiele, and the past and the past and the past and the past, it's as if they don't have this what you call it, national pride in them. It's as if that word Nigerian doesn't mean anything to them. They'll take the money and they will go to foreign country for holidays. Go and look at what Africa countries are doing. The king of Morocco, right? He built you see that Agade, that place, that is where he holidays. Go and look at that place, one man. Go and look at the place. Road, is it the road you are talking about? Is it electricity? What are you going to talk about? That when it comes to our own, it will become something else. It's as if it's undoable. Just to build road, is they'll build the road and tear gutter like both sides, heavy gutter. Where do you see them build road like that? It is crazy. So we cannot continue in that manner. If Tinubu cannot do it, those people who were supporting somebody who they should not support the last time, let everybody come together. We'll start to go and bring Showore, and then we say, okay, this is what we want. Everybody inside prison, everybody, all of them inside prison, and then we can start to build the country bricks by bricks and mortar by mortar. Thank you.
There seems to be a thing about that humanitarian portfolio. It actually used to be under the vice president's supervision, and then they moved it under Oshibanjo, and then they created a separate ministry, which was then headed by Sadiya Farouk. But in fact, Sadiya Farouk also under pressure, 37 billion naira. So it looks as though it's a stealing portfolio that
it is going to be a stealing portfolio. Anything that makes you do anything physical, like it is going to involve stealing. All of us, many of us will live in the Western world. People lose their job, people are disabled, children. They create a system. You don't have to go and be sharing money for people. This is what I'm saying. Better Hedu probably schooled abroad. Tinubu himself schooled abroad. All of these people, they see how the system is designed. Can you not create a digitalized system whereby people who need help automatically get help through financial support? If they need housing support, you know how to support them. This idea that you're going to take money to people, physical cash to people every time COVID come, money, rice, beans, this one come, money, rice, beans, this one come, Christmas come, rice, beans, this. What is wrong with us, one man? Are we that stupid? Are we that dumb that we don't know how to design common a technological platform that you will use to assist people? You bring NIN, you bring BVN, you bring this, you bring everything out. You come to UK, they have a national insurance number. Everybody have a unique national insurance number. You come to Ireland, you have a PPS number. Everybody have a unique PPS number. From when you give birth to a child in this country, one man, the day that child is issued a birth certificate, they automatically issue that child the PPS number. That number goes with that child for the rest of his or her life. He wants to do anything, that is the number you present to the government authority for whatever you want to do. Whether you want to go to school, you want healthcare, you want social security, you want welfare, anything you want. That is it. What is wrong with us, one man? Why can't we go through that route?
No. I think that system we have it now. You know we have the NI, whatever it is. I think from birth every child gets one. Is that not the case?
No. From how many child have they ever make child registration compulsory in Nigeria? It is not a compulsory that you go and register.
It is compulsory. It is compulsory, but it's not adhered to.
It's not
but it's not enforceable now. When a lot of the country is ruralized.
But one man is
not go to the heartland of Fulani banditry and tell them to be registering their kids.
No, that is not it. That's okay. Listen, see. If you provide a system whereby the children will benefit from them being registered, right? The parents will have no choice than to register them. If you know that you're going to have some form of child benefit for your child every month, will you not register the child? You're going to register the child. These people call themselves progressive when they come into it. They say they are progressive. They come into power. The Tinubu people, they call themselves progressive. They cannot even design a proper welfare system for the people. What kind of progressive government is that? You need to be able to...
Hold on now. How can they design a welfare system under the economic situation that they came into?
It doesn't have. Look, how much have they? How much have they disbursed since they came into power?
And well, they've disbursed a lot, and they've reintroduced the school. They've reintroduced the school feeding program.
Well, man, they don't need the school feeding program, man. They don't need it. Look, what did Lula did in Brazil? What did he do? What did Lula did in Brazil? Can you not just go and look at it? The template Lula put in place in Brazil.
Brazil is a different system now. You know that Brazil is a semi-developed country, and they have a lot of data capture in Brazil as well. We don't have data capture in Nigeria.
Yeah, but this is what the government have to start to build. You can't just
but they are building it now. Are they not harvesting data?
One man, they've been harvesting data since Obasanjo was the president.
No, they really started harvesting data under Buhari, really.
No, Buhari was not there when BVN started. One man, BVN was there before Buhari. BVN was also data harvesting. What comes out of it apart from you opening the bank account? So they are not telling you that they will now match BVN with NIN with the other one. They will match everything together. It's stupid. Create something for the people. Give them incentive for them to be able to participate in the system. If you say, look, every child born in Nigeria will get a certain amount of money, or even if you don't want to do that, say, okay, every child in primary school, for every child you have in primary school, we're going to give the child 30,000. We're going to give the mother 30,000 every month. That money will be high.
But they can't. The economy cannot sustain that now. What the economy can sustain is that sort of feeding. So bring your child to school and we will feed him or her. That's what the government is saying.
One man, it will cost you more to feed that child for a month, right? It will cost you more to feed that child in a month in school than give the money to the parents. It will cost you more. Trust me. I'm saying 30,000. It sounds big, right?
But if you give the money to the parents, then you don't incentivize for that child. If you want to incentivize for that child, then you have to incentivize for that child to come to school.
Okay, 1 second. Let me put it this way. So, if I want to do a program like that now, right? I said, okay, you're the mother. If this is going to be tied to attendance of your child in school, this child, you're going to get 30,000 naira every month for this child being present in school. So it is now your own duty to feed your child at home, not the school to feed your child. You feed your child. Take this money, look after yourself and the kid. So if you have 2 kids, you get 50K. So just imagine. You are killing two birds with one stone. You're bringing this child to school and you're solving poverty issues at home. It's simple.
All right.
Can I add?
Yeah, but at least they're heading in. All these parallels that we like to draw with Brazil and all of this, Brazil is a totally different system. It's a semi-developed country, if not a really developed country. They have all of the structures in place that facilitates how that country runs. We have no structures, but come in, Oriola.
Yeah, definitely we don't have a structure. I think though I think the idea that he's bringing to the table is okay, but I think there's a different way that I think it could be done, and I think they're already actually thinking about that as well. So there's no need to incentivize anything, incentivize anything. What I think that would be like a good way, in my own view, is just to the fact that if you have to do anything in Nigeria, you need your NIN. And in order for you to get NIN, you need to submit your birth certificate or any or that. In order for
that's exactly it. And they're on the cost. So sorry, I'm not cutting you off, but they're on the cost of that. That's exactly. You can't open a bank account. You can't do anything without having a government digital footprint. And that's how they have to do it.
Right. I think that's the best. It's just that if I have to get a phone, I need the NIN. If I have to register my kids to school, I need the NIN. If I have to go
So
to
you might as
hospital,
well
I
get
need the
one
NIN.
because it makes your life
Exactly.
easier.
So you
I
have no
mean,
choice. Yes. So
uh,
you have no choice. You have to get it. So I think that's the route. I think I heard that maybe a couple of weeks ago. I think that's the route they're going through. That's the new route they want to go through, which I think is the best. So that way, you're not forcing everyone. It's just that if you have to do anything in the country, they will request for your NIN. And also, I think it was speaking to the fact that I think is it the minister was requesting for money from the attorney general. So there was this actually a clip that I saw with the is it the FRC? It has to do with the tax guy, and he was speaking to the fact that I think the new way they're doing it now is this: if you're there's no there's no reason for each of the ministry actually making payments or dealing with money. There's a reason why they have the accountant generals. So the accountant general, which is the finance, all you just have to do is send the bill to them and they should take care of it. It's none of their business for any ministry to deal with anything money. And I think that would I think that's the I think the way they've been doing it all along is more like if ministry wants to do anything that has to do with money, they they, they get the money from the attorney general. Oh no, accountant general. They request for the money. So I think the new route, which I think is good that this is coming out, but the thing is, it's not. I don't think it's our fault because it looks like that's all. That's how they always do it, where they request for money and the money will come to them. They make the payment and whatever way they want to do it, maybe steal some of them. But it looks like the new route now, just to make sure everything is being accounted for, is more like you're not requesting for any money. You just send the bill, and the department for the accountant general will take care of it. So I think maybe that's where the mistake from. So that's that's my own take.
all right, Brilliant. Back to you, Akim. Back to you, Akim.
Yeah, thank you. So I understand what you're saying, but what we're trying to say is that when it comes to you can get people into the system like that by saying, look, you're going to need this number to do anything. But what we're trying to say is that when you want to support the most vulnerable in the society through financial help, what I'm trying to say is that you don't need to be taking raw cash or food items to people. Just create a system whereby you can easily give money to these people without going through any of those means, whereby you create a corrupt system. This minister take money. Look at that Sadia Farouk now. We're talking 37 billion. They're talking about 37 billion. Some people have mind though. Like the kind of money you and I will see will be sick.
And I think she wiped that out in the last minute of our administration, isn't it? Which is what they traditionally do. They just take all of the money and then the next guy can wait for his own allocation.
Look, they came to do their turn. Or their turn, they clean us up, man. I'm not going to lie to you. They did us dirty, man. I'm not going to lie to you. Buhari was supposed to be. Look, that man.
Would you say that Buhari administration was the worst we've ever experienced?
It's not what I say. It's Buhari did that. Buhari government 2 times now. Buhari, the first one, I was not fully aware of it because I was still a young man. Okay, but this one, that one, they told us all the story. How incapable Buhari was at the time. Okay, maybe this time will be different. I'm sure this one was even worse. This one could even surpass that one. The man was so. I don't even know what language. Whatever language I use would have been would still even make him look so good. I've never seen a worse government in my life. I'm talking including Abacha. Now I'm talking including Abacha. If Buhari is not the worst, I don't know. I don't think there will be. It was so bad. It's so bad Like it's you like just broad daylight looting. Broad daylight looting. How do you like even military government don't even steal money like that? Those ones that have power to steal the way they this one, like it's just broad daylight. Just take. When you have a situation, one man, where a central bank governor will be trying to run for the president of a country, branding vehicle out. You have a situation, Attorney General of the Federation trying to run for a state governorship election, sharing vehicles everywhere. One man,
You remember that when it's quite a thing, Akim. Do you remember that when Emefiele wanted to run as president, he rolled out about 50 to 70 fleets of brand new vehicles with his logo on it. When Babangida wanted to run for president, he brought about 4 private jets for the campaign. I mean, it's just
at all
no, this is not in this cycle, but it's just we just say a lot of these things and we don't even, we don't make enough of a fuss.
When you see Emefiele and Malawi behave the way they behaved during that election, one man there could be only one conclusion, man. They wiped us clean, they wiped us clean, man. I'm telling you, like proper they raided us. So for me, I don't know, maybe the Tinubu definitely will not go for Buhari, but the least Tinubu could do, the least minimum he could do was jail Malami. Malami has to go to prison. If Malami doesn't go to prison, Tinubu have to go home. They should not even bother to contest for 2027. You just pack your load and go back to Bodilon Avenue. That's it. Because
why are you putting it? Why do you put it on Tinubu? Why don't we have the system in place? What's the job of the law enforcement, the EFCC, the DSS? What's their job? Do they need do they need the president to tell them to do their job? They have policies. They have
they do.
Policies they follow. So
why? They do.
Are you saying?
Oriola, there are certain political actors within the Nigerian space that the law enforcement cannot go after unless they get presidential cover. Abubakar Malami is one of them.
And that's under the law? Or you
it's
just
not under the law now, but that's how the system works. That's how powerful it is.
Wait. Saying
that's not how the system works. That's not how the system works. It's just the way how powerful it is.
That's not how the system works in other places. In Nigeria, that is how the system works. Okay. Was it?
Wait, I'm sorry. Well, that's not a system. That's just how we decide to do things. It's not really the system.
Okay, let's put it that way.
We decide to do it because
Oriola, the law in Nigeria it allows a police constable to arrest Obasanjo or Buhari if they flout the law. But the system in Nigeria, it doesn't even allow for the Inspector General of Police to knock on Buhari's door. Unless,
you just said it. Yeah, you just said it. You said our law allow us to do that. Which the law is the system. But we, the people, decided not to do it. So we have to differentiate the two. Like the law, we can do those things. That's the system. But the thing is, because how powerful those people are, we decided not to follow the law. So we should just differentiate.
No, this is the system. The law is the law, but the system is how things work. How things work in Nigeria does not facilitate for how you are looking at it.
Well, man, I want to ask him a question, right? You see, Oriola, which country do you live in?
United States.
You not hear the American accent.
That's very good. So you see, if they want to arrest you now, right? Or maybe if they want to arrest you now, do they need to get any form of authorization from the Attorney General of the United States?
No. They have to get a warrant. The warrant has to be signed by Attorney General of the state I live in. So they will get that signed. So the police in order for them to carry out any warrant, it has to be Attorney General of the state has to agree to that. So,
Okay,
and
so
I think that every county or every what they call it, every town has their own attorney general too. I'm not sure, but the law has to actually sign it. The attorney general has to sign it. Once you sign it, then they can carry out. So they didn't have to go to the III up. It's just that every state has their own attorney general. So once they
okay,
approve it, they can do
so
it.
before
Oh,
I'm gonna go.
all
So
right. I can
no, one more.
respond.
I just want to quickly ask a question.
Hold on.
Okay.
I wanted to bring it home, so we're going to Dewale, but ask the question, but wrap it up in about 5 minutes,
Yeah. Yeah.
and then
Okay.
we're
So
going to Dewale
basically,
again.
so you see, like what you just said now. I want you to now put it the other, look at it on the other side. When they wanted to go and raise Trump's house, how high do you think the authorization would have gone to?
But you know he was the president, so that means the attorney general
Exactly.
of the country
That is
has
your
to
point.
yeah, but that's the job of the attorney general of the country. That they don't.
Yeah.
Oh, Joe Biden doesn't have to tell him what to do. It's his job. That's what I think. That when we put someone else's job to like we transfer it to the president, that's not good in a way because the pressure is way too much. Why do they have the attorney general? Why do they have the ministers? That's their job to do their own to fill up their own department to work and fix anything that has to do with that. Now when we're saying that anything that has to do with Nigeria now, yeah, everything has to go to the president. That's not it won't Nigeria will not be fixed that way if we rely on just one person. Everybody has to do their job. Like if I'm there to like be a civil servant, let me do my job as a civil servant. If I'm the minister or I'm the head of the any ministry in Nigeria, let me do my job as my job, my policy, the procedure of my job. Let me do it like that. But if we're now transferring every single thing to the president, it because see, you can't fix it. You need people. Look at this guy, the Bumi guy. He's doing his job according to what he needs to do. He's not relying on. Do you think the president needs to tell him that all the backlog for all the passport need to be done? No, you know, I was hired to do that.
That's the difference. What I'm trying to say is that because of the positions that these guys had in the last administration, Malami was the Attorney General of the Federation in the last administration. So for them to go to him, right? I understand what you are saying. When I say Tinubu have to do it, I'm not saying Tinubu have to go and handcuff him. No, through the Attorney General of the Federation, like they'll still go and get him. So that it's still Tinubu that is doing it. So
yeah, but that's
when Tinubu wanted the Mayfield,
all right, bring it to Markin. We must move on.
So,
bring it on.
One man, as I was saying, right? So this whole thing is too much now. So people have to be made to pay for it. People can't be getting away with all this kind of stupidity that's been going on for a long time. It's every government, one administration after the other. Somebody have to come in and just say, okay, you know what? No, stop. Everybody, whoever it is that committed any offense in the last administration, we're going to deal with all of them. So, and I think the problem we have now, one more, is because we are electing our government within the same cycles of friends. They just have one or two enemies within them that they always used to show example. When Buhari came in, then it was that the guy that was the national security advisor. What was his name again? That he locked up at the time for a very long time. What was this man's name again? I can't remember. So they always have one or two people that they will use to show example. But if you look at it on the larger, yes, that's okay. So they always have one or two people that they use to show example. But on a large scale, every other person get away with whatever they did. So for me, I don't want this to continue. If that is going to be the case, we all have to come together, look for somebody who is going to just disrupt the system. Every single person that have committed offense in the last government, lock them up. Thank you very much, Omar.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Thank you. Excellent. Thank you, Akim. Stay with us. Dewale, you're up next. Dewale.
Woman, the man himself. Not so much. I so much admire Akim's passion when it comes to building our society or our country. But sometimes we need to be a little bit more observant than just sounding like the rest of them. In as much as we have that fire burning, but you know, our society is kind of peculiar. For some of us that have been abroad for so long, is we are very quick to equate, where we reside to where we left behind. But by the time we get back, they realize that those people have this different orientation. They, I don't know. It's kind of like just a different society that have their own rules set aside for themselves, and no matter how you're trying to influence or to change that, it's always you always hit a brick wall, kind of. So I think that society deserves its own kind of way of way they govern themselves. I sense that passion from my king. Um, we've made a lot of strides since 1999, no doubt, but it seems it's a little bit slow working, not really, you know, develop at the faster rate that we expected. And I'll tell you this: it's not easy to change things overnight. To be honest with you, it's not. The same people that were electing or selecting to head some of these government parastatals are also coming from our society. They are family, they are sisters, they are brothers. But you see, some of these people are not selected. Some of them, I use some of them, are not selected because of their competence. Some of them are forwarded to advance the interests of certain groups that they're representing. And I tell you this, to have the backing of the executive, you also have to have, some kind of um, established or backed by power that be so that enables you to be able to do your job the way you wanted it. The example of the young man that is cited, the man from Ondo State, that former honorable, what's his name, the minister of internal affairs. Is that internal affairs? Is that what they call them? Interior now? That man, apart from the fact that he has passion, I can tell you that some of the ministers also have passion, but when you don't have the political and executive backing, all your effort is going to be in, just be a pipe dream. So what you see happening right there is the fact that number one, he has the power. I mean, he has the backing of the presidency. One, because if the presidency said tomorrow all those plans that he has, he has to put it on hold, there's nothing he can do. And two, the interest or the interest of those people that are backing him also gives him that energy. So that synergize is that passion for him to be able to. And some of the things that he's been coming up with are just normal thing we expect. The some of the agency under his ministry to do. For example, the passport things and the also the prison and correctional institutional aspect of the ministry. So all these things are just normal thing that we expect. But of course, he uses the media to advance because he knew that the more you bring it to the awareness of the people, they will say he has been doing something. I'm not saying that what he's doing is not great, but we should look at it from that aspect. But one man, let me move on away from there. I just jump into what Akim was saying that just to speak a little bit into that space. What do you want me to talk about, Omar?
Dewale, let me play you a clip. Let me play you a clip. Are you in a position to watch it?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, let me play you a clip. It's a moral maze, and then you tell me what you would do. Let me see. Hold on. Let me refresh it. Hold on. All right. Let me play you this clip. Yes. Listen to this. What would you do is the question at the end, but listen.
They picked up the wrong suitcase at the airport, and I found this in it. It's 20,000 pounds. The flight was from Milan, Italy to London Heathrow. So please, if this is your suitcase, please come and get it from me. Since I have your suitcase, it means you probably have mine. So please, if you could bring mine and then I can give you yours. In my suitcase, I've got some puff puff. It's like something like some snacks from Nigeria. I've got chin chin in there. Just some food. I've got like a small perfume, 100 ml perfume, but it's almost finished. But yeah, if you could bring mine back and come and get yours, because I don't want any problems. There's literally 20,000 pounds in here. I've not even checked what's in the other places. There's nothing in here. And there's like some track suit in here. I don't know what this is. But please, I don't want to go through your things. Please just come and get your suitcase back. If this is yours. The flight was this evening from Milan, Italy to London. Accidentally
One
So,
man.
so there it is right there. Dewale, would you exchange a bag full of £20,000 not even dollars or real money, pounds? Would you exchange a bag full of £20,000 for a bag full of puff puff and chin chin?
Okay. I know that whatever answer I give, people will say, well, you're just saying that because you're in a public space. I will give it back in a heartbeat. I will return it back to the owner. I will ensure that it gets to the owner, not just being returning it to the airline and somebody's trying to, take that advantage and take it. I will ensure that it gets to the hands of that person. And I will explain. This may be like a cloud chasing or probably the story not real. I don't know. But you see, um, the moment you begin to see life in a different way, I'm not an old person, neither am I a young person. You begin to prioritize some things in life that will make, be meaningful to you, but not meaningful to others. I know what hungers can do to human psyche. I understand sometimes when we pass through a lot of challenging period in life, and we eventually land in the in the abundance, we begin to forget about the past. For someone like me who came from nothing, I can understand if somebody decided to take advantage. But I advance in life, I realize that, I'm not trying to sound philosophical, but some of the things that people hold on to as most important things, um, I see them as, something that, Yoruba will say, Baba Waye Kabala Ishaye. And most of the things that we do, you have kids, you have houses, you have properties, you know, all those things I've achieved, right? Every other things that we have after that, you are going to leave everything behind. So the person that has that bag right now, and he walks out of his house, get into his car, and drive 2 kilometers and get hit by another vehicle and die, that bag will belong to another person, will be taken by another person, and he would not spend that money. So what will it cost him? Even if he takes this bag, pata he will spend that money maybe to go and buy a land in somewhere in Mowe or somewhere, or buy a car if possible, to put a down payment for a car, right? And that is it. That car will will get hold, and you know, and eventually the value that's attached to it will be meaningless afterward. But my point is that it could be that that money is meant for that person to be used for, maybe for medical payment or for something much more important to the original owner. I will return the money. But you see, I know a lot of people might say, well, it's your luck. And to me, there's no point keeping something that belongs to others. When I got a job in the bank, I've never been in a strong room in my life. And the first time I walked inside that vault, and I saw money, you have to climb a ladder to pick up money. That was when my perspective to cash, to physical cash, changed. Because I'm looking at it like, wait a minute, is this money? This is something that people will kill for. This is more something that somebody would, you know, go to have babalawo or some people to help them with juju and stuff. And here it is, right here. valueless because it doesn't belong to me. I think that's actually affected the way I see money, right, woman? But by and large, I will take it. And I think it's more rewarding when you ensure that it gets to the hands of the original owner. The joy that you will see on the face of that person that, wow, I'm able to, you know, I think that is even more rewarding than me taking that money, even if um, uh, I'm in a situation that is so tight. I used to give an example in some of the classes that I teach the domestic violence, and I said, look, you walk inside a convenience store. I mean, sorry, a gas station or convenience store. The cash register is wide open, but you have family at home. You have wife, you have kids that are hungry and they've not eaten since morning, and you have with nothing in your pocket, and you walk in there. There's no camera, but there's money inside the cash register. But you are tempted to take the money and walk away. And if you do take the money and walk away, nobody will see you. It's just you and your conscience because you have something that you think the people that will benefit if you take the money. But what if the moment you're about to put your hand in that till somebody work out and see you with that? But we'll forget that the motivation, that led you to you taking that money in the first place. So that's the kind of dilemma human being find themselves. And I said, look, whether you provide for those children or you don't provide, they will survive, they will not die, right? You just have to think through of what you're going through at the moment. So even if you are that cash strapped and you come across something like this and you take the money, you spend it, at the end of the day, you know, so nothing will come after. But the original owner will be the one to be, crying but I would rather see the joy on the face of the owner than me taking it something belongs to another person.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to Better Edu and the storyline there, Adewale.
My sister dropped the ball, not be small. I was when you were reading the commentary earlier, and I was, putting something in the comment section that I don't think she herself would have signed off on that money.
Let's first establish. I don't think she was actually looking to loot any money. That's not what seems to be.
But you look at the motive. Why would he even go to the private hand? Earlier, I was trying to argue that when did we start using private project, company to disburse money? When? When did the federal government start doing that? I don't remember the last time the federal government does that. Is it that the government is incapable of getting the money across to the people that needed it?
The private hand that is actually going to, that's the project manager for that catchment area.
To be honest with you, woman, the moment we are getting away from the government cycle and we're moving to the private cycle, corruption is beginning to attract corruption. To be honest with you, money disbursement, okay, in such a way that is more or less like for palliative purposes, shouldn't even get to the hand of the private. We shouldn't even have a project manager or a company handling that. In the first place, you'll be doing it without even getting outside the government. Is the Better Edu's ministry not capable of, enough to disburse it to people that needed it? Why must it be transferred to, I heard you mentioning an accountant earlier. Is it an accountant? Yeah, something like that. I mean, for a minister to sign up, that means the permanent secretary or director in that ministry will also sign off. Are we saying that they also don't know how things run in the government? I mean,
the money. Let me just tell you the journey of the money, just so we're clear. The money was meant for Akwa Ibom, Rivers State, Lagos State, and I think one other state for poverty alleviation, those sort of projects. So now, she had requested that the Accountant General of the Federation transfer the money to somebody called Bridget Mojisola something. So that Bridget Mojisola, whatever, She's the coordinator of the poverty elevation for that CAV catchment area. But the account that they submitted was that woman's private account rather than the account, rather than a regulated account for that department. So now the accountant general refused to disburse the money because that's not their process. So the money was not actually taken. So is it a matter of error or is it an attempt at corruption? Is what people are trying to determine.
It is an attempt for corruption, pure and simple. The reason being is that I'm trying to figure out what the job is. That Majusala was the one in charge of the coordinating the palliative. Is it she actually directly working with the government, or is just a private initiatives that she's doing? Because I'm trying to establish that. All right, and if she's working for the government, why must the money goes to our own private account? Why not? If you're having a foundation, you're having a foundation. If you're having you know, if it's a government account, we recognize that it's a government account. Why must it be that was go to the private account in the first place? And can't tell me better. I do does not know better that the account submitted is a private account. To me, that would be a complete incompetence of her as a minister. I mean, there's certain amount of money that she cannot just sign on and just walk off. You want to see that money being used for what it's meant for. Correct? To me, that is just invitation to corruption, nothing more, nothing less. I'm glad that Attorney General doesn't send it, but oh man, look, she dropped the ball. Let me just put it that way. Whether the money was disbursed or not disbursed,
is it sufficient enough reasons to sack her? Because
no,
people are calling for her sacking.
no. Reason being is this: look, some of these ministers are just new to public sector. They've never worked in government before, so some of the ideas that they are bringing are their own personal, experience, and that sometimes they're trying to shove it down the throat of the government principal officers, and without knowing that they're actually breaking the law. Okay, and before they realize it'll be too late, because some of these people feel invincible that they have the backing of the political power that they will not be prosecuted or be found guilty of it, but they need to be taught a lesson. To me, I don't think she should be fired, but sometimes they need to, because I'm asking all this question without knowing, the real what actually transpired in between her and the actual person in charge of the department, the Mojisolas, and even the Akwa Ibom itself. But you see, if that whatever it is that happened has to go through the channel the channel that is being proposed by the government. But when it started going outside government now it's now becoming more. Look at what government did recently. Gave the directive to all the parastatals that they must be returning 50% of their revenue generated back to the cover of the government. So because government want to make sure that they track every penny being spent, right? So you see all this being brought forward by the government. The ministers need to understand something, that there's a set rules and policies that needs to be adhered to strictly. Any deviation from it could result into being handcuffed after the administration have been out of the government. But she needs to learn a hard lesson. To her, she may be like something that is maybe oversight or something that she doesn't really consider to breaking the law. But honestly, it shouldn't be in the first place. It should not. That money should not even go outside the cover of government in the first place.
All right, brilliant.
Just 1 minute.
Yeah, come in, Ajande Kokoi.
Look, what she did, there is an intent to loot government fund. And if not for the accountant general who refused to transfer that fund will have been gone. If accountant general is corrupt or colluded with her to take that fund, that fund will have been gone. Look, there's nothing that every minister must do or carried out without carrying along the permanent secretary. The permanent secretary represents the government, is the head, is the administrative head of every ministry. So, political office holder who is a minister, before doing anything, before taking any step, must seek for the permanent secretary advice. It is the permanent secretary that we advise him whether it's in line, whatever he or she wants to do, is in line with the financial regulation or is in line with, with the set objective of the government. So if she did this, what she did behind the permanent secretary, without the knowledge of the permanent secretary, without seeking for the advice of the permanent, that's to tell you that she knew what she was doing and she was making effort to steal government fund. She's old enough to know that you cannot transfer fund from government account to a private account when whoever you are transferring fund into his or her account has no business to do with the government. If said that person is awarded contract and government is paying that person, that is how government money will go from government accounts to a private account, private business, or any other account. But to say, oh, she's my appointed coordinator for this thing, so the money going into that person's private account, that is what Yoruba call agbewiri, only agbewiri. It should be, president should use her as a sacrificial lamb, fire her, and let every other person know that, look, zero tolerance for corruption. That is what the president should do, to teach other to I mean, for God's sake, this is the money meant to help the poor people, the people that cannot people that are extremely poor. Why do you want to steal it? This is what Sharia Farouk did. These people are heartless people. She cannot tell me that she doesn't know what she's doing. So there's no excuse for this thing. The permanent secretary, except the permanent secretary is involved in this, and then both of them should be fired. If not, if she's doing
But
it alone,
Abanyale Koko, minister cannot sign off on this kind of amount of money without the permanent secretary, even at the lower level director, not signing up on that memo.
look. You don't know Nigerian politicians. We are talking as if you are in America. They don't regard the law. They trample on the statutory how do I define this thing? They trample on the existing law that guide the civil service. They break the law that guide the civil service all the time, and they have been doing this thing for a long time with impunity. Nothing happened to them. This is a lady that was bragging on Arise News. Oh, I'm putting a lot of things in place. We are going to have a system where money will not go into private account. He said it when I arrived. He said the money they'll be going into whatever the government our ministry is going to disburse. We go into beneficiary account, bank account.
Adale Koko.
Not by cash. Yes.
Adale Koko. I have it here.
Thank you, my brother.
Nigerians is the fact that this is a very transparent system that is traceable from the CBN account directly to the account of the beneficiaries. For Nigerians who do not have accounts and do not have the NIN, we are actually working to open accounts and money wallets for all of these persons.
So there she is boasting about transparency and whatnot.
You know, somebody said in the comment section that she probably was set up by the either the permanent secretary, the director, the even AGF himself. And I was like, this is 30-something years old woman,
No,
right?
there's a good chance that she was set up, but she's the minister, so she has to.
Who set her up?
Come on.
Nobody set her up. Nobody set her up.
No. This is not the first time she's doing this.
There's no way
Nobody set her up.
It's not the first time she's doing this.
Please, can I say something?
They said she stole money before.
Coming after Dale Kokolari. Yeah.
They said she stole money before when she was in charge of this kind of agency in Akwa Ibom or Calabar. Somebody was selling, I think it was World Peace that was telling us yesterday. So this lady deserved not to be there. The president should just fire her immediately to send a signal to everybody, warning everybody.
The reason why.
Let Larry come in. I don't think we've heard anything from him yet. Larry.
Okay. So I think I really support Baba Jale Koko on this. There is an intention to steal. And even if you look at that particular letter.
Is it by her though? Are you saying by her?
Yeah.
Okay.
By her.
All right.
If you look at that letter, right? Because the money is not coming from a ministry, it's not just coming from the ministry's purse, it's coming from an agency. And it now shows what the other woman that was actually arrested was saying, right? That once there is an agency, you are a minister to oversee that agency. And then the agency is supposed to do their job. But when you as a minister is now telling the accountant general to take money from that agency, right, to pay into a private account, that's where the issue is coming from. And for me, if you ask me, I don't even trust the accountant general because I don't trust any of these guys. They can actually come and say, oh, the money has not been paid. What about those ones that have been paid? Because she has done some states. How did they spend that money? Who got that money? Those are things that need to be investigated. Because you can't tell me that better do. People will say a lot of things. They are trying to set her up. They are trying to do this. They are trying to do that. When I was in Nigeria, I was an auditor to a particular extent, and I audited government accounts. And immediately I saw that, I was like, who does this? This is if I were Tinubu, right? If I don't want to sack her, I'm going to give her a final warning. And I'm going to give her a query. Give her a final warning. And that shows that the same rubbish that has always been happening. People are saying, oh, there are laws, there are rules, but these politicians won't follow those rules. So if Tinubu really means business, he needs to just make it as a priority for them to follow the rules. Another one is, if you look at the accountant general, you know, it was so bad the last time that the other accountant general stole so much. I think he stole almost 190-something billion, right? And imagine this guy had to return 40 billion in the court. And you ask yourself that what exactly is happening? So as far as I'm concerned, there's nothing anybody can tell me, oh, she's been set up, she's been this, she's been that. What I just know is just that there's an intention to steal. And the intention has just been, they've just got the intention, and it's now left for the president, if he really wants to do the right thing, to ensure that every ministry follow the rule. That's just it.
All right. You know what makes her suspicious to me? This is this woman in Plateau State. Look at how she's dressed to go and sympathize with the. Look at that. Look at that. This one, okay, I changed my mind. This one is a Luther. Look at that. She went to a disaster area with her designer glasses to go and do babe. Look at that. It's unbelievable.
This is Instagram dress.
Yes, this is in Plateau State. After the savaging that went there, and what she feels appropriate is to wear Gucci. You know?
Woman. I want us to. I want us to take a step back. In as much as we're criticizing what is being written on the news of dailies, I want us to take a breather and realize that sometimes news are reported in the way that we may not actually know the in-depth of what actually transpired. Somebody wrote in the comment section that why didn't the AGF write back to that ministry just to query or question the reason behind their transfer before the news get leaked to the public? And I say, well, the chances is that the Office of Accountant General, is trying to more or less like, let's make this person a scapegoat. But you see, there's no doubt that some of the money that we meant for palliative is still going to go into the hand of private people. I know that for a fact because but I get that. But you see, for such amount of money to be leaving the cover of government going into the private hand, there are a lot of people that will be aware of it. And the role that every one of them will play will determine if it's going to be a successful story or the public will get to know about it and will start scrutinizing and scolding them the way we are doing right now. We can call all of them thieves. But you see, people like her, like this young lady who is the minister, we can call her thieves and whatever names now. There's a chances, okay, that those who are intend to benefit of the beneficiary of that amount that is supposed to leave the government actually having some collusion or some colluding or some sort of conflict, and then it becomes an issue to the point that it now get leaked to the public, and now we now get to know about what is going on. There could be a setup, but to be set up in such a way that she herself was also have neck deep in it to the point that she will now be the sacrificial lamb. I don't buy it, but it's possible. Okay, so I don't think Tinubu should sack her, because the reason why I don't want Tinubu to sack her is because the money is still within the government. Now, is it possible that other ministry will also be a watchdog or more or less like checkmating each other so that there will be a counter of everything that is not right so that at least everybody can start reporting each other? If that is the case, the Office of Accountant General can't be the only watchdog that will be watching, right? So you still have the CBN that will disburse the money as well. So, and all of them have access to presidency, okay? But to me, as far as concerned, she's just there not quite long. So I want to give that benefit of the doubt that, okay, you need to explain yourself. Why is it money going into the hands of private? And then the government now decided, okay, henceforth, this is what we would do. Because a lot of these things have been perpetrated in all the ministries, not just one ministry alone. All the ministry, even the one that doesn't have nothing to do with money, they still have one way or the other that they are looting. Okay, they are stealing. Okay, so we get that. But by and large, the government, the council should question why is it so, because it doesn't speak for of the administration. At least her being a golden, a poster child, in Tinubu's administration, it won't leave a good, sign that somebody look at the way the Buala.
Do you think she should be dressed in this manner to a disaster area?
Optic is something, intention is something else. To be honest with you,
no. Can I, Wale, please, can I interject, please? This lady is very vain. Look, she wore a ball gown to her Senate confirmation. You remember? So she's just like that. It's her nature. All her hands filled with ring, every finger. And if I may come in, Diwali, just for 1 minute.
Go ahead, brother.
Look, how government works is quite different. I listened a couple of years back to Okunjo Iweala. And recently, a few months ago, I listened to the other one, Ekwizelize, about their time in government. You understand? They talk about their encounter with civil servants and the kind of things they suffered in the hands of civil servants. This young woman, yes, she's not new in government. She's been a commissioner. She was a commissioner in a Cross River or so. So I think therefrom she will have had some experience, because there is a procedure in the ministry. And your permanent secretary, particularly, she's just 37. I don't know her permanent secretary. Her permanent secretary could be 50-something, or even somebody old enough to be her father. And the permanent secretaries are supposed to guide the ministers. Some of these ministers, except in agencies, they are not even authorized to sign checks. They can only approve. They can only approve. Governors don't sign checks. They make approval. Okay, and I'm assuming.
Yeah, but they determine the direction that the check is going.
Yes, they determine. What I'm trying to say here is that I suspect. I'm not. How do I say it? I'm not like saying this on her behalf or saying that she's innocent. But there is much more to this particular payment than meets the ordinary eyes. Because except she's rude to the PAMSEC and he decided to set her up, usually she has to consult with a PAMSEC before such letter was issued out. How many signatures did that letter contain? Was she the sole signatory to the letter? Or she signed in conjunction with her PAMSEC or any other director? And when the AGF received it, the AGF looks, I think she's 55 or something. I can't remember when she was employed. She was assigned and the age was saying this thing. Why didn't she pick up a phone and call her? I'm looking at this, how things should be done. But somehow, the letter leaked. Who leaked that letter? And now there is so much slant to the story. I'm not saying she's innocent. Don't get me wrong. But I'm saying there is a wider implication to these things. And two, during the new financial year like this, there are leftover monies from the budget of the previous financial year. Most practices, normally they are supposed to return this money back.
I think it was only Fashola that has ever done that in the history of Nigeria.
Back to the treasury. But most of them, because for one reason or the other, for corruption, let me satisfy everybody, for this purpose of corruption, they try to hide the money so that they can empty their purse and receive the new one coming from the financial year cycle. So maybe that is the case here. But I think I put the whole blame at the domain of the AGF. She's a woman. I'm taking aside, how do I say, sentiments. I would have said, look, nothing stops her from, yes, Madam Minister, I received this letter, but you should know, didn't your permanent secretary educate you on these things? That this is procedurally wrong. I can approve it. Can you send somebody you trusted to come take your letter back? Simple. She's got her backside kicked with just that phone call. And she wouldn't have been in this mess. But what I'm saying here is that let's look deeper, or we will hear something soon. Thank you, Diwali.
All right, brilliant. I'll still come to you on that, Baba. So you don't think she should be sacked, Baba?
I think she should be sacked. Because in the situation we find ourselves, there is no room for mistake.
Sorry, Baba. Some of the commentaries that Daniel Bwala was running on Twitter is that this is somewhat of a consequence of Tinubu appointing too many young people in his administration.
Yeah, serves them. That's exactly the point I even came to make. Now, you get the Ojuti, they say 37, 30 this, 30 that. So here we are. You say 70, 60, they are all thieves. Okay, we'll take the government and let's see what you guys will do with it. So we are waiting, we are seeing what the young people will do with it. She's just 37. There are others, I think she's the youngest or second to the youngest. The others are early 40s and stuff like that. We will see how they will perform.
Baba.
Yes, sir.
You seem to be struggling with that decision in the first place.
You mean whether she should be sacked?
Yeah, you seem to.
Yeah, that's what I woke up with in the morning, that this girl should be sacked. That's what I woke up with. But looking at it from this perspective I just enumerated, I start to say, okay, maybe she should be given a slap on the wrist or reassigned from that ministry. So that's my take, Adewale. Take up your space, please. Thank you.
Yeah, Baba, before you go, can I quickly ask you a question?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Do you think Betha should be investigated for that allegation? Because there is already an allegation of 3 billion naira that she's still trying to answer. Do you think she should be investigated for that?
3 billion, I've not heard of the 3 billion one, but if you ask me, wait, 3 billion, if I'm not very good at arithmetic, but I think that is $3 million. She's been a minister for, I think, about 4 months, 5 months. And I look at things differently.
Do you know why I like what is happening there?
Yeah.
What I like, and I know you were saying, how did the letter get leaked?
Yeah.
The agency leaked the letter.
And that's an offense in itself.
Yeah. And you know what happened? Betha was not carrying the agency along. She wanted to take charge of the agency. You are a minister. The agency, because everything that happened, the other woman Betha was like, okay, fine. I caught the other woman. The other woman stole 44 billion. EFCC was able to track some billions. The other woman said Betha was trying to steal some money too.
Mm-hmm. I just said it now. There's much more to this.
How this letter got leaked was basically because the other woman is facing it, right? And she also has, you should definitely know, if you are probably a DJ of a particular agency, you have your own people, right? And they'll be like, okay, fine, she has this, let's leak it out. So for me, as far as I'm concerned, as they're investigating that other woman, they should be investigating better. Because there's
no doubt about that. No doubt about that. But they have to expand it further, because civil servants are not meant to be leakers. It can bring a government down.
Nobody will tell you we leaked it, right? I don't know how Sahara Reporter got it. You understand what I'm saying? But you should definitely know that there is a lot. There's a lot. And it's so unfortunate that, the other people that left there, they had a lot of rot. She came here, she brought this Gen Z, this normal millennial Gen Z thing. Yeah, and this is definitely showing that they are not really working as a team. Because I don't really see why Betha will not be working with Minister for Communication. Why better will
Young
not?
people are like that too, my brother. Young people are like that. I was once young.
So that's exactly what's happening. Is this Gen Z thing, right? I can do it. I can be here. I can be here. You can see even the way she dresses. You can see the Gen Z.
And they kicked her in her butt right now to tell her,
and
you are
I need
JJC.
to be very candid with you because the feelings I'm hearing from Nigeria, if she doesn't have a strong godfather, she's going.
I know what is happening because the system is wrong. I never, whether in the form of palliative or giving welfare to people, I don't like this cash thing. It's too tempting. We are not angels.
The idea is good, but the
The
implementation.
idea is wrong, one man for you. Are you a cashier counting money and handing it over to somebody and saying sign here? Where is that done?
I mean, the idea of social welfare is
No. I'm all for it. Just saying that physical cash,
yes,
should not be involved. There should be stamps. There could be vouchers, things like that. But physical cash, haba, it's too tempting. We are not angels. I mean, 1 billion cash from your ministry coming from that, go and distribute it. At the end of the day, night fell, and you still have about 500 million left. It has to sleep in somebody's house. No. It's rubbish. Pure rubbish, as far as I'm concerned. Pure rubbish. You don't tempt people. This is government money.
You know, Baba, I don't know how the Nigerian federal government is being wrong, but the idea of leaking internal memos, government instrument, people find it easy to leak just at the snap of finger. Kind of baffles me. It seems we are still in a paper-dominated kind of system in Nigeria. I'm not saying the leaking was wrong, no, but I'm just saying that if care is not taken,
Adewale
that
is
will
wrong.
bring government down.
You took an oath as a civil servant. You don't leak government documents.
Oh, it's completely wrong. What I mean is that in advanced system. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, please. I'm not interjecting.
Yeah, I'm not saying that the leaking.
I beg to differ. It's not wrong.
No, Baba, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong.
Hold on. It's not the leaking of this document is not wrong. When you have government official violating the law, have no respect for civil service, have no respect for financial regulation, and they continue to perpetrate corruption in the ministry that they occupying as the head, they should be exposed. So Sahara Reporter did a good job to get this thing, to save Nigeria from being looted to death by this one of these crazy Nigerians that you have as better heading that ministry. So it's not wrong. This is what we get in democracy. There must be transparency. This is a lady that was campaigning, that was talking all sorts of transparency. I will make sure everything is transparent. Beneficiary will not get cash by hand. It start to go to their bank account, stuff like that. Was bragging, and to the delight of everyone. When you listen to that interview, you say, yes, we have a government that is ready to do the right thing. But look at what she did. And you said it's a document that should not be. What is wrong in the leakage of this?
Well, finally, Coco, do not misinterpret what I didn't say that the leakage of that document was not right. No, I'm looking at the leakages generally. That if care is not taken, that it could bring government down. In every government prospectus, what you have is every memo is timestamped. If at all you want to copy, it will reflect on the way the memo is being generated and transmitted, within the agency, in such a way that you'll be able to track whoever actually printed it out or get a copy of it and leak it out. But it seems, whether from federal or to state, it seems it's a lot easier to even leak memo. Look at the memo, the Lagos State memo that was leaked. It was a paper generated memo. And I said that, federal government should have maybe depart from, having a paper tray in such a way that it's going to be a lot easier to have file upon file, being transferred from one desk to another. I'm not saying that whoever leaked that memo did the right thing as a patriot, and but the government should also know that when it comes to government confidential information, such should not even be in the hands of people that can easily compromise our government, system. That's what I mean. I'm not saying that what that person did is not right. No,
I
I'm
think the
saying
person
it,
is wrong.
if,
To me,
if
that's my own thinking.
Can I ask?
Because if you are a civil servant and a top one at that, you've taken an oath. There are ombudsman services in the civil service. You can report a transaction. I don't know who the ombudsman is. It's in our own setup. Maybe the attorney general, maybe advisor somewhere in the presidency. It should be worked internally, because even if this were to be a corporate setting, for instance, you want to leak it and bring the corporation down, and the shareholders will lose their money. I mean, before you rise to the position of AGF, you must have put in not a shift of 25 to 30 years. So you will come with better experience, better education. The ministers are just political appointees. Yes, sir.
This
Yes, sir.
leakage is good for public good. So we cannot say if it's a kind of leakage that threatens the national security of the country that has nothing to do with corruption, that's a different ballgame. But this is this is
Dewale, your system is breaking heavily. Carry on, Ajaneko.
Carry on, yeah.
Yes, this is a leakage that is saving the nation from corrupt practices that the administration is fighting against, that the administration has promised to fight against. But a member of the administration working against the administration destroy the image of the administration. And that is the more reason why Tinubu have to fire her to redeem the image of the administration. She has destroyed the image of the administration now. Now, generally, everybody, people that from today, for this reason, for what she did, now look at Tinubu and his team. Oh, these people are corrupt. Look at what they have not even sat down. Look at the way they are trying to loot the money. So Tinubu have to redeem his whole image, his administration image.
Yeah, you just said it. Image is everything. Yeah, go ahead, Aja. I'm listening. Image is everything.
Yes. She has
Because they are damaging the image right now because the leaker wants to feel good.
Dewale, your system is very quick. Let me mute you. Yeah.
How did you agree that this document was just leaked? Because if people are to do what they are supposed to do, we have a law, the FOI law 2011, that gives Sahara Reporter the right to get it. And the law states, notwithstanding anything contained in any other act, law or regulation, the right of any person to access or request information, whether or not contained in any written form, which is in the custody or possession of any public official. So now, if Nigeria had to be a country that people follow, the ministries, the agency follow the real law, if Sahara Reporter requests for that particular document, it is a document that has to be released. So, but because it's a lot of secrecy, a lot of things, and we think, oh yeah, this is too confidential. No, it's not confidential. It's public fund. And within the FOI law,
You have the right. Sahara reporter has the right. The journalists have the right to have access to it. So, but because of our mentality in Nigeria, because we believe that, oh, this is just too confidential for people to know. That's why we are more like, yeah, it's not supposed to get to people outside.
Woman, can you
So,
hear me now?
as far as I'm concerned, if they
Yeah,
follow
we can
that
hear you,
law,
Wale.
the FOI law gives Sahara reporter or any media to get access to this document. It's a public document and not a private document. That is,
So what's the procedure for FOI?
yeah, you can. I can't read the whole law, but this is
So,
section one.
sorry. Yes, Dewale is clearer now. Carry on.
Okay, I will tell you the FOI
Okay,
procedure.
okay,
You don't write directly to the ministry. Or if you write directly to the ministry or the minister involved or the officer involved, that minister, officer, or agency or ministry will refer that letter to the Attorney General. It is then it be within the purview of the Attorney General to release the document or not. If he refused, then the requester, let me use that word, the requester can go to courts and ask the court to force the Attorney General to give them the document. That is the procedure. What I'm saying here, maybe because I know how some stuff going on in Abuja, you understand? There are some people who have formed themselves into a cartel. It dates back to about OBJ's time. There are even, some of them are chairmen of committees in the National Assembly. You understand? They do a lot of blackmail. They do a lot of blackmailing of ministers, agency, top civil servants, and things. I know how much was this man's name, the pensioner, who has been jailed and his son also jailed. What's that man's name? Who was in charge of pension payments? The name comes and goes.
Yeah, pension funds. Yes,
Yeah.
I remember him as well, but I can't recall
are
the
you
name.
talking about me now?
Yeah, Mina. If
Mina.
you know how much Mina paid to several cartels of blackmailers in Abuja, you you won't believe it.
Baba,
Though he still fell later. So I'm only
Baba.
just telling you this as an aside to say, look, too many things happening in Abuja. And I think from this lady's incidents, we will hear more. That is what that's what I have to say. Carry on, sir.
All right,
Yeah,
back to you,
we should
Dewale.
release
Yeah.
more of
Thank
these
you.
things. They
I
should
really
release
don't
more
have
of these
much time,
things.
but let me wrap up on this case. You know, I could see what the reason why Babajide Koko said that leaking of that document is the right thing. But you know, in an environment or in a system that is actually know what they're doing, there's no point leaking this kind of document to the public. There should be a certain agency that we can report to. And Baba cited the ombudsman. I don't know if there's something like that in Nigeria government, and also the whistleblowing um, um, agency that you can report to. But you know, it is just a financial document that is being reported to the. Tomorrow it might be something that is very, very of high security value that will be leaked to the public. When it comes to the government internal memo, you don't just put it in the public domain because it could end up, you know, creating a lot of chaos in the land. But you know, since we don't nobody trusts each other. So whoever decided to leak the memo just do it in good faith and say, look, this you should get out. I mean, it serves its purpose. Now we can be discussing it and talk about it right now, right? But there will be a time will come that, you know, what will be leaked to the public, even the government will not be able to, you know, uh, change the public opinion about it because once it get to the hand of public, that's a different thing. I'm not saying that government should not be transparent enough or people should not speak up if they see something wrong. But you know, in a system where it's all everybody do things the way they like, there's no repercussion. Even at a lower level, at a lower level in any government that is serious, you just can't put any document out there in the public. It has to go through certain scrutiny in such a way that certain things will be, blacked out, or if that is then it will be on the request basis, wherever it is get need to know basis. But if we continue to do this, look at the way the document about the stationery of Nigerian military in the Niger Republic was leaked to the public as well. That right there is a breach of confidentiality in government, because you can't have such memo being put in the public domain. But of course, it get to the hands of, an acclaimed enemy of the government, our brother in Ghana, who ended up putting it on the pages of his X account and said this is what the government is planning to do. And people that did that believe they are doing it in good faith, but it speaks volume of the incompetence and complacency of the government. We can't continue to let that happen. Every document generated in the government has to be in electronic form in such a way that it will be timestamped, that whoever have access to it, will be reflected on the generating form that this person actually view or access this document. I don't know if we do that even to the state level. I don't know if that's the case. But by and large, I mean, Nigeria need to know. And I applaud whoever leaked this. But we should also have it at the back of our mind that even though what is being leaked is something that has to do with finances, tomorrow it might be something more serious than this one. Well, is there any topic you want me to deal with before I?
Yeah, do you want to speak on the Dangote storyline, Dewale, and then from there go on to Larry, and then from Larry, I think Ajan Lekoko may be ready, so we'll go to Ajan Lekoko after Larry. Yes, Dangote.
Well, Dangote is a government child, and it's also a golden child of the North. So somebody from Kano. I don't know. I mean, if Dasuki could be hauled into a jail cell, I don't know why Dangote is going to be different. But there's more than this that meet the eye. What I'm sensing is that uh, I don't want to call it a small screen or something not really serious about, just to show that or have that optic that the government is working and is going after the big fish. But like I said on this show yesterday or day before yesterday, that it's possible that what the EFCC or the government is after is something that would dig the grave, the criminal grave of Emefiele the more. You know, there's a difference when you are interrogated and you give half truth, and the investigator dig deeper and find out that what you're actually giving them was BS, but they want to make sure that they actually get you, not just in a handshake, but have a grip on your hand. So, whatever it is that Dangote benefited from the federal government or from directly from the CBN, he was given. He didn't take. He wasn't working for government. All right. But the fact that, trying to see how he actually benefited from this forest of a thing, I don't see how, whatever they will sanction. I don't think somebody is going to jail when it comes to whatever they are looking for. And I don't think Dangote Group will be so dumb enough to have such whatever sensitive document that will be keeping in their own office. I mean, we all know better. The fear of AFC is the beginning of wisdom for every company. So every sensitive document will be somewhere safe other than just being in their corporate office. But it doesn't speak spirit of the Dangote Group in the first place. That the government. I mean, I always think that it's proximity to the government that is also a friend of the current administration. That's what I want to believe. But to see this happening, but at a point, Otedola also went through something like this when the likes of Farouk Lawan and I think that's his name, right? No, that's not his name. Former was one of the principal officers in the House of Representatives then that
Yeah,
was accused of,
Aruka.
was it Farouk Lawan?
Yeah,
Okay,
the short guy.
yeah, it was being accused of, taking bribe from Dangote, and then ended up, ended up becoming the fall guy. That was the end of his political journey in Abuja. But you know, I mean, Otedola at that time was able to because he was a friend of the Lord of the Manor in Abuja. But the one that is happening to Dangote now, we will see how it ends. But no matter what it is, it was given, it didn't take. And if he actually benefited from that, um, if it's against the law, then the Mayfielder will be the one to take the blame. That's the way I see it. But by and large, Dangote is there. I don't think FCC will ever find anything. I don't think. I doubt it because it's like the bigger fish of the biggest of the biggest. Let's put it that way. Um, and I don't think whatever they're looking for would take down Dangote Group the way it is now. If established, it's just a matter of all this is just to me. I want to say it's just a small screen or just the optic, nothing more, nothing less. Uh, that's the way I see the woman. I don't see any trouble coming more for Dangote. Pata they will say you should return some money. You know, that's the way I see it. Nobody's going to jail Dangote. I can assure you that.
Yes, I think I'm with you on that. I cannot imagine anybody attempting to jail Dangote, but no, at least, and even the story will just go away quietly, of course, because it will privately arrange that, okay, I will give you back X amount, and then they'll negotiate him out of the headlines. That's almost certainly, and that's the problem with Nigeria, by the way. Oh, Mike, did you want to come in, Mike?
Yeah. I wanted to put something in, but that minister, this thing that you guys are talking about.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, that lady. Remember one time here we were talking about.
Sorry, Mike. Are you the floor? You guys can continue. I'll be in the.
All right, thank you, Diwali. Yeah, come in, Mike.
Okay. Remember when we were having conversation here about Tinubu is only appointing his Lagos Kaba and things like that, and I'm telling you guys that this federal character thing that we keep pushing. I don't really see it as something. If we are serious about allowing someone that we voting to do it to get things done, we have to kind of like put aside this federal character thing that we keep pushing, because if it's very obvious that Tinubu didn't know that lady well. He just appointed her because he had to. He was. I mean, he's forced to pick minister from every state, and he couldn't find someone from whatever state she's from. And just say, well, okay, who's available from there? And maybe they just say this lady, So it's very obvious. That's what I'm saying. This whole federal character thing that you must pick minister from every state, where you'll be forced to pick people you don't know very well, And you pick them, they get there, they start doing things. You can't predict what they will do, and they start destroying things, messing up. Because your success depends heavily on your ministers, because they are the one that have to get the job done, not you. So it's very important you become president. You have to pick people you know, people you trust, someone you can know where they are, what they are capable of doing. Especially in a country like Nigeria where we don't have background searching system where you can do a background check on people. So the only way you can really do your best in picking your best is to pick people that you know very well. This person you have known him for decades. I know when he can steal. I mean, when he cannot, So I just thought I put that in, man. That federal character thing that people keep pushing. Like, hey, why are you only picking Lagos Kaba? I'm like, let this man pick his Lagos Kaba. He knows them. He knows the visualize. He knows these guys very well. So you know what they are capable of. You know when they can steal, and you know when they cannot steal. So that's what I just. This is it not the same lady that saying is Oedipo that made her.
Yes, she was the same one, and I think she's back in church again. Asking the church to come and fight her corruption.
Man.
No, I think there's a headline along those lines, so I'll bring it. Asking the church to come and fight for her.
I was saying he's a Christian because he's a Christian. That's what I come after. It's someone that would talk like that. First of all, that's already a red flag. Anyone, those people that are always, in church, saying God should make them this, God should. Those people you already know. I mean, it's a red flag. First of all, she said she was praying for God to make her a minister. She didn't say a particular kind of minister because she has something to offer. You pray to God to make you a minister. Minister to do what? Is it not to steal? I mean, come on now. I mean, when people talk, you can see the red flag. You can know. I mean, if she was there saying, I always have passion to get this kind of thing done, and I've always prayed to become a minister to get opportunity to get the work done. That's not what she was saying in front of the church. She just saying, "Oh, she was praying, God made her a minister in this country." you know, all those ladies in Nigeria, we see any pretty chick that made it to the top in that Nigeria. Some of these ladies, man, I'm not saying that's what she did. Though. Most of them, I won't say most of them. I don't know what percentage, but a lot of them.
But power, me.
Yeah, now, I basically do that the way people that are, sacrifice that much to get to that point. You think they will get there? They won't. Come on, now, they won't be looting. I mean, this,
All right, Brad. I'll get to you quickly. Larry, you're up next. So, Larry, come into the conversation, whichever entry point you like. You know what we're talking about. Let's hear from you, Larry.
Yeah, I think let me start with Emefiele. You see, for Emefiele, let me start with Dangote rather. I am not surprised that Dangote is facing this. If you remember the day they actually opened that refinery, and if you watch Dangote's interview, he basically said it that Emefiele actually went more than normal, do extraordinary thing to ensure that refinery, got everything. So, yeah, it's normal. So, but for me, I think the problem I have is with the EFCC. EFCC and media trial. You see, they don't do good job, getting evidence and getting everything available before they come to media. I was expecting EFCC to debunk, to come out and debunk when people are like, oh, the EFCC raided Dangote's office, for them to come out and say, yeah, we were actually there, but not like, yeah, we've actually got them doing this and that. Because basically, that particular headline did a great damage to stocks in Nigeria. And if they don't manage some of those things, it's good. People want to see this, people want to hear this, but it's not good for business. So if you're going for a big fish like like Dangote, I expect them to have done a very good job. You see all this issue of we're looking for papers. No, that's just charade. So do you expect, okay, fine, Dangote's group, they've known that, okay, fine, there's been this issue of, Forex and everything. So you expect them to now say, okay, fine, this is the document. No. Sometimes I just look at all this EFCC charade and they do all those things, they shout, they do everything, they go to court and they lose. You want to handle a big fish, do your job, follow the money. Where is the money? Who released the money? Do your real job. If you look at this thing, if they go to court tomorrow, I'm telling you 100% that EFCC will lose. Now you are now saying, oh, the whole Dangote's group, the officials should come to Abuja to your office, this and that and that. At the end of the day, ask them, what are you going to achieve with this thing? It's still zero. Media trial. You do less job, you put it in the media. So I think the EFCC should just do more. Let them do the job. Gather evidence. That even Dangote will just act like, okay, fine, I know this is it. Let's go for plea bargaining. That's just it. Everybody is fine. But if you don't do the job, you go to the media, it's everywhere. It's on Twitter, it's everywhere. And what they don't know, you see, you are looking for foreign investment. These are things that won't even let you get those foreign investments. You said you are investigating 51 companies, right? And you put it out there and ask them, what exactly have you done? I'm telling you, what they will do is, okay, fine, everybody should come to our office in Abuja. We want to start. Nobody does that. So good luck to them. I hope they're able to really get something out of this, because if they still continue that media trial, I'm telling you, Dangote can even sue them, and at the end of the day, it's still zero. Look at all the high-profile cases they've done. Everything has been 0, 0, 0. Look at the last one is this Adoke's case. They went to court, nothing out of it. So EFCC should learn to do good job. If they need to,
Look at FKK, Sambo Dasuki, right? They are still there in court.
So
Have they actually successfully prosecuted anybody? EFCC.
No political case has been successfully prosecuted except that Nyame guy. I think 2 governors who actually were in Kuje, and the other Abia man is on. Supreme Court has even discharged the case.
yeah, so they should learn to, if they need to go and learn, right?
I thought Uzo Kalu was found guilty, right?
No. Oji Uzo Kalu, I think Supreme Court left him now. That was
Exactly,
They
I
found
think
him
so.
guilty, yeah, and he was sentenced 12 years in prison. But then they said
And he
because
spent how many months in prison, and he was out, and because he appealed and everything.
now he's a senator.
Yeah, he's a senator. That's just
He would
it.
have even been Senate president. Small thing.
Yeah.
That was the reason they gave him that they won't make him president now, because they say, oh, you have that, he's been guilty of crime.
They
So-
just use that as an excuse.
So EFCC should do better.
But Larry, we have to consider that we have new sheriff in town.
Yes.
Concerning the EFCC now.
Yes,
So
sir.
where the past EFCC work, particularly EFCC under Jonathan, is different from the way EFCC work under Obasanjo.
Yes, sir.
Obasanjo did not have no sacred cow. And saw the way EFCC under Ribadu then jailed politicians. So maybe that is what this administration, maybe Buhari, Tinubu is going to give EFCC man that free hand. It's not
But
going
Ajah, he didn't have the upper hand when it came to Dr. the glue man. What's his name now?
Adenuga.
Adenuga had to left the country, who stayed in Ghana for some time before going to England to stay, and Awujale later interceded, and they sought themselves out. And he came back a free man. Since then, nothing.
Yeah. So we there is no way EFCC is going to work, particularly in a high-profile case like this that will be done in secret. It's not going to be, because right now we have to see this administration as administration that is fighting to redeem the image of Nigeria and create an atmosphere.
But Ajah, I'm sorry to intercede again.
Yes.
A lot of people come from a position they don't know things well. One thing Dangote applied and those payments were approved. The only thing they're accusing him of is round tripping. And how many people even understands exactly the concept called round tripping? It's not an easy case to prove.
You see, that's
Oh,
why
they prove it. It's very easy to prove. Very,
to prove
very
a man putting
It's
up
the most-
refinery.
it's the most-
Okay,
it's the
tell me
most
how to
easy.
prove it.
Yes, if you are given forest by central bank for a particular purpose,
Through your
based
Form
on
M you
importation-
submitted, yeah,
yeah, let's
to
say
bring in parts for
bring in
refinery.
and
Go
material,
ahead, sir.
other things for the refinery. The amount you collected must commiserate with what you brought into the country. It's not. This is a simple auditing.
Wait, let me go
This is
again.
very
You know, at the port of loading, there is a surveyor like Cotecna, like a SG something, which is a contractor to the federal government. That is your destination approval to say, okay, this is against this from M and things like that. If he had presented it for one sheet, because I know NMPC do this a lot in the days of yore, when he now take a sheet of metal and say that is exactly what this from M is saying that costs $1 million. You cannot dispute it.
But to say that they can't get him if he did transmit the amount, they will get him.
But not gra, not gra.
No, this is not gra.
For
It's not
me,
gra. Something
I
led
know
to.
they can. For me, I know they can get him.
They will get a lot of
But I
people.
think they should do. They should do better job. You see all this gra. I'm telling you, it's not gonna. They are not gonna get anything out of it. They are
I don't
not.
know what you
20's
people are
time, 20's
referring to
time.
as gra.
Tinubu
They
will
are
finish
these
8
people are
years.
doing their job.
Dangote will still be in court.
These people are doing their job. It's not gra. I mean, they can't do it in secrecy. There's
No,
no
no,
way they can do it in
but
secrecy. I mean, for the fact that they went there
okay.
to that building, to the headquarters, even the gate man, and you know, when they go to places like that, they wear their tag or their stuff like
Mhm.
that. Even the gate man, we already know and broadcast and tell some and before you know it, media will hear it and they start to investigate and there's no hidden. It's not job that can be done in secrecy. This kind of
No,
high
but
profile.
why did they go there in the first place? Why
Yeah.
not call him? Even if
Call
he
him for
refused
what?
to
Why must
come.
they call him? Why must
Why
they
are
call
they
him?
No,
now?
no,
Why are they
it
now
is
telling them
standard. It is standard. You have to
It is
invite
not
them.
standard. They
No,
don't tell
it
you. They
is. It
already
is,
got some
Aja.
information, Baba. They've
Baba Joy
already got
Coco?
some information at hand, which
Okay.
they want to investigate, and they don't have to give them any knowledge or any
Aja, you
they don't
know
have to share
Dangote
any time
headquarters.
with
So how
them
many
for
floors?
anything.
How many floors?
Huh?
Before they start from the lift to the last floor, where maybe the papers are, everything has gone. I
No,
mean,
no,
come
my
on,
own
Aja.
problem is
Anyway, they have
now you
started
get
away with some documents, and they
yeah.
will get some things against him.
Oh yeah, call on them, you
Baba
will see.
Joy Coco.
I don't know
Now
what
they said
land
all
he
of them. They
complained.
said they should report on Monday, right? If you know you still want them to report on Monday, why not ask them? Go through CBN. You have CBN. CBN is yours, right? Get everything that CBN has actually given you. Ensure you have the right thing. Ask them to bring so thing. They will bring. Now, even okay, you went there on which day? Now you said they should come on Monday. What's the essence of you telling them? If you know you want them to come on Monday, why do you need to first go there? Is it not for the media, the media stunts?
Why are we all sympathizing with all these rich men too?
No, we are not
Whenever they grab
sympathizing
poor
because
men,
they are
slap them
way
around.
the
We
more you
don't say why did they do that. But whenever
you
it's
know
rich man,
something.
it's like you worship rich people too much.
No. Let us. You see, the more you do this case, the more you keep
When
wasting money.
FBI bump into Trump house, they didn't tell him that they are coming.
That's political
That is the
now.
nature. No,
He
whether political or
refused.
not
He
political.
refused. I mean, almost 7 times or so they said they
They
asked
invited.
for this document.
No,
He
it's not
refused
like
to
they didn't
present
invite
them.
Trump.
That's why they stormed the place.
Baba,
It's not
in the United States, the way they will treat the ordinary man, the same way they will treat a billionaire, however, the way they
yeah,
will storm your
but it's
house, the
not
same way
like they didn't invite him.
they don't say because you're a rich man, they will invite you. They will storm your house. The same way they will storm that same guy in a hood.
That is
But
what we
they
They
are
don't
not
see.
joke with their
treating
law.
Trump. They are not treating Trump though the same way they treat an average
Or they are treating him. They are treating the
criminal.
same way. The US, I know. You understand?
No, when it comes to investigations, what I'm saying, woman.
All right.
So at the end of the day, right? See, do you know how much money Nigeria wastes on some of those cases if you don't do the good job? Do you know how much money? You see, when this guy was EFCC lawyer, Keamo, they were busy funding Keamo. How many cases did Keamo win for? How many cases did he win?
None.
So now the other cases that EFCC is taking to court that they didn't win anything. Do you know how much money we spend by not doing the right thing, by not getting the right evidence, and you get to court? Look at what happened to Adoke. Did you follow Adoke issue?
The case has ended.
EFCC
They
said they don't
withdraw the
have
case.
evidence against Adoke. When you've spent several millions hiring
Disgraced him.
lawyers, at the end of the day, you are now saying you don't have evidence. Are they really helping Nigeria, or they are making Nigeria to spend money on unnecessary things if you don't do your job? So as far as I'm concerned, it's not just like, oh, we've taken Dangote, we've done this, we've done that. You go to court, okay, where's your evidence? You are now like, okay, fine, we're still going to need to hold somebody to keep looking for evidence. We are not really sure. At the end of the day, you just ask yourself, what exactly is all those things? So that's as far as me I'm concerned.
I think they're just trying to scare him to the negotiation table. That's just it.
Okay, let's hope it works. Let's hope it works. if they're able to scare him, let's hope they have something to show him that he doesn't have any choice than to go into plea bargaining.
Okay, what's the end game here with
Just
Dangote and all the
yeah,
rest?
I think the end game is recovery. They are trying to. I
Can't you
think.
use soft power to do that?
How do you mean?
Soft power, like the turbaned man, out of the 109 or 107 billion, the turbaned man has given back cash 40. And I'm sure a lot of all those properties he bought everywhere, must maybe another 30 billion or so. And maybe he still signed some open checks, post-dated and things like that. We don't know, you understand, but we are complaining right now that, oh, the man has gone home scot-free. We don't. Such soft power, I think, is what we should apply in this case. Emeka used one word. These people are national treasures. I say that with heavy tongue, you understand, because a lot of people will be taken aback that why did I use that word? Because it's not easy. These are billionaires. Billionaires. They could hurt our economy.
So they could be treated with like a sacred cow. So
No,
billionaire
not sacred cow, Baba Ajah, not sacred cow. Don't get me wrong. But I say there is a way we can collect more money from them than do anything that will hurt us. Because even in its refinery alone, I mean, we have 4 billion. Nigeria owns 20% of that refinery. We need it. There is a way. I mean, our president cannot say he doesn't know Dangote in and out. They go way back with other billionaires. They all go way back. So somehow, they are not.
This is not Dangote. Look, this.
It cannot be allowed to get away with
no, he cannot get away at all.
He can't get away.
No, somebody is suffering. Hold on, Baba. Somebody is going through serious prosecution now, Emefiele, and other people that he perpetrated his corruption while in office with have to be walking on the street free. No, it's not fair to Emefiele.
I was with you until you said it wasn't fair to Emefiele.
No, hold on. Woman, try to understand me. What I'm saying that why should Emefiele be going through prosecution and the corruption that he perpetrated in office in conjunction with other people? Others will be left to walk free, gallivanting around.
Yeah, he's the fall guy now. There's always a fall guy.
All of them should be punished together.
Yeah, but it's very rare that everybody gets punished. It's very rare.
No, they have, that is the law. I mean, and Emefiele have lawyers. His lawyer will tender document. I mean, come on. We are talking about somebody cannot be taken through this kind of prosecution, detention, and all this, and others that they did it together have to be, because they are billionaires. It is not fair. The law is clear. Nobody is above the law. We are all equal before the law.
Okay, Ajah, these people are two different set of people. Emefiele is a civil servant. He's an employee of the federal government. Dangote and the rest, they are businessmen. You get my point. What I'm saying here, a lot of you are misunderstanding me. We're talking about big money here. And these people like Aluko, Omokore, and all the likes, where are they today? Omokore is home. Aluko is in Switzerland as a citizen. He's not going to come back. Desiane is there. If you calculate all this, the money these people have in their coffers, it runs into tens of billions of dollars, which we could have done something with if we maybe approach the problem differently. What I'm saying here is investigate well to the extent, like FBI here, for instance. FBI may just fold their hands. You would think they are not seeing. For 4 years, they may investigate. But the day they call you in, they put your sins before you. not
Oh,
them coming to your office to collect your sins, documents of your sins. They themselves put it before you, and when you you negotiate and things like that, if you refuse or being difficult, they send you to court. Even from that moment, they say they are taking you to court. Could take another 1.5 years. But when the trial starts, maybe non-stop for about 3 months, they'll start and end, and that
oh,
is it. And yet, America will not leave you free, because they will either say you are owing American government 11 billion or so, until you pay, they will not leave you. So this is how, just what I call soft power.
all right. Thank you, Baba. Larry, back to you. Larry.
So yeah, I think Baba just said exactly what I'm not saying. Don't investigate Dangote. I'm not saying, because as of now, right? Everything we are still saying are just more speculations and everything, right? It's not like they've actually said Dangote is guilty of this or that. So, but for me, EFCC better be sure that they've done a very good job, and not going that same route of, at the end of the day, we are sorry, right? That we don't even have any evidence. So that's what I'm actually saying. EFCC better be sure, because if they are not sure, then it's still the same thing.
All right, brilliant. So do you want to move us on to this target of $1 trillion economy in danger if insecurity persists? So, of course, I mean, Tinubu should know that anyway, that if for him to achieve anything, he has to address that question of insecurity frontally. But it's 7 months now into the administration. So I think this notion of saying that is new to government, it's not new anymore. It's not 7 months, and he said it's a lifelong ambition. So he must have some idea. So is it taking sufficient enough steps in terms of the insecurity in Nigeria? And now, with this spate of incidents that we have that we have been having, has he seized the moment to assert himself in terms of how he intends to secure the country? So, or is it just every incident he'll start crying? Is it going to just be another crying in the newspaper sort of administration?
Yeah, you see, actually, presently, that's what I'm still seeing. I know they are trying to like buy, one or two things, you know, but the basic thing, I think Tinubu just needs to leave that his shadow of the vice president is going to handle security, where he's going to handle the economy and all those things. He needs to stand tall. And if he needs to make all those service chief, IG, everybody be ready to do their job. That's why you see, when people were like, oh, Tinubu didn't go to this place, he didn't go to this place. I was like, yeah, but this guy told you now during campaign that the VP will be the one handling anything that has to do with security. So he's been the one going to everywhere. If there's an issue, you see the guy going to everywhere. And the next thing, okay, like today now, right? There's an issue. The service chiefs came. What was the president doing? You were busy. Okay, the only thing you guys were doing were like, okay, decorating, people that were working with you, they had promotion. Yeah, it's good to decorate them, but that is not what we want to see. Because I was like, yeah, there's an issue. This is the first time you are meeting these guys. I want these guys to come out and everybody is serious, not this shenanigans. Like everybody, okay, chief of army staff came, decorated his own, IG came, decorated his own. That is not what we want to see. This is time for you to do your job. Yeah, let someone else, a senior officer, just decorate those guys. But as far as I'm concerned, what I'm just seeing is this normal, oh, we sympathize with the family of this, blah, blah, the normal thing. You want a $1 trillion economy, and we are still having some of these issues. So if these guys that are there, I know they are trying, they are trying to trying, but I think they need to all work together. If there is a reason, probably there is a gap in intelligence. Probably you need to get all of them together. Let the NSA coordinate them and let them work together, because the way it is, let us not deceive ourselves. Everything that happens in Nigeria is everywhere in the world. Over 200 people died in a country. And the next thing you see, the president having a meeting with all the service chief is decorating people that just got promotion. Are you kidding me? So as far as I'm concerned, it's still the normal thing. I'm not really seeing him taking charge as the commander, as the commander, taking charge and making these guys know that it's not business as usual, that this is a problem that we all need to face as a country. So, one man, security, we can keep talking from now till tomorrow, right? I'm not really seeing that zeal when it comes to these leaders. They are not ready to face it.
All right, brilliant. And then the storyline of this woman that just for reasons of being a good wife to her husband, she's now a phenomenon. Are you following that space, and do you have any thoughts on it?
Yeah, I'm following it. Yeah, it's good. I'm happy for her. I'm happy for her. It's good. It's good. It's good for her, and it's good for our family. But Nigeria, it's because okay, what actually made her popular in the first instance, right? I think she posted it. People started trolling her. A lot of others, women supporting women. It's a lot, but it's good. At least it's good for her. A lot of people are coming, and yeah, I encourage her. It's good. But as far as I'm concerned, it's there are a lot of things that happen in Nigeria, and you're like, yeah, it's one of those
So
things.
you don't think it's important enough to be in the headlines, are we?
Yeah. So as far as I'm concerned, it's not really, okay, I woke up. My wife, when I was in Nigeria, my wife wakes up, particularly if you're in Lagos, almost everybody wake up like 4 a.m., cook and but that's Nigeria for you, right? Those are things that make headlines. So, but it's good for her. I'm happy for her though.
All right. What made the headline for you today? What caught your attention in the news cycle today?
Yeah, so I think the other one is this issue of better edu, you know, like everybody has said, as far as I'm concerned. I think, yeah, I pity her. I think what is wrong with her is still more of this Gen Z thing, right? And that Gen Z is, that
Do you think she's showing us that the young people are not ready, especially Gen Zs, they are not ready for governance?
She's not Gen Z. Uh-uh.
She's 36 now or 34.
That's millennial.
millennial and
I
everything.
think what's the
No,
difference in all of
no,
these?
Gen Z is after millennial, man. Gen Z is those
Oh,
born from
Millennium,
1997
millennium and
to
everything.
now.
okay.
It's
To 1999. Sorry, 1997 to
yeah, that's true. I know she's a millennial.
uh,
But if you look at it, right? If you look at it, they want to come in. They want to kind of like handle everything themselves. Because ordinarily, if we have better process, things like this will not even happen in the first instance. And it's not like we don't, like I said earlier, it's not like we don't have the laws, but those people don't follow those laws. Because I know for you as a minister, I think the highest you can approve, it's not even up to all those 500 million. You understand what I'm saying? So, but they do all sort of things, because the laws are there. The financial regulation has all those things. What can a minister approve? What can this person approve? But what do you see? It's a lot of, yeah, let's do it, I'm here, I'm there. Because as far as I'm concerned, our job is supposed to be so easy. All she needs to do is to work with people, right? All of them are ministers. Work with this guy in communication. They said they are working on that on unified database, right? If that is what you guys are going to use, let it be verifiable. Let people know. Let CBN do the automatic. Let CBN do the transfer, right? Let people know. If people know that, okay, fine, this is how you're going to do. You see all this issue of, yeah, we're taking some money to some places, we're sharing that money, we're taking some foodstuffs to some places. It's corruption. Nothing is going to come out of it. Okay, you give somebody money for 4 states, though. Imagine 4 good states: Lagos, Ogun, some other state, 4 good states, you paid into someone's account. So how is that person going to make that payment? Right? Is he just going to sit that person going to sit down in his house and kind of like, okay, fine, you take this person is taking from this? Well, how is that they going to make that payment? You know what I'm saying? So it's obvious. I know it's, you know, people kind of like, oh, probably they are trying to blackmail her, they are trying to do this. As far as I'm concerned, the intention itself, you know, one thing is for you to be to. I'm not saying she has stolen, right? Another thing is the intention to steal. Was there an intention to steal? Obviously, to me, I can say there is an intention to steal. Because no matter how much you tell me, one person handling 4 great states like Lagos, like Ogun, and that person has that money in her account. So how is that money going to be paid? Is that person going to? Is there a bank? Is there that is going to monitor that? It's just going to be more of like, yeah, the normal cash transfer Oshibajo and the likes of them did during those times. Oh, money market to men go, okay, you collect this, you collect this. This is also unfortunate, but for me, I wouldn't say Tinubu should sack her. I would rather say Tinubu should just give a query her and call her because she's still young. Call her and give her strict instruction, if any, and build strong process around all those things. And that's an eye opener for all other agencies. And this is something that everybody has always clamored for, right? I don't see any reason why ministries will be handling money. Let Accountant General, CBN Accountant General, and Ministry of Finance and do some of these disbursements. Why they should
Again, you don't wake. You don't look at that. You don't wake. Sorry, carry on.
So let's
carry on.
those that are responsible for that handle the money. Why all these ministers should focus more on policies, they should focus more on implementation. So if they're able to do that, nobody's going to go against them. Like, yeah, because there's nothing you can tell me that there is no intention to steal. 4 states out of 36, where Madam something is holding it. Another 4 state, another Madam Mr. something will hold that one. So at the end of the day, the whole people that will hold the whole money for the whole country might not even be more than 6 people, right? And you tell me that, oh, money is gone. So what exactly are we really saying? Billions. And if you know how much billions that has gone into this particular ministry, a lot of billions have gone into this ministry. So for her, I don't know if Tinubu still wants to retain her. I think he needs to give her very strict instruction and make her know that if anything of such happen, she has to go. That's what I just think.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Thank you, Larry. Larry, let's go on from you.
What he just said.
Okay, carry on. You want to respond to Larry?
Yeah, I can't understand why people come here and say that this woman should not be sacked. Why? What kind of sympathy is that? You see, I don't know. Is it that I don't think straight when I say that the way we defend failure is the reason why this our system still remain the way it is. Why are we saying that? Even the Accountant General has just come out and said that Betedu made an illegal request for that money to be wired into her account, that she made an illegal request. Both of them compromise to move public money to her own private account. And people say that she should not be sacked.
That wasn't what happened again.
Can I say something?
The other moved 44 billion in 5 days.
Can I say something? Let's number one, has a crime been committed? That's number one. Has it been committed?
See, this is a law. It's in law. It's in law that you don't move private money. You don't move public money to your private account.
Has the money been moved? No. Right?
See, let me tell you.
Wait,
a lot of investigation should go, and this woman should step aside, and she must be investigated. We don't have to be playing in this country. This cannot happen in that state you are enjoying. It cannot happen there.
Let's get something.
Stop defending that. It's not good for our nation.
I'm not defending her. Let's get something right. That money, people can actually probably understand the process, and the accountant general understands the process, and the accountant general got back to her that this is not how it's supposed to be, right? So in as far as I'm concerned, we can put emotion, we can put all sorts of things, but the major thing is just that if we're able to establish that the crime has not been committed, I don't see any reason, right? That's why I'm more like, yeah, you can give a query. So do you think
this woman said that she explained the reason why this money was moved into her private account?
Was the money moved? That's what I'm asking you.
The accountant general came out to say that the woman made an illegal request for that money to be moved into her private. For me, as a president, I will not even want to wait to hear any explanation.
No.
This woman must be stepped aside.
That's why
we should stop defending rubbish in the I'm very angry with a lot of you guys in this platform. You are the reason why this country is not moving forward. I'm telling you that this night. You are the reason why this government, when you see good, you call it bad. When you see bad, you call it good.
That's not how they sack people. Let's just be calm.
That is how they sack people. You don't mean, what are you telling me? What do you want? What else do you want to see for you to know that this girl is very corrupt?
On this one, I mean, if she make illegal,
what do you want me? What do you want me to? How do you want me to believe that this girl is very corrupt? No, what else do you want me to believe?
See, the thing is this: you said, and what I'm asking
a girl that came to national TV and explain how he is going to just push from
one at a time. One at a time. You guys are just talking over each other. I agree.
Let me finish. I came to interrogate you because you got me annoyed when you said that she shouldn't be sacked.
Okay.
I came to interrogate you. I watched her on national TV, how she explained how bad it is to move public money to private account. Why should she even attempt that? Why? When she clearly came out to explain how bad it is.
Hypocrisy. That is hypocrisy.
I don't know. And you come here to defend her? I will be disappointed if the president didn't sack this woman. It's very bad of her.
But
very bad.
You didn't listen to Larry well, though. He did. He wasn't.
No, I don't want to listen to. I don't need. I don't. You need. They want to do something that are very bad. I don't listen to such.
Reply. Do I have
okay.
People there is no way you can design this to me that will make me to believe you. You cannot design it. It's a law. You design it for people that don't understand to know that this woman still have an opportunity. She still have an opportunity. For me, this woman don't have any opportunity. She have nothing to prove in that government anymore. She has to go for people, other serious people to replace her.
Please let me know.
I will be very disappointed if she continue in this government. That's what I want to say, one man. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. Do I have a right of reply?
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Okay. Number one, like I said earlier, has a crime been committed? No. Has the money been moved into a private account? No. The only thing we heard was just that she made a request and the accountant general got back to her that they were not going to accept that request, right? So if you think because she made that request and she was corrected, sack her, this and that, as far as I'm concerned, I'm not even saying don't punish her, right? But as far as I'm concerned, in as much as a crime has not been committed, I don't see why she has to be sacked.
So you're saying only when you commit crimes, when you are subject to be sacked? Is that what you're saying?
Okay. So in this case, if you're able to pick exact crime, whatever she has done, right?
It's not only criminal reason that they sack people.
But exactly,
they can also sack people for misconduct and all the other stuff.
Let's ask something. Let me ask something. You joined a company, right? You joined a company. You're still trying to understand the process. You made a wrong step, right? And people in the company that have been there before you, they told you this is not the process.
Well, Kenny already told you before she got there. She herself said it's wrong to put private money into public money into private account. So that already shows that she know that is wrong to transfer private money into public money into private account. So she knew it. And there's no way you're gonna become a minister and not know all these procedures now. Come on now.
Yeah,
I mean,
I don't know, Mike. I don't know how people want to how to defend this woman. I don't know what to defend about this woman. I don't even know what to defend about this woman. You see, if you leave this woman in this,
sorry, can I 1 second? Ajane Koko, check your phone.
But you have to take it easy. He is not defending the
no,
woman.
that is Babaja. You see, I will continue with.
Sorry, I can
Hold on. Let me speak. He did not defend. He did not say this woman should not be punished. He was just saying that if the president feel that he wants to be nice to her, maybe he should give her a very strong warning. Very, very strong warning. That's what he said. He didn't say that the president should not do anything. But if president, just want to be nice by not firing her, she should be giving a strong warning. So Larry didn't say that.
This is not the first time.
Hold on, Ekene, 1 second. Ajale Koko, check your phone. Carry on, Ekene.
Okay.
Babaj, this is not the first time this woman is being accused of such act. She was just given this appointment just because I don't know why she was given that appointment. She has been accused of mismanaging public fund for a very long time in the past.
Ekene, you know that a thief will always be a thief. Warning will never stop them from stealing. If someone is a thief, it's already in their blood, it's in their mentality, it's in their character. So once you catch
she will still even find a way to do more. Exactly. If this one fail.
Exactly.
I don't know what to
give them an inch, they'll take a mile, So once you suspect someone to be a thief, or even do background check before, they have no business in the vicinity of government, in the vicinity of any kind of
be decisive. Deal with them mercilessly.
The fact that she made an attempt to steal, she gotta be gone. In fact, she will be banned forever from any.
All those things. Even in public service, right? If you've been found to do something, they don't sack you like that.
In Nigeria now, try it in the West.
Even
do you know in America, if you have a record, even if you're only 17 when you stole, they will never put you in a.
If you are working for a company and there is a mistake, because
this is not mistake now. Trying to steal is not mistake, my brother. Stop it now.
We can cut.
You can't say it's a mistake. Come on, only Nigeria.
No. This is not our own case. This is our own case. I'm looking. You are saying it doesn't happen anywhere, right?
What she did, are you saying it's a mistake?
No, I'm not saying it's a mistake.
She tried to steal.
You know something? I'm not even. See, this is it. This is what I want you people to get. I'm not even saying the president shouldn't punish her, but what I don't want to do is this issue of the president must sack her. No.
I think the president should not punish her. He should sack her.
No.
You are not, listen, you are not a father to be punishing someone is to correct someone. You are not in the business. Wait, hold on. You are not in the business to be punishing. You are in his business to protect the system. And protecting the system is to keep people that are corrupt away from the system. We are not interested in punishment or anything. We just want away from our money. It's a public money. We don't want someone that will steal our money to be near the money. I'd rather have him fire her than the punisher. I'm not interested in punishment. I don't want a thief around public money.
Okay. So if the president wakes up tomorrow and decides not to sack her, do you think the president has done something wrong?
Yes. You find evidence of someone being a thief or potentially being a thief. You don't keep that person around money anymore.
No.
You keep the person away from money.
I don't even know, Mike. I don't know what evidence you need again to say that this woman come to destroy this government. I don't know which evidence you need again. Which evidence that the president needs.
We can't trust her with money. That's what we are telling you, Mr. Larry, man. We can't trust if we can't trust you with money. We can't have your own money.
You want to leave her? For what reason?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, this issue of pushing the president must sack her. Everything is still at the prerogative of the president.
But it should. By your own standard, moral standard, what do you think?
By my own standard.
Look at their law. You know, Mike, the funny part of it is that this is in the law. That's their law, their monetary regulation and everything in terms of handling money in that agency. It's in the law.
Okay.
that moving public money to private account is an attempt of fraudulent acts.
You know what?
It's
There's
not
so
law.
much mass corruption in Nigerian system. Like within all these agencies where there's so much corruption, these people that are being corrupt, they've discovered them to be people that are potentially corrupt, or even seen them make attempt to be corrupt. But because of paddy, oh, that my friend do, nah, you know, good do, you get picking to feed do, they will keep them around. And keeping them around doesn't change them. They're gonna do it. They stay already in their mentality. And that's why the place is so completely corrupt. Whereas countries where things is working, they don't keep you
The
around.
country is
Even if
bleeding.
they like you, they will keep you away. They do background check. Even they do interview with you. They find out you are so qualified, everything. But once they see your background, that you are someone has stolen before, potentially going to steal or something, chance for stealing, they would not put you in charge of money. It's not personal. It's not because they don't like you. They just need to protect the system.
Can I ask
As
you a
far as
question
I'm
real quick?
concerned, like
Don't
I
you?
said, I would rather give her a query and work more on the process that gave her that opportunity to be able to do that. That's
Oh
how.
my God.
Wait,
Yes.
can I ask you a question?
Oh my God. Are you kidding me?
Yes.
Wait, let me ask this question.
very
Don't you
So you
think?
hire a chief and say, let's just keep the money and let's watch, make sure. Well, hold on. You hire a chief in your business and do everything in place to prevent the thief from stealing. That you work on putting secure this thing, what they call it, to guide the money, right?
Okay, now
But you want to hire the thief because he like the thief. That's what
stolen
you're telling us here. Are you kidding me?
Is she a thief? Has she stolen?
She tried to steal. That's a thief.
Oh my God.
Wait, let me say something. Don't you guys think this is a common practice? It just happened that we caught her. This is something that goes on with everybody. Like this is stuff that they do. It just happened that.
So you are telling us because everybody is corrupt. Let's just keep
No. I'm not saying.
let's just
Wait. I'm not siding with her. I'm just saying this is a common practice, and there need to be end to this. They need to put an end to this. But this is a common practice.
They need
So
to put an end by starting from with her.
Yeah,
They must start from someone.
I
they
don't
must
care
start
what
from
they
her.
do to her. I regardless, but I know like every one of them, everybody is doing this, and it's good. Whatever they do to her, if they take her, I think they can fire her. I think that would be the best way, just to like let everybody sit right. That if you mess up, this is what will happen to you. But I think it's common practice for her to do it. And I'm definitely sure even the accountant general probably is doing the same thing as well. She just never get caught. If she got caught, she's doing the same thing. Everybody's doing it. So I think whatever way you think is best is best knows to Tinubu. But I don't see any reason if he has to fire him. It's good with me.
You say people say that she didn't know about it. She didn't know maybe about.
You know why I'm more on this, right? Because you see, I've started seeing this narrative. If the president decides not to sack her, then that means the government is corrupt.
Yes.
And that's the exact narrative, right? That's why I'm more like
Is
it's the
that is it.
No, that is not it.
It is now.
That is it. It is. How can you condone such acts in a government in a system? This is a public fund for all I care.
Because she has
any attempt. Let me tell you, any attempt to move public money to your private account is corruption at the highest level.
So
you don't do that.
You can say whatever you want to say, but as far as I'm concerned, it's still the right of the president to decide if he wants to sack her or not. So, and if he decides not to sack her, it doesn't mean that his government is going to be corrupt.
It does.
No, as far as I'm concerned,
it does.
No. It doesn't.
Are you kidding me?
No. It doesn't mean that. There are several ways you can punish someone, right?
It's not about punishment. You keep talking about punishment.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Listen, no.
They're
more focusing on.
I don't want to handle this with my own emotion. I just want the president to make a decision on what he
You know what you are doing? You are just
protecting. You are protecting what type of punishment? Give us an example of the punishment.
This girl should step aside. She should step aside. That's all.
Okay, you said I should give you example.
You don't come to you don't come to use public money to play Lido. You don't play Lido with public
You
money.
said I should give you example of the punishment. Now, number one, the president said after 6 months, I think after 6 months, right, he's going to review what everybody has done and decide who is going to proceed after that 6 months. In this kind of situation, I believe the president should just give her a query. Let there be a query from the president's office. Like, yeah, put her on PIP. After that 6 months, evaluate her. If you see anything of that, right? And at the same time, let EFCC investigate if there is any other thing she has done regarding every other money as
My brother, I'm sorry to say this, man.
There's a letter, they brought a letter. Okay, Accountant General said, no, this is not how it's supposed to be, and the money was not paid. Then, as far as I'm concerned, going to the extreme is not the solution for me. As far as I'm concerned, it's more
solution for what?
It's not the solution. Going to the extreme. Let me just.
What are we solving? What are we trying to solve here?
You want to solve criminal.
Wait, hold on. The solution to what? Are we trying to solve corruption, right? It's not the solution to corruption. Is that what you're telling me?
Rather work on that thing that gives her that power to be able to approve that. If we need to call an.
She's a minister now.
No, a minister is not supposed to even have that power in the first instance.
She's administering the agency, so she's going to have power.
Supposed to have that power. If you go and look at it, there is a law that means that the minister is not supposed to even have that power. So then I would rather focus on that.
When given power, she demonstrated a level of corruption. Meaning, it's not only in that area she will be corrupt. Even if you wait, hold on. A thief is a thief. Okay. If a thief is in your house, he wants to go and steal your meat. You say, hold on, no, and let me find a way where I will lock that meat in the cupboard, so that will solve the problem. No, you have not solved the problem. A thief is not only your meat that a thief can steal. Now you secure the meat. What about your TV, your other things, other areas? So you can't say you want to keep a thief around and say, oh, that place thing she's trying to steal, let me just keep it away. No, there will be other ways. You look at other ways to practice corruption. So once you see a sign of someone being corrupt, you got to eliminate that person from the system. And that's unfortunately what we haven't been doing for years. That has allowed the system to be so toxicated, where they would still know people are corrupt. They'll keep them around because they like them, because they have pretty face, or because we know them, because the person wants to give me a ride on my in-law or something, on my party person who good do. That's why the system is like that. And secondly, if Tinubu doesn't set the president, eliminate that, the other minister will feel like, oh, if I try to do something, if I get caught, they will pardon me too. You have to, lady, like once you eliminate that first person, you send a message to the other people like, listen, there's a zero tolerance for corruption here. That's the message you are passing out to everybody else. Come on, what do you think Chinese people, they will shoot you right away? You know, in China, she would have been shot. That's why nobody wants to steal in China now.
They will shoot her. She just died. Just like that.
In North Korea, the North Korea guy, the guy killed his own uncle for corruption. His uncle. Just to let everybody know, corruption is not tolerated here. I don't care who you are. That's how you deal with corruption in society. It's not by all these emotional things. And you guys, that's unfortunate problem in Nigeria. We don't want to stop it. We put our emotion above principle.
This is not emotion. For me.
No, you obviously it's because you like that lady. That's why you're saying that you don't fight. If you were someone you don't like, I know you tell us there that they should fire her.
No, it's not like that. For me, right? If I did bin, this is it. I did bin, that money has been paid. I don't have any choice than she must go.
What's the difference between I'm making an attempt to steal and stealing? What's the difference?
Yes. I did bin that money.
No, what is the difference? Tell me. What's the difference between you try to steal it and you stolen it? What's the difference?
See, this is it. This issue of she stole it, she decided to steal it. This is it. The law says she can't do that. I understand, right?
Yeah.
She made a request to the Accountant General, and obviously the Accountant General got back to her that no, this cannot be done. This is not how it's supposed to be done, right? Now, this is not something that just happened. The letter that she used in making that request, right?
got leaked out. Then we saw it. We didn't see how the accountant general wrote her back to make sure that she doesn't really go that line, right? So had it been the money has been paid, the money is already in that person's account. As far as I'm concerned, I'll be like, yeah, if the president doesn't sack her, then the president is not serious. So for me, it's left for the president, right, to now look at it and decide on what to do. I'm not more like if the president doesn't sack her, that means this government is corrupt. No, that
Yeah,
is not. That is not what me. Everybody has a right to their own decision.
it's not about this. The principle is general. Is universal. There's no one person.
No.
Right is right. Wrong is wrong. If there's some
No.
things we know is right. There's some things we know is wrong. You can't say it's my opinion. It's not me.
No,
It's not me personally. I
as
personally don't
far
hate
as
the lady. If
as
that
far
lady
as
was
I'm
my sister,
concerned,
I would say the
in
same
as
thing I'm
much
saying.
as you see, I
In the
won't
name
go-
of
you see this issue of somebody just somebody how do you sack people? There is something in the media because the whole media, everybody is like this. I will rather EFCC check this, do this, give me a report. It doesn't make me okay. The president should just come on Monday. Oh, I've sacked that because everybody want her to be sacked.
no, it's not because everybody wants her to be sacked. It's because what she did warrants being sacked. That's it.
No.
Even the
There's a sign of corruption. There's a sign of corrupt practice.
accountant
You gotta
general
go.
confirmed. Accountant general confirmed that she made an illegal request for the money to be paid into her private account. What else? What evidence do you need again? Am I the one that leaked the letter? Am I the accountant general?
Said she reached back. She reached back to her, right? She reached back to the ministry that this is how it's supposed to be done.
See, all this argument is just because of corrupt mentality we have in this country. If not, this argument will not be having this argument. It's not an argument at all. And I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed to many people supporting this thing that this girl did. I'm disappointed at you. I'm disappointed, honestly speaking. This our system. We cry every day. We don't have money. We don't have money. Yet we see reason to defend somebody that wants to move almost $500 million naira into her private account. You have mouth to defend her. Do you know what that money will do to the public?
Even if the guy wake up tomorrow and sack him, I'm obviously sure that you see, it's not like you are even going to support the government.
That's a different argument now. We know that's the thing. We like being sentimental.
If the guy wake up tomorrow and didn't sack her, what exactly is going to be your next thing? Your next thing is going to be this government, nothing for this government. So that is me, right? And that's exactly the narrative.
It's up to the government to do good. Listen to me. I'm not begging President Tinubu to sack her. If he wants to sack her, let him do. But that's the right thing for him to do. To save the face of this government. You understand? He knows the challenge they are facing in this government in terms of finance. So anything found around this government should be booted out. That's my opinion. It's not a President Tinubu opinion.
Okay, I would rather wait for you.
Sorry, 1 second. Mike, check the private chat. Sorry, carry on.
So for me, all this argument is just to make a long talk. There is no way you can keep this corrupt criminal in a system. This is a corrupt woman. And this thing that she did now, she has done it before. She has done it before, not like this the first time that she's doing such a thing. Then people think that she has repented and she was given this ministerial post again. And she wants to do such again. And you are telling me that the president should not sack her. You should investigate. You should do this. Can that happen in that? Let me ask you. Can that happen in that place you are sitting there, telling us how president should not? Can it happen in your own government in that place you are sitting and enjoying?
You just said.
Can it happen there?
Before you said she has done it before. When has she done it? When exactly did she do it?
Then check her record now. Check her record.
Has she been?
No, you said she had done it before. You said she had done it before, so you should know when she did it.
When did she do it? You see this.
When she was a minister in her own state now. She was being accused of misappropriating about 3 billion.
Oh my God. You see this issue of, well, I rest my case. Because you just said she has done it before.
You better leave it. For me, this girl don't have a place in this government.
And I'm asking
she's a thief.
You said she has done it before. Obviously, which means that probably she's been convicted of something of that before. And I'm asking you now, when and where You said they
Go and
said.
check her record. He
So-
was once a minister. Go and check her ministerial record.
It was not even. This is
About 3 billion. About 3 billion. She misappropriated it. Nobody. She couldn't give account of it.
When? Where? When did
You don't know when she was a minister. So you didn't know that she was once a minister in her own state.
Minister. She has never been a minister.
Okay. No problem. This is the first time you are knowing her. You know, this is the first time you see her in the public
right?
space.
In Cross River. She was formerly a commissioner. She has never been a minister. So she was formerly a commissioner in Cross River.
Whether a commissioner or not, she has served the public before.
I tried to look everywhere. I've never seen anywhere where they said this woman has been convicted of this or that before. So this issue of she has done it before. Now
no problem. President Tinubu can keep her. Let President Tinubu keep her.
He can decide on what he wants to do, whatever he does to her, right?
Okay, so I don't want to have the argument anymore, but I'm disappointed.
All right. So that's a difference of opinion. Yeah, thank you. So Larry, let me go on from you to Ajane Koko. Unless you want to comment on this illegal mining storyline, illegal miners on the prowl in Northeast despite ban. So I'm not quite sure why that's even in the news. When were they never not that? When was that never not the case?
We all know that this is the genesis of the security issue in the Northeast, and even some part of Northwest. So, but I'm still looking at Alake to see what Alake can. The last time Alake was saying there's going to be another security agency that will be focused on this illegal mining and some other thing. So, but the major thing is just that I'm still looking at him and see what he wants to come up with. If they are ready to really face this, because we all know that this is the genesis of the problem in Zamfara, the problem in some states in the Northeast. This is the genesis. And the new thing we are kind of like hearing is with this issue of Plateau, that probably there is tin in that particular location. That's where, some guys are trying to wipe everybody out of it. So hopefully, let's see what Alake can actually do, and let's see how the government are able to really handle this, because this is the major issue that is causing a lot of insecurity in that place. Yeah, thank you, woman.
Yeah, what happened? One man is not there.
Where's one man? We can't hear you. Okay.
Oh, I think we lost one man.
I think the system dropped. Yeah, Larry, I think you are still speaking, right?
Oh, okay. Yeah. So like I said, right, we are just, for me, I want to see the magic that Alake wants to do in that particular aspect, because this is actually something that everybody knows, that one of the major issue in Northeast, major issue that is actually happening, if you look at Zamfara, that's one of the major issues in Zamfara, and now it's coming to North Central now with this particular issue in Plateau. So hopefully, I don't know how they want to solve this, but unfortunately, we have a lot of issues to deal with. There's the issue of crude oil theft. This is another issue. There's another issue of another thing, every here and there. So I don't know how they want to solve this, because it's a lot.
Do you know who I blame for all of these things? Do you know who I blame?
Yeah.
I blame George Bush Jr.
How?
Ever since he went and blew up Gaddafi and threw all of those guns into the Sahels, the whole of the continent has not been the same again.
That wasn't George Bush.
Was it
That
not?
was Obama.
Or was
That
it
was
Obama?
Obama.
Then I blame Obama. I blame the Americans anyway.
How about the African leaders that supported him to do it?
Well, if they didn't intend to do it, they won't support anything now. But all of those guns, so I still think they are all Gaddafi's guns that are, because he has such a huge stockpile.
Well, I just hope we are able to really solve this problem because it's a big problem. I'm very sure even Alake is overwhelmed with, at the point it was like powerful people are really involved in this thing.
No, I don't necessarily think it's a Gaddafi guns because this thing that's happening in Nigeria has been going on in Congo for the past 60 years. Like Congo is the place where all the minerals were. So they have different cartel. They have their own private militias. They just shoot up villages and push the villagers out just to take over the mines. So it's been Congo. It's been a problem of Congo. But now that they discover so many minerals in Nigeria now, I think those cartels are moving to Nigeria. Or maybe they are leaving Congo to come to Nigeria because the Congolese have been figuring solutions to their problems that they've been dealing with for so long. So it looks like it's more difficult for them to continue their operation in Congo. Now they are looking for another frontier. So maybe now they are moving into Nigeria. So if we are smart, we have to go to the Congo to go and study how it's been going on there. And if the Congolese are finding a figure solution to it, and then we can take what it is that they're doing, that they solved, they figure out, and implement in Nigeria. That's why you think as a people. It's not the first time. The Congo has been dealing with it for years. Years and years. Where they would say they have like 12 different rebel groups like that. They just, causing chaos where the government couldn't do anything about it. They can't figure out to solve the problem. And it's all about minerals. And some of those, they did documentary. They did documentary.
Is the problem solved in Congo, though? That's the thing.
It may be those that's what I'm saying, like, because we haven't been hearing so much from them about their situation. So it looks like maybe they'll figure a solution to it. That's what I'm suspecting. That maybe the Congolese have finally figured something out because they've been dealing with it for so long. They are maybe now they've found out what to do about it, that the cartel are being defeated there. So then they're now looking for a new place where they can find that same mineral that they've been enjoying looting, and they discovered that they have it in places in Nigeria. So now they're now coming to Nigeria to start continue their same old game. So we have to be thinking like that. Like, okay, this problem we're having, has it happened somewhere else before? Has it been going on somewhere else before? What happened there? Was it solved? How were the people? How did they deal with it? That's how we're supposed to be thinking. But unfortunately, we are just listening to some people telling us Fulani, Fulani, Fulani. What's that problem in Nigeria where we don't investigate problem? We just go by what somebody says. That is the problem. We have no facts. They say something happened. It's Fulani militia. Fulani militia. Have we investigated and found out it was Fulani militia? I don't know why we think like gorillas in that country, man. I don't know.
They're still going through that problem, and I think not just them. I think Tanzania, majority of countries that have mineral resources, they're still going through that issues. There's a documentary about Congo actually. It's on YouTube. I can't remember the name. So they're still going through, and I believe not just them, just like us, everybody, every African countries are still going through that problem. And what I think my own perspective is, we don't really know where a lot of mineral resources were located. We don't know how substantial those mineral resources are. We don't know how much they cost. We don't know if it's refined, what they can get. So we can't put amount to it. So they can easily persuade like the top community leaders that, okay, if we give you this money and that. And foreign countries, they have satellite that can monitors where mineral resources are, so they can manipulate people, especially like the local leaders, the obas, the whatever in the north and stuff. So they can easily manipulate people and give them little money just to get what they want. And so I think that's what it is. I won't blame outsider. I'm blaming us because we're not doing what we have to do, and they're taking advantage of us. So that's what I think. It's one man there.
There's one man there.
No, I am here. I was talking, but I was muted there. So Ajande Koko, you're up next. You have strong views about that better edu, and you were somewhat. I'm not quite sure if you are completely with Larry or you are with Ekene, but certainly it's something that has to be addressed. Do you think, as the barest minimum, she should be suspended whilst they look into what happened? Ajande Koko. We don't have Ajale Koko. Ajale Koko. All right, let's go to Oriola then. Oriola, you're up next.
Hey, one man, what's up?
Oh, yeah, there. So sorry, Ajale Koko is with us. Yeah, carry on. I was building up the better I do.
Oh, better I do.
Yeah. Or you can just go into whichever,
let
just
me
go
talk
into.
about a little bit.
Yeah.
Going to another look. As far as I'm concerned, she's. There's no way you can describe her action than to. I mean, the simple way you can describe it is that she's trying to loot public fund. It's very simple. It's clearly established that, the intent is clearly established. And she can even have that effrontery to write to the Accountant General. I mean, what kind of, where did that impunity comes from? That confidence that nothing will happen to me. Writing a memo to this thing to release government fund to a private account when she already herself on a TV show describes such an action as a pure corruption. She promised the country that such will not happen in her own time. She promised to reform that program and create a system where money will be disbursed to beneficiary account and not cash payment, hand-to-hand cash payment. So this lady deserves some punishment, and the punishment I can recommend is for her to be fired. She has disgraced the administration. She has dragged the names to the mud. She has destroyed the reputation of the president and the administration, and the president must redeem the administration image and the work he's doing. What is been portraying to the public that is fighting corruption, holding CBN governor to account for all the corruption and shenanigans he perpetrated while in office, and others that they are investigating as well. This one of his team, reliable. I think the president have that strong confidence in this lady that she can do a good job to give her such responsibility. The president believes that she will be transparent in the management of people's fund. But what is she trying to do? She's trying to loot. It is clear. So if president fire her, use her as a sacrificial lamb, others will learn a lesson in a very hard way that, look.
And she's sacrificable. It's not as though she has any real value.
No, what is the real value? No electoral value.
She has no weight in politics.
No. You see, president is trying to help her to develop her political career, to develop an image among women that yes, Nigeria can, package some of these young people and prepare them to take a better position, leadership position in the future. But what has she done? She disgraced the youth. She's a disgrace to Nigerian youth. Now, some people want to use her case now to say, oh, this is what the Nigerian youth have said. They can't do anything. This is what this lady brought on Nigerian youth. She should not be spared. I mean, the best performing minister so far that we have seen is Bosuna, the guy in charge of internal affairs. He's a youth too. But look at what this guy did. He came, he promised the country, and he delivered. He promised, this is what I'm going to do within this timeline, and he delivered to the country. He's a youth. So people that are trying to use this case to, describe Nigerian youth as unreliable and not capable to be given responsibility, I think they should have a rethink. The best performing so far, the youth, Bosun, the internal affairs, and the guy in charge of what do you call that computer? What do they call that ministry? Ministry of
ICT.
Yeah.
ICT ministry.
Yeah.
Digital information or something.
Or something.
Is that not Bosun Tijani or something?
Bosun Tijani.
Yeah.
Is doing a great job too. So people that are trying to rubbish the youth should stop it and just look for something else to say. The youth are not the problem. The youth, Nigerian youth, can even do better for that country if they are given the chance. You just need to identify brilliant, competent among them and give them responsibility. They will deliver for that country because they don't play dirty policy. I mean, dirty politics. They want to work and then do a great job. Identify good ones among Nigerian youth, and they will do a great job. The person, the owner of Sahara Reporter, that got this information and deliver it to Nigerian people. I mean, it's not too old. I know he's a 50 years old man, 50, maybe 51, 52, but it's not a young, it's not an old man. It's a fairly middle age man that is doing a great job. It's Nigerian state that did not give you already chance to establish that Sahara Reporter very well. A lot of corrupt practices will have been brought to the notice, being carried out by a government official, will have been brought to the notice of Nigerian people. So one man, this guy, this lady, deserve no chance whatsoever again to remain in that office. The president should take a decisive decision, fire her, let her learn lesson. A lady that was there before her, a corrupt lady as well. We cannot continue to have women. Where is the value? Where is the value for women anymore? I mean, again, when you have women behaving in this kind of career, where is the value? Where is that? Can they parent? Where is that capacity to parent children again? How can they be a good parent to their children when they are acting this way? Women, we are not talking of rascal men. We know that men they are rascal, they are crazy, but women should be able to stand firm, and people should see them as reliable and committed to service of humanity. The ministry she occupies is a ministry, most important ministry, service for humanity, to help poor people, to alleviate poverty. But what she was trying to do was to make effort to steal money. About Yahweh, they have mental problem. Why do you want to steal poor people's money? One man, let me leave it there.
All right, Ajale Koko, somebody sent in a clip that they want you to react to. I've not seen it myself, so we'll all be seeing it together. But they sent in this clip and they wanted you to react to it.
constitution. Such declarations should be interrogated to expose their real intention. May we ask, what is being cooked for Nigerians? The Yorubas will rightly say that they do not mix religion with insanity. In Yoruba land, the constitution is upheld. The society is commendably free from religious intolerance. Many families and family extensions there have Christians, Muslims, and traditionalists. Should descendants of Oduduwa now begin to kill one another over religious differences? Should the Benin's take up arms against the Igbos or the Biroms against the Ishekiris? We wish to remind Nigerians that every effort must be made to douse the fire of religious extremism in the country. The horrors that Nigeria has witnessed since 2009, when insurgency started, should be eliminated rather than promoted. All religious irredentists bent on violating the constitution should be called to order. The federal government should treat as an act of treason every violation of Section 10 and Section 38, Paragraph 1 of the Constitution. On the issue of the Israel-Hamas conflict, the government and the people of Nigeria are neutral. I say it again, on the issue of the Israel-Hamas conflict, the government and the people of Nigeria are neutral. That was clear in the message that the federal government sent to the global community and to the parties in the conflict.
All right, I don't know if that has any meaning. Do you want to speak? Do you have anything to say to that, or should I just move? I didn't. This is why I say maybe I should be watching these things ahead sometimes. Is there any meaning to that, or?
There's nothing special in what's here. There's nothing.
All right. I waited a while to see if there was actually anything being said, but nothing really being said.
Just proceed to religious tolerance.
It's just a while, boy. Yes.
Nothing. Let's go to another thing. There's nothing special in what she said. Just religious tolerance, and that's it. So
all right, and that's why I was trying to push you into it and look at what it done. Anyway, let me take you to this target of $1 trillion economy in danger if insecurity persists. So this is Tinubu. He has finally called that roundtable meeting, but I just didn't like the tone of it. I expected him to be a lot more assertive, a lot more decisive, a lot more demanding, and a lot more insistence on timelines, rather than say to them, look, you say, I know we are trying, the country is grateful, but just tell them that, look, you have 6 months. If I don't see a significant improvement, then I'll just bring in a new crop of people. What are you then making then of Tinubu's biggest promise to the country, turning it into a $1 trillion economy in danger from Fulani headsmen?
Look, one man. It's looking to me that Tinubu is going the same route that Buhari took. I think we can all remember that popular statement that Buhari usually made during his time. Marching order. I've given them marching order. A marching order never achieved anything, but rather was in the security, the security of the country. So I think Tinubu must show to the military leaders that is serious and is not going to tolerate failure because Nigeria cannot continue to fail in terms of security of the state. If we should fail further, what he's trying to achieve to develop Nigerian economy to a value of 1 trillion naira, I mean $1 trillion, would be unachievable. So I think what he can, because right now he has given them so much to achieve. Personally, I mean, in terms of remuneration, he has increased. It has increased their remuneration now. You remember when he came in, we treated it here. He showered these people, he increased their money, increased all their allowances and everything. You remember one man, even
yes,
everything. What else? To who much is given, much is
expected.
I mean, what is going on in that country? How much have we been giving to the people of Nigeria? How much? Even all these little they said they want to give to the low people. Some people are trying to steal it again. This lady, what do you call it? Wale Edu, or what is? I mean, what's the name of that girl that is trying to steal 500 million naira? So I think to get this thing down, to get it right, what Tinubu stands for, what we know Tinubu for in 1999 when we had democracy, Tinubu have to show the courage and political will to effect it. What he has portrayed himself to Nigeria as what he stands for, what he believes in. He believes in restructuring. He showed to us, he has said it several times, that he believes in restructuring. And restructuring.
Sorry, 1 second, Ajale Koko. Mike, check your email. Sorry, carry on.
He believes in restructuring. And restructuring will bring the breaking down of this security architecture in such a way that it can work for Nigerian people. This central, look, what the Nigerian army is, the war they claim they are fighting, ordinarily should be what Nigerian police should be doing. It's internal security problem. Police should be able to handle it. It shouldn't be army. It is when we have external forces that are trying to invade the country or wage war for the country. That is where the military comes to fight for the country. And if at all we have a situation where the police cannot handle, the military, when the military is invited to come and rescue, they do it at a short time. They do the job, complete it effectively, secure the trouble spot, and get it returned to the police. But this war that Nigeria claimed they are fighting for over years, the military are making money, military personnel are making money out of this. I mean, it's enough. Tinubu must face reality. If he really wants to achieve, if he's doing this nonsense, talking to army chief and this thing, nothing's going to, he must break down that security architecture by allowing the state to have their own police. As a matter of fact, majority of Nigerian governors have been calling for this because the governors are the one feeling this insecurity the worst.
You mean state police or regional police, like the Amotekun having more weapons?
Yeah, the state police or regional police.
That former Minister of Justice denied Amotekun from having those advanced weaponry, right? So
yes, you are right.
Yeah, you remember that. So
Yes,
that must change.
it
Amateku must
must
be able
change.
to carry AK-47 and above. They must be able to carry that. Plus, you having state police.
Yeah, yes, it must change. When we have this infrastructure of security or the structure of security, you know, at the state level and the local government level, we will fight these people. They are not angels. They are Nigerians like us. Some of them are criminals from other parts of a neighboring state, but we can fight them. Nigerians are very resilient people. When Nigerians stand up for something and they are supported, given all the resources to succeed, they will succeed. So Tinubu cannot achieve security for that country if you want to continue to have to if you want to continue to operate this structure that we have in place. This structure cannot work. This is an old structure that cannot work with the reality we have on ground now. We have more insecurity. We have more people on the ground. We have a lot of, crime rate is at the highest level you can imagine. So centralized security structure cannot tackle it. It must be broken down into smaller units and let state, local government, regional level, whatsoever, in any way they want to do it. That is the way out. If we had not had in the West, if we had not had this Amotekun, the insecurity we will have in the Southwest will be serious as well. But the Amotekun that, may God bless his soul, the former governor of Ondo State stood, fought, and worked hard for, that is what is saving the Yoruba land today in area of security. Do you know how many what do you call this thing? Arms, ammunition that have been seized from this criminal coming from the north, coming to Lagos, coming to the west. Kilode, what kind of country is that? What are they doing with weapons? Why are they carrying weapons around in large quantity? They will put it under trailer. They will put it under the cow. They will mix it up with food. Large quantity of weapons coming to the west, taking it to Lagos. But many of them have been intercepted several times by Amotekun. Why? This is what other parts of the country fail to do. They fail to coordinate, organize, and set up a security, what do you call it? A security unit to tackle their insecurity in their own area of the country. So Tinubu must stand for, is now the president. This is what he worked for all his life. Since he became a politician, this is what he targeted, he worked hard for, with principles and what do you call it? Ideology of, restructuring Nigeria, making Nigeria work better, restructure it. This is the time for him to come and restructure Nigeria. I don't know if it's too early for him, but I believe he have.
Can you propose for him to call for a conference or what? Or just go through the.
Let me tell you this. It is not even conference. This does not even need conference. He is the leader of a party that failed Nigeria for the past 8 years. I think that will give him that opportunity, that should give him that ground to call the leadership of the ground of the of the party. Do we really love Nigeria? He should call them to a meeting, the leadership, to Aso Rock. Do you guys love Nigeria, or you have another country? He should say it straight to their faces. APC destroy Nigeria. And it is time for us to get Nigeria back on track. And this is the only way we can get it back on track. If we break this security structure, into smaller units. Many governors have been calling for this. It is easy. It is not something hard. They are not going to resist it. Is it the Sanfara governor?
So, is it just for security or a comprehensive, holistic restructuring lens of, or just security for now?
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
Holistic, from top to bottom, everything.
Yes. He must call them. It is their party that can solve the problem, and I believe the people in the north, the governors in the north, are not enjoying the situation because it's killing them from carrying out people's program for the people of that country, but rather they are fighting insecurity in their various states. Insecurity that is too overwhelming for them. It's too overwhelming for the military. It's too overwhelming for the police. We cannot continue in doing the same thing for years that have not yielded any positive result for the country. So he has to be frank, and he must do it quick.
So, you think the ruling class in government, usually when we have all these conferences, they usually involve the so-called stakeholders from other parts of the society.
Yes.
In this discussion. But now you're saying that the ruling class that you've held responsible for destroying the country should also rise up to the challenge to fix the problem.
Yes.
But who's going to put if they have all these conferences without the every Nigerian involved from other part of the country, who's going to push them? Who's going to challenge them in those? Remember those conferences, right? They will go back and forth on issues so they need that push. If they eventually have that kind of meeting, you need stakeholders from other parts that might not be in the ruling class but have influence at the same time.
Sorry, BT, one moment. BT, let me bail out, hand over to Mike as the conversation carries on.
Omar, before I forget, 1 week to AFCON, we need to do a show on Nigeria in the African Cup of Nations. So at least or something.
Yes, we should do that. Maybe we'll insert it in between. Maybe
I don't think you watch football because you didn't even know who. What's his name?
No, I don't watch
football.
Won
what's his name? Osimhen. You couldn't pronounce his name. I was like, You couldn't even pronounce his name. I'm like,
I don't follow the Super Eagles that much because they always let you down, except in the big tournament. And I follow Newcastle United. But ask me any question on Newcastle United.
Good night. Newcastle.
All right, over to you, Mike.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, BT, continue.
It was responding because any just the ruling class, but I feel like the stakeholders should also be involved in those reforms.
Yes,
I know you want Tinubu to rise up.
They will co-op others, stakeholders, into it. But once they, as the ruling party, have a common front in fighting this insecurity, it'd be very easy to convince other stakeholders when they are invited that, look, this is the way forward. This is what we want to do. We want your support. And look, people are tired. Everybody in that country is going through this agony of particularly people in the north, in every part of the north, the agony they are going through in time. I mean, when it comes to this insecurity, no human being should go through it. So he has a responsibility. He is a leader of the party. He's the commander-in-chief of Nigerian state. He have to bring his party to get it right, bring them to, and let the leadership of the party know that if we don't rescue Nigeria, we will all sink together. APC destroy the security of that country. It was off under APC, except somebody want to just play some kind of useless political game that want to defend it. It was off under APC than it was under PDP. So, and Tinubu, being a new sheriff in town, he should speak the truth to power. He should let them know that we cannot continue in this way, and he doesn't. His target to achieve $1 billion economy, this problem cannot let him get there. So that's my take on that.
Can I ask you a question real quick? Sorry.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So, don't you think the leadership have a point, or have the point, especially not letting the state have the police, their own police, or letting the local security people carry like big arms? Don't you think they have a point? And the reason why I said that is this: Nigeria is not really intact. Like, a lot of people, what Nigeria means to a lot of people is a little bit different. Don't you think if they allow that, I'm not saying, I think they probably should, but they will have to, in a way that they will have to do this will be a little bit different. So don't you think that if to say that they've actually allowed like the state police or the local to carry arms, don't you think we would have seen people actually fight back or even fight the government if something is not going their way? You see how like everybody wants to separate now. Don't you think by having like the state police, for example, and without us having like being in the right state of mind, they would have rebelled and try to fight the state? Don't you think that's some of the reason why the leaders were a little bit skeptical and not rushing this? Don't you think that we would have seen people actually, the all state police, especially like look at the Biafra and look at the Oduduwa, they would have already like faced the federal? Don't you think that?
You see, let me tell you this. This is the fear-mongering narrative that some people have expressed several times. But to me, I don't think that is a problem. It's not a problem because, look, when you hire people for a job of police, you have to give them everything to succeed, to get the job done. You must pay them well. You must, train them well. You must retrain them well. And you must have you must let them have that sense of belonging, that the job they are doing it for the state, and the state is ready to care for them today and the future. So you must have a retirement fund that make the job attractive. You must have a kind of remuneration for them now that will make the job attractive, that will boost that will motivate them to do the job well. Those are the things that we lack to give our security officers in Nigeria. There's no other way. Look at the police here. Police are well paid. Police are giving some. If police or army want to go and walk into the dealership to get a car, the finance rate they're gonna give him and discount they're gonna give him, you as a civilian will not get such discount and interest rate. The interest rate and discount they're gonna give him, you cannot get it as a civilian. Those are the things. There must be some benefit attached to the job that will make them feel special. That, oh, I don't want to leave this job. I want to be committed, because they know that job gives them open a lot of opportunity in the society for them. There's no other way. Do you want to say we don't have the money? We have it. They are looting this money.
But you must also incentivize private industries to give discounts for, like in America, even to watch movies, you get discounts if you work in some healthcare stuff. You get tickets, you get to. So you must also find a way to give tax breaks to your private sector too, so they can help out in this aspect, not just the government.
You are right.
Yeah.
You are right.
Yeah.
The private organizations too should see them as a citizen that carry out a kind of services for the protection of the people, the protection of the state, and for us to live in a safe environment. So there's a lot of things that we can do.
Baba Jale Koko.
So I don't think
Baba Jale Koko, I want to ask a question.
Yes.
Hello. Do you think that same money they are spending in America or Canada, they give it to Nigeria government to spend it on our police? Will the police receive it here in Nigeria?
I don't understand the question. Do you think what?
Even that's it. Okay, the question is, even if you give them the money, the resources, the money, will the Nigeria government be able to distribute it for the police to enjoy it?
No.
Because they have been spending money.
No, Midwest, that's not the way it works when it comes to discounting people that work, like even healthcare and others in our societies.
No, not the discount. I just talk about the welfare. I talk about the welfare,
Okay,
the welfare,
money,
not discount.
Okay.
Yeah,
the welfare, salary, basic things that they enjoy that motivate them. That what he said. Because I don't think it is money; it's lack of management that is causing this problem.
Midwest, you see, let me give you an example. You see what happened to that girl today, Beta Edu. That must be removed. Everything must run through government accounts, like they're trying to do now. That way, you can, accountability. So So the issue we've been having is that they've been operating with private accounts for so long that even when you steal money in those small agencies, it's very hard to track. But you see how they quickly discovered what happened with her now.
Oh.
So once you start forcing everybody to pay through the government account, we can at least see where the money is going. That's how you start to reform that sector.
Yeah.
You know who is spending money on what. Right? Continue, my opinion.
So I don't want to fall.
Since insecurity, Mr. Jale Kokosa, before you come, since this serious insecurity challenges in Nigeria, the government has been spending money to the millions. The money just go to the pocket of the garden. That doesn't go to the battlefield.
But the money, the account being used is not that's my point to you. They're not going through direct government accounts. They're operating, they are spending those monies using private accounts. That's one of the issues they're having. You can't trace who is spending what. You just give money to this person, go and buy that. You must force a single account in the military too. That has to be in there.
So I don't want to fall into that narrative that fear-mongering narrative that, if they are giving the state police and empower them, give them arms,
they return to small
who is turning the country down. We got to continue in this way we are doing it. They doesn't. It's a kind of narrative that some people were pushing out to cause fear mongering among Nigerians, and describe some people as if, some people doesn't love Nigeria, some people want to turn Nigeria upside down. To have policing system require a country to investigate people, to carry out, what do you call it, a background check of people that you want to hire into the job. You want to train them, and psychologically you want to evaluate them to know if they can really do the job.
But this is very, before I forget, should they also take it a step further, that even though I know you're advocating for state police, but if you're a state like Lagos that can afford to even spend money to run local policing for local government, you should go a step further. If you can afford to even add community and everything at the same time, if you can afford it, should they also include that as well?
Oh yeah, look, let me tell you, when they break it down into state and local government, the state will be responsible for the funding, while the federal government will be responsible for the training. They can train them, they can let them have that same training across the country, and let them have, they will provide the arms.
Right.
So the arms they're going to be using will be provided by the federal.
Right.
So for easier control, monitoring, and management. So there are a lot of things. So it is the federal government that will give them training, that will provide the arms, and that will monitor how they are carrying out the job, if they are following the right procedure or not. And they can be punished. State can be punished sometimes if a governor of the state now want to use these state police for political, how do I describe it? To carry out his political agenda. That state can be punished by the federal. The state can be punished by the federal.
Or they can take it over, like how how America here, if your state police department,
are the governors not already using the federal might? They're using the federal police, they're using the army to do whatever they want to do.
No, it cannot be like that.
The governor have access to police under their state.
That's a great point. The Nigerian police will not control the state anymore. It is going to be state.
You're not hearing the point he's making. The point he's making is they're already using the police to do their dirty job. So what makes you think that they won't use the state police?
Can I give an example? You know how here in some prisons, you actually vote in the police heads. Like you don't make it to where your commissioner of police is subservient to the governor. Where if he does not listen to what he says, he can be fired by him. So you like you said, also the FBI has power of some jurisdiction on those local policing. So you make it where they have some form of control over the police, but not to where it's absolute. You get it? The power of the government should not be absolute over the
No, it's not. But they must have done something wrong,
right?
In violation of the set procedure and practices of the policing system. That is when the federal will come in. It is not It is not that they be in control of them. No. And they cannot use them for political, for the state cannot use that state police to carry out political function.
Yeah, so who's going to
In the
regulate?
time of
Who's
election,
going to regulate?
they are not going to involve in moving election property or election material from one place to the other. No, they're not going to be there. They are for security.
But you're talking
who
about
regulates your
Nigeria.
local police? Who does? The laws.
Right, but you're talking. Do they even follow the law in our country? Do they even follow
Look,
the
let me
law?
tell you, when you have a leader that really want to work for the country, really want to work for that country, to work well for everybody, it can be done.
I believe it can be done.
If the commander-in-chief of armed forces, if he's now saying, look, this thing, I won't allow Nigerians to break into pieces under my watch. This country is breaking into pieces. This country cannot control, cannot secure her territory anymore. And the only way they can secure our territory, look at the resources of Nigeria being looted everywhere. Our natural resources. Some people will just bounce on one village and kill everybody off, and then take over and start looting, digging ground, and taking all the mineral resources from there. The country is disintegrating already. Some action must be taken.
The country is already falling out. The country. Sorry, I come in here. The country is already falling apart. It's already falling apart. And if the government is not serious, a no state actor will rise with men from nowhere. Go and mark it. They will rise up with full force, and I don't think Nigeria can hold them, because we're talking about insecurity here, and it's becoming very serious. And now, if Tinubu want to fight corruption, people are going to fight Tinubu. And this is number one key that they are going to use to fight him. It's insecurity. So that people can say it's not working. So it's a very complex situation. They're going to fight back. They are watching. And when the attack becomes so severe, people have no choice than to return to, consult themselves for return to self-help. So it's my own submission there. I will talk later. I met somebody that is working in Nigeria, inside Nigeria, all year business. I think day before yesterday. If I tell you the kind of revelation the man gave to me, my brother, about my country, I was crying. Tell me.
Which man?
I was crying.
Which man they give you
there are a lot of things that surround that country that people don't know.
Midwest. Which man they give you revelation? Now for church that they give you that revelation, or where?
No, he work under Nigeria Oil Company. He's a Swedish man, and he work for a company in North Oslo. He knows Nigeria, my brother. I was with him, and we discussed about my country. The man wept, and he also gave me some revelation about my country. I was shocked. We don't know what is going on in our country. What is going on there is bigger than us.
Tell us a little
I tell you the truth. I will tell you later.
Okay.
Yeah, I will talk when my network, because I'm going home. When I get back home, my network will be good. My brother, I cried. No.
They are not managing it well. Well, I hope Tinubu can stand up for what he has portrayed himself to believe in. There have been, since 1999 that he's been in politics, this Fourth Republic, as the governor, and every fight, every step that he took, which showed that he stand for unity of Nigeria, for restructuring of Nigeria, for a better Nigeria. I think it is time for him to show that to show that political will and make it work now. He's the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. He must show that political will and start solving the insecurity of that country by restructuring. that country must be restructured. If it's not restructured, we want to continue this way, forget it. The country will be gone. It's a matter of time. Let me leave it there. Another person can talk.
Oh,
Hello?
question.
Somebody else.
Question real quick. Do you think the people are willing to support him, no matter where he take us to? Do you think people will support him? Because the country is going to get hard.
No, let me tell you. Nigerian people will support Tinubu if he's showing to us in a positive manner that is working for the interests of Nigerian people. Nigerian people will stand for him across the country. So Nigerian people are very resilient. They really want that country to work. So, but the political leadership are the enemy of that country. They don't want to
But did you support him for subsidy removal?
No, I don't support him for subsidy.
Exactly.
No,
But you know, subsidy has to go, but you didn't support it.
No. That one is different now. I believe there is better way you can do it. That one does not. But when it comes to this security, we must get our security first before you can get your economy first. I mean, get your economy right. If you don't get your security right, you can't get your economic right. Because your security is the backbone of your economy. It is when you have a well-secure country, that is when your economy will strike. Your economic policy, yes, will be well implemented. And if it's not working,
but Ajale Koko, subsidy removal can be said to be connected to security as well. You know, when you are having some social leakage, you know, security is not about only when we carry gun. You know, a lot of things like hunger, like corruption, like some other things too can be linked to insecurity too, right? So just look at it this way: the lack of opening up the petroleum industry due to all this fraud in subsidy is depriving some people job opportunity. Depriving people fairness in that competition in the market. So subsidy in the reality, you know, I keep saying that thing that the poor believe they were enjoying subsidy. No, they are not. They are not, because if you want to play it in perspective, you put it in the long term. Okay, you say, oh, the poor are enjoying subsidy. Were they buy kerosene cheap? The only thing people were buying cheap was the gasoline. And who were those people using gasoline majorly? The middle class people. Yeah, okay, we can say, oh, the better class people, all those people they were using. No, I don't see it that way. Because if you take the subsidy away, the people that are using a better pass by neighbor generator will still go ahead and mark up for whatever they invest. So let the subsidy go and let the petroleum industry develop within the next 10 years. Let the poor people get job around petroleum industry activities. So that's what they call subsidy, not the one that we were subsidizing and we were feeding the people of Republic of the Niger. So the type of subsidy we had was actually making Nigerians poorer. I understand why people think, oh, subsidy is bad just because of the temporary or the short-term hardship. No, look beyond first and the second year, and let's start looking at the benefit in the long term. So, subsidy to me should have gone like 30 years ago. One of the best in the regime can ever achieve. That's my submission, Baba.
look, I'm happy that you are defending this removal of petroleum subsidy. Yeah, removal of petroleum subsidy brought hardship on Nigerian people. And according to the government, we should be able to sacrifice now for better days ahead of us. But have they shown in any way at all that they are sacrificing alongside Nigerian people? That is the problem. That is why we do not think it's good. Why should we sacrifice and you, our leadership, are not ready to sacrifice alongside us? That's a scam. That's a scam. And they are the people there that were doing all this thing, were doing all this petroleum business and what do you call it? Subsidy. They are the one managing it. That did not manage it well. They are the one doing the looting there. But we are the one to suffer it. And then you remove everything now, telling us that this is the way forward, but we are not showing any form of sacrifice. It is a scam. And the economic hardship he has brought has even driven the country to an economic mess that it looked like the government itself are doing some kind of subsidy behind the closed door. From the back door, rather. They are doing the subsidy from the back door and not openly to us again. So, but that one is by the wayside. Look, if Tinubu and his team, the entire politician, even with this subsidy removal, and they show that they are sacrificing with Nigerian people, they don't engage in buying 160 billion vehicle. They are pouring money into, by the responsibility of their offices give them that entitlement for official vehicle, right? If this money are channeled into our local production of vehicle, and Nigeria can see it, that, look at, they said they are not using foreign vehicle again. It's Innocent Motor, it's Nord Motor. Nigeria will jubilate that, this is going to create employment opportunity. This is going to increase the productivity. This is going to bring technical know-how. This is going to expand the economy. We will see all, Nigeria will not be mad with them. But you are telling us you deny us of our own benefit, but you expanded your own benefit to such a level that we never seen before. And you say you want me to believe in nonsense subsidy. I'm not going to believe in that. It's a scam.
No, Baba, I seem to agree with you about the government officials not trying to sacrifice. Yeah, we know.
So the insincerity,
wait. Are we masses? Are we masses? Are we supposed to be absorbed from that blame? No, we are not. We are part of the problem.
Are we supposed to be what?
And even though I don't like blaming the poor masses,
can you expatiate? How are we the problem?
We the problem. Expatiate now. Expatiate.
Good. Now, when politicians are coming to you and are giving you a derica of rice, and they are giving you salt and pepper, and these guys, they don't really have any factory they are building, and you are the one singing for them, dancing for them, even as they are suffering now. If they go to the village during the festive period, they will still be waiting there. Some of them will even do cultural and traditional dancing for them. You understand? Unlike Baba, you know what was happening in the Second Republic now. That such politicians, you will not even go to your village without even seeing people that will be stealing or be causing them. But today, they will even help the politicians to demean even those people that they believe they were opponents. And that's the, so that's why I'm saying that we are part of it. Now, like the one you said, I agree with you in total about not sacrificing. It's a bad thing. And that is where we should focus our energy. not about the removal of the subsidy itself. You see, one thing, like I've explained what we should be expecting, because now look at these guys now. Dangote, Otedola, and those people that benefited from the subsidy in the past, they could only get richer. And the poor people, subsidy or no subsidy, they were getting poorer, not benefiting. But what I'm saying today, although it is unfortunate that Dangote now is being investigated for his own illicit engagement too in all the fraud center called Nigeria, right? But if you really look at how this removal of the subsidy the subsidy removal can help the industry, you are no longer subsidizing for Cameroon. But look at it this way: you remove subsidy in Nigeria, Cameroonians are the one causing Tinubu. What does that tell you? Sometimes you will say, oh, we should put police on the road and all those things. See, sometimes when you want to curb smuggling, the best way is to remove the source of that smuggling. I bet you, if there's subsidy on cement, I can tell you today that Nigerians may not be getting cement, even at 5,000, assuming that it's being sold for 5,000 now. The people that will be getting those cement are people in the Republic of Benin, people in Cameroon, because they will find a way to smuggle those products out of the country. I would say we are benefiting. But if we create a fair level, you remove the discrepancy, you don't make the business lucrative for those people that their thinking is always to feed around the economic gap that will create some kind of fraud. You will not be seeing all those things, right? So that is where I'm coming from. Now, what will happen now is, now the like of Tinubu, the like of Dangote and whosoever that will build a refinery now, they will have to look for another strategy to get their product out, because they want to expand, they want to pay their debts, not at the expense of Nigeria. As at the time subsidy was removed, Nigeria was already borrowing money to pay subsidy. That's the danger. And I keep saying that thing, I cannot emphasize this enough. If you've seen a country where the defaulted or sovereign, the masses even suffer more, because you wake up the following morning, you cannot, the little money you have in the bank, you can no longer access it. Imagine someone now boasting now, oh, I have 3 containers, I just landed in Lagos. You woke up in the morning and you can no longer access your money just because your country defaulted. Those are the kind of danger. Argentina is a living example. I think Norway, or which country went back recently too. So those are the dangers. So if you continue, if you continue to borrow to finance subsidy, what happened there will eventually happen in Nigeria. Most of us that we think subsidy removal is a bad idea, we no longer even have that capacity to talk, because we think of survival first of all. Why should you borrow money to pay subsidy? That's the danger. So head of tail, the reason we are where we are today, why we have poor infrastructure, subsidy was one of them. Subsidy. Telecom, when everything was diverted to telecom, you could not get a telephone, even to the point of David Mark telling you that, oh, telephone is not meant for poor people. That was how terrible it was. Your politicians those days were the one that had this exclusive right to DSTV that we all watch today. But when you regulate the broadcasting and people were able to do that, now every canary now you can now have access to your telecommunication through DSTV, multi-choice, or whatsoever. That is the kind of thing you get in a decade from now in the petroleum industry. So look at the opportunity, the job that we create for those people Yoruba we call Atapata in the nearest future, because the industry will open up in such a way that people will be able to get job. Not that we eat of tomorrow for today. Subsidy is terrible, to be honest. Subsidy is supposed to be used to finance education, to finance healthcare, and some other infrastructure, not to pay for Dangote and some other fat cats that will now get your products and now sell to the Republic of Benin, sell to Cameroon. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
So Tinubu has been there for 7 months. Can we say Tinubu has been a little bit wasteful with Nigerian resources?
What's the definition of wastefulness?
Okay. We've been borrowing money ever since Tinubu got there. And the way he's been spending money, one particular one is this issue of rice given to honorable members. They said they gave each of the honorable members rice worth 100 million naira. And we have 360 honorable House of Rep members. Calculate 100 million times 360. They said they gave each senator palliative worth 200 million each. We have 109 senators. Calculate that. And this is the same government that have been borrowing money, and they keep spending that money, not even minding the people that are really suffering for this money. You said you removed subsidy, and how are you even spending the money? So as far as I'm concerned, because I look at it and I'm like, how can a country be so wasteful even when they are borrowing? Because palliative, all those 100 million palliative, you're giving everybody, each of them 100 million worth of palliative, right? Those guys said, no, it's not money. They gave them rice. They gave them like 2,000 something rice and all those things. As far as I'm concerned, it's just wasting money. So that's, if I had, because you can't be borrowing and every day we keep borrowing. See this budget that we just have. Basically, we're still borrowing and borrowing, and you are not even being accountable for that money that we've actually borrowed. You spend it the way you like, because that's billions. And today, until that honorable member that came out that said, okay, actually the president gave them rice, that was when we knew everything, and the whole thing came out. So even the whole National Assembly, Akpabio has not been doing a good job. Look at the budget, look at everything. It's more of how they really want, because I see a lot of waste. That's why he doesn't have the effrontery to even talk to the honorable members when they wanted to buy the jeep, because the ministers are buying jeeps. So we can keep saying this, or they remove subsidy, because fine, it's good to remove because we're borrowing, but even the money we are making, you're spending it the way you like it, which is not supposed to be so.
Okay. To be honest, I agree with your point in total, because you are in order. But my own is, I'm a structural person. I'm a process person. What do I mean by that is I try to separate the symptom of what we are seeing from the reality, because I look at it from different angles. Look at it this way. As much as possible, I want the government to take hand off anything like production. I'm not saying you should not give subsidy where you think subsidy is necessary. China is not where they are today until if the government had not supported all those industries in China. And the reason they were able to achieve their capacity to flood the world market and to gain the status today. But the point I'm telling you is this: when you want to subsidize, don't subsidize in such a way that you are just giving your people money. Now that rice distributed, I don't have information about it. But if the senators and honorables are not giving to the people of their constituency, then that's one of the most unfortunate things that could have happened to the country. But this is the way I look at it. Government hands in our enterprises, once it's go beyond regulatory role, the hands the job is so detrimental to the growth of the industry. Just look at subsidy in like telephone services. I keep emphasizing. I don't know. I don't have better example. Assuming that, okay, we want to float United today. Oh, let us keep giving subsidy so that people can use telephone. We won't be where we are today. But government allowing the private people to run the business. We are not only enjoying telephone, but the impact of telecommunication has moved to the extent of fintech. Even some of our Nollywood brothers today that produced on YouTube, Brother Shaggy, like Woos, Mr. Officer Woos, and all those stuff. Even if the like of one man is in Nigeria too, that are doing services around this. I can tell you, if government is still managing telecommunication today, they will just be like NEPA. The fact that government is managing that area of petroleum industry is the reason our refineries are not working. So when we talk of subsidy removal, you understand where I'm coming from. If you really want things to work in Nigeria, don't encourage government to give subsidy on what private people can do.
No, for me,
You understand? Okay, but today people want us to believe that our education is well subsidized. Then look at that position. You look at the situation of our education in the country now.
Yeah.
Is that what we expect everywhere?
I support removal of subsidy. But
yeah, we should not talk
about
how they are spending the money, rather not because of that subsidy.
What I don't support is now we've removed subsidy. Now you guys are now spending the money, because
what I'm saying that don't let us link that subsidy removal to it now. Let us focus mainly on that money. Let's even assume that money is not even from subsidy.
It's not even subsidy now. This is money that we are even borrowing.
Exactly.
We are
That's
borrowing
where I have
this
problem
money,
too.
and you guys don't even care. You spend it the way you like it, right? Because I can't even phantom, look at that money, right? 100 million, one person, 360 of them, each of them 100 million. The other guys, 109, each of them 200 million. As in, you sit down, you look at some of those things. Those guys, they came in, they bought Jeeps, Tinubu's guys too bought Jeeps.
Who is snoring? Who is snoring?
Tinubu guys too came in, bought Jeeps and all those things. So, and you keep asking yourself, like, are we going to continue like this? Because for me, all I needed from Tinubu was just to lead by example, right? If he tries to lead by example today, I'm sure all these National Assembly people won't have a choice. Because even if they don't want to do the thing, people will kind of like, you guys are like, you can see your leader, see what he's doing, But at the end of the day,
do you realize that there's a policy in place for every single thing they're doing? So it's not just like they just no. Listen first.
Which policy?
No. Yeah, for them buying cars, for all the whatever they what are you really complaining about? Because every single thing they did, what we can tell them is to change the law that allows them to be doing all of what they're doing.
Which law? right?
For them to back,
Back.
for them to do change costs for
No, this is not
legislators
which law
every 4
gave them
years.
that. Which law gave them that right? Right?
Well, you
To
ask
share
them, but
to share
there's a law.
100
There's
million
a
per honorable member. Which law?
You'll be sure.
Are
You'll
they
be sure
following?
that that thing may be in the
wait,
budget. If that's in
yeah,
the budget,
exactly.
then that's the
There's a
appropriate
budget
appropriation
for
of
It's
that.
it.
not in any budget. Did
So
you see
so how
which of the
so how would
budget?
they get the money? I don't like the way you're looking at these things.
No, which budget? No, let's ask
I
ourselves.
I don't know,
The budget
but
is
I'm
here. That is exactly what we're saying.
okay. What money are you saying? When did they get the 100 million? How
This
does that
December,
come about?
this Christmas, they said it.
Wait, yeah, they said. How did they say it?
The media aide to the president, it's on Twitter. He came out and said it. The honorable members, the speaker was saying, when people were saying, he said he gave them things worth 100 million. It's not like they gave them the cash. And one of the House of Rep member came.
What was it for? No, calm down. What was it for?
What was it for? Okay, they gave them. Okay, one of them said they gave each of them 2,400 bags of rice to share to people.
Right. Okay. So isn't that part of the palliative that they were talking about initially back in August? That they will give that palliative will be distributed to every citizen in Nigeria. Isn't that part of it?
Palliative to every citizen in Nigeria?
No. See, let's complain about the process, not like the money. So they're doing palliative, for example. So now how the palliative is being distributed, maybe it doesn't satisfy the way you think it should be. Now let's criticize that. Not saying that what law give them. We just said it now. Palliative, like that palliative was signed. They have to go for that.
This issue of palliative, that's the problem. We said it's palliative. And this is just people spending money anyhow. But we keep saying, oh, there is palliatives. You are talking about billions that have gone the drain this December. And we say it's
all
palliative.
Right, so let's
now we started with the
that.
governors. He said it's palliative. They share the money.
Right.
You can't account for anything. You left the governor. You moved to the National Assembly members, right? Shared the billions, right?
Okay.
It's palliative. So this is the same money that we are borrowing, right? And this money is not even getting to everybody. This is more like the politicians sharing it among themselves. As far as I
now,
see.
wait. Now you're making the point that I would like us to actually talk about. They distribute it, but it's not getting to the people that needed it. So that's where the problem is. But now let me say this. The way I'm looking at it, I don't think there's any other way they can distribute this. And I'll tell you why. Nigeria does not have, with our postal service is not working properly. Not every Nigerian have a bank account to be able to distribute. They don't even know there's no head count of Nigeria. So we can't say who is who. So what's the other way to distribute whatever palliative they're giving out? Is to give them to each locality representative, the legislators that represent different corner of Nigeria. That's the only way as of right now, the way I see it. I don't know if you have any other way for them to distribute it, because every single Nigerian, we don't know the account. Not everybody have NIN. Not everybody have postal. Every house in Nigeria, do we even have the postal office that can bring it to every houses in Nigeria? Not every household have telephone number that you can actually verify. Not every household have bank account. So how other way do you want them to distribute this?
See, let's tell ourselves one truth. If they still continue with this issue of distribution, palliative, and all those things, as far as I'm concerned, I don't see anything coming out from it. Because even till now, not until that happened, right? Nobody even knew anything. Not until, that particular honorable member actually came out. Nobody even knew anything. It was until people started talking that the other guys were like, yeah, it's true that the president gave us that for Christmas. Now, Christmas is gone. Where are the rice? Everybody kept on. They go into their warehouse. The same thing happened during COVID, right? They gave them all those things. They kept it. Why are we really using that same method that we all know that is not going to materialize into something positive? This is Nigerian money, right? They decide among themselves to do that distribution. This is, I don't know.
What other way? I want us to, let's speak to that. What other way do you think they should have distributed this. Because to be honest with you, if I know my house of rep, someone that represent my town was giving food to distribute and it's not doing it, I'm legally I can hold him accountable. But now since the citizen is not doing that,
How do they
let's
want to
speak
do it?
to how do should what do
How do
you
they want to do it?
didn't we vote for them? We vote for whoever represents us. We vote for them,
These
correct?
are obvious loopholes. See, this is Nigeria. We
Brother,
know
you
Nigeria.
know what it takes to go and stand in the front of the honorable's house and be saying, "Where is my bag of rice?" In Nigeria,
This is
it's not
obvious
easy
loopholes.
to hold them accountable. It's easy to say.
Obvious loopholes. You just decide to let them go. Okay, who's going to check them? They didn't even distribute the rice. They didn't even do anything. And this is public fund. What are we saying?
I think that we are minimizing the power that we have. Remember SARS. Nobody think it can go far as it went.
Bros, how
Like
we
we
can
can
do in
do this, we
America
can
is
hold
not
them
how it is.
accountable. We can
How
hold
we
these
do in
people
America
accountable.
is not how it's so easy in Nigeria.
I know it's not easy, but the thing is, irrespective of how we are putting this, but there's no other way to do this distribution. That's what I'm saying. What
No
other
other way.
way?
Is it compulsory that I do that distribution in the first instance?
So
What
what do you
exactly is
think?
it doing?
How do you think they need to cushion up whatever is going on in Nigeria? So what do you think they should have spent the money on? What do you think they should have spent the money on?
There are several other things they can even do.
Like what? Give us
And
example.
giving those guys that money. These are guys that even people, right?
Give us example of what they should have
as
done with
far
it.
as I'm
What
concerned, it's not even meant. They don't even want to give it to people, right? It's okay during those screening. All this usual of check your email. We've dropped something. It's not the same thing. What are we saying? And you want people to be able to get some of all those things. You're giving it to those guys. Haba. And we are saying there's no other way. So there's no other way than to share those billions among those guys. So now, the guys are not sharing it. Is it the right of the citizen or the person that gave them money to put checks in place? Which check did he put in place?
we know they're stealing, but in this case of palliative,
why are you
how
still
do
putting that money in that place?
when
you don't even have checks to put in place. You did the same thing with governors. The governors squandered the money. Now you're starting with these other guys. Now you can't get anything.
But the governors, the legislators, they're not doing what they need to do. And we can all see it on TV that they give them money, they give them food to distribute. They're not doing it. Don't you think we should rise up and ask them questions?
Ask them questions. You can ask questions. It's normal. Ask questions. What about the man giving them that thing when he knows that he doesn't have checks, things to put in place to check if they do the right thing? I don't even know.
But there's nothing. I understand, but there's nothing he can do. What do you think he can do in 7 months?
To make laws. That's their duty. It's not all these sharing rights and all those things.
Correct.
Leave them to make laws. That's their duty. Don't do all this sharing rights and all those things.
Right, I agree.
Larry, why that means is ineffective. Politicians will still do whatever they need to do in the short term, but we too, we should do our own part by holding our rep responsible, because we just have to. But people trying to appraise Tinubu in 7 months, to me, that's the top of that's the worst ridiculous, the level of ridiculosity we can get, if there's any word like that. Because
bros, it should stop this issue of sharing money and all those sharing things.
I agree with you, but don't forget that the sharing of money, trader money or whatever, see why they can find, because I will see that as short term, because sharing of money now, part of it is when you give people 50% incentive during the Christmas period. Initially a person like me, I would like say, why will you do that? But when you look at it too, people travel home and they go to their villages to spend money to at least revive or do something about the economy of the village. Assuming that we still live with them for the next 2 months, it's not a bad idea. If you don't give to people and people stay in Lagos and they don't go to the village to spend, then the wealth may not be well distributed, may not be distributed at least to affect the people in the village. So that's an example. But on this non-sharing, I completely agree with you, to be honest. I completely agree with you. But before I can completely agree, then you should start seeing something around the health care, then around basic education and some other things. So, but like I said, we should keep we should not just be quick to blame Tinubu for that, because it's 7 months. A person like me, before I will start blaming Tinubu or start eating my head against the roof, I will still wait till like maybe December this year. If I don't see a way forward, if you ask me, I can see progress. Progress, not necessarily the way people are feeling it in terms of policy, because policy is what you will use to determine progress. Not because someone can just do short thing. Okay, if the government starts giving every household a bag of rice today, it doesn't mean they are solving problem, because if you are going to, because it will depend on the source of spreading that rice. If you are giving them a bag of rice, for them to suffer it in 12 months or to be worse off than the earlier situation in the next 12 months, then you've not solved any problem. So let's just be looking at what they are doing, because that's what I'm interested in. The policy they are putting in place, that's what I'm interested in. Whatever they are doing in terms of corruption, let's keep shouting for them to reduce it. Not only shouting, whatever we can do to prevent them from spending all those, of course, let us do. I'm here for that. So, but saying Tinubu has failed after 7 months, Abba.
No, I'm not even saying
That's just the pre-election and
I'm not
narrative
saying
to
he
me.
has failed. I'm not saying he has failed. I just want him to stop this issue of all this proxy, right? Giving money in proxy, give governor, give House of Rep member, give senator. These things are not even getting to people. It's
No,
just more like
like if you ask me, if you think whether Tinubu is not going to spend money, honestly, I don't know. I have to be honest with you, because I can't trust Tinubu around that place. You understand? That's not my expectation for you. If you can do anything to restrict him from spending money, I'm all for it. Why did I say so? Tinubu on his own part was a serious disappointment upon all those things. He awarded himself for retirement benefits, right? So we've seen that one in the past. So we've seen how Lagos State spend money, and the way they spend money is what they still use to retain their loyalty to the party. I don't know how we are going to resolve that problem. If you can resolve that one, it's a plus for us. But I want to see what it's going to do in terms of security. Is cassava, ege, and ewa, and agbado. I'm still waiting to see what it's going to do around that place. Student loan, I'm waiting for what it's going to do. Reviving our technical school, I'm waiting for what it's going to do. The security that I say, recruit 2 million or 5 million. I'm still waiting to see that. Those are the things I want to see for now.
And minimum wage is still hanging on his neck.
You understand? And the minimum wage too. So those are the things I want to see. If possible, state police, those are the things I want to see. It's good for us to talk about the senator, but I won't use much energy if you don't remove the loopholes, because for us, we just have to, any money that is hanging around that, even if you want to borrow money, for example, now, you should have something so critical to the point that the senator too, they won't even be at peace of mind to even say they want to allocate that money for themselves.
Of course.
That's the kind of thing I want to see. Let's see, we can see that project to the point that even a politician will want to steal, but his conscience will make it difficult for that money to steal. But now we seem that we are not identifying the critical project that those money should be going for.
Yeah.
You understand? Like say, someone is collecting money to go and dressing ball. What a nonsense.
To me, I just believe he's trying to bribe those guys with all those things.
Well,
That's that's what I can say. He's just trying to bribe them
even
with
if it's not bribing them, let me tell you one thing. Even if it's not bribing them, those guys will bribe themselves. You know,
guys that are not even ready to do. God,
they,
God
they,
will
they,
save
they, they,
Nigeria.
they will bribe themselves. So to me, I still see positivity in what it's doing, to be honest with you. But the matter of corruption, well, I won't. Why I agree that we need to eliminate corruption, but I will still focus more on what they can do that Nigerians can get job. Like as people are saying now, oh, electricity is the reason that we are not industrialized. I used to buy that before, but over time, I know that it's not true. The reason we are not
It's
producing
BS. I never buy it. It's BS.
entirely, I don't believe it because those companies that really want to have factory in Nigeria, they have. What the Manufacturing Association of Nigeria should be doing is to make sure that their members put some kind of investment in place to produce locally. Then work with the government to make sure that they don't have those people that are importing pot of soup from London. Because look at it now. So Nigeria is importing soup from London, and
Yeah,
you fly that into flight to Nigeria.
Are
but if
you
you look at
serious?
but if you look at
Yeah,
those ones
yeah.
are there. But if you look
We're
at cost
importing
of
Gary now from China.
bros, if you look at cost of doing business in Nigeria, it's really expensive now.
No, so would that make cost of cooking soup and flying through
No, I'm not even talking
through
about
airline to
that. When
Nigeria
you were
cheaper?
when you said, power and all those things, because averagely, if you are just more like a small scale business guy, that needs power, right? Averagely, for you to run 24 hours or probably let's say like 6-7 hours, right? Gen and all those things every day, because a lot of guys want to really do, but
No,
I
no,
can
no.
tell you,
Larry, forget about small scale business. Let's even talk of medium scale, right?
yeah, that
And
the
large
small
scale.
scale business is if you look at the whole Nigeria sector, right? Those small scale business take a large chunk,
Wait
a
now.
large chunk.
Wait. See, this is the excuses that I will say I will not buy. It's
Okay.
just because government created that opportunity for some non-so business people to be doing business.
Okay.
Now, look at the real organized business in Lagos now. I'm sorry to say I'm not using this one as because some people will jump on me now and they will say, oh, this is ethnic something. This is not ethnic. Some people will tell you, though, we are the reason for the economy of Lagos. I keep saying this thing. Alaba, my two, they are not the main business in Lagos. Even though I know that it's about people. The real businesses that are giving Lagos money, they are the real organized businesses. By the word
Right,
organized
but
businesses, are you talking
but
of Glow?
the
Yeah.
small scale business actually make the economy.
Yeah,
No,
because
no.
averagely,
Oriola, that's not even my perspective. Small
okay.
scale businesses, for example, whether you like it or not, you are not going to outside the country to go and import the services computer village we render. You are not going outside the country to import it. You understand? You are not going out. Okay, you can call all those telecommunications, big businesses, large scale. But then what I'm saying is this: we have some businesses that we cannot import to the country today. We can't import Nollywood to Nigeria today. It's being produced locally. There too, they need electricity to work. If you don't know, they still have electricity to produce their services too. You understand? Even all those people that are producing digital content too, they still use electricity to produce it. What I'm saying is this: what are the policies that won't let Nigerites, that will not let a dollar stay in Nigeria? We didn't get this thing right until we stop importation of cement into the country. Up to up to 2012, Nigeria could not fulfill the cement need of the country until Jonathan now took the bull by the horn. I said enough. If those of you that we gave licenses before that were not putting any instruction in place, we are revoking your revoking your licenses. They did the same too for those people that just got a refinery license and they were just looking for you had no expert, you have no expertise in refinery business before. You got that here and they started brandishing it around looking for investors and they didn't get. Only the like of Dangote could get maybe one guy in Anambra or in Eastern part and some few people that were able to get investment around that petrochemical businesses. So the thing is this: if you will still allow China to dump tires in Nigeria, they still dump everything in Nigeria, then the local industry will not, they won't have any interest in doing that. If a local industry now manage to get money now and kick those people, importers out now, the next thing they will be saying, oh, they are monopolizing. That's the problem. If the government policy will support local production, if you are supporting Dunlop for us to have factory in Nigeria that be producing tire, if you are supporting Tower Aluminium to have everything to support locally, those are the kind of things I regard as subsidy.
Yeah, yeah. But if you look at it, why exactly will someone want to import, right, when they can actually produce the same thing here? Everything goes around the cost of producing that particular thing. Take for instance now,
Larry, I'm still saying, not that sorry for cutting you. I'm not trying to
yeah,
cut you. I'm still saying I just want you to understand me. You
but
will only sell what you produce in your country. If you don't allow people to bring and dump their product here in Nigeria, you understand? You will
yeah,
only eat. Okay, now look
so
at it
you are
this way
saying,
now.
are you saying,
I live in America. I know I live in Canada.
yeah,
My cost of electricity in a month now may be what some people will even pay for like 8 to 12 months in Nigeria, for example. Now, it's expensive for me, but I depend on what I have here. The cost of electricity here is very huge, but I can only consume what is available to me within my economy. If we are saying the cost of production is expensive in Nigeria, Nigeria can only consume what is available to them. And there's a way the market will adjust to the local production. If you are talking of export, I understand. But in Nigeria, we want to, whatever we have, whatever we produce locally, if you don't allow any people to dump anything from outside the country, that's what we have.
yeah.
I agree with the way you're looking at it. I don't see anything wrong in actually importing or people dumping stuff. What I think the government should have done, which I think I'm not sure if you actually um talk about that as well. It's more like, so if we look, for example, like the tire, for example, if the government can subsidize, by what I mean by subsidize is assist any company that's currently doing manufacturing tire in Nigeria to be able to you subsidize them, give them some money to be able to produce jobs, able to manufacture more and be competitive with whoever is importing or dumping their stuff.
Exactly.
That way by the time because they have the backup of the government, it will make them not charge as much. They might even be less pricey, that people that are importing will have no choice than to stop importing, because it doesn't money wise and profit wise, it doesn't, they're not
See,
gaining.
Oriola, if you allow people to import cement to Nigeria today, I can tell you a bag of cement will not go beyond 1,000 naira. In reality, a bag of cement will not go beyond 1,000 naira. So what will happen if you allow that? Dangote Cement will not see any reason in doing that.
Competition is good, though. Don't you think
No,
competition is good?
I know. But if those because this is the way Nigerian investor think. They don't want to put anything down for the long term. They just want to cash that because of their risk appetite. They are afraid of what is going to happen to them tomorrow. You know, the only reason the only reason Globacom could even get license because others, when they were afraid to put money down, the like of Globacom put their money down for second carrier then, while others they were analyzing about the risk in Nigeria, you know, the risk of investment and all those blah blah blah. Now let me shock you. Obasanjo regime, they gave incentives to whosoever will be buying any power equipment to power an industry. That equipment should be in excess of 1 megawatts. You know, it's just like you are buying a generator of like a generator instead of 500 kVA, you are buying 1000 kVA. So that is duty free. You are paying nothing. As at that time, it simply means that even the cost of even bringing 1 megawatt generator into Nigeria was cheaper than even by 500 kVA. What did the like of Dunlop do? They ran to Ghana and Unilever. They ran to Ghana because they promised them a tax break, and they were importing to Nigeria. If we had the like of Trump in Nigeria that time, I believe me, immediately Unilever was going out. That's goodbye. It will block them from the
But that's what I'm saying. That if government wants to enable the environment, they need to, just like you said, incentivize, subsidize a lot of those stuff that those people will be doing, just so they can thrive in our economy. Because it's also helpful. Because now they will hire more people. Those people will have to pay tax, and those people will have to buy stuff from the economy. So they growing the economy.
God
So
bless you. You got it.
so I think that just like you said about the cement, for example, Dangote and the other guy, they have the government backing, even though they're doing it their own other way that they usually do it, but they still have the government backing. So we just want the government to be able to incentivize them,
Yeah.
subsidize whatever they need in order to be able to create more jobs. But with that being said, I still want them to open it up for competition from outside world. That way, those people won't think they're too big and become conglomerate, that they will be cheating our people. So I want them to see competition.
The first competition, I got you. If the okay, you know, MTN is a competition. It's a competitor, right? It's a direct foreign investment. If American company, British company are coming to Nigeria to establish a factory, perfect. But if you are coming to Nigeria just to use about a million people to produce product in your country, and you are dumping that in Nigeria to create job for maybe about 10 to 50 people, I don't support that. That's what I'm saying.
So
I don't either, and I think that's what
Okay.
like the Dangote and the train were doing to us. I don't
yeah,
agree
I
with
think
that.
we're actually saying the same thing. But the major thing is this: if government can subsidize cost of production, the local manufacturers will be able to produce things that will be able to compete with things that people are bringing from outside.
Now the question:
Okay,
how are they
let me
supposed to
come
now?
in
That's
real
the question.
quickly.
How are they supposed
Let
to?
me come in, please, if you guys can hear me, if you don't
Okay.
mind. Thanks. Yeah, is that Larry, right? To the last thing you said, why should or what area should the government subsidize production? And to Ola earlier, he said he used to think that our lack of industrialization had to do with lack of electricity power. Um, but that's not the case anymore. I mean, I guess you have a new knowledge about it. I don't think I completely agree with that point. Because yeah, sure, some companies or people that have the capital can produce in Nigeria, but it's telling me that an average person does not have a barrier to come into the marketplace to want to just produce toothpick. Do they have to go purchase a generator and gasoline and all this stuff in order to manufacture or produce the toothpick? If that was the case in China, I don't think the Chinese would be a true world power when it comes to the manufacturing of all these goods that they produce around the world, or they send to different countries around the world. So having stable, affordable electricity, it's a big deal in manufacturing, or in an economy that wishes to be a strong exporter, or even internally producing goods to consume.
That what we are saying that number one, electricity is not cheap, and that again, we cannot wait forever for electricity to come. That's what I'm saying. Now, Dangote, Boa, Lafarge, and so many factories in Nigeria that are doing local production today, they find ways of giving the electricity and they still compete. Like I said,
No,
the major
that's my
reason.
point. Oh, sorry, that's my point. You can't be mentioning Dangote, Lafarge, and all these big companies. Obviously, they didn't start out so big, but you can't use them
Yeah,
as the
Prince
you
Daddy.
can't use them as the barometer. You can't use them as the
No,
barometer.
Prince Daddy. Look at no. I'm coming. They didn't get to the status they had today until the government helped them with importation policy. When they opened the border for people to be importing, the wickedness in Nigeria is this. Even the landing cost for cement was very cheap, but we're not being sold cheap. I remember that time they were selling a bag of cement for 2,800, even when they were importing cement from China, and the landing cost was so ridiculous. And the local cement, I remember then the Dangote of this world, Elephant Cement of this world, they were even competing with that. You got what I'm saying? Okay, you were bringing cement from China and you are selling for 2,800. Local cement, they were selling for 2,500. You were bringing foreign steel. You say, oh, this is imported steel, very expensive, almost doubled that of the one they produce in Nigeria. And Universal Steel, they were still there, still producing iron rebars. You understand?
And the one produced in Nigeria was cheaper.
Yeah, the iron produced in Nigeria was cheaper as far back as I
But
know.
what of in a case where the one produced in Nigeria is more expensive, and people are saying,
No. You still don't get my point. That you open border for these people sometimes doesn't mean that what they are bringing will be that cheaper. That's our mentality in Nigeria, right?
yeah, no, that's not what we are saying here. If I really understand what we are
No,
saying
you
here
see, I know. Wait now, let me learn now. Now, when Jonathan blocked that importation of cement, for example, that was when the like of Boa, the like of Dangote, the like of Lafarge were able to increase their capacity. It didn't just start that way. So if you really want the local business to develop, you understand, you have to have good policy on importation. Things will be expensive initially. Get it right. I'm not disputing that. But over time, competition will force the price down. It's not anything, we just have to start. But what we want to do in Nigeria today is this: we want a child to be born today and work. No.
But I understand the fact that with time things will calm down, but the multiplier effect of that increases in price is still going to go to the consumers.
We overemphasize. We forgot that.
And do you know that even if you block their imports,
forgot that you cannot produce more than affordability of your country. See, because this is the error in the way we analyze the economic situation. Let me tell you one thing: if you produce your food today and your food is more expensive than what people can afford, you are going to lose that business.
But you said they should block. Now, the people don't even, when people don't have alternative, what happened? They smuggle.
That you don't understand what I'm saying. That importation is why we are not producing enough to meet. Because look at it this way now. If I know that, okay, maybe I'm supposed to make ₦1 million over 12 months as a local producer. But now you open the border now, I know that I can easily make that 1 million within 2 weeks. Why should I put infrastructure in place in Nigeria and now be producing? We forget that what we are not looking at in that macro impact of that thing is this. You are borrowing money for your investment in Nigeria. You are servicing the debt. You are putting some people in job already in the financial sector. And you are employing local people too to do things. What are you doing by the time you are doing that? You are creating demands locally. If you now block people, because why people are not producing in Nigeria today, why they prefer to import is just because it is easier for us to make quick money overnight. It's easier for us to become multi-billionaire overnight when we import. So at the end of the day, the distribution of the money is not okay. But if you do it in such a way that the system, you trust the system, and the consistency of the system, that the next 10 years, people will rise, things will grow normally, it will counterbalance whatever effect you want to talk about. Because
Okay, like you're covering a lot of grounds, but see, uh, even the great economies, right? They had or they still get support, a lot of support from the government, one way or another, right? Um, um, to in any industry, they tend to get a lot of support, be it by policy or actual capital injection into that industry. They get a lot of support. Um, I'm trying to understand where you're coming from. You cover a lot of grounds. Obviously, it's number a problem. I would say one of our biggest problems is that orientation towards the way we do business, and we've always had this raw material mentality, always trying to get quick money, and just ship out our raw materials and get finished products in, and that's the way we've always been. We don't really have this, maybe apart from our Willower and those people back then, that drive to want to make Nigeria or our economy a really robust manufacturing economy. Okay, we more likely to gravitate towards imports and look down on our own product. Maybe rightfully so because they know of good quality. But many times, a lot of things that we import may not have good quality themselves, especially when they're coming from especially cheap product from China. So
Do you think Nigeria encourages for us to actually manufacture our own thing?
no, that's what I'm saying. There's nothing in that country that tells me. I mean, the people that manufacture anything, I give them a lot of credit. And to
Yeah.
the point I was saying earlier, that electricity is the big deal. It's a big deal. You can't tell me that it's an excuse for not to not manufacture. It is an excuse. It's a to liberalize manufacturing in the country. We have to reduce drastically the barrier to enter that manufacturing space. What is it? Obviously, if you're manufacturing anything, you need electricity. That should be the number one item on the line of expenses.
Prince Daddy, don't get me wrong. See, when you don't have your primary source, you must still have substitute. We can't be waiting for electricity forever and continue to live in penury. That's what I'm saying.
But the
No,
subsidy,
no. Say,
Wait now,
say, we should not. No, no. We should not be even talking about. We should not be having a conversation. That's the problem. We should not even be having a conversation about having a constant electricity. That should have been a thing of the past. The fact that you want to keep kicking down the can down the road and let it be the responsibility of the private citizens to make do. I don't like that. I don't like
No,
it.
no, no, no,
I
no.
don't. I
Prince Daddy. See. I see. don't think that I say they shouldn't have electricity. That's not my point. Electricity can still come in later and drive the cost of things down. That's not my distance. Okay, give example. Anybody that really want to do business that identify opportunity, whether electricity or no electricity, we find a way through the market if the government policy is favorable. What has developed industry in the past in Nigeria is not necessarily that electricity itself. As a matter of fact, what we develop electricity in the country in Nigeria will still be policy. Banking, that's why I keep it. Fintech in Nigeria is ever growing today. Now, we are talking of our cloud services now. As we speak now, those people that want to put the infrastructure in place, they can give excuses about electricity and they will not create data center that will be serving people within that services. And it's about electricity, and we can easily lay a cable from here to Ghana to go and connect some kind of cloud services there. That is exactly what I'm telling you, what I'm talking about. Electricity must come, but then
say fintech, banking, and this other stuff you mentioned, they are not electricity.
Yes. Do you
They are
know
not
people that
dependent.
can do, those people you said that can do business are basically service industries.
Exactly. Exactly that point.
Prince
So
Daddy,
it's
Prince Daddy,
easier.
don't forget
Now,
I
take
work.
for
Don't forget
instance,
I work in a bank and I work in
wait,
the data
those ones
center
are
there.
basically service industries, right?
Wait
They
now,
can do
yes
that
now.
thing.
See. Even in China, we are talking today. The manufacturing industry is not even up to 40%. If you know, most industrialized countries we are talking about, even Canada. I don't think Canada even manufacturing is even up to 15% or
40%
20%.
in China is huge, huge. Do you know the
I
population of
know.
China?
Okay,
I
take
know.
for
No,
instance now.
I
Let's say
know.
let's say
I know.
you are
Wait now.
manufacturing something, right? 2 years ago, right? You were not really depend because there was not even electricity in Nigeria. You were not depend. You had your own alternative, and basically it costs you like average. Let's say it costs you like 100,000 to buy fuel. Now that 100,000, how much do you think it will cost you to buy fuel now?
250,000.
Do you know that? Okay, look at from how much, right? I think before those present increments, 2 years ago, a liter of fuel in Nigeria, I think it was around is it 200 or something? And now it's like 670, right? So now if you're using 100,
Larry, let me tell you something. You see why I don't buy this idea of over focusing on electricity.
yeah, because it's
Let's
even more
no.
expensive now.
Let's just go there now. I've been avoiding it.
Yeah.
You see, when you talk
Okay,
of manufacturing,
let Larry finish on that point. Let him finish on that point.
Yeah, so that okay now 100,000 last 2 years, even before this government came into being, right? You were buying a liter of fuel a little bit less than 200 naira. Presently, that liter of fuel is
I
600.
think it was 160 something or was
Yeah. So
something.
now it's around 670. So which means that almost times 6 of what you were
That is bad
using.
for the economy and productivity.
So almost times 6 of what you're using, right? From 100,000 to like 600,000. And you still want me to produce the same thing. And invariably, I'm going to increase my price. And people are not even available, are not even able to afford it because they don't even have the money to buy it. Invariably, I'm going to be out of business. So there's no magic.
Okay, Larry. I still tell you, you see, I'm an advocate of increasing worker salary, but this worker salary was a percentage in Nigeria. Because when you talk of workers, we are talking of the government workers, right? The thing is this.
Not just
How long would you continue
Wait
to
now.
increase salary?
Wait.
How long?
Ola, let me ask one quick question. Prince Daddy, in US, right, and all these countries that have 24 electricity, who's providing electricity? Is it a private company or is it the government? Like Prince Daddy, for example, I'm pretty sure you have electricity where you are, right? And it's not free, right? You pay every month. Now, is it the government that's in charge of that electricity sector, or is it a private company that you have to pay every month? Yeah.
Well, it's the private company, but for example, they have other government agencies also, like the Bonneville Power Administration. They oversee the pricing of the wattage and other parts of the distribution of the electricity. But mainly, it's in the hands of the private companies, and they have the responsibility also, policy and regulation to make sure they abide by certain laws and make sure, because electricity, of course, is a national security, right? So they have to make sure they abide by the law and produce electricity that's sufficient for the people, for the consumers.
Okay, so do we have private electric companies in Nigeria?
I don't we I, well we I
Yeah,
don't
we
know.
do.
I don't
We
think we
do.
do.
So
We
why
do.
don't we start we the private people? Why don't we start looking into maybe
Yeah, we do.
starting a
We have a
company
couple of
like
them now.
yeah?
Like Geregu, we have a couple of them in Nigeria.
Okay, so
Geregu
why
is
don't you go to them for your electricity source like you do when you go to America? You go to your private electric company for electrical source, and you make deals with them. Hey, how much I pay every month to give me electricity?
yeah, but what you need to understand is in Nigeria, one some parts, right? It's into the generation, and another part is into distribution. So basically, you see in Nigeria today, they will tell you, okay, we have a lot, right? Okay, distribution is the problem. Now, distribution will tell you we are not even getting that much. So I think it's not just more of all this privatization, because the privatization has been in
No,
place.
So
Larry,
the
this is
private
it.
company cannot provide,
No, Mike.
cannot
Government is
produce
still
electricity.
controlling. Government
Eh?
is still controlling. Government is still controlling electricity in Nigeria. That's just a fact.
That's what I'm
You see,
saying. But why can't we, the people ourselves, get to a point where we start building power plants, building our own
No,
electricity?
no,
it's just because
you
of
be
the
breaking
policy,
the law.
Mike.
You be
No,
violating the law.
It's
So
just
that's a
because of
wait,
the
problem.
wait, 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 wait. In the US, those companies, those power companies, they didn't just wake up and start building power company. Of course, they get license and things like that from government, and they start their own power producing, you know, plant and then supplying people and they're making money, become wealthy. Wealthy is becoming industry. What I'm saying is, why can't we engineers, so-called educated Nigerians, with brain that's gone to all the school, all the degrees, figure out how to build power plants on their own?
Mike. That's what
The
we want to
money.
explain to you
It's
now.
the
Mike,
That's
law.
what.
the same reason why you can't go build your own road, because the roads are bad.
But you're not listening to me. Once you figure out to do it, now you can tell government, hey,
No.
I have
The
my
thing is,
company. Give me a license.
Mike,
yeah,
that's what we
The
are trying to
reason,
explain to
wait,
you.
hold on. The reason government is having to do the whole supplying and everything is because no one else have the brain to build anything.
Mike, you are not
no,
No,
listening.
no,
You are
because
not
Mike.
listening.
They know how. They know how. It's already there. We don't need to
No, it's a
reinvent
lie. It's a
anything.
lie.
no,
Who
see,
knows
Huh?
how? You?
what are you
No,
saying?
Who knows
Mike,
how?
you are not
Look
listening.
at
Listening
Geregu.
to people. You are not listening. Look,
Look
first
at
of all,
Nigeria?
Geregu.
Hold on. Is
Look
Nigeria
at
will be the only
transport.
country in the world with electricity? They don't have electricity in Ghana, in America, in the UK. There's nothing new about electricity, Mike. What is
No,
new about it?
no. I'm saying
So okay,
which private company in Nigeria figure out to build power plants and his own
yeah, I've named two people, right? I've named Geregu.
they're buying from the government and selling to the people, or they
No,
have their own power plants.
Larry,
Geregu.
let me explain to Mike if Mike will let us explain. The thing is this.
So
That
if
thing
they
has
hold on,
always been
if you said they're
Mike.
already doing, why is everybody saying they're breaking law then? Okay, go ahead. You
No,
guys
Mike,
are contradicting
You are
yourself.
not listening. You are
you
not
don't
listening. Just
understand what he's
listen. Let people
asking,
tell you.
actually.
Let people tell you. I would like just a minute.
You are not saying what Prince Daddy said, though.
Tinubu brought Enron. He wanted to break the monopoly. Federal government forced Tinubu to stand still, even after investing in that power. You know what the federal government said? He said, okay, you can generate, but you cannot distribute. Now, you want to do your business. Someone that is not effective in that business, you say, I want to do my business. Government say, oh, don't worry. You can borrow your $1 million, $1 million and put that in. I will collect that thing from you and I will pay you. You understand? That is what the federal government wants. And federal government itself, with
Hold
that
on, before you move
technology,
further, your argument was that Tinubu went to bring Enron, right? As a
he just
governor,
not
right?
he brought Enron to Nigeria. It's not as
That's
he
what I'm
wanted
saying.
to.
He is bringing another
He
company from
brought them, not
outside.
as he is bringing.
He is not in Nigeria that figure out to build what Enron built and locally.
Must
Now
he
you're
be
involving
Nigerian
foreign this thing,
personal
so you have
investor?
to engage the
Okay,
federal government on that.
why didn't Nigeria build MTN? Why didn't Nigeria build Globalcom? Why must Nigeria build all these things?
Wait, Ola. Listen to
This
what
kind
he's
of
saying.
argument I don't
Listen,
understand.
He's
Ola.
the
Listen to what he's saying. You now listen to what Mike is saying. How come we cannot innovate or invent, or we're not
thank you.
inventing? How come
Okay.
we cannot innovate and actually build on
Yeah.
our own?
On our
Because
own.
we don't have the technical
Presently,
know-how.
Mike.
This guy is
Mike.
mentioning.
And that's the point I'm
Why
making.
did you build
Oriola, you understand what I'm saying? The
And
Yeah, I
Nigerians
know what you
themselves,
mean.
can I say
Yeah,
they
something?
don't
I've
know how
been
to
saying
build
that too.
anything.
Yeah,
Can I say
I've been
something?
saying
We
that.
But
presently have
why is that any important? Why is that really any important at this point in
It
time?
is important. It
Why
is
do you have to
important.
Okay,
depend on
You know what?
okay,
foreigner to build
hold
your
on.
power source?
Are you saying? Let me understand, Mike and Aurelia. Are you saying if we did as Nigerians, the government is going to give us a special privilege? Is that what you're saying? If
Hold
we
on.
did
Let
it
me tell you what I'm
internally?
saying. Let me tell you what I'm saying. Let me tell you where I'm going. Every Nigerian want to live like America and Europe, right? Now, when you look into those society, you will find out that the things that they enjoy, those technology, those advancements, were things that individual and private corporation, private company invented, innovated, built, and government just put regulations. The government just put regulations there, and people enjoy it. Now, looking into Nigeria, Nigerians, we say they want the same thing, but they don't know how to build it. They expect the government to be the one to build it. Then they point at America. And then I'm telling you, in America, it's not the politicians that build the power plants, invent the technology, the YouTube, internet, all the great things that we are enjoying, that we want to enjoy in Africa. It's not the politicians that invented these things or innovated these things.
Okay,
It's
Mike.
the individual
Mike, can I?
companies, individual
Why did you
Americans
even
Well,
wait for
that
him to
did it.
finish
on
building
that
the
point,
Hold on,
power
let me
Mike.
plant,
land.
Mike?
Let me land. So
You and me, you are not giving any point
no,
at
no,
all.
I don't say I'm not giving you. If I'm not
Wait,
giving, maybe you don't get it. But what I am
he
telling
has
you is,
point. It's you that
Okay.
you're not
What
listening.
point
He
Oriola,
of view
has
what
do
Mike.
I
you
point.
am
have?
telling you is,
What point of view?
as black people, black men, black,
Oriola,
we
Mike.
don't, we tend everything we want to enjoy in this life.
Yeah.
We enjoy some kind of politicians who just produce it from thin air.
Okay.
Or we
Can I
try to go
just?
Okay,
and buy it and
Mike,
give it
hold
to
on,
everybody.
Mike, please let me
I
just say
got. Let me
something.
respond real quickly. So, Mike, I hear what you're saying, but unless you're telling me that we have a special technology or know-how or resources that we can use to generate electricity in Nigeria, then I will listen to you. But your
No,
argument about trying to do it ourselves when the technology, the know-how, the benchmark, everything is out there. I don't get your point. Where
no,
you're
my
coming
point
from.
is figure how to build it yourself.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Mike,
We
I'm
can
agreeing
claim
with
we
you
are
that you don't have
educated.
it. And I'm
Wait,
telling you that instead of
okay.
crying for
Can
decades about
can
your government should give you electricity, take your black ass to a science lab and go and figure out to be power
can I
yes,
can,
thank you.
stuff.
Thank you.
can I
I've
say
been
But
saying
something?
that.
Mike, but it's
Thank
Bro,
already
you.
there,
please.
Mike.
Thank you.
No,
The
you don't have it.
technology
No, you
is
don't.
already
No,
Let's
you don't.
there.
build it.
You have
It's
no.
there.
Your government have to go and build
Okay.
a
Can I
German to come
can
and
I
No,
figure
no,
it out
no.
for you.
Actually, Oriola and Larry, none of us are asking the government to build anything.
no
Not at all.
Are
no
you
We're
but
actually
kidding
not
me?
saying that.
you know
No,
the
that's
What
what
are
thing
you're
is
asking, though. That's
no
what
no
you're
no
No, no,
asking.
no.
no. Let's say
We're
something. Let's
not
get
saying
something
that.
right. Let's
What are
get
you
something
saying
What
right.
then?
are you saying?
In terms of companies that are building it, presently, I know of two companies in Nigeria.
They're not building. They don't own
No,
it. They
no,
are.
no.
They
There is,
no.
you can
Google
go and
company
Google.
that
You
you just
can
said
no,
is
no,
not.
Oriola.
See,
It is. This is.
it's
If
not in
something is
Nigeria.
wrong,
See, they're not Nigerian. They're not
go and
Nigerian.
They
They
check.
go
get
and
Go.
they
Oyibo
go and
people to
import
Why
build
them.
are
it.
you? Why are you saying that?
Stop lying. They
Go
get
and check
Oyibo people to
Geregu.
build it for
Geregu is
them.
owned. Geregu is on Nigerian stock market.
He
They are
yes,
trading on
he own it. He
Geregu is
own it,
owned.
but he have foreigner to build it
Why
for
are
him.
you saying
Just
you
like,
could bring for anybody brings foreigner? So if they
but
don't
that's
bring
not
foreigner,
what
what are
we
you doing in
listen
the
to. What
US?
we are saying. Listen to what we are saying. Let
You are saying
us innovate. Let
what are
us
you
build
saying?
it on our own. Let Nigerian build.
Where
You're,
is
you're,
it
we're all
domiciled?
That is
crying
not a
that we don't
problem.
have
That would
power.
not be a
How come we
problem.
can't use our
What we
brain
ask, hold on,
to
what we're asking
create?
for is for the government to liberalize the power sector. That was
We don't.
that's
You
what we're
don't need
asking
that.
for.
You don't need
Oh,
to
really?
wait on government. If we have
I thought the
someone
law.
who
Let me
can
give you an
build it,
Okay.
example.
Prince
Let me
Daddy,
give
Prince Daddy,
let
are you telling me you need
Mike,
government to liberalize before you
Mike,
go to a lab to figure out to
Mike,
make something yourself?
Mike. Let me give you an
That is
example.
not the point.
This
Of
is
course,
an
you can go
example.
to
Hold
lab
on,
and
hold on. What's this
In
guy that
Ogun
invented
State,
electricity? Did he wait
Mike,
for government to make a
Mike,
law before he invented
can I
electricity?
give you an example?
You guys should stop this,
Before
man.
the
Come on.
liberalization of that sector, I will give you an example of Ogun State, particularly in Abeokuta. This elephant cement, when Amosun
Well,
was
let's not
operating.
go to cement. Stick to electricity.
No. I'm telling you about what power now. Elephant cement built something that is that can actually that they can use and can power the whole of Abeokuta.
What you do?
Yes,
but
you can go and check it.
Elephant
With what?
Cement was
With
owned
what?
by a
With
French
cement?
company, though. Elephant
Wait,
Cement
this
was owned
is
by a French
a
company.
cement company that has been in Ewekoro for long.
Yeah,
I'm
but it
telling
was
you,
owned by a
forget
French
about
company.
owned by somebody. This is a company that's been in Ewekoro before
But
a lot of
see,
before years.
even
So
the
forget
old
about.
technology that's
Wait,
used
let me
to
talk
actually
now.
get the cement to
Can I talk? Please,
subtract the
can
to
I talk?
turn limestone. 1 minute, let me land.
All this
Even
salo.
the technology that convert limestone to cement, you didn't put it
It's
together.
important.
We didn't
That is
put
not
it
what I'm
together.
telling you. That is not what I'm telling you because this is a
But that's what we are saying
a
to you now.
power.
Argue against the
A
point we are
gas.
presenting to you.
What are you presenting? I
We
just
are
told you.
presenting that we, the
I
people, don't know how
just
to
told
build, make,
you
we don't know how to
that
invent, innovate,
something was
make
built.
anything. But
Something
we
was
want
built in
everything.
Ogun State because that sector was not liberalized. They couldn't distribute, right? And they couldn't distribute not until recently that Tinubu came that he just signed that bill into law, right?
exactly. Good
That
point.
gives
Yeah.
all the states the
Okay, now
power
that we have it, let's
to
see.
go
Okay,
into
start doing it now.
generation. That's exactly what we're telling you. It's not like there are no companies. Geregu is there, Transcorp is there, right? They're building things and they are selling, right?
But
So
they
it's
didn't
not like
create the technology. That's what we're
forget about
saying.
creating technology.
You
No,
didn't
this is
What
about
is the
creating
say
point?
technology.
about it.
Most of the companies in America that deal in the power sector, they didn't create no damn technology themselves.
So who
Only
What
Who
are
we
you
created it for
what are
them?
you
few
saying?
did.
No. It
What are
was
you
Chinese that
talking
created it
about?
for them.
if it's all
What are
about
you talking
if it's
about?
all about
Stop it.
who created the technology,
It's about who created it. It matters.
so that means things
Well,
created
yeah, somebody
technologies
created the
that came from
technology,
other
be it an
countries.
American or German. But the point here is, you make it sound like every damn company that distribute or in the power sector produced the technology or invented the technology. That's not the case.
No, we're
That's
saying
not the case.
we're saying the main producer of the technology are Americans
What do
in
you mean by
Okay,
America.
no doubt.
what do
Yeah,
you
The
mean by
yeah.
the main
Okay.
scientists.
producer of the
If you go to
technology
Germany, it's the
are
same thing.
American?
If Germans don't go to Americans to come and build their power, this thing, or the
So
English don't go to it's their own
okay,
scientists that build it.
okay. Now let me ask
Thank
you
you.
something.
But we in
Let me
Africa, we don't our scientists,
let's be
if we
yes,
focused.
even have
The
some, if
reason
we have
why
any, don't build
the reason
anything.
why the Chinese are dominating is not because they produce they were the originator of all the
telling you.
technologies.
Why are you saying originator of technology for you to be
We
able to do
understand.
something?
We
Okay,
understand
okay. So,
technology transfer.
hold on.
We
Since
understand.
China is dominating in a lot of ways, okay,
Wait,
not
where
because
are they dominating? See, in terms of technology, where they dominating? You mean that the copycat they're doing, right? They transfer the technology to them, and
It
they're
still
thank
copy.
you
makes
very
sense.
much.
How about we
That's the point.
copycat too?
Now
The
let me
copycat.
ask you.
I
Let
agree
me
with
ask
you. The
you something.
copycat.
You're saying
The copycat.
they made the technology. Now, the gas, because if you want to build power plants, is it that you're building an hydropower plant, or probably you're building a gas power plant, or probably you're going more into solar and all those things.
No,
Which is
there's
the
so
major thing.
much. There's
So
nuclear. There's
yeah, there's a lot of, but for
there's
Nigeria, I'm talking
other
about
ones.
Nigeria
So
now.
what
I'm
we're
talking
saying is, yeah, you can use nuclear
I'm
in
talking about
Nigeria.
Nigeria now. I'm not talking
Yeah.
about nuclear. We don't have nuclear anything in Nigeria.
Yeah,
What
then we could come up with the technology. The
can we
technology, the know-how is
that
out there.
nuclear that you said, do you think you can just
What
build up as a
technology?
country?
The
You're not.
technology is already there. What technology are you
Yes,
Let's
coming up
keep this
with? What are we
argument
That's
talking
what
simple.
I'm
about?
Wait,
saying.
hold on, guys. Oh, guys, one voice.
Listen.
We're arguing too much.
Yeah. What I'm saying is this:
Uh,
the technology the technology know-how is
because
out
the
there.
technology that powered the car, because
Oh
it
my
was not
gosh.
it was not developed by America, right? Let's say it was not developed by America. That means America doesn't have right to produce
That's
cars.
not what
No,
we're
no,
saying.
that's not the
Let
argument.
me
America are making their own.
So why are you talking about technology? Are we not making our own in Nigeria?
We are not.
which
What are we
one?
making?
You're
What are we
not
making in
he's not
Nigeria?
listening.
We
He's
can't even
not
make toothpicks. Are
listening.
you kidding me? Didn't your government tell you we start making toothpick in 2029?
That's why I said go and Google, right?
Google.
Okay, Mike, I like that point. So we're not making
Did you
toothpick.
even make Google?
Hold on, we're not making toothpick, and we all know. We all know like making toothpick is not a really complex manufacturing process.
So how come you're
So
not doing
We
that?
don't turn the argument to stupid
let
argument.
me.
Let's stick to the main point. I just use
It's
that as
not
just
complex.
Well, no, allow me. Okay, my point here is that it's not about making the toothpick. It's about the process and the environment that's conducive to make that toothpick. It's not
Are
about
you
making
kidding?
toothpick.
See, that's always the argument. That's always the argument.
No, we can always produce have the innovative people in Nigeria produce parts or anything that has to do without electricity. We have plenty of people with the brains to do that, but that's not the challenge we're talking about. We're
But
not
hold
talking about the challenge
on, hold on. Okay, finish.
we're not talking about the challenge of being able to, of having that brain power of the human capital to do it. I don't think we have that problem. We have a problem of policy, governance, and leadership. That's our problem. And what you guys are talking about, nuclear technology and all this technology, I'm just laughing. Unless you're telling me that there's a new way that we as Nigerians can produce electricity, then I want to listen to you. But the damn technology to transmit, generate electricity, it's already there. There's nothing new. We're not going to be inventing anything.
This is chiller. We're not saying the technology to do things is not already out there in the world. We all know that. Of course, that's why we have things in the world. But what we are telling you is that we don't know how to make any of these things. We are not saying it's not already invented, it's not already there. Of course, the first if you go to Germany, go to France, go to England, go to United States, yeah, they all do present their make their own stuff, but they may not be the first country to make it. But maybe let's say America started it. They started producing car. The rest of them figure out to produce car too. America learn to produce power plant. The rest of them figure out to produce power plants, and then produce for themselves. They don't sit down, become useless people. They don't know how to make anything. And when everything they want, and I call on America to come and bring it to them, import everything, and then the citizens are crying to the government, I produce this, they have it in America, when it's the American scientists that are making it happen for America. So the argument we are making to you is that we're not saying that we can't import it to Nigeria, but what we are saying is, why can't Nigerians themselves think like the American citizens, the American scientists, and learn to make things themselves? You don't need to wait. Hold on. And the argument is always that, the government create policy. You don't need policy to be created before you not use your brain to learn to make something. Show me that you've already learned how to make it, and then I can join behind you to go fight for the policy that will help you to put it to reality, to creation. But you haven't learned how to make nothing. We Nigerian people don't read books. We don't go to science lab to go and do research. We're not innovative people. We're just people that sit around and complain.
Mike, what I would just tell you, I've given you two companies. Probably you need to go and Google, learn more about those two companies. One of them.
What do they do? Tell me what they do.
Yeah, they generate power.
Did they create the power plant themselves?
Yeah, they do.
They are scientists built this power plant.
I can tell you.
And they are Nigerians. They didn't import them.
Yes, it's Geregu, and it's owned by
He's
Otedola.
lying. He's lying.
And the second one
Otedola is a scientist that built every part of that power.
No, he's lying. Mike, don't listen to him. He's lying. He's lying. Geregu didn't create anything.
We don't have any scientists in Nigeria that can build power plants. Just letting you know.
They didn't build it. They didn't build it themselves.
We don't have any Nigerian scientists that can build power plants. We have to go to white man's plant.
Yeah. Did you build any of your refineries?
I'm sorry for saying I'm lying.
Was it Nigerians that built that?
Yeah, because what you said is not true. It's not true.
What do you mean by it's
Yes.
not true? What? Okay.
Very
What,
good.
do you know anything about? Do you know anything about Geregu? Let me ask you a question. Do you know
Yeah,
anything
I
about
know. It was owned. It's owned by this guy.
So where's
Tedola.
where is their power plant? Can you tell me, please?
Okay, I don't know. I have to look it
Yeah,
up.
but
But
the question we're asking you,
but
Larry,
what I'm
what
saying
you
is this:
don't
they
know,
didn't build it. They
what
didn't
you
build
don't,
it.
what
It
you
wasn't
don't
built
know.
by us. Stop it.
This is
Why do we lie to?
why are
do
you
we
talking
like
like
to
this?
lie to
Why
ourselves?
are you
Don't lie
lying?
to. See,
You're lying because you don't even know those things.
Okay,
When you
guys,
don't
one
know,
at a
who's
time. One at a
lying?
time.
now,
Wait.
you
One at, let's wait. Let's not
do
throw
your
insult.
research.
One at a
My
time. One at a time.
Why are you
Let's
saying
keep it
something
simple.
that no, I'm
let
lying
me say something.
because you don't even
My,
know those things.
Okay,
I'm
both of
telling
you,
I
hold on,
know.
hold on.
go check, and you're telling me I'm lying. What do you mean I'm lying? Go and check.
Okay,
When you don't know
guys.
something, you don't know it. You don't tell
Okay,
people
Do you
I'm
want me
both
to
of you,
lying.
hold
I'm
on.
respond?
telling you
I'll
because
wait.
you have
I'll
access to
wait.
that information. Why are you
I'll
telling
wait.
me I'm lying? That's
Okay.
insulting. You're telling me
Because you're
Both of you,
lying.
hold on,
I
hold
said
on,
you're lying because you're lying.
hold on. Both of you, hold on. Let's stop throwing. Maybe you are misunderstanding each other's point. Let's stop going back and forth and throwing. So let's keep it simple. I think what Larry is saying is that there's a power plant owned by Nigeria. That's what he's saying. Well, I have to look it up. Let's, for the sake of argument, let's admit that yeah,
can you
it's
Google
owned by
please?
Nigeria.
Can you
But
please
let me
Google?
land now. But what Oriola is saying that yeah, it may be owned by Nigeria, but was it built by Nigeria? Was it a Nigerian scientist that built every component of it, built that power plant from scratch, or with it? They had the knowledge to build it. That's the argument Oriola is presenting, and I'm presenting as well. Larry, did whoever Otedola, whoever, did he go and bring Germans or French or whoever, Chinese to come and build it for him? Or did he go into Nigerian society and bring Nigerian scientists and have them design the power plant and build it for him? That's the question we're asking you.
So it's not something I want to argue, right? But I've just because what you were saying is just
It's
that
not argument, it's just a question, man.
yeah, because you were basically saying Nigerians don't have those things, and I've given you two companies. I've given you
Okay, the answer is
I've
no. The
given
Nigerians
you,
didn't build it. We are not saying they don't have it. We just
I've
agree
given
with you that
you
maybe they have it.
no. I've given you Geregu. I've given you Transcorp, right?
Okay.
And this issue of you saying Nigeria didn't build it, right? Do you have evidence to kind of like say, okay, fine. I'm not saying probably people will not come. They can bring people, train people where they. It's not like which is normal anywhere, right? You can bring people from somewhere that have more experience, and that's exactly what happens everywhere, even in the US, right? You don't just say because okay, fine, it has to be
But we know
American.
for a fact the American scientists can build power plants. We know.
Yeah, but is it just American scientists? Why do we have America bringing people from other countries to come and train people to
Wait,
be
can
able
you
to know how
land
to
so I
do it?
can
Bros,
respond to you?
let's
Because
not make
you're
this
just
argument complex. Let's not complicate
really
it.
don't want to argue more on this. I've given you two
Larry,
companies. If you
we are
want to
not
check,
arguing. We're just
you
presenting
can check.
factual things. But
But
you are the
the
one turning
fact
into
that you
argument.
said
It's a
no,
simple thing.
wait.
It's not an argument.
But the
He's
fact that
just
you said
arguing
I'm
against.
lying, that's where I
Okay, sorry.
differ.
Let's not call
You
each
don't
other
tell me
liar and
I'm
stuff.
lying because I've given you an information and you telling me that you've not even checked that information. Until you check that information, that's when you'll be able to like counter whatever I say. You telling me that I'm lying when you don't even have access to the information I've shared with you, then it's insulting.
Okay,
All right.
response.
All right. Can I talk? Can you do us favor? Can you just Google it and put it out? The company you just mentioned was not built by a Nigerian.
Can
It's
somebody
owned by a Nigerian, but the technology that built that power plant was not Nigerian engineers or any that built it. That's what I'm saying. And you saying to me that we Nigerians built it, that's a lie. That's not true. So can you bring it up, please?
No,
Put
you
it
can
up
you
and
can
let's see
bring
who built it for
yeah, if
us.
anybody can actually share, you can bring Geregu up and try to like learn a little bit
Can you
about
spell it? Spell it.
You need to
G
learn.
E G E R E G U.
Start again.
G E R E G U.
Geregu.
Yeah,
Geregu. Oh,
yeah.
Geregu plants. You guys continue. Wow, look it up.
Well, what I'm just saying is this: we don't have the technical know-how. Like we have a lot of people that went to school, for engineering scientists that claims that they have PhDs and stuff. But the thing is, we can't put that knowledge to use if we can put it together to put it to use. Why are we complaining that we need
So
power
if
plant
if
when
you
we
see,
have
probably you can
PhDs?
share it. Let him see it. Let him see
When
it
we
on.
have, yeah, it's you that you need to learn about these things. I already know that
No,
we
it's
need
you
great.
that you need to learn about those things.
Well,
For you to
no,
say
no,
we
no.
don't have it, why are we in the US?
All right.
Why are we studying? Why
Don't worry
it's
about
so
it.
insulting when I don't even
It's
want to
right there.
argue with,
It's
because
going to show it to us now. It's going to show it to
so
us now.
irritating arguing
There's
this
no
kind of
need.
thing. So
The thing
irritating.
is, we front a lot. We lie about ourselves. What we can do, we
Nobody's
claim we
lying
can
about
do it.
stuff. I've given you an
That's the
information.
thing.
If
That's the
you
thing.
want
We
to know
can
the right
accept the
thing,
fact that we don't do these things
go and
and
check,
put it
go
to
and fact check what I just told you. You don't
what
just talk. You don't
I don't
fact
need to
check
fact
things.
check what you said because
So
I
if you
know
don't,
these
then
things.
that means
I
you're not ready
know
to learn.
we didn't
That
create
means
it.
you're not ready to learn. If you can't fact check
Learn
things,
what?
you're not ready to learn. You just want to talk.
Learn what? Learn that the fact that you claim your claim was not right. Is that what
Because
I need to
you
learn?
are just here blabbing on something you don't know.
I know. I just told you.
I just told you a question. I asked you
Listen,
question,
how do I
right?
know who owned it? How do I know
Because I
who owns
said
it?
it. I said it on this
You
platform.
said who? You didn't
I
say it.
said it.
I
Yes.
said it.
Oh my
I said
God.
Otedola owned it. I said it.
Look
He
at
even
you.
bought it like 2 years ago. It wasn't that long that he bought it. So what are you talking about? You're gonna teach me stuff. You can't
Oh my
even
God.
teach
Can
me
you
what
listen
you
to
don't know.
Otedola bought Berebu 2 years ago? Oh my God.
Larry, if you can just give me a minute. See, Oriola, I don't really understand what you and Mike you are arguing about. Once you find invention somewhere, people try not to reinvent the wheel. Why will you reinvent the wheel? Okay, if someone
That's not
build a
what we
wheel,
are saying, Ola.
wait,
That's not what we said.
let me land though. I heard you clearly.
No,
Because
but
what we are saying now
I
is this.
just told you now that what you
We
was
are telling
repeating is
you
not
that
true.
government policy is not allowing people to invest in power sector. What you are saying is because people do not sit down and invent, that's why government is not supporting them. I can't see the level of ridiculous. What can be more ridiculous than that? It's like, okay, we have Globacom today, and Nigeria is the one that invented the telecommunication. So Nigeria means we have to invent telecommunication. We have to invent what do we call it, fiber optic. We have to
Ola,
invent
that's not what we're
cable.
saying.
That's what
Oh
you're
my
saying.
gosh. That's not what
Now
we
look at it this
said.
way.
I didn't say that. That's not what I said.
Mike, please let us know if you got it. And
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Ola, nobody's saying you should invent something that's already been invented. We are saying it's already invented, but learn how to make it. That's what we are saying. We know car was invented. Hold on now. Hold on. Wait now. Wait. We know car vehicle was invented either between US or Germany. I'm not sure. I think it was America, right? Now, when German need their own vehicle, they make Mercedes. When Italian need their own vehicle, they make Ferrari. British make Jaguar. They didn't reinvent car. Car was already invented, but they learned to make their own version. And Japanese, Toyota, they don't say if we need car because America already invent car. Whatever we need car, we only just import it from America. Everybody need car in Japan, go to America to import the cars. No, they learn to make their own cars. So what we are telling you is not that we should reinvent power or anything. What we're saying, we should learn how to design power plant and build it our own. Our own scientists should know how to make all these things. It's not like Nigeria needs something. We have to go to America, Europe, or China, go and bring their companies to come and do everything. Come and build it for us. That's what we are saying. That's why we don't have it.
Mike, there's nothing wrong in you
Mike,
inviting.
We are not saying it's data wrong
Mike,
or
Wikipedia actually
let me
speak on
speak
it.
now. Let me respond to Mike.
No. I'm trying to have him bring this thing up. Wikipedia actually give us information on the history about that Gurigu power plant. Can you, if you have the target, just bring it up and you see like it wasn't
my
built by us.
laptop is just kind of slow right now, so I'm trying to bring it up. Yeah.
Okay. In response to you, right? See, there's nothing wrong in having an idea of business you want to do. The business itself is your product. The business itself is your idea. But you can now hire foreign services to even implement your vision in your country. Now, there's nothing wrong in you bringing Oyibo or whosoever you want to bring to come and build that thing for you in Nigeria to create job locally and provide services. There's nothing wrong in that. But
If the Oyinbo pack up their stuff and leave, guess what? The industry goes. we don't we come here to complain about company that used to be in Nigeria. Wait. Company that were in Nigeria, been in 60s, 80s,
Why do
70s.
we
They left. Once they leave, they
Okay.
leave. There's nothing you can do.
why do we
Okay, Mike. Okay,
let me
combination of
answer
Oyibo
that.
and black people, they are running a telecom today. Combination Oyibo and black people, they are running
We are not saying we should not. Ola, you're missing the argument. You're splitting unnecessary argument. We are not saying it's wrong to bring investors or bring in. That's not the argument. We can always bring investors, do whatever. You can do that. But the different argument we are presenting is that why can't we learn to do things our own too? Why does it have to be everything that we have to bring investors, bring foreigners, bring everything to Nigeria?
Okay.
That's the argument we
Now,
are making.
it does not really matter who build this now. It's just for the prosperity of the common masses. That's what we need job for. You
And
understand?
also, Ola, why is it that it's the
United-
government that have to bring investors? Why is it, though well, some of it maybe it's people like Guna is talking about AI.
we are not saying government should bring investor, but government is restricting your capacity. That's the problem. Do you know what it's doing for something to be in the exclusive list? Exclusive list that even the state
Bros,
government
it has nothing to do with being a scientist, my brother. We are talking about being scientists, knowing how to know scientists, and you say, hey, I figured out how to build this, so I need government policy now to make it happen.
Okay,
We haven't heard that.
Okay, Mike, you today, will you waste your energy when you know that you want to do something and you have nowhere to implement? Will you?
Dude, I will not waste if I figure wait. If I figure out to make something, I won't wait for government. I will immediately know how to figure. I will design the blueprints on how to make it, and then I'll start approaching wealthy people. Approach the government and say, "Government, I have a blueprint. Hold on. If I learn how to make something that Igbo people already make, and figure it out. Let's say I figure out to make iPhone, for example, from scratch to all the way to complete production. I will design the blueprint, design everything, and I will approach the government at least. I know how to make iPhone now. I can turn. This can be a revolution in economic revolution right here, because now we can rival America, Apple, and all these other companies. Hey, do you guys want to join behind me? If the government say no, now I can come in public, or I will go approach people. And if government is getting in my way of that, then I cannot come to this show and say, guys, look, I figured out to make this thing from scratch. This is the blueprint. The only thing in my way is the government. But I haven't seen Nigeria done that. The only thing they will tell me is, I haven't done it because government haven't great policy. And if I do it, they get in my way. Excuse me.
Mike, answer this one simple question. Larry, just a minute. Who was that Nigeria that invented or make that blueprint of second national carrier in Nigeria and presented it to Babangida for Babangida to make policy on telecommunication in 1992? Who was that Nigeria? Because now that Nigeria now went and designed how the second carrier.
Let me give you one.
I'm asking now.
I don't even hear what you said, but anyway, let me give you this guy that invented this banking app in Nigeria that changed the whole revolutionized our banking sector. That's an example of great things that we can be doing. I gotta give it to that guy.
You are in my industry now, and I'm listening to you. So I just talk. I'm listening to you, so that I can.
So now, before the guy created the app, people will be sick. Some people from other useless listening in Nigeria will be crying that government didn't create a app for us to change our app.
You jump into unfamiliar territory. Who is that person that created that app that revolutionized banking in Nigeria?
I can't remember his name. He was one Yoruba guy like that.
I know he's talking about Flutterwave, right? So let me
just now. So that's what we are saying. We should do more of things like that to change our society. So the guy that we should people like that should be looking up to. The guy didn't wait for Ola. Now you kill your own argument. Did that guy wait for government to create policy before he decided to make that?
That's what we are saying. What you are arguing is very anti-intellectual.
Really?
Because you don't know this industry, and you are talking. See the way you are talking of banking industry.
I'm not talking about the industry. I'm just giving an example of invention. Hold on now. We just give an example of innovation. I'm not going into banking, being banking expert. That's not what I'm getting into. So don't come in and start saying your territory. The argument is not about banking right now.
You are talking as if you know anything about banking in Nigeria.
Did I say I know all our banking? All I say is I know someone invents something. That's it.
You said that revolutionized banking in Nigeria. Did you hear that statement?
Well, it is a revolution now. If you invent a app that turns things, change the way they do things. Is that not revolution?
What the flutter wave do? What did he do that we don't have on ground before? That's the problem. You don't even know what we're talking about.
Okay, maybe there was a different app before we were using.
We are talking as if you know you are.
Wait, answer the question so I can know whether you're right. I'm wrong. Was there a different app we were using before?
I asked the question, what does flutter wave do? Then I will tell you all those apps that have been doing those before flutter wave did all those stuff.
Were we using a different app before? That's what I'm asking Ola now. I'm not saying I'm an expert. I'm just asking.
Before flutter wave, before what flutter wave, we have different products from intersection law. When you are talking of corporate pay, then we have another guy e-transact. When you are talking of different kind of payment system, what are you talking about?
So, what are you even talking about? Hold on. What are those? Let's elaborate now. I'm not arguing with you. You are the expert now.
No, you play into my hand. That's why I'm hitting back.
I didn't play into your hand. I'm trying to understand. No, I didn't play into your hand. You have to prove what you are saying.
My hand big time.
No, I didn't play into your hand. You just trying to play sentiment.
You just be saying as if Nigerians are useless, they don't have brain, they are all brain, their brain, they are not creative.
I didn't say that. I'm just saying we are not like the
What are you talking about? You say
am I lying? Are we producing?
You are saying you say Nigeria are not doing anything. You understand?
We are not doing much.
You know, you said it's a point that
in fact we are not doing anything. No. If you put ourselves next to wait. You put yourself next to all these other civilizations, we are not doing anything. Put yourself next to the Chinese society, American society, German society, Africans, no, blacks, we are not doing anything. Ola, it may be embarrassing, but it's true.
I want to know the school that you are attended. Because you are saying Nigeria can't create, you are not creative. See the way you are painting.
We are not. No. I'm saying next to all these other advanced countries, we are nothing. We are not.
But
just basic.
You talk about flutter wave now, and they've countered you.
Let us start with
now. Let's counter what? Am I not the one that brought it up?
Wait now. Let's go back to where we were coming from with Goeregu. Let's go back to where we're coming from.
I'm trying to read this Goeregu. Find out.
Okay.
Guys, go ahead. Keep talking. Let me just read this thing. Find out who were the scientists that built it.
So Goeregu was first constructed by the federal government of Nigeria, commissioned into service on 16 February 2007 to generate electric power and supply to the national grid managed by Transition Company of Nigeria. Now, this is the history of Goeregu. In 1999, that was when it actually started. But Femi Otedola acquired it it was actually acquired in 2013. So the person that said 2 years, that was why I was laughing. 2013, that was when Goeregu was first acquired by Ameprom Power Distribution Company. So till now, that's when it's been owned by that guy. So, and Goeregu is actually domiciled in Kogi State. Right? So about who built it, is it one engineer that built it? I don't even care.
Okay,
but what I want
big
to
fact.
Mike, are you done? Can I want to wait for this guy to talk because these are the people that
it looked like it was Siemens. I'm seeing Siemens turbine.
Yeah. Oh, you see, I just sent you those links. Everything this guy just said, you can totally tell that it's one of the problems that we have in Nigeria.
Yeah, you are one of the problems. You are one of the problems because you guys
2022, which was last 2 years. Just listen, man.
You are actually one of the problems.
Listen, you lack.
I don't want to listen to people like
lack
you.
knowledge.
Okay,
guys, let's not.
You won't listen to
people like you lack knowledge. And
guys, okay. Let's not turn this into let's
onto places to blab and blab and blab and blab and blab with nothing to say.
You don't know what you're saying. You just read something now, and you can't comprehend what you just read. You can't comprehend it.
Okay, one at a time, man. Yeah, Larry, hold on. Let Ariola go, let him land, and then you can respond one at a time. I don't want two voices at the same time, man.
So I really don't want to be, because definitely I could tell that what he's saying, he doesn't know anything about what he's saying. So it's very tough to actually try to argue or talk back and forth with him. Here's the thing. I just sent you 2 links. You can see it.
Repost the link because my internet went off. I just came back and then I don't have it. You repost it on the private side.
Oh, yeah, okay. I can try to repost it. So basically, Wikipedia actually tells you there's history on it as well, and there's other the third parties news different articles that actually speak on it. So the thing is, construction, this power plant was actually initially to be a nuclear power plant, and it was more like constructed by a company. I can't remember. I have to look it up. The name of that company. They're a Russian company that construct, and you can tell Agile Kuta as well was given to a Russian company to put it together. So that's when that was constructed. But the thing is, the point, just straight to the point. 2 years ago was acquired by this guy, or $10, 2002. That's when he acquired that company. But before then, it was constructed by those Russians and owned by the government, and they weren't put into use until he come in and try like make it a private company. So it's better for you to like just. I mean, it's there. The article. There's so many articles on this that you can read and tell that the point that we're making is this: if we want to construct road, we hire foreigner to do it. Same with the power plants. We want to construct the power plant, we hire foreigner to do it. The point I'm saying, and I think the same as what Mike is saying, is if we actually have these PhDs and have these degrees, how come we can learn this patents? There's different work research out there that tells you or guide you on how any power plant, nuclear power plant, or any other power plant is being built. How come we can try to like use that knowledge to create a mini one, the like a prototype, present it to the whoever in charge, the president or whoever, and they can from there we can actually be the engineers, the scientists that build these things. That's what the point we are saying. Not like we can, of course, we can have foreigner come in and build this thing for us, but it's always good. Why are we depending on foreigners to take care of what we can do at home? Because we're knowledgeable. We went to the schools, big schools, have these big degrees. Let's do it at home. That's the point we're making here. Not saying that we can't. I mean, all the refineries, example like the refinery just completed. Were they being built by Nigerians, constructed by Nigerians? No. The ship labor is what we are doing. The real engineers were the foreigners. And that's what we think we should be doing. We should put down the design, map out the blueprint, do everything, and just have cheap labors. We can use foreigners to be a cheap labor. I'll repost it. Hello, is anybody there?
Hello? Yeah, go ahead. Hello? Can you hear me? Oh,
Oh, wait, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah.
Yeah, but I was waiting for someone to respond. I actually just I I mean, do you have anything to say to what I said? I think the guy left.
Well, I think I heard it was Larry. He produced what a link or a report about
No,
some
no, no.
stuff in
I
Nigeria.
sent the link. I sent the link, and I was
Oh,
just
you
talking
sent the link.
about. Yeah, I said it. I sent it before, but Mike break away, and he said he wanted resend. I was just saying that if we look at it, it was construct the that it was actually first part of the Ajaokuta steel and everything. They were doing nuclear power plant before they turned into the idle power plant. I think I don't know if they have to or not, but it was more like a Russian company that actually constructed it. It wasn't the Russian company and Siemens. Siemens supply like the technology needed. So that's where I'm speaking to, and I think that's where Mike is also speaking to. That how come we can be the engineer, the main engineer that put the blueprint, be the construct, the one that actually constructed, instead of having foreigner to do those things for us.
Yeah, I hear your point. See, I know you and Mike are on the wavelength that we Nigerians or Africans are not that creative. And in totality, I agree with you because, I tell you one thing: being creative or innovative is a function of your environment. Believe me, that's what I concluded personally. If I'm right or wrong, that's another thing. The reason why a lot of people uh, are
Okay, please,
innovative.
I think I got caught in. Can I respond now?
Go ahead. Yeah, you dropped that thing. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. Number one, you said Otedola acquired Geregu last 2 years. That's a lie. Okay, Otedola acquired Geregu in 2013. Number two, Geregu was actually something they bought from the federal government, right? As regards to which engineer actually first came to build it and who is actually managing it. So if the engineer that actually came in, right, which is normal everywhere, right? It's something that it's normal everywhere. I just dropped Geregu's website. You could always see their website and read everything about them. I think I just dropped Geregu's website here. So if you want to look, if you want to really get Geregu, I just dropped the website on the chat. So you can go through their website and read everything about them. Right. So this issue of who first built it, who did they contract it to, I don't care. Because those people built it far back in 2007 or whatever. And some people have been managing it till today. So this issue of we don't have the know-how, we don't have this, we don't have that. I'm not really even buying into that. So, but what I want to tell you, it's just that probably you need to learn a little bit more, right? Then you kind of like, yeah, it's someone is lying. It's so insulting. It's so insulting. So try to learn. I've given you a company. You can look at Transcorp, look at Geregu, look at them. That's what I just want to say. So I am not here. I don't want to argue with you, but I've just given you something. So if you really want to know more about Geregu, go there. Last 2 years that you said, that was when he just listed Geregu. He just listed Geregu on Nigerian Stock Exchange. So please learn. So that's what I just want to say. I have to leave now, but I decided to come and so learn about Geregu. I've dropped their website there.
Wait, you need to learn. You need to
No,
learn.
you
I
need to
put some
learn.
link. I put
Yeah,
some links there for you,
you are
so
not.
you
I
can
don't need
learn.
those things. I've given
Because
you their website.
because everything you said is
Go,
what I.
go,
Everything you said is
yeah.
nothing
Everything
new.
I
You said
said
for me to go to their
when
website.
you said the guy just
I
bought
just
Geregu last 2 years, and I just
please.
told you that it's a lie.
No,
Please.
no, that's not true. $10 just got it in 2022. That's what
Oh
I
my
said,
God.
and I still
Can
stick
you
on it.
check? Can you check? Can somebody please Google now? This is things that you can always see. Oh my God. Who are these people?
And it was never constructed by Nigerians. So that's another fact that you need to know, and stop all this trying to defend Nigeria when you're not supposed to.
I think what Larry is saying is that Nigeria own it and they paid for it. So that's a
We
fact. Yeah,
know
we get that. But what we realize is saying that the scientists that built it,
the
that know
engineers.
how to build it, when are not Nigerians. That's the argument. So I don't. So that's the point. So I don't see where the argument is there. I mean, I don't think Oriola disputes that it's not owned by Nigeria or Nigerian government or Tedola, the only one that put the money down and funded it, and it's not disputing that. Neither am I. And the point what we don't know if you're disputing is that it wasn't foreigners that built it. The technique, the engineers that built it, the scientists that built it, that it wasn't foreigner. And what we're saying is that when are we going to have Nigerian professionals get to a point where they themselves, where government can say we don't want this built, and they come out and say, okay, we're ready to build it, so we don't have to look outside. Like anything we need in that country, we can look at some Nigerian group of scientists or your company that can say we can build it from scratch. We can design a blueprint. In fact, we can design to fit our own purpose. We don't have those kind of things in Nigeria. That's the unfortunate thing. We just don't.
Mike, let me also come in here. Good morning.
Good
Hello.
morning. Right.
Yeah. The point you just raised is of two faced. We cannot, because Nigerians are not doing, and the individuals, and at the same time not to talk about the failure of the government. It's on both sides. You are on right very with your submission, because let me give an example. Today we have Atiku Umar as the commissioner for work and housing. Umar is an engineer. I think he's also a member of Nigeria Engineering Society of Nigeria Engineering or something of that nature. I don't know what they call them. My brother, how long have we been having Julius Berger? Then you look at the number of universities in Nigeria. Every blessed year they produce civil engineers.
Thank
We
you.
can't build we can't build railway.
They can't build
We don't have technology of our own to construct railway. Now
They just go to learn how to
Hey,
speak
Mike.
grammar. That's it. They go to school and learn how to speak big English.
It's suggested that it's concrete road that is going to solve Nigeria problem. Okay, the concrete road, we don't have research of our own to study our temperature, our topography, and at the same time, we don't even have maintenance culture. And those concrete road, there is places where some places I've seen it in Europe here that they have to put concrete. This is a wedding, what is it called? A concrete rod. Those kind of rod and all those kind of stuff. Just imagine some of these pothole road. Below the surface, there is some rusty metals. Wait, let me land this point. Let me land this point. There are rusty rod under all these port road across Nigeria. That means we cannot even use the road at all. Whether good or bad, now it is those dilapidated road that we are still using. You understand me? By the time we put barbed wire and nobody to maintain it, because we don't have that technology. It's not our own. So we need to call spade a spade. Is the government failure? Because when the government of every country you see, when the negotiation deal, they will negotiate both the know-how with it. It means when you agree, you sign the contract, you must train that country's people to know how to handle it. So sometimes you negotiate.
Point. That's a good point.
You negotiate. You also negotiate with transfer.
Technology transfer.
Of know-how. Yes. So all of them go with the contract. Just because
what's Midwest? Give me a second. There's someone in the background. I don't know if it's real Kaizo. Kaizo, if that's you, show your face, man. Let me see. Because we have someone that's trolling this channel, man. Kaizo, if that's you, Kaizorian, if it's you, show your face. Let me see. Man. It's not showing, so I don't trust him. Someone trying to sneak. There's somebody come here and start showing pornography stuff, So he doesn't want to show his face, so I'll just remove him. All right, go ahead, continue with Midwest.
Yeah, so you can see the kind of challenges that we have. And there's also called teamwork. Most of these things are not just one man something. A lot of teams have to come together. You are good in this area, you are good in this area. They have to. Sometimes they fail, they go to research. Now, our own case is this. You see, that is why I say you can't take the government away. When you appoint these people into office like governor, by the time they carry one Oibo, we get secondary school or pass certificate near body and be deceiving our people. Engineer is here. We are going to build it now. We are going to do this. And just imagine, do you even know that we don't even have a formula to register construction company in Nigeria? Like here now, you want to do construction company, they will tell you, okay, for example, you must have so amount of money in the bank. You must have a so number of engineers. I don't know, just a requirement to set up a company, because normally here in Europe, anything you want to set up, they can tell you must bring this paper from this office, you must bring this one here, I don't know, as a step, for the authorization. We don't even have. So these guys, they just come in, We are operating with companies without address. Apart from this Julius Berger, we just know them for a very long time. The rest you are saying, they don't. When they bring their equipment, by the time the governor is leaving, they leave. They know the game is over.
Midwest. These are the conversation we should be having. All these kind of things. If we don't address it, then just like you said, the government, you bring company in. How about you? That's what Chinese did when the American colonial say, "Hey, you have to show us your technology. You have to get our people," and that's why the Chinese are able to extract, learn, and spy, copycat. Our government don't have those policies where you have to find a way where your people learn. When the people come there, your people must be there to watch and study what they did, understand how they did it, so that way we can, learn how to do it. Now, this kind of conversation is necessary. But if you look at someone in the comment section, when we
give you one. Hold
on,
let me give you one correct.
there's this guy in the comment section, Diwali something. He's insulting me that what have I done what have I produced myself? What have I produced? That's
My brother.
It's not about me. It's just important.
You alone don't even need to. Don't need to. Let me give you an example. Like here in Sweden, I don't know whether you have heard of one jet bomber they call Gripen. It was manufactured by this Swedish company called Saab. It's one of advanced company they can boast of here, their own indigenous one. Now, when they manufacture this aircraft, they build it with the vision to be able to counter Russia. So a lot of technology is there, and they were looking for buyer. Somehow, United States influence is blocking everything. Now, Brazil, where America himself, they confirmed that aircraft to be super aircraft. The Brazil negotiated with them. Do you know what they said? They now agree to even transfer technology to Brazil. Brazil, they manufacture plane and all those kind of things. They have aeronautic, their own company already. But because of they want to develop their own in advanced level. Now, they did not just come and buy all these aircraft, military aircraft. They also negotiated know-how transfer. Just imagine. We don't care. We don't know how to negotiate deal. That's just our problem. When you send these people there, they're just there after their post. And the school self, the way it was designed, I think it was just designed for language because we love to intimidate ourselves. Those that have good command of English, you can't even talk where they are. It's as if you cannot reason. They will start insulting you. Your English is not correct. Some of us live outside Nigeria.
Thank you.
I live many years in Spain. I'm living in Sweden, studying different language. It affects my spoken English. Sometimes I can put Swedish words inside that thing.
Midwest, give me 1 second. Let me make sure this is Triumph. Triumph, can you say something?
Yes, so Happy New Year.
Okay, it's you. Okay. I was trying to make sure it's you. All right. Midwest, continue.
Okay. So what we have to do is to change our tactics. We can't continue like this. This governor standing with one Oiboma, they want to build a chicken poultry. Now Oiboma, they want to build the goat house where they want to rear animal. You go see one white man there. Gutter where they dig. This one at 14 or 11th century gutter. There's no place they dig gutter in the world. Say they want to use to channel erosion. Dig. So they go put Oibo there and they don't even register this company. It's not like here
that's
now.
What we're saying. That's what we're saying.
They don't even register these things. There's no way to register them. And if you look at Europe,
and those people they're using, it's not like they're knowledgeable than most of us that, especially Nigerians that have PhDs, masters. Not like they're knowledgeable than them, but because of their skin color, they believe that they're superior. That's what I think.
Superior, exactly. We believe we can never do what they know how to do.
Some of them don't even have single knowledge
about engineering. Imagine road. We can't build road. We have to.
We can't watch them and copy how they do it.
Brother, we should call spade a spade. I don't know the reason why. When you point to this fact, people are not happy.
They are not happy. Look at the way.
My brother, do you know how many
Adewale is insulting me in the comment section for bringing it up?
The number of civil engineers that is going to graduate this year in Nigeria school, both polytechnic and all, and here we can't build road.
Midwest,
brother, we need to call spade a spade.
Midwest,
we memorize everything. When it comes to practical, we don't know anything. We memorize everything.
You see, one thing we do here is this. I don't know how you believe that we have millions of graduates in Nigeria and these people, they are brain dead, they cannot do anything.
How come we can't do? Okay, how come we don't do it?
No,
Okay, wait now,
not so.
Say
I
we
didn't
say
say
we
so.
say we let you talk.
No. I didn't. That your words, that your word is very exhaustive. I never said brain dead to anybody. We don't have the know-how. That's
I'm
what
the
I'm
one
talking.
using it. I'm not
No.
saying you. I'm not saying you.
So
Wait.
that
I just
word
want
brain
to
dead.
see.
Nigerians are
You don't know where
intelligent.
the argument is coming
My
from.
people are
Midwest,
my
wait.
people are intelligent
Midwest,
and they
wait
are great
now.
people.
Ola,
But just
give me 1 second. I
because
want to make sure this is
Ola,
Princess
let me
Rosie.
land this one, please.
Midwest,
We
give
are
me a
not trying
second.
to.
Give me a second. Give me a second. Princess Rosie, can you say something? So make sure that's you.
Uh, good evening, everyone, or good
Okay, it's you.
morning.
Okay.
Yeah, it's me. I just
Okay.
came.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
we need to
Yeah, there are
find.
some people that are coming to do.
We
You know, I
Nigerians.
want to
Yeah,
make
no,
sure.
I'm not an
What
imposter. I'm not an
Yes,
Okay. Okay.
imposter.
All right. Cool.
I'm
what
just
Nigerians
enjoying
are
you
doing,
guys
what
gisting.
Nigerians are doing across the globe, people can testify that these people are intelligent.
Midwest, wait
But
now.
it's
Let
just
someone even contribute. Let someone contribute. The
okay.
You said Nigerian civil engineering engineers they graduate every year. Please, when you build your house in Nigeria, did you go to India? Did you go to Britain to go and bring you to build your house for
No,
you? Let's stop it.
99% of the house are built by illiterate.
It doesn't matter whether they are
99%.
illiterate or whatever they have.
Big
Stop it.
layers, roadside. What are you
Just
talking
stop
about?
it. Stop it.
My brother, let us not insult ourselves here.
No.
It's built by
Wait.
roadside, by illiterate. It is
Is that
illiterate
the
that
type
wire
of
our
house
house.
you
It
live
is
in
illiterate that repair
Canada?
our
Ola,
cars.
wait.
Ola,
Ola,
why
is that
are you
the type
saying?
of house you live in Canada? The house you
Forget
built in Nigeria.
about all these changing goalposts.
Is that the type of house you
You
live in
don't know.
Canada?
You don't know what it
The
means.
Stop it.
bricklayers are
Do you live
illiterate.
in that type of house? Do stop it. Do you live in that type of house in Canada?
You don't. Okay. Wait. So
Because
Midwest, the
let's
houses
be
in Lekki,
frank with
the
ourselves.
houses in Lekki, the houses in Banana Island, the houses in the
How
VGC.
many
Also,
people live there?
they
How
are
many
built by
Nigerians
illiterate,
live
right?
there? Maybe less than 1 million Nigerians live there. And you have
Wait
to have
now,
this money.
stop all
The
this water
other
policy.
foreigners to do it.
Let's just see. You are just dancing around. Midwest, Daddy, you said Nigerian graduate, they graduate, Daddy, all the architects, they don't know anything. The civil engineer, the structural engineer, the builder, they don't know anything. They just graduate and this thing. Tell me, Daddy, all those pilings in the
Our engineer cannot build road. They can't build railway. The
forget
evidence is there.
about
I
roads
don't
and
know
How
your point
many
houses.
of
people
view,
live
Who
man.
in
told you?
Lekki?
And
How many
most of
Nigerians
the
live in
houses
Lekki?
in every state in Nigeria.
Wait,
Let us not argue this one. Even in Abuja, those
wait,
guys you see of blue
Midwest, give me
uniform.
a second. Let me just ask Ola one question. Ola, the materials that they are using to build those houses,
there we go. There we
did
go.
the Nigerians manufacture all of it?
I don't go all these wide arguments. It's
Yeah,
very simple.
Dangote manufactured the
These are
cement.
manufacturing
Maybe the
arguments.
cement, but the mirror, the glass, all those things. You know.
Okay, cocoa that Britain they used to produce
No, don't do straw man argument.
they
No.
produce
Let's don't say what don't do what about this.
Ola, please let us be honest
no,
here.
Midwest,
We are all
see.
Nigerians.
We
If you
import
want to
building
Midwest,
materials. We
wait,
import everything.
it's
Ola,
not about we are all
if you
Nigeria.
want to
See, let me tell you one thing.
wait,
We
if you
can't
we
even
are
make
not
chocolate. We
what
can't make
I meant by
chocolate.
that is that we
And
know what is going on in our country. Let us be honest about this fact. For example, you want to build a house today, even when you pass through the due process, you invited an architect, they draw the plan of the house. That is good. But when it now comes to the construction, people that is going to lay the brick on, people that is going to set up the block, people that is going to plaster it, most of them, because thank God now we have a lot of, at least we can boast of secondary school certificates. So a lot of people may have it now. Those days, these guys don't, and it is those old papa that transfer this knowledge to them. There's no even technical school. Apart from even they don't bother themselves to even go. Those that went to that technical school don't even work for us. You see these guys working. They want, and we even mock them. We don't support them.
See, Midwest, I studied engineering and I won't let this one fly. See, stop about this about you insulting and embarrassing the Society of Engineers in Nigeria and our students. What are you talking about?
Okay, what is the name of the largest? Wait.
Allah, we are not insulting now.
Ola,
I don't think people is insulting.
Ola,
That's the problem with Africa. We are too
this is the problem we have.
You are so
Ola,
elegant in ignorance.
Ola, wait. The minister of work and housing is an engineer and he's standing with secondary school
Ola,
offers.
stop being emotional, man.
Ola,
I'm not being
Ola, take it
emotional,
easy.
but when you pass some kind of ignorance and you are even so
We
confident about
cannot
that
be.
thing.
We
That's what
don't
I'm
even
talking
have a
about.
company. What is the name of Nigeria construction
Tomorrow
company?
time
Largest one.
tomorrow time you will tell us that
No,
Nigerian
no.
surgeon cannot
Tell us
carry
those
surgery.
engineers. Like what this guy said. Look at where the argument come from. Now we have bunch of engineers.
Midwest, stop
What
all
is
this.
the
Tomorrow
name
time you
of
will
their
tell us that
company?
our Nigerian doctor
Shame,
cannot perform
shame on
surgery.
you people.
Stop all
Shame on
this.
you
No.
for piling on sorry, guys. Shame on you for piling on poor Ola. The man is defending Nigeria, defending our integrity, and you guys are abusing him. Shame on you people.
Okay, sorry. Let's forget it.
If you study engineering and you
Ola,
cannot
don't
do
be
anything on
upset now.
engineering, that's for you. Then
Just
we can start
explain
asking how you
yourself
manage to get
without
your
anger
certificate.
now.
No, we can ask how you. I work in NEPA
Ola is
for
really
good 6 years.
embarrassed.
I work in
Ola is
NEPA for good 6 years.
emotional.
I will use to
Ola means
do.
I'm embarrassed. Trust
No,
me.
stop all these things. This is just an insult. You are so ignorant in even saying what you don't know anything about. You are elegant. You are very elegant in your ignorance.
Wait, but
And
are we
because
lying? Are we lying, John? Are
you
we
think you
lying? Are we lying?
are displaying some
Are
kind
we
of level of
lying?
intellectuality.
Wait,
You
are we
understand?
lying?
Oriade,
Are
you
we
are not the first
lying?
person that will study overseas. I study
Wait,
overseas as
are
you.
we lying?
You
Are
understand?
we
No.
lying?
Stop
I'm
it. Because
Nigerian
you have
as well.
opportunity to study overseas, I
I'm
took your
ashamed
I
of our.
studied that
See,
study
I'm
Nigeria.
ashamed of me
Stop it.
myself. See, I'm ashamed of
You are
me.
not.
I'm ashamed of me
You
myself.
can ashamed of it, but the thing is, you don't know you are even ignorant of what you are talking about.
Wow,
You don't even
how?
know.
How?
Now, tell me.
Are we lying?
Nigeria,
Can we
all
build
those story
road?
building you see,
See,
all those story
can we
building
build
you see in
road?
Nigeria,
Can
engineers
we
build the
build
structural
road?
design, and
Isn't
you are
Oyibo
here
building
saying what
our
you don't know
road?
anything about.
Isn't
Engineer
Oyibo building our
that
road?
cannot operate crane. They cannot
Is,
operate tractor
isn't
and
Oyibo
caterpillar.
building our road?
Just to mix sand and cement and build road,
What
they
The best,
cannot.
let me
You
tell
are
you
here
this.
now
the
When
best
you
defending.
have,
civil,
Let us spade a spade, my brother.
the top
you are not calling
civil,
a
Can you
spade a
mention
spade.
the,
one name of
You are actually swimming in ignorance, and you
the
actually
top
think you don't know what you're
civil,
talking
the,
about.
Ola?
the top civil
Okay,
construction company
Ola.
in
Please,
Nigeria is
please,
not
can
even
I
owned
say
by Nigeria,
something? Can I
and the
say
company is not
something?
even accepted in Germany that they say they came from.
Let's hear other voices. So some people are.
And tomorrow, when you carry your certificate to America and they don't say it, and you will be complaining, and you are the missing person when you don't even know
If
what are
you
you talking
take your
about.
certificate, to America, they will revalidate it and tell you to go and study more. That's all.
That's you.
In all
That's what
European
those are saying,
countries,
not
yeah.
mine. And stop saying what you don't
No,
know.
I
That is
think the
your own
problem we
certification.
have
All
Not
in
right, let's
mine.
hear other
Nigeria.
voices,
Okay,
guys.
I
That's
don't
all
know
it
of
is
Let,
now.
America, but if you bring it to Europe, they will tell you to revalidate it for you. They do
Stop
it.
what
They
you don't
recognize
Okay,
it.
know. Stop
guys,
what you
hold
don't
on.
know. Don't
Guys,
say
hold
it.
on. The point is that the Nigerian brain is capable of doing amazing things. The issue is that the Nigerian brain in the Nigerian environment has not been proven to do anything. So when that same brain leaves the country to the diaspora, it does wonders. We perform. So we
Because
are
yeah,
capable
but
of
even in
doing
the
things.
diaspora, they
Yes.
haven't invented. I
I
mean,
think
they're
it's
not
because they are
No,
really.
not
that
They
given the
just go to work
opportunities
now.
in
no.
Nigeria. They are
That
not
is
given
not
the
true.
opportunities.
That
They
is not
don't
true.
trust them. They don't
Abroad,
believe they
hold on,
can
please.
do what.
Please.
I think they
Abroad,
don't give them the opportunity. They believe in expatriates coming from outside Nigeria.
yeah, but hold
They are
on,
not
Rose, please.
comfortable with the engineers. But I think if they've given the opportunity, I'm sure they're going to
I've
be able
talked
to
about
prove.
give me 1 second, please. I've talked about when it comes to even one of the major transmission lines in the southern part of America is run by a man from Benin. Nigerians are capable of doing great things.
Did they
They have
manufacture
the brain.
the? Did they actually
No,
build
no,
the
no.
technology?
No, Nigerians actually innovate stuff in America. It might not be on as big a scale that you expect
Innovate
or
like
you.
what? BT, don't let us go into this.
BT, what we do
Because
Let me
is we
give
get
you.
degrees and we go
Let
get
me
about
give
job
to
you.
and we
Hold
do
on.
our
spark
job
right
well.
now.
That's what we do.
Don't let us go into this one.
Can I give
Because
you?
what do we do?
You wouldn't even let me speak. You see, this is the problem. This low self-esteem of black people having.
He's not low self-esteem. We're just speaking the
Then,
obvious about
then
you.
let me finish my
Hello,
point, guys.
also obvious.
Let me finish. You asked me a
Okay,
question.
go
Let me
ahead.
give an example. When people have low self-esteem, sometimes you can't even that overrides your sense of thinking sometimes. So just keep quiet. You're pissing me off. In medicine, for instance, okay, they're enough. Like I said earlier, they might not do it on the bigger scale that you expect, like the Tesla. We don't have that yet. But the idea that the Nigerian cannot even create a benefit in anything at all is what I despise. We do that. But our environment in Nigeria does not even enable us to go
But you
at
have
on a
to
bigger
point at
scale.
it
It's
now.
a
You can't just
problem.
say we do. Point at it. Tell us.
I will
Cite it.
give you examples. Just okay. Go ahead. If you want links, I will give you links in the back
Trust
end.
me, you don't need to give me a link. I know you're an honest guy. Just tell me, I'll believe you. Just
Okay.
say this
When
Nigerian
it
guy
comes,
manufactured this thing.
okay. No. You said research,
No,
innovating,
we're not talking about a guy working here and doing a good job. We're a best engineer doing a good job in the company. That's not what we're talking about. We are talking about learning
It's
how to
not
build
engine.
tractor. Wait
It
now,
is not.
hold on. Ola,
It's not
Babati, listen.
engineering only that we innovate. Is that the only thing you innovate in?
Hold
What about
on,
learning?
listen. You are not understanding the point we are making. We are not saying we are not smart to able to get degree or go work somewhere and perform well or do our job to the best. We are not saying we are not doing that. We are doing it perfectly well. But what we are saying is actually figuring out to build equipment like scratch, learning how to make equipment from scratch, all those things. And
Okay,
knowing
Mike.
we
Okay.
don't our scientists,
Okay.
our so-called engineers, are not our
Let
mechanical
me.
engineers.
Okay.
Hold on. All the mechanical engineers we have in this world, they haven't bring their brains together to design a crane. You know, a crane, construction crane,
Mike,
or construction equipment.
are
But
you
they know the
are you
construction, they go to school,
suggesting?
they
No,
understand.
no.
If you hire them,
Are
they'll
you
do a good.
suggesting? No. Are you suggesting that the Nigerian brain is incapable
We're not saying
of
they're not
innovating?
incapable. No, absolutely not.
Okay.
That's not what we are saying. They are, but we are saying that they are not doing it. Is what we are saying. They are. If they are incapable, I won't even be talking about it because I know they are capable. I know we can do it, but we are not doing it. Is what we are saying.
Yes, that's the
But
point we're
Mike, if I
making.
ask you a
That's the
question,
point we're
have
making.
you considered?
No,
Hello,
Mike,
Mike.
don't run away. You
Hello,
just change your mind. You just
Mike.
because
No,
Babati put
that's what
Mike.
pressure
we've
on
been
you,
saying.
you change your
We've,
mind.
No,
No,
what
just
I'm
since
saying,
that
just
no, I'm
time,
forget
that's
just
about
what
it.
we've
playing.
been
No.
No, I
saying.
never say we're incapable. I'm the one that always come
Well,
here to
that's
say
what you didn't say that, but
Mike,
that's what you were
no.
can I ask you a
I'm
suggesting.
just
question?
That's
saying
what you
we
were
have
suggesting.
not done it. We are not
Hello,
doing it. Is what I'm saying.
Mike. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Yeah, have you considered the fact that the engineering schools we have in Nigeria may not be equipped to train them as much as foreign schools? Like most of the engineering schools, is it not just theory? Do they really have things on ground to make them, well grounded, to be well educated? You know what I mean? Not just reading textbook, but hands on. Do they have those things available in the engineering schools in Nigeria?
But what about the ones that went to school abroad? A lot
The
of
ones that
our
went to school
engineers went to
abroad are
school
doing
abroad.
great.
Huh?
The ones that school abroad are doing great abroad
No, they are
because they
not
have.
manufacture. None of them have come out to say I've learned to manufacture this construction crane.
Okay, is
I've
that
learned
what
to
you
you
mean?
understand? That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
Like figure the science of
okay.
breaking all the equipment we need. That's the
May
real
I
Okay.
add?
science.
May,
There's
may
the
I
difference
add?
between there's a difference between
Rosie, you see what we are saying now?
Wait.
That we
May
don't
I
have
add?
brain. That's what Mike and Oriade are saying.
No. Let me add.
Oriade and Mike are
Wait.
saying we don't have
Let
brain.
me
But you see now,
add.
you say even the one that went abroad, they've done nothing.
Wait, let me add. So I think what we're saying is this. So you know how like we have challenges with the power in Nigeria. So how come we don't have those people? Like we live abroad, we have the knowledge. How come we can't go ahead and build that? That's what we're saying. We don't. We're not saying that we can. We don't have the knowledge to be able to do these things. But how come we are not doing it? That we're waiting on government to do all of those things for us.
But sometimes, even if
We
you
don't
have the
have the
knowledge,
knowledge. We
no,
don't have
sometimes
it.
even if you have the knowledge, you don't have the government that will support you because you on your own cannot provide. Financially, some of these things need a lot of financial backing.
but
You
You have
don't
these
need government
ideas.
to
If
build
the
a
government,
prototype.
Mr.
You don't
Mr.
need
if
Rose,
the
government to build a prototype. To build a prototype, you don't need a government.
exactly. So
but if the government will the government encourage people? Some people
You
have
don't need
After your
encouragement from them.
Hold on, guy, hold
you
on.
will start.
Princess
Wait,
Rose, this is
look
what we
at
are
the
saying.
problem. Look at the problem. You will start with your prototype, and you will end up in your prototype. Nobody's going to patronize you.
the
But here's the
government will
deal,
not
though. But here's
listen
the
to
deal.
you.
Midwest, here's the deal. If you come up with a prototype, come up with the design in Noah, you come up, figure it out, and then you come out, you come out and say, have it, I can do it. And then we'll tell you, okay, we have in Nigeria know how to build a crane from scratch. He knows how to build this equipment from scratch. So you don't need to import it and be buying it from or be inviting in Chinese. We can all say, okay, government, we have our guys there that can make this thing from scratch. Can you put money behind it? Government say no. And then we can say, okay, let's put money behind it. If we don't have the money, we feel like, okay, it's only government that have the money. Then we have an argument here.
But we don't have anyone that's
This
come
is
out.
just a straw man argument
No,
now.
no,
It's
it's
a
not. It's
straw
not. It's
man
not. It's
argument.
not. Hold on now.
Must
Stop.
we
Stop it. Stop it,
reinvent
Ola.
the
We are
wheel?
just
That's
playing
the
the obvious.
problem.
It's not an argument. Ola, I'm not doing presenting arguments here. I'm just presenting the reality. That's it. I'm just saying this is what we see, and that's what I'm saying. I don't know why you're offended by it. It's just a
Because
reality.
here are not doing that.
I'm presenting reality to you, but you're taking it as an insult. And unfortunately, if we don't face reality, we can't move forward. The first step to moving
Mike,
forward is to face
Mike,
reality.
we
It's,
told
it's,
you
it's
that
like an
what
alcoholic. Hold on, it's like an
Okay, Mike,
alcoholic.
look at
Wait,
it.
wait, wait.
Look
It's
at it
like an
from this
alcoholic.
angle.
Give me
Okay,
a
Mike,
second.
look at
Midwest,
look
hold
at
on.
it
Now, let
from
me land. Let me say this. It's like an alcoholic. That's an alcohol problem. The first thing is to first let him admit that, guy, you can stop being an alcoholic, but the first thing you have to admit is that you have an alcohol problem. And then you can accept that I have an alcohol problem. And then from there, we can start working. So we are telling you the obvious. It's not that we can't get there, but we are telling you that we are ignoring the fact that we are not pushing ourselves to become advanced, and we are not taking the right steps. We're just relying on saying we will come and do it. And we are saying,
But
when
Mike,
are we going to
one thing
get
you are,
past that stage where we
Mike, one
ourselves
thing you are
become people where
forgetting.
we begin to question why are we not learning how to manufacture equipment, getting to
But
material science, and learning to
Mike,
make
one
things
thing,
from scratch? And you guys are taking it
Mike.
as an insult. It's a reality
No,
that we
no, Mike.
on ground.
One thing you are forgetting is that the government is. I mean, they don't back up people. Okay, look at like this guy that is assembling vehicles in Nigeria. Is the government patronizing him? Most of the time, people have these ideas, but they don't have the government backup.
Madam,
The government don't encourage them to be.
Princess Rosie, if you go and
Yeah,
study, if you go
Princess
and study, hold
Rosie,
on, guys,
Mike
give
and
me a
Arela,
second.
they don't believe in the government doing
Give
anything
me a
for
second.
the
Give me a
people.
second. Princess Rosie. In
yeah.
America, where you live, in the Western world, if you look at all inventions, right, innovation, all the things that we even including this internet, all these things, technology. If you go and look at the background, you'll find out that the individual that innovated, that invented or innovated all those things, they have no ties to the government. They were just individual on their own doing research, trying to figure something out, and they figure it out. And after they discovered it, they did something called intellectual property of it to claim that this is my invention. And
Mike,
they started a company, and then when they start their company, when they get to a point where they need government to come in, they approach government, and the government will say that, oh wow, this is an asset. And then government join behind them. They never sat in their room and with a blank brain and approach
So
government and say,
because
hold on, and
Nigeria
approach
are
the
not
government and
Mike,
say, government,
Mike, look
I
at
have
the
I
way
don't
they
know how to
Mike,
do
operate.
this, so but I need you to
No, Mike,
support
somebody,
me.
Most
Mike,
of these things,
somebody, Larry says somebody's behind, called himself Larry. Make sure it's Larry to come in.
Go ahead. I was
Mike,
trying to get my this thing back. I'll put him
okay,
on.
Mike, look, most of these things we are talking about, they normally achieve it from research. Most of these things have to do with universities and institutions. It's not just like
Most of them
few
didn't come to
individuals.
university. Go and look their
Huh?
history. Mark Zuckerberg, this guy that invented Facebook was in his garage.
You point
And
to
most of the
Facebook here that
inventors didn't even go to
you
school.
also, yeah, most,
It's not through
wait,
school. Forget that school thing you guys always talk about. It's talent.
no. When it comes to, when I talk about
You
research
are
in
right now.
school,
Like
The,
Steve
the
Jobs.
only one, the only one
Steve
that
Jobs
maybe the
that
schools
invented
and the engineers can
Apple
do
now.
is the one that's already
Steve Jobs.
invented that you don't need to reinvent. The engineer just have to
Steve
take it
Mike,
Jobs.
apart
Mike,
and
Yeah,
make
like
it.
Steve Jobs
most of these
invented it
things
in
you
his
are
garage.
saying,
He didn't go to school. Steve Jobs that invented Macintosh Apple.
no,
Exactly.
princess.
So the
People
interesting
think
thing though is
people
that
think
we have a
sometimes
lot
that
of
it has
people.
nothing to
One
do
second,
with
we have a lot of people, a lot of smart brains as such in Nigeria, and not just in Nigeria, in Africa we do. But
and they
I've
are
always said
wasting.
it. See,
I think the
exactly, and I always said
environment
that.
is not
See,
conducive
an
for them.
inventor or a smart person or an inventor is only as good as his environment. You gotta,
exactly.
okay, you
A
have
lot
to
of it has to do
factor
with
in.
our culture.
You,
I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I will tell
So
you guys why.
I agree also, but we're just talking about pure brain, pure natural brain, smart people. We have smart people, but
Mike,
I'm telling you that many of them cannot come to the forefront because our environment is not that conducive. It doesn't encourage such people. And
Okay.
all these people that you get, all these people that you're giving credit to in the West, I'm telling you, if they had been in Nigeria or in Africa, their talent would have died with them.
That's not
Trust
true.
me.
Unnecessary.
so
Well,
Mike, why I decided
many
to
of
talk?
them.
Okay.
Sorry.
Let me give you one let me give you guys one story. Reason why I'm talking like this. My older brother, right? When we were children, when we were kids, this guy he just is so fascinated with like science, like physics. He always going to trash can, breaking wires. This guy will make cars on his own. It's like his gift in life. Until his teenager, it was so fast. He literally wanted to do these things. And then when he got to his 20s, it was like he wants to go and build a science academy and find other scientists. He was in his mind. He said he wants to become. He had that vision. The moment he gets to his mid 20s, he said he wants to go to school, gather some, finish school, work and gather some money. I'm going to build science lab in Nigeria and start looking for other young kids, scientists and stuff. He had a vision. But the moment he gets to 26, my family, my mother's like, when are you going to get married? You want to be doing this science, you want to go, you need to get married and start having children. People will start diverting you, like, I'm going to forget all that one. What's more important in this life is for you to start having babies. And, so we already have a culture where people already want to tell you where to how your life should go, where to go with your life. First of all, my parent pressure to go and study biology when this guy's brain is about physics. So we have this, and just like it's an environment. So that environment is just the mentality of these people,
Well,
not really
what you
government.
said, Mike,
We kill
it's not
dreams.
unique. It's not
So
unique
Mike,
to your parents.
please let
Hold
the
on,
case.
it's
Can
not
I
unique
just
to your parents or Africa. Here in the West, also, some kids want to be, they want to sing, play piano or whatever, and their parents wanted to become doctors or lawyers. So it's not unique to African culture or Africa.
please,
What you're
yeah,
talking about.
No,
Prince
I'm just
Daddy,
saying as part of one of our problems. But
Mike, can I say something? Yeah. So I decided to join when I heard you said we don't have Nigerian inventors, and I
no, I'm not saying
wanted
we don't have inventors. So I'm saying we are
yeah.
not. We are not.
So the world fastest computer today, and which is when you talk about the fastest computer, right? The inventor of
I
that,
thought about Philip Emmanuel.
yes, is he not a Nigerian?
No, he didn't invent what finance good. He was in the West. Hold on. He didn't invent. He came out. He was a physicist, and he came
Yeah,
up with
thank you, Jared. Thank
that
you,
this
Mike.
formula. But he didn't manufacture anything to bring anything
Yeah,
to life. So he
exactly.
Well, Mike,
contributed.
your comment right there support my
Yeah,
assertion
no,
earlier.
just a minute.
Is the person in Nigeria? Yes or no? Is the question.
Exactly.
He is. But he wasn't in
Okay, cool.
Nigeria when he
Yeah,
did
okay,
his work.
now, but
Now,
the
Hold
environment in
on,
which the
hold
what
on,
is
person
he
hold
not
grew
on.
up,
saying?
or hold on, but the environment that the person learned or went to was able to bring that ability, so to speak, out of him. You
Okay,
see,
but let's
you
look
see the
at the
importance of
let
Wait,
environment
can I say something, please? I would like to say something real
No, no,
quick.
no.
Look at this
Oriade,
guy. No,
I'm trying to
just
give
to
But
you
I
that
need to
point.
address. I
Wait
need to
now.
address that part.
Ola,
That
wait
Philip
now.
Emegali part.
Mike,
Let me address that Philip Emegali part.
Leyland. We're also learning from Babati Abeg. Leyland that point. It's very Prince
Okay.
Daddy. it's good. Prince Daddy. That's exactly Prince why the Daddy. other time he said even Nigerians that studied overseas, they've not come home to do something. And now he's changing the goalpost now.
No, I'm
When
not
they
changing the
say
goalpost.
Nigeria
That's why I'm telling you to give me a chance
invented,
to address it.
the fastest machine, all of
He
a
did
sudden,
not invent. Oh,
He didn't
he did
invent
not
it. What are
invent
you
any the
talking about?
fastest.
He's
He
already
didn't
there.
invent.
All
He
he did
didn't
is
even
just to
invent
make
the
it better.
supercomputer.
okay, Nigeria did not invent IFA then because if I go to that place now, you change your topic again.
The
So
what?
IFA didn't originate from Nigeria. So
What?
Enough from Nigeria, from Yoruba in the
This
ancient time.
guy.
but sometimes
Nigeria, if I was around before Nigeria.
we are deviating this
But hold on,
subject.
Let me
Look,
address the Philip Megali part. Also to let you guys get the whole picture. The scientists, they were doing research, were private. Now they were involving students, right? They are studying physics in the old theory and everything. So he happened to be a student that he also involved in the whole theory, in the whole research process. So at one point, in the process of them involving him, he came up with our formula accidentally. So they gave him the credit, like, oh, these guys were for that formula. I didn't even believe it. But later in the process, when they were doing further research, and they went back to that formula that guy, that one of the students, that he was a theory that he came up in the formula that he just put, and they realized that formula could be used. So that was his contribution, and these were private researchers. So when you both good to them is that they always give credit to everybody that participated in a research process. So that's why they said Ibe Gali is one of the is one of the contributors to the invention of the internet. That's why they give him that credit. So it's not like
But
he
why
himself
are you
was in
always
his
trying to
own lab.
find
Oh,
ways to minimize an
I'm not
African's or a
minimizing him. It's
Nigerian's
not like he was in
contribution?
his own lab with the intention to invent computer or anything. It was not. It was this. It's even calculus. It was a calculus formula now that it's a theory. Because the way the researchers they bring everybody, they say, okay, calculus, just imagination. We have this. Can you?
But
Is this
but
possible?
but
Is
for
this and
every
that?
Mike, for every effort, there's always a window of opportunity that's opened. See, he put in the effort. He was in the right environment, and
No,
that's
it
why he
was
got credit.
involved. No, he
President,
didn't
I think
invent
I think
anything,
we
though.
agree what you're saying.
Do
What
you know
did the
that
guy say? Invent
Please let me put
supercomputer? He
this
didn't
one.
invent supercomputer.
even in that 1989, with the way things are now, don't you think, right? Even if he had played a major role then with racism and everything, don't you think that would have even played against him?
You guys are
No,
not
no. In
understanding
scientific
what we're
community, they don't do
saying,
that.
man.
He
What
was
the
involved. There's no,
This is
it's not
not
like the
just
guy wake up, he wanted to
okay.
do
What
something.
exactly? Because you just said calculus, right? You just said yeah, he used some calculus. Is that was what you think he did?
Larry, he was a student. He was
This guy used 65,000 processors to invent the
Let me
world
quickly put
fastest
this one.
computer.
yeah,
Let
it's
me
a
quickly put
research.
this. I beg.
It's
If
not
I'm
just
being
Research.
serious,
calculus.
Mike,
That's how
let
research
us,
usually
Mike,
goes.
let them also explain themselves so that we can learn from this thing because we are
Why are
contradicting
you talking
ourselves.
like this
Okay,
now?
It's like
Mike.
they are dragging you to a point where it's like Nigerians don't have bread. This is where they
That's
want to
not
kill
what
you.
we say.
no,
That's
Don't
no,
not what
no,
we
accept
no,
it.
no, no, no.
Don't accept it. What we're talking about here is this. Back home, the way they structure our school, we have the brain, but the brain is being wasted for nothing.
see.
So
We're not
you
even
can't just
talking about that.
yeah,
I'm not
you
talking
cannot
about that.
imagine a government spending billions of dollars in euro constructing roads and railway, even loaning money with our own sovereignty, and our engineers are there, PhD holders,
That's the point we're making. That's the point I'm
and
making.
Chinese.
You are not
Wait
blaming the
now,
engineer, you are blaming the government.
Chinese government is coming with secondary school upper holders. Some of them are technical college holders,
I
and
know.
they are
Yeah.
working. Why
And they're
we
acting like
celebrate them
they're
because they are
boys.
white? No,
That's not
brother,
even
this is
fair.
the area we are talking to.
And we have
So even
PhDs.
this
We
issue
have
of
people with
even
PhDs.
this
And
issue of
every year our institutions are producing
so even
engineers.
this issue of
And
you
they
guys
don't work.
even this issue of you guys saying
The engineers are lazy, that's why.
So it does that mean that America and Canada they don't have engineers? What are you guys talking about?
even you guys saying that
What
Emegwali
did you
You're
say,
not
Ola? We didn't hear you,
listening.
man.
What is your
Allah is
question?
not listening.
Ola,
Allah
what
is
is your
not
question?
listening.
Chinese constructed some railway system for America and Canada too. Does that mean
Look
that
at the
America and
Wait,
okay.
wait,
Let me
wait.
Canada
tell
For
you. Let
America,
me tell you
where?
how
No,
how
that's a
it
Wait,
different
works.
for
argument,
America,
Ola.
where?
Wait, Ola.
They bid
Where in
low.
America?
They bid them
Ola,
low. That's why they give them
look
the
at the way
contract.
it
It's not
works.
because America don't have their own scientists that could
No,
build
no,
it.
no. He
Look,
said they
But in
built
the case of
rail
Nigeria, we just don't have the scientists that can do it.
Ola.
railway in where? In where? What part of US? What
even
part
that
of US?
Emegwali that you guys said,
where
right?
Is
where do you live,
If you go
Oriola? Where do
today,
you live?
I live in New York. What part of US
Yeah, use your
does
Google.
Chinese?
Use your Google because I won't waste my time to give you and you
What
come and
Google?
argue.
Just tell me,
Go
because
use
what
your
you said
Google.
is not true.
even the Emegwali that you guys said that is not an inventor. Today, if you go to blackinventors.com,
Please,
Emegwali is
that's
there.
not what we are talking about. I don't.
Because you guys have been thinking, you guys have
You
been
can see and tell us, black inventors,
That's not what we are
what are they
talking
building in
about, man.
Nigerian
you guys have
society?
been
That's what we're
thinking
asking you.
one
You can
Wait,
talk about all these
let me
black.
say let
We
me
are
say
not saying
this.
black man cannot invent. What are
you
they
guys
building
have
in
been
Nigerian society
thinking
Ola,
today?
one scenario that
See,
makes
let
Ola,
me
it
say
look
this.
like I
Wait, let
don't
me say
understand
this.
the scenario you guys
Please,
are
let me
You
Ola,
say
guys
this
are
real
feeling
quick.
Ola,
embarrassed, but we are telling you the truth. The obvious
Ola.
truth.
Don't
feeling embarrassed.
be
We are
embarrassed.
not
We understand
manufacturing anything in
Nigeria.
Africa, man.
We have
Ola, look at
over
where the
Nigeria.
problem lies. The
Wait.
government should start awarding contract.
Midwest. Let me say this
A
real quick.
contract.
Let me say
Ola, wait.
Midwest.
Let me put
Give
this
me a
one before
minute.
you.
Give me a
They
minute.
should also negotiate for a know-how transfer. Every country borrow from one another, and they also go to research, and that is how they're advancing. Like the way we accept it as normal. White man must come and build our road. We should be ashamed of ourselves. This is where we are
Thank
talking to.
you. Thank you, Midway. That's what we're trying to
See,
say.
White man must wait. White man must come and build our dam. White man must come and build our whether is a power what is it called plant. Anything we
our
want to build.
Yeah, but
skyscrapers,
the
our
question you are not
Even in my
answering
skyscrapers,
state
is
now, even in my
our
state, governors
refineries.
governor are
The
showing
question
white
We
does
man
not
invite
that want
India
to
to
know.
come
do
and build a
poultry.
refinery.
Hello?
And
Huh?
Allah will see
The
and
The
tell
governor
question
will
you
does
start
invest
not
with
in
one
know.
white
India.
man.
Yeah, you see,
The white
even the
man will be building
agriculture,
only fowl
like
poultry
poultry,
farm
yes.
building. What kind of
Your
how are we going to
poultry.
continue like this?
So don't we
Huh?
have indigenous? Don't we have indigenous people that build roads in Nigeria?
Where?
What is
Where?
the name of the
They build
company?
mud road.
Where?
Oh my
Name
God!
one. Name
Name.
one.
So we don't have indigenous people that build roads in
I
Nigeria.
agree
It's
with
Julius
you.
Berger that's
Name
building
one,
the
but
road.
name one.
That's why Germany is the
Why are
richest country
you
in
arguing with
Europe.
a
I
man
beg.
that doesn't
How
Which
know
many
street?
roads
how?
did Julius Berger build in
Which street
Nigeria?
they
Mike,
build?
Mike,
Which
please
street?
consider this thing. We are talking over one another. I'm tired of that.
No,
Coordinate and
I
let's
don't
leave
want to
everybody
argue.
to
I don't want to argue this kind of, there are indigenous companies in Nigeria that build road. This Julius
Which
Berger you were
one?
saying,
Which one?
how many roads do you think Julius Berger built in Nigeria?
Well, all of the best roads in Nigeria, they built it.
Yeah, I'm not saying the best road. I'm not even saying the best road because you guys are saying more or less like it's Julius Berger. Julius Berger is the only company in Nigeria
Wait.
that built
Let me say this. Don't you
Okay,
think
can
if
you
we
just
wait, let
mention
me say
one
no.
indigenous company?
Midwest, wait. Don't you think if we have Nigerian indigenous company that build road in Nigeria and they're doing the best job that they can ever do you think we would need to actually ask Julius Berger to build any road? If they're not doing good job, they won't ask them to build the road. That's why.
Well,
What we're
I
saying is
realize that
we need.
assertion is not true. It's not
Oh,
true.
okay. The best road in Nigeria. Who are building it?
See, I want to tell Ola,
My point here is that
our
corruption.
civil
Corruption.
engineers they cannot operate
Corrupt.
tractor.
Please.
They cannot operate caterpillar. They can't do anything.
Stop this ridiculous statement now. Stop it. Stop it. I'm not even a civil engineer. I can operate machinery. Stop this.
Well, it's amazing.
Midwest, I
It's
agree with
amazing
on
that
this one. Midwest, the operation,
1 second.
I don't
It's
think.
amazing that the two people
Okay.
that always talk down on Nigerians are engineers, Oriola and Mike.
The operation engineer should not be
point of
operating.
correction.
Is the
These guys are
technician
not
that should be doing the
engineers.
operations.
Okay,
Operating
now
of the
Exactly.
thing.
These guys
But
are not engineers. If they are engineers, I can tell my
so
certificate.
really,
They are not.
let me give you an example.
Okay,
Because you guys said
Ola, let me
example
also
of
add this one to it.
let me
Maybe
give you an example.
you
Let me give
feel
you an
I'm
example of
embarrassing
an
it.
indigenous company that built roads in Nigeria, Dantata and Sawo.
And which road?
Majority of the roads in
they
Abuja
build
are
estates.
built by
They're not
Dantata.
building road. They're building the estate.
No, roads. Danta. If you live in Abuja, you can go and check. A lot of roads in Nigeria were built by Dantata and Sawo. And this is
no. Let me tell you what Dantata and Sawo do. Dantata and Sawo, they bring they get the contract. They're like a general contractor. Now the subcontractors that do the actual work, the labor, the actual construction are German, like the foreign companies.
See the switch now. See the
you
switch
see,
now.
you are switching the goalposts. You said
no, it's not the Dantata and Sawo engineers that do the work.
Come on.
Let us not be deceiving ourselves. Let us pay the spade. If you have a factory in Nigeria, you put machine and equipment there. If they break down, we don't get go repair as engineer. We go.
They will fly engineer from Germany.
If we want even repair on our own, now road side.
Midwest, all it where you know.
What be that country you did?
Oh my God.
Why are we lying?
I said stop what you know is what you know. Stop saying what you don't know.
Our schools are not training engineers that can repair even engine of car.
Only. Let me tell you what I know. And stop, don't say what you don't know. When you go to Ijora, when NEPA used to be NEPA, when you go to Ijora, they have a place there where who is talking underneath now? When you go to Ijora, that is where we normally refurbish our transformer. We will break the transformer down. We will recoil it. I'm put the insulator.
You got the knowledge from roadside people. Not our school.
No, I think what Midwest is saying is a different argument. He's trying to say that the roadside, like illiterate, are the one learning the technical.
the practical knowledge is not enough. Look,
Mike,
okay,
Mike,
let
how
me
can
go
you be
to
telling me
electrical
I'm talking of
engineering
NEPA
now?
that I work
Hold on, let's hear
Ola,
Ola real quick,
I want
Midwest.
to go
Let's hear what
again
Ola is
to
talking about.
electrical. I want to go to electrical
Midwest, let someone
engineering.
speak now.
Mi-
When the
We are
white
even speaking
man
what you
were
don't do,
there,
and you are so
the
and you are
whole
so
of
arrogant,
Lagos, wait now, majority of area of Lagos now underground
Mike says you
cable,
should
now
let
they
me
take wire
speak.
am.
Midwest,
Can
Mike
we
says
do
you should
that?
let me speak. Hold it. Hold it.
Let Ola speak. Let Ola speak. Ola, go ahead. Let's hear what Ola's trying to say. Yeah.
I work in NEPA for 6 years. In our rural electrification, we design everything ourselves. We design our feeder where we are going to feed. Let's even forget about that. Whenever transformer packed up, we have a center at Ijora. That is where we take it to and we repair. We have all those mega tester, everything to do. And the list for you to even qualify to work and that thing is for you to have sitting and gauge qualification. I know those people that used to have sitting and gauge, you must pass through technical school. And when you do the full sitting and gauge, it's equivalent to HND. So combination of HND, bachelor degree, and all those things, that's what you used to have at Ijora. I will take transformer there, they will rebuild transformer and insulate it, and we will take it to the site to install. From there, we build what we call bus bar chamber. The bus bar is what they call feeder pillar. They stand there and build everything there and return, because NEPA, they used to have their welder, they have their fabricator, they will do everything at the other day. I will take it. I'm talking of the system where I work in, and someone is telling me that one illiterate is doing that. Where did you get your information from?
Wait, Ola.
And you still be telling
Okay.
us. Wait. When I left that, I serviced ATM when I left power, and I started working with the banking machine. I worked on the ATM for good 5 years. Were you repairing all those things for me?
Ola,
and
wait.
you are here, you are telling me,
Okay,
hey,
wait.
wait, and you are telling me that electrical engineers from Nigeria, they don't know anything.
Thank you. Let me also express myself so that you can get my point.
Mike will give you that floor now.
Wait.
Why would you
Hold on.
Ola, make I give you my point. 2 things I want to tell you.
Mike, please coordinate. This guy
Nigeria
is just
today, if you see
Okay,
electrical.
Ola, are you done? Are you done? You want?
I'm not done.
Let me use.
Let him finish. Let him finish. You gotta let him finish because he wants to.
Okay.
Let him get his point across. Yeah.
You
Go ahead, finish your point.
I now went to an example that, okay, when you look at the real estate development in Nigeria today, go and look at, okay, I know the one that a friend of mine was responding for at Olusosun. That guy, I will have loved to mention his name there. The very first gave, Union Home gave that project to the Chinese people. They invested in stock, and the stock went bad. They now asked individuals, okay, bring your money and build this, then we refund you as you are saying. So this guy, I was involved in getting the facility that he used to do that project. This guy designed the project. They did the construction of the road themselves. They did the drainage and everything. Olusosun there, where they gave all those State Assembly, Lagos State Assembly honorable, where they gave them a building to. They were built fully by Nigerians. The road they constructed there, the drainage system they constructed there.
Ola,
wait.
Okay,
We are talking of combination of architects, combination of building engineer and civil engineers. They work there. If we give you opportunity, you will even tell us that our doctors cannot even carry on surgery. This is the kind of what we are doing. We are saying at international level.
Let me tell you the difference between our doctors. Wait, the doctors are very lucky.
And you don't know this thing, and you are so elegant in shunning out some kind of ignorance out.
Our medic can't go for our medical institution the way they design it. A lot of practicals are involved. They have enough tools to handle. Engineers don't know how to handle spanner till they graduate in some of our schools. Don't argue.
But maybe engineers are not supposed to be learning how to handle spanner.
What are you talking about? Who's going to do it for you?
That's not the role of engineers, man.
No, don't say that. If you know the foundation of engineering, you will know everything.
Oh my God. No.
Let me tell you the reason why.
It's the technicians that you train to do all those back work.
Can I land my point for you? Can I land my point? Wait. If someone is a civil engineer and a project designer, for example, I don't know whether they even have those ones in Nigeria, whether they have qualification for it. When you are a project designer and you design it and engineers are involved, when you bring people that attend maybe upper secondary school, like in Sweden here, or maybe technical school and other institutions, and they are working, you should know what they are doing more than them. Because if anything happens tomorrow, you are in trouble. So don't say they don't handle this thing. If
No,
they
no,
train you, you will know.
know, you design it and you inspect it and
When
do all
you
that, but you don't
design,
do. You're not the one that got to
wait,
do the spanner and the
that
bricklaying and
no,
all
no,
that
no,
stuff.
no, no,
That's not
no.
what engineers do,
This is
man.
where we made mistake. You go and find out. You see, if you are an engineer, a project designer, an engineer that are responsible for is construction of a structure, that number they gave to you before you qualify to be a project designer is not because you are a graduate. It's a different institution. If anything happen tomorrow, you and the engineer are the one that will be responsible.
We know
So
that.
you must know what they are doing A to Z. That is why you are there.
No
So
engineer,
please,
but
so
I just
don't
listen.
say.
With due respect, what did
Wait,
you study?
like I want to talk to Ola because this argument is based on one thing.
No,
Look,
what did you study?
wait, Ola, wait.
What did you study?
Ola, please,
What
wait,
did you
wait.
study?
My uncle.
What did you study?
Wait. Now I want to land my point. You wait
What did
first,
you
I beg.
study? If you
see,
are not in engineering, if you discuss engineering, I'm
Okay, you
not.
guys wrap up your
Study.
voice so other people can come in,
wait,
man.
Mike. Let me land my own point. I allow you to talk. Ola, when my uncle once worked with NEPA those days in Lagos, and that uncle don't hold. You understand me? He told me that Lagos, most of the area underground, now the cable follow when we got independent of this country at the early stage of Nigeria. Do we have a know-how to wire electric underground?
Seriously?
Tell me where that one is in existence in Nigeria.
Seriously?
Come on, man, that's easy now. Come on.
A whole city like where you live in this abroad. When you flush your toilet, do you know where the water goes?
Like Midwest.
Do you know? You think it's soccer way that you dig in all over your house?
We have to hear from other people, man.
Ola, do you know? Ola, wait. Do you know
Midwest, we get your point. We get your point. Midwest,
how challenging it is for these people to move those things? We are still learning. We should agree that.
Okay, Midwest. I think I get your point. Hold on. Midwest, your point is that our engineers cannot work. They can't. But I tend to disagree. Anybody can work. Hold on. Yeah. What is that?
Yeah, it's
me.
me.
You come in next. Midwest. Anybody can figure out to work.
Mike,
Hold on. Midwest,
don't
get
put
your
that
point.
one in my mouth. I did not say they can. I did not say they cannot work.
No, but that's what you've been saying. They can't do spanner. They can't wire this underground. That's what you're saying.
We don't have. Wait, the way they structure our school, we don't have the know-how.
Okay, cool. Okay, the school, whatever. But I don't think
we don't have the know-how, and we must agree that we don't have it, so we can advance.
Calm down.
We pretending
but Allah has debunked that. Now Allah has debunked. I just told you how people learn this here and there. Because people work. We know that in Nigeria, if you go, you see engineer, they do things. They can work. They know their work. Many going to school abroad, so they know the work. I think the initial argument was that we don't manufacture like the equipment. My main argument is the material science, advanced science, like doing the material science, learning material, putting things together to build equipment and everything was correct. That's my own main argument. My argument is not that we don't know how to operate or design design a project or execute a project. That's not my main argument.
Can I debunk
that? So Babasi, come in, yeah.
Okay, so let me give you a name because I'm going to stay to the field of medicine. There's a name called, it's still alive, by the way, Samuel Achilefu. So science, engineering, and medicine. So what he created, innovated, because he wanted innovation. So he's able to detect. So he created the licensing drug cancer. You can able to see that cancer during surgery through imaging and therapy. So they said during surgery they discover something unusual. You can actually scan it while doing an open heart surgery or whatever surgery, and based on his own creation and the way he's been able to manipulate laser, you can actually see cancer cells while doing surgery. That was made by a Nigerian. Okay, so and he's still alive. He still does more in that part. So
he did it in Nigeria, Abi? He did it in Nigeria.
The argument that is Nigerian born. Let's not move
the goalpost again. So Indian man is ruling United Kingdom because an Indian origin.
Midwest. Hold on. Let's not make it rowdy.
I'm not in the mood.
Get across.
No, my own argument is some people come on this platform, people like Kulaka and Co, and they think that the black man is incapable of innovation. That is what I always come after, and that is it.
Okay. That's not what
Yeah,
I'm talking about. My
so
own
people
is
that,
different.
that think that the black
No,
man is
I don't think he's
what
arguing against you, Midwest. I don't think he's arguing against you.
I'm
He's
not
just
arguing with
presenting his
you.
own that some people believe
I'm
that black man.
saying, I'm arguing that if you give that same Nigerian mind the enabling environment in Nigeria, that mind will do wonders. Is an environment argument, not the brain
Yeah,
capacity.
it's true. It's true.
Yeah, but
That's
you
an
look at it
That's
from
argument.
my,
this. Look at it from this
Babati.
I
angle.
thank you, Mr.
When
Babati.
Oh, hold on. The mic says true now because that's the argument we're
No,
making
no,
all
no.
day, pretty much.
Please, Daddy, please. Let's get one thing straight. Everybody know me. They've always come here to present that fight against Nigerians believe that we are not incapable of doing things. And that's where my frustration comes from, where we believe that the black man is just incapable. Like I came here fighting even you. I came to fight you all the time because I was telling you that what the Yorubas did, I think is science. You're telling me no, it's spirit. I'm telling you that we are scientists. The way we think is scientists, but this colonial mentality that we have today, we don't believe in ourselves, and that's what make me
Well,
come with this argument
yeah,
that
I remember that
because
argument,
hold on, the
and
point I'm proving today, I was trying to prove today is that because we don't believe in ourselves, we just don't believe in doing what is necessary in that environment to start manufacturing things that the Hebrews are doing. We're watching them do it. We don't at least take it apart and learn how to do it yourself. We don't believe in ourselves. So it's the environment
Yeah,
mentality of the
but
environment is what's holding us back. It's not
but
like
You guys
our
were asking for
now,
example.
Mike, but
You
now
guys
say
were
that
asking for
we
example
cannot do
of
anything because
Nigerians.
we are African, we're incapable is what pisses me off.
no, I don't
well,
believe
yeah,
that at
well,
all. And that's always been
that's
my
what
fight.
Oriela would say also.
So
But
Yeah, that
Babati,
was
the
what you
main
guys
reason
were
why me
saying.
I'm presenting this argument today,
You
hold on
guys
guys,
were
hold on. Babati, the main reason me I'm presenting this argument today is because I just want to prove that it seems like we are people that just don't believe in ourselves anymore. That's why we become so comfortable in just inviting people to come and do everything. When I know we have the brain, we can do it too. When
and and, and they are
everybody
mocking
else
us
is
seriously. If you
hold
see
on,
the way they
Midwest.
now see us, they
When
mock us too
Midwest,
much.
cool down now. When everybody else is spying on each other, whatever America makes something, Chinese want to spy to make it. India, even India now they're in the game. They're all spying to. But
Mike,
we are
please,
just comfortable
Mike,
inviting them to come and do it for us.
please stay with me. So actually, who makes this creation about 10 years ago in cancer research, and people are happy in America, and I was sad. Do you know why? If he had made that in Nigeria, do you know what that would have done for our own economy? Do you know the impact it will have done on our own science and innovation? Money will have poured into Nigeria to further the research into other things like sickle cell research. No white man is going to research sickle cell for you because it's not their primary thing. It's a black and Middle Eastern thing. But if you pour money into those research, it will bring different things into your economy. It's like a chain reaction. That's how it works. You do one thing, it births a new technology, and it spreads like that. But you must pour funds. You must fund it. Brain power without funding is worthless.
Right, Babati. We don't know one.
Babati, thank you.
We don't have that.
Babati,
1 second.
Babati, I agree with you.
Babati, thank you very much.
We don't.
Thank
we
you
don't
for
have
that your
that culture.
submission, and I agree
We
with
don't have
you.
that culture of
Another,
promoting
another,
or
another
supporting
person
such.
I want to say, Babati, I know you're actually in the medical profession. There's this guy, I don't remember his name. This guy that said he had to bring a baby out from a pregnant woman.
That was in Chicago. This a Nigerian trained doctor.
That's a Nigerian too. That the whole world was.
See, you know the area we have a little differences here. It's like people are seeing it like the way we talk here is like we are seeing Nigerians don't they are dormant or their brains are not working.
Let me surprise you. Hold on. During medical school, when I was in Texas, there were only 2 doctors that had 2 medical degrees in hematology and oncology, and they were both Nigerians. Only 2 in the whole of when I was in medical school in Waco, only 2 of them had that 2 degrees combined. Nobody else. Hematology and oncology, both of them. It was only 2 in the whole states.
Babati, do you remember?
What are you talking about? Come on, man.
Babati, wait. Babati, wait. Look at the aspect we are talking about. You just mentioned people that American government invested in their life. So now, why can't we?
The goalpost, I beg you.
I beg, wait now, wait.
You are changing the
Don't
goalpost.
speak for me. Let me land my
Stay on
point
your lane.
because you are not getting
Nigeria, they don't
what I'm
have
trying to
game.
present.
Stay there.
You are not
Remain there.
getting
That's
what
the
I'm
game
trying
are
to
playing.
present before you. Wait. We have people who have made name across the world, nearly every sector. Then today we are spending billions of dollars to make road. Because one white man is there. Can't we change? This is what I'm saying.
Making names,
Midwest.
yeah.
That
Making
you said,
names is not what we're talking about.
yeah, you said
We're not
that was
talking about
one.
making names here.
People
We're
were
talking
here
about us
saying,
actually doing the thing,
people were
doing
here
the
Doing the
job.
saying,
thing for
Small
ourselves.
voice.
people were
Small
here
voice.
saying
Mike, coordinate,
there is
please.
no
Small voice.
Nigerian inventor. And I can see that people are now bringing examples, right? Because for someone to say,
I don't think anybody ever said there's no Nigerian inventor. What we
But you
said
guys
is
are
that
getting
hold
okay.
on,
Let me
hold on.
ask you again.
What
Look
we
at what we're
said,
saying.
what we
Okay,
were
if we say we are
Larry,
we have like
Midwest,
in
allow me to
America
build.
now. In
was that not
Small
America,
voice, please.
when you
Now allow
examples,
Mike to coordinate now.
asking people to just name one person?
Larry, this argument started when me and Orela were telling you that in Nigeria, we don't believe in manufacturing things from scratch ourselves. And you kept telling us like, nah, like we started with the power plant. We were like, why can't the Nigerian people themselves start whatever program it is, science to figure out to manufacture this thing from scratch themselves? Instead of always inviting the Oyinbo to come and manufacture and then start
Mike,
arguing with us.
can
And
I
we are
ask you a
telling you,
question?
but
Can I ask
we're
you a
not
question,
saying,
Mike?
hold on. We're not saying
Let me ask you. No.
Baba Nisuru
It's
now.
it's very simple. It's very simple.
Yeah.
A student at the high school gets 10 A parallel, gets the best jam results, and one person goes to be better Nigeria and gets house and cars. You don't value the person that got
Exactly.
that. You don't value that person.
Thank
So
you.
what
So
is the point?
Wait, I don't buy into that argument, man. What are you talking about?
no.
buy into
Actually, it's
that
valid.
argument.
Oriola. What Babati is saying is the environment, the culture, the mentality.
Does
It's
not
just
value
what the problem is.
Yeah.
Okay, what you guys are saying is this: we have problem in Nigeria, so we don't have water. So we should now go ahead and call Igbo to drain the well for us, to drill the well for us.
That's not Babati is saying.
No, that's what you guys are saying.
No,
We have
that's not Babati is
problem.
saying. No,
How
that's
come
not
we
what he's
can't
saying. That's not
solve
what he's
that
saying.
problem?
Is that what he's saying?
That's not what Babati is saying.
You are missing my
Mike,
point.
Mike, can I
I'm
say something?
saying that. Okay, no. I'm saying that if you have students in your country that are capable of learning or how to do that well, but you ignore them to now fund people that go to BB Nigeria, and that's why no go and fund those ones.
We
How do
fund
you encourage
entertainment. Is
innovation?
what Babati is saying. We fund entertainment and
You
stupid.
ignore your brilliant students. You don't fund
We
them. You don't
selling.
encourage them at all. Like I have, hold on, I have nieces right now. That even at their age, they are MIT bound. They're gonna go there for virtually nothing.
Babati, in Nigeria, you know who people respect?
So
when Babati, hold on now. In the neighborhood, if you're a young person, like you mentioned, your nieces now, once you enter anywhere, the first thing is, who are you? Who are you? They respect you according to your status, your class, who your father is, or something like that, or your talent. They don't pay attention to talent and gift and promote you. That's what we're lacking in that environment. That's just what
Mike,
we're lacking.
let me
No
ask you
one
a question.
value that talent
Mike,
and gift.
can you give me time to
Mike,
also
let me ask you
to
a
also
question
say
now.
something here? I want to quickly round up, if I'm
Let me
permitted.
ask you a question, Mike, if you don't mind.
Okay, you go after Ola. Ola ask the question. Midwest, you go.
This one is just like a joke. Babati, what did you use on Mike? Because two things must have happened now. It's either maybe my friend don't drink some corner before and the thing begin to clear now, or you don't use juju on him, Babati, because Mike is beginning to change the goalpost now.
Tell me what I changed. Tell me what I changed.
No. You see, Ola, this is my thing. When a governor of a state gives it, I remember one girl that got best student in my state, they gave her 100K for getting best WAEC results. And that same year, somebody won Big Brother. What was that poor that became famous, very young guy like this. They gave the guy a house and car. The governor of my state gave him that. The governor gave somebody that went to a house to go and sit down there for 6 weeks or something. Why did somebody that got best student in something got 100K?
Yeah. So what does that have to do with innovation?
My
Because we are
point
talking
is you don't
exactly
Midwest
you are
that.
needs
not
to come in, guys.
encouraging. Oh, I think
Okay,
he's missing the point.
I want to talk to Ola, wait. Ola, please. I am not trying to say our people are not intelligent.
You said
Globally,
it.
they are. Let me express myself
You
so that you
said
can
it.
understand. So you can understand the point I am talking to. I'm talking about. Wait, you see, our people have made name across the world, but not in Nigeria itself.
But locally we are dumb,
Wait,
right? Locally we are
wait,
dead brain, right?
wait
That's what
now,
you are
wait.
saying.
But
I
not
don't
in
think anybody
Nigeria.
ever say we are dumb.
Ola don't even want
No,
me to
that's
even
what
express
Midwest is saying.
myself.
That's what
Ola,
you're
I give
assuming.
you. Ola, please wait. Look at what I'm saying. Now, when you look at all these names across the globe, then when you look back home, you hardly see people coming out to make that name for us.
That's
Now,
not true.
we talk about mentality here.
Do you know of Professor
Wait,
Iwu? Do you know what they call Professor Maurice Iwu? Have you ever heard that
wait
name
now.
before?
Wait. It's not popular.
No,
That's
wait.
why I don't
Have
know.
you ever heard of Professor Adaoye before? He
I
was
don't
not
know.
the
I
only
don't know him.
cardiologist in the entire West Africa.
Yeah, because
I'm
you
just
don't live
asking
in
you.
Nigeria.
Yeah, wait. I don't know him, but you
How
just
do
That's
you
why I
know
said
mentioned
what
one.
you
somebody
don't
don't live in
know, don't
Nigeria?
say. Don't say. Do you
Ola,
know
please
what? Do
let
you
me
know the
land my
person they
point.
call
Let me land
Professor
my point so that
Batingaji?
let me land my point before you. Wait, let's forget about medical aspect because after all, if we use common sense, because the British who did not make that medical something to be theory, they understand the risk to themselves when they were establishing our school. Why can't we apply that practical knowledge that is available to those medical students, to our engineers, because the engineers are the one that will build the society for us. We neglect them just the way we both. I don't understand where the problem. Like this is what where I'm talking
My
about.
brother.
Now,
Midwest, the engineers know all these things you're
And
talking
I'm
about.
now telling you that
wait,
all those
no,
things
They have those
Mike,
they do.
you assume that they know these things. Let us be
Midwest.
honest here. You
Midwest.
assume,
Those
but
basic
when you have
fundamentals, engineers know it.
wait,
Trust me.
Mike, when you a factory is in Nigeria and they run into problem with some equipment, they have to go outside to go and
We
get
agree
people
now.
Okay,
with
Midwest.
practical with a technical college.
Hold on.
Midwest, please, can I ask you a question?
Wait again. Now today, let me just talk about where I want to point to. So if Ola can understand it, we
I
have
won't
someone
understand
that
you.
belong
You
to
have to apologize. I won't
we
understand.
have a minister that belongs to Society of Engineers in Nigeria and he rest civil engineering. Now, and he want a huge amount of money to build our roads. Then he's so comfortable that our universities are producing graduates. We don't even have a company. We can't test them and say, this federal road must be built by indigenous people. And the money is there. This is what I'm speaking to.
Our
We're going
people
to see
are
these things are
building
normal.
roads.
And
Our people
and
are
the worst.
building roads. Because
Ola, give me 1 second. Midwest, this
Okay,
one thing.
we are
Midwest.
professionals. We are building.
Midwest, allow other people to talk
Let's
to
leave
now.
it there. Let's leave
Calm
it
down.
there.
Midwest,
Yeah.
calm down.
So,
Calm down. Calm down. You have to understand something. If one engineer builds, a German builds a Mercedes, right? An Italian builds a Ferrari, right? He knows how to build Ferrari. Now, if an Italian buys that Mercedes and that Mercedes collapse or something, and he wants it fixed, he's gonna have to call the German to come fix it. Does it mean that Italian doesn't know how to build a car or fix a
listen
car?
to me.
So
There is
listen. When you are presenting that
no, you
argument,
are
hold
wrong.
on
You are
now.
wrong. You are wrong in your
Midwest, gotta
assumption.
chill
You
out
are
now.
wrong.
Allow people to finish.
You
Allow people
are wrong in that your example. I will not listen. There is
But you
no
have to let me
Italian
get
that will call
across
a
now.
German to come and repair his car for him. It
You
can never
say it
happen.
again. Say it again.
Even when it is Mercedes, look at the way it works. When
No,
they
you are
build a car,
taking that analogy literally. You are in a literally.
that analogy doesn't make sense to me.
No,
There's
it
no
does
Italian
make
that will
sense.
call someone
Wait
from Germany to
now.
come and repair any car for them.
God damn, man, you are taking it as a. You don't get my
Midwest,
point.
can I ask you a
I'm not
question?
saying that. Wait, guys, wait. Midwest, calm down. I'm not saying Italians have to go to Germany, bring German to come and fix cars in Italy. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just telling you that an individual Italian that know how to. There's reason why I'm going there is because you are saying that Nigerian engineers, whenever equipment breaks down in Nigeria, they go abroad to go and bring the person to fix. It's because the person they bring is the one that manufactured it, so he's the one that know the components.
No.
Hold
Our
on.
engineers are not exposed to enough
Calm
practical.
down now.
They
Allow
can't
people
fix
to
it.
talk now. Calm down. Because you're an engineer doesn't mean
every equipment in this life, because you are an engineer, means you understand every component of it. You have to be trained to understand the component of it. I've been trained about that particular part. Because you're an engineer, you have monopoly of all knowledge of engineering or equipment that pertain to engineering. It doesn't mean that. You still have to be trained about it. You understand
Oh,
about that equipment? So
my apologies.
if
I
an
think
equipment was
the
built
focus is
in
engineering.
China,
So yeah,
it does.
I think the focus was engineering because I keep bringing in medicine and other bio stuff in
I
this
get the focus
conversation.
of real engineering. Yeah. So
Okay.
that's what I'm trying to tell Midwest is that if equipment that we're using that was brought to Nigeria was brought there by Germany or another company in another country, they're the one that made that equipment, manufactured from point, every component of it. It doesn't mean when someone is an engineer, that equipment building can just go and open it and start fixing it. No, you're not trained about
May
that
I
equipment.
ask?
So
May I ask?
that's why I'm
So
kind of giving that analogy that because
no. Midwest is actually right. So
no,
if
no,
you're
no,
an
no.
No, it's not right.
engineer, let me.
Mike,
Well,
Is
Mike is shifting goalpost. Mike, they
Midwest,
shift
can I
Why am
ask
I
a
shifting
wait
question?
goalpost?
wait
Why you guys listening and shifting goalpost?
Mike Midwest, can I
can
ask a
I speak
question?
to this?
Yeah,
Can
just
I
give me a
speak to this
second. Just
first?
give me like 1 minute. Let me just ask a question. Because everything Midwest has actually said, the whole engineering education in Nigeria, you believe it's trash. And now this is it. What I want to ask you is this.
Very annoying.
When you do engineering in Nigeria for bachelors, why is it that you could go to anywhere in the world? I don't know about Europe, but I know about US here because I'm in the US. And you go in, they accept you, you do a direct master's because they believe that it's at par with what is in the US. So if they believe in that and they allow you to do that, so why do you think ours, our home, is not as good as the one in the US?
No.
See,
Larry, do you know the funny thing? Sorry, let me add to your
Larry,
this thing. Do you know that they rate our own engineering certificate higher than the one they are bringing from India? Do you know that?
Who?
The American education system.
It depends. No, this is how engineering works. There's something called ABET. Have you heard about ABET accreditation? Ola?
And I only know the APEC,
We
APNG.
know
Yeah,
we
that's what
know
it's saying.
it's
ABEC.
Mike.
Yeah, ABEC. That's what
We
it
know
is.
it.
So
Know it's
yeah,
Mike.
so it's school that's accredited with that. That's how they accept your degree. You can't just say any because it's super
but
engineering. Even there's some school
Look,
in America.
I wanted to reply this. I wanted to reply this, our brother. Look, any accredited institution in Nigeria, if you want to do master degree in Europe, is allowed if you have your first degree. That is academic line. No,
but
okay,
if you,
Midwest.
May I say something real quick? May I say something?
Midwest. Okay, I
Wait, let me
attend.
say something.
Okay, go ahead.
Can I say something to this?
Go ahead.
So here's the thing, and this is not to downgrade anyone. Maybe I shouldn't even say, but I'm not trying to downgrade. See, a lot of you, if you have to, let's say that in Nigeria, for example, if you have to do undergraduate here before you go to masters, a lot of people will not get in. But you can get in through masters because here's the thing: majority of those colleges, they want money. So once see, you have to see.
No.
You
Oriola,
have
are
to
you
see. You
comparing
have to
America and
read
UK?
this.
I wanted to.
That's the problem. That's the problem, Mike.
Oriola,
That's the problem.
my brother, that guy that has
So,
that question, I wanted to quickly have something for you. Look, you want to go to academic level, master is allowed. But if you want to live with them,
yes,
and you
problem.
want to validate it now. I want to work here. You came with residence. You want to do it. They will validate it and know everything for you.
It's a lie.
That's what
It's
in
a
the whole of
lie.
Europe.
It's a lie.
Larry, just
I had
a minute,
my
Larry.
bachelor's in Nigeria.
Larry, please, Larry,
No,
just
wait,
give me a minute.
because this I live in the US. We all
No,
live in the
Larry,
US.
I just want to
I had my
clarify something. Larry,
bachelor's in
hold
the
on.
US in Nigeria.
Larry,
Just because
I had
you
my
live in US
master's
means
here. I
nothing.
had my PhD here, and it's at par. So why? I don't understand what you guys are saying.
When somebody is saying something, try to listen and let that person land. You ask a question. Look,
you are
ask me.
you are the one not allowing people to explain to you now.
No, a question. Look, it caught me. Listen, someone that read the first degree in Nigeria,
You come to Europe here, you got admission, you can do your master. If you pass, you can go to their PhD. You pass through.
Midwest, let me explain something to you. Because you think say it's only Nigeria. If you are coming with bachelor degree in engineering and going to the US, they will not assimilate you into the system without going through their PEGA system or in even in Canada here. You understand? You
Yeah,
have to
it's just
learn all the
conversion
code,
now. They just have to
hold it.
convert it. Convert
You have to
your
convert it. Even
credits.
that is you. So don't think it's only in Nigeria. So it's the system. Don't just make it as if Nigeria thing. But what
Wait,
man is
let
telling
me
you,
understand that your US one. For example,
wait
now,
now, you won't
I
understand
want
it
to learn
when we
from you.
have
Let me
it.
ask you a question to learn, please. If they validate that your own, maybe you are not there for academic reason. You don't want to further your education. You are a first degree holder and you want to enter their system without seeing Nigeria degree. Would they just change it and give you equivalent of their own?
All you need to do now,
Midwest. I mentioned ABEC accreditation. There are
let me
universities in
now tell
Nigeria.
you.
Hold on. I'm talking about engineering right now. There are universities Midwest.
Any of
I'm
this.
trying to
Okay.
make you answer. Give you a simple answer now.
Okay.
There are universities in Nigeria. They have that accreditation where the engineering department have that same accreditation. So once you get that degree, they'll stamp your certificate like ABEC. Once that stamp is on it, if you come to America, it's accepted. Your degree is accepted as an engineering degree.
Okay, Europe is not like that.
Oh
Yeah,
no,
okay.
no,
Yeah.
no,
I don't
no,
know
no.
about you.
Wait,
But
wait,
the
wait.
thing
It's
May I
about
say?
global.
May I
US,
say something?
Although
No,
Europe
no.
is quite
It's
different, but
not like that.
it's different country. But most of the country I know, Europe, they don't accept that Nigeria degree direct. No matter.
It
Yeah,
depends
they
which
don't
school in Nigeria.
accept
It
it
depends
here
which
too.
If you
institution.
want to
It depends
further, you
which
can
program.
further.
It depends
Eh?
which program. It's not all program.
And most of people that brought
School
accounting
and
here
University
now,
of
they professor
Ibadan.
or something.
Trust me. School and University of Ibadan or Ife or Isuka. Most of their
Mr. Mike,
degrees they are
can I
accepting
say
it.
something now? Can I say
Go ahead.
something?
Go
I
ahead.
can agree with Mr. Midwest because I remember when I was in the Erash, Nigerians that came with a BSc, they cannot even do common entrance exam here in France. I saw it with my eyes. They got 2/20. I was ashamed.
Hey,
I
my
was
That's a
ashamed.
lie,
in
man.
France.
oh,
That's
He
a
said
lie.
in
hold it
France.
there,
I
hold it there.
saw
Just
it with my
scratch
eyes
That's
now.
a
In
lie.
I'm
France.
in charge of
Nigerian
France
high
is
school
the
students
only
from
single
villages, they are
country.
ahead of the high school student in America.
I
I'm
saw
telling you.
it now.
Mr.
I
Trump,
can't be
scrap
lying now.
it.
They will even
I
make
don't
See,
know
test
if
of
I'm
me.
France.
if any European country validate Nigeria
IQ test,
certificate
they
to the apart
cannot
from
do it.
United
We are not
Kingdom,
trained for
they
it in
will
Nigeria.
reduce it and make it useless for you.
Okay,
I'm
okay,
telling you.
So basically
Larry,
now,
just a minute,
European
Larry, please.
education is better than
No,
what
no,
they have in America or anywhere, right? Is
I
that what you
don't
said?
I don't know
American
the
education is better than
agreement.
European now.
I don't know
So
the
what are you guys
agreement.
saying? You are talking about Europe, where there are several countries in Europe that don't even speak
Mr.
English.
Larry, Mr. Larry, no, Mr.
What
Larry,
are you
It
saying?
IQ test
doesn't
is universal.
I
it's not
brought my
language.
if you
It's not
bring your
wait.
It's
It's
degree
not
not about
wait.
English
It's
now.
not
Larry is about
What
language.
the
English.
hell?
All of those Nigerians, really, you go to school to learn
what are you
English.
saying?
It's not about English
If you
now.
bring
One
your
voice,
if you
The-
one,
bring your
one voice,
Nigerian
See,
one voice.
I have
I'm
wait
even
here,
looking at
we
because
hear my brother. I have seen engineers when you tell them to come and validate Nigeria university certificate for you in Europe level, they will make it useless for you. Ask anybody.
Midwest,
Same,
what did
But
you
if you want
study?
to
same
go
here
for
in US
master,
as well. Same here.
if
Midwest,
you
what did
want
Unless
you
to
you go
study?
for
if you
masters,
want to go
yeah.
for
it's lie.
master, the door is
Yes,
open. Then if you
yes,
start
yes,
climbing
you're
from
right.
there
It's a
and you
lie
start
If
making
you're
it, then you make it
even
good for you.
Midwest, you're
Nobody
right.
makes your Nigerian degree useless in
Mr.
the
Ola,
US.
No,
Nobody
they
does
make
that.
it
no, no,
useless
It's a lie.
unless
Who
you're
does
going
that?
for masters. You
Okay,
don't know
one
what
voice,
you're
It's a lie.
talking
one
about.
voice,
They
one
make
voice.
it
You don't
useless
know
by
what you're talking
reducing it,
about,
by
Larry.
downgrading it. That's what I
Nobody
mean.
Don't
downgrades your
don't
I
mind
don't
him,
Nigerian
know.
John.
This
degree.
guy is
Don't mind Larry. He has
Mike
no
and
idea
you
what
go
he's
to
Mike,
school
talking
and
let
let
about.
people speak
Nobody
one at a
downgrades
time.
your
Okay,
Nigerian
guys, one at
degree.
a time. We
me
are
talk
just
now.
talking
Let
over
me
each
just
other.
say something. When you
Now,
bring your degree here,
let me talk
right,
now,
the
please.
only
Now, they
thing
have
they
been
need you
talking
to
since.
do is to
Okay,
do an
guys, I
evaluation.
need to hear Mr. Triumph. He doesn't know how to fight his way in, so we have to give him that privilege. Mr. Triumph, go ahead.
I don't like that. Thank you, Mr. Mike.
Triumph, Jafet Tue.
See, Mr.
Ça
Larry.
does okay.
Oh, d'accord, okay. Mr. Larry, I was in the selective teams, yeah, in Europe. I was given that privilege. Sometimes when I talk to my Nigerian people to wait to go and prepare for minimum 2 months, and to come back. They started bringing out their degrees and be showing me that they can do it. After doing just a little IQ test, they got 2/20. Very easy, something that because we are not trained for it. There's this African something. Almost all the whole Africa, we are good in everything. But that IQ test, they will test you first, Mr. Larry. Forget about your degree you said you have. It's all about thinking, logical thinking.
Yeah,
That's how I know how to
quantitative
think.
and qualitative.
Mr. Quickly, Mr. Triumph, what about in such a test? What about the cultural bias?
No, no, no,
No, no,
no,
no, no.
no, no. That has
No,
nothing to
no,
do
that's
with
not.
that.
Now, Oriola, wait. Let
Oriola,
Trump
can you wait
respond.
and let's take it one by one, please?
Trump respond to bring
Because
down
of
the
because of I had the only problem we have in Nigeria is the environment. Mr. Babati said about it. The environment did not encourage because the opportunity, the way when I was in Nigeria, they call me the middle class student. But here I'm doing great. People thought I was first class student. I was just looking at is the environment now. The environment will not let you succeed now. They will not give you that chance, that opportunity. Even the schooling system, even the politician, we know what is the problem now. So I understand where Mr. Midwest is going to now. Even though you're an engineer, you come down here in Europe, you start afresh. I bet it with you start afresh because they don't value our home education back home.
Let me ask you a
We
question
are all
now.
based on theory, not practical, Mr. Ola. In Nigeria today,
Okay, Trump,
Yes,
let,
you're
let me
right.
ask
theory.
you a question
You're
now.
right.
Oriade, please hold on. Let me ask you a question now. A Briton came to Canada. Now it was to write IELTS. You know, in Canada, when you want to immigrate, they don't care whether you are a traditional English speaker. And a Briton failed IELTS, whereas a Nigerian passed. So how do you explain that? You are supposed to be a traditional English speaker, right? You still fail IELTS. How do you explain that, Mr. Trump? So that Englishman cannot speak English. He lacks knowledge of English. He lacks English knowledge, right? Can you tell me something?
It all depends on his awareness, Mr. Ola. Awareness matters a lot. Awareness matters a lot.
No.
But the guy will not tell you that he has come across many of those questions somehow and start practicing on it. Things don't happen like I don't believe in chance. Sometimes we have to prepare before getting things. We have to prepare before
Good.
getting. Mr. Ola, we have spoken back of the stage several times. You know what is going on. So one thing is that I don't like arguing. I just like putting things clear. We watch everything you guys. You all are right in your own perception, your own opinion. But what we are saying in Nigeria, the environment did not permit you. I'm not happy when I heard that we have many engineers that
No.
cannot
Stay on
even
the
come
topic,
and
Mr. Trump. Mr. Trump, stay on the topic. An Englishman
okay.
failed test of English in Canada. How do you explain that?
He did
That's the
prepare.
question.
Or why any?
No, let me tell
May I speak to
you.
that?
Look at me.
May I speak to
No,
that?
Oriade, I want to
Sorry,
say
let me
something.
just
Now,
land
Mr.
tell
Trump,
you.
let me even tell you what I wanted to say.
No.
The thing is this: as an engineer, when you
Can
study
I land? You
engineering
asked me a
in
question. You
Nigeria,
asked me a
wait
question.
now. I will explain to you. You answer. When you study engineering in Nigeria, the
Can
engineering code is different
you
from
repeat?
when you go to another country.
Can you repeat that? You said an Englishman failed English in Canada. Did you say that?
Yeah, an Englishman failed
Uh-huh.
IELTS. That's test of English in Canada. How do you explain that? This is an Englishman born in the United
He's
Kingdom.
not aware of it. He
Speak
did not go to
English.
school now.
May I speak to that?
Listen,
May I speak to
it is
that?
education now. In
No,
French,
Okay,
I can
Mr.
speak
Trump,
to
let
that.
Oriola speak then. Please let Oriola speak. No best.
Okay,
Oh, yeah.
so here's how good you have to look at it. You just Google something, they will ask you is it American English or UK English. So there's two different things there. Now you have to now look at this the way American will speak.
No,
It's not like
He said
IELTS
IELTS,
is
so
British
not
Council.
TOEFL.
I
He
want you
didn't
to
say
know that.
TOEFL. He said
I
IELTS,
E L T
which
S
is a
is British Council.
a British exam.
It's a British exam.
It's the same as Canada now, Abby.
yeah, but right,
Yeah.
but here's the thing: just because you speak English does not mean that you does not mean that you're
thank
You
totally
you,
understand
like
the
Mr. Oriala.
formulas,
good
the
and you
rules,
can pass English. There's a reason
the
why we go
rules.
to school
Thank you,
and
Mr. Ola.
we still take classes for English. You have to
Okay.
understand this is their natural language. It's just like when I
Okay.
speak Yoruba, it's my it
Uh-huh.
doesn't mean that if I sit down for Yoruba exam now, I will ace it. I'll probably fail it. So
I don't know my feeling now. You pass it
No,
or otherwise.
Baba T, I'm driving at something. Okay, Oriola, look at this. Do you think the engineering code in Nigeria and engineering code in America are the same? Or engineering code in Nigeria and engineering code in France are the same? Do you think there's the same engineering code?
Wait, I don't. Okay, here's what I was saying.
No, you are an engineer.
Wait,
You
no,
are an
no, no,
engineer
no, no,
according to
no.
you.
Wait,
Do you think the engineering code in Nigeria is the same as that of America?
It could be because
Yes, no, yes, no.
You don't know, they are
if they're
not.
using the international
No.
let me land.
Larry, there are
Let me
different
land
areas.
it. Let me land. It doesn't mean it depends on the country. Some country they follow their own code. While some country they decide to follow the international standard. So if Nigeria is following international standard, and it happened that in some cases US is also following international, they're using
No,
international
we
standard.
follow British
That means
standard in Nigeria.
our code will be the same. So
No, we
that's
follow
what I'm
British standard
saying.
in Nigeria.
Okay.
Wait, say
Now,
that again. Say that again.
We follow British standard in Nigeria. So when you go to
So
France,
if
you
you
are going to have different
that means the code in the US will not be the same as the code in Nigeria because
So what was the big deal if an engineer failed that test that Mr. Trump is
no.
talking
That you don't understand what they're saying. So here's what let me give you an example. Here's the thing. If you graduate in Nigeria, let's say you have your BS or you're already practicing engineering and you now decide that, okay, I moved to US and I want to continue my journey. I'm not going back to school. I just want to get a job with my degree. What we're saying, because in order for you to become engineer here, they probably, they would change your degree to match the degree here, meaning your credit, the classes you take, they will convert it. Now they will ask you to take PE, professional engineer exam. A lot of people will fumble that. So when you fumble that, because now what they're saying is they degrade your degree to the extent that you have to go back to school to do it. Now that's different from I want to now come from
so
Nigeria.
that's what happened in America.
Wait. Listen now, let me land. That's different from now saying that I want to come from Nigeria with my degree, but I'm going to school. I want to go to school for masters. Of course, they will accept you to go for masters. They want the money. So that's different pace. But if you say you want to stick with your degree,
so let me
because the
let me ask
education,
you
what we are
something.
supposed to
Because
learn,
this
we
issue
still
of
learn in
because they
school.
want the
That's
money is the
different.
problem. Is the problem I have. Because when you say because they want the money, this is the US, right?
yes, that's
People
part of
don't-
it. It's
people
not
don't-
like it's not
people-
like they didn't change your
Why
degree.
do we have why do you have people, right, going from Nigeria, going to Harvard, going to MIT? Is it because
Wait,
Harvard needs the money?
all right. Let me ask you a question. How many Nigerians that you're talking about, if they're actually they go into Ivy League school like Harvard for medicine. Listen, they go into Ivy League school for medicine, for engineering. How many? They're few. A majority of them, they go for either biology or go for physiology.
Can
They
you
not
imagine?
get.
That's the
Give me
problem.
examples. Give me
That's the
example of
problem.
those.
You need to
A
look
lot
for-
of people are
That's
not getting accepted in
That's
that
the problem. You need to
Ivy
check.
League college for that.
That's the problem. You need to check.
No,
You need
tell
to
me.
check.
Okay, I don't know. Tell me. I'm telling you the
How
truth,
will
but
how
you're
will-
telling me
how
that
will I tell you if you don't check? Do you see? Okay, you need to
check
go and
what?
check.
I'm
There
telling
are
you what I
several
know, but you
Nigerians.
said I'm not. I
Because
just told you what
what
I
you
know.
just said,
But
right?
you said
Okay,
what I said is not correct.
let remove that money aspect because
Okay,
I think
I
that
told
was
you
you
what
just
I
said.
know.
You
You
said
said
it's
I'm not
because they
correct,
need
and
the
I'm
money.
asking you. Give me
Let's hear from
example.
Midwest.
That's
Let's hear from
an
Midwest.
insult.
Oriola and
What
Elari.
an insult!
Please.
You better accept it.
see.
That's what it is.
Okay,
Oriola and
Oriola,
Elari,
wait.
hold on.
Oriola,
Hold
wait.
on,
See,
guys.
Oriola,
Oriola
if
and
you are
Midwest,
talking
hold
about
on.
what you just
Midwest,
explained
continue.
about US, I think that is exactly what's going on here. What
That's
I'm seeing
exactly
in
what
this
it is. How many
That is
Nigerians
not.
now,
are
That
coming
is not.
here and
because
being
if you,
engineer
but
in Ivy League schools?
I will not
How
put
many
money.
in Ivy League schools?
People are being
None.
advised.
That
I
is
don't
not.
want to put money.
One voice. Hold on, guys. Hold on, guys.
Let me land this point, please.
Let's Midwest speak.
You see, people are being advised. Since you have this Nigeria first degree, okay, if you don't want to go back like almost starting fresh, just go for master. But for example, you want to stay within, you want to work, and you want to be their own.
Okay.
You understand me? And you want them to validate and change that Nigeria own for you. My brother, if you take it there, they will bring it to a point where they will say you must write social exam.
You're right,
That
man.
exam,
You're right.
that exam, my brother, before you can pass that exam, because you don't have their basic foundation.
Okay.
not that you are not
Yes,
intelligent,
you are right.
because of
Can I say something?
because of how they design.
Let me tell you my own journey, right? Because some of those things is better we try to, like, let me tell you my own journey. I came to the US. I read computer science in Nigeria, right?
Okay.
I came to the US. I started working in one of the top fintech companies in the US.
Yeah.
And 3 years after, I decided to go back to school, right? To do my master's. After that, I did my PhD here in the US.
Yeah.
And I don't know about other professions, right? I can only tell you things about computer science, computer engineering.
Yeah, they are global. They are global.
And
They are global.
Java code.
What are you doing? Tell us what you're doing. You use your degree, your first degree.
Are you
and
working
came
with it now?
here.
Exactly. I
No,
work with it.
no.
With it now.
Let's get it straight.
Okay.
You get your first degree. You came here, and you get a job doing exactly what, because you know, like everybody can
I came here.
work in
I got a
big
job
companies.
as a software developer.
Where?
I won't say it, but it's one
Okay.
of the
No,
top.
Oriola, are you down in that again?
My company is. I've been working in that company ever since then, and I'm still working in that company. But it's
Look. I want to ask you a question. Do they wait? Look, do they employ you into that sector because you have that degree from Nigeria?
Yeah,
or you were just opportune to have the job?
No, I was not opportune, right? I'm a software developer. And what
He's
I'm telling you is
he's
that
opportune.
what
I don't believe this.
what I'm telling you is that the same Java code, right, that is written anywhere is the same thing I write in Nigeria. The same Python code.
Yeah, why is that so difficult?
It's the same thing I write in Nigeria, right?
Yeah.
The same JavaScript that is written anywhere is the same thing I write in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Right? So it's not like
sorry, Larry, do you have
magic.
to take like a simple code review or code testing?
Yeah, I
before you
did.
got the job?
I did Akaran.
Okay. So
When I
in
got
Nigeria, India, America, it doesn't
Thank
matter.
you. That's what I wanted to ask him. That is
You
it
said
now.
I did.
He understood
The
it now.
Akaran,
He understand the code.
you said
Because many people they don't understand the code now.
Akarank is just a test. When I did my interview, right? When I did my interview, Akarank is the technical test, right? You come in, they put you on Akarank, they give you some codes, and you write it.
Or lead code.
Or lead code, right? So it's not like their own is different. I'm very sure before I got the job, they will have tested several other American candidates before I got the job.
And in your profession in Nigeria, you're more likely to use those codes anyways because they didn't develop those codes in Nigeria. So you're more likely to have been exposed to those codes.
Okay. Prince Daddy Larry, if you don't mind, let me just add to what you say. You see, computer science is a global profession. So it's not what you localize or you standardize within your environment. Now, whether you are in Pakistan, you are in Nigeria, if you are a good developer, you are a good developer anywhere in the world. It's not as if a particular regulatory organization is just trying to limit you. So I have my bachelor degree in electrical and electronics engineering, right? I did my MBA and I did the graduate courses too in the computer science. So I write a program, I program. So now for Midwest and Oriade, you can be employed directly by Facebook, Microsoft, Netflix directly from Nigeria. So I'm talking of the same graduate that even graduate from Nigerian school. Even some didn't even go to school, they learn all those languages. So it's a global it's a global education.
Well, I really don't believe that. It was just trying to downplay that it's impossible to employ.
No, wait.
Hold on. I know you're going to defend yourself. Hold on.
Wait. I can speak for myself because
Larry said it was employed directly based on his qualification from Nigeria.
I don't believe the guy, but I can speak.
You don't. I'm sorry.
No, Larry, don't worry. Don't mind Oriola. Just hold this. Don't mind.
Okay. Let me tell you why Europe is different. Let me tell you why it will be difficult for them to employ you in Europe. Let me tell you why.
To employ computer scientists in Europe?
Wait, let me tell you why they will not. It will be difficult for them to employ him into that very particular
No,
sector.
they can employ him
Bros,
actually.
can I ask you
I
something?
think
Do
they
you
can
know there are
employ him.
several
Please
Nigerians?
let me quickly land this
No,
point
let me
before you.
just say this. Let me
I've
just say
seen
this.
some cases where
No,
you
let me
see the
just
way
say this.
they
Do you know that there are several Nigerians that work for European companies that are presently in Nigeria that work remotely, that are software
Doing
developers?
what? Doing what?
Software
Please.
developers.
I know.
They're not
They are
developing anything though.
Oh my
Larry,
No,
They probably
There you
just
go again. There you go again, trying to
Larry,
undermine and
wait. That
ridicule
guy
the
is right.
Nigerians.
Oriola doesn't understand anything about computer science. Just leave him. Just let him be swimming in whatever he's swimming.
Okay,
No,
Oriola,
that's
wait.
not. That's not even the point. The point is
Wait,
that
what do you mean I don't understand computer science? You just
it
told us
actually does,
JavaScript,
but
Java now,
it's all about
and you think
trying
I don't know what
to.
it is? I mean,
It's just
come on,
trying
man.
Computer science
to
is not about
downplay.
JavaScript. It's not
No.
about
Never
it's
mind.
not about programming alone.
Wait. What is it about? Isn't it about those languages? It's not
All
about
those
C, C++,
languages are just one
Java.
over thousand, one out of thousand of what computer scientists. Computer science is a branch of mathematics. You can do a lot of things with computer science. It's not about programming alone. What are you talking about, my
Yeah. But who say? But I'm speaking to what he
don't talk
said.
of what you don't know anything about. You
I
and I,
know
we
it.
study
I know
electrical and
about.
electrical
What
engineering.
do you mean
Even
I
in
don't
that
know
electrical and
about it?
electrical engineering, I can even see get you lost there. The way you ask, because you so downgrade Nigerian education.
What
Within
are
that
you
electrical
talking?
and electrical.
See, listen. The thing is, you're showing your emotion, that you're not listening to
No,
the other
you are
person.
destroying
See,
graduate from my country, and you are saying I'm emotional. Do you
oh
understand? Do you
man,
understand that
destroying
you
who?
are rubbishing my
please
position?
let me.
The
I
problem
wanted
of
to
this,
quickly.
How
I
am I
wanted to quickly
destroying that?
if you go and look at
let me
Lagos,
reply
You
this.
don't
Our
want.
brother
You
that
don't want
said
to
he got
listen
an
to facts. That's
employment
the
in
thing.
America. Let
yeah.
me quickly put something. One
Okay,
obstacle
hold
you
on.
will
Let
have.
Midwest speak. Midwest, we are
Yeah,
hearing
wait,
you.
one obstacle you will have is a European country, because Europe is big, it's different country. Like here
Okay.
in Sweden, nobody will ever employ you. I will tell you
Yeah.
why. But I will tell you the reason. Now, without your qualification, under their database, here, you are not a professional. They don't have your data. Now, when anybody employ you, it can take that risk to employ you. If anything happen in your working place and the insurance is involved, that is a catastrophe for that company.
Wait,
That's
that's
also
not what they're
Nah,
saying. Steve. I don't
Midwest.
think you
Hold on,
hear what
Midwest.
they're
You
saying.
continue.
Oh my.
You
I don't think
can't
that's
be
what
speaking for
the
just
way
one
they're talking.
profession.
I'm not
Hold
talking
on.
about your qualification. You are qualified because,
Before you
for
do anything here
example,
in Europe,
look at where the obstacle lies.
wait,
Yeah.
1 minute. Let me tell you what they don't understand. Yeah, in everything we do here in Europe, they give you license. Forget about
Yes.
your degree. License to
Don't
practice
forget
it.
about
If you
degree.
don't have it, your
Because
license,
when you don't,
your
for
license to
example,
practice it. If
ordinary
you lose your license, you
forklifts.
lose your job.
Wait now, look at where problem lies. I want to talk to this my guy so you can understand. For example, you are working for a
Yeah,
company,
you can talk.
a
Though I
manufacturing
don't know, I've
company.
not lived in Europe before, so I can actually tell you about the US.
Okay, now most of the job here, forget about university degree, any area you want to go, there is always attached certificate, qualification, permit attached to most of them. And like France, Sweden, like Spain, it doesn't matter much, Italy and some places. But like all this Scandinavia, if you don't have those things, somebody employ you,
Okay,
no
we
problem.
get it. Are you saying
You get what I'm saying
100%
now?
all?
Yeah.
Hold on. Are you
If
saying 100%
someone can
all
employ
jobs?
you, yeah.
Take a question from Prince Daddy, Midwest. Oh yeah,
No,
Prince Daddy.
I'm just trying to understand. Is it saying 100% all jobs? Because what Larry is talking about, it's more like it's a proof test kind of profession. It doesn't.
See the way it works here. Like
He was
that area
fortunate. He was fortunate.
is a
He
professional
was
job,
fortunate.
and if somebody should employ you under that
Yes, you're right. It
qualification,
was fortunate.
that is
I agree
not
with you.
in their system.
Okay, Midwest.
Yeah.
I am about to show you a friend now. Yeah, we studied together at the Nigerian Institute of Transport Technology. We both did postgraduate diploma in logistics and supply chain management from
Yeah.
Nigerian Institute of Transport Technology, Zaria. Now, this guy was employed directly from Ericsson in Nigeria as the logistic manager in Sweden. And now that's the first thing I can tell you. I can give you an example of 3 friends that were employed directly from Nigeria and are working in Sweden. I will share the LinkedIn profile of this guy with you directly here just to debunk some of these things. See, guy, be very careful what to say here because you don't even really know the type of people you are dealing with. Because you are not seeing face, don't
Mr.
say
Ola, I would
something
like to
because
get
we
your
are going to
contact
debunk
with
you.
them.
Mr. Trump,
Ola,
hold
Of
on.
me,
My former boss
Triumph,
too.
I would
My
like to
former
get your
boss.
contact with them. I
My
will
former
ask them
boss
questions.
work in France. Wait now. He even worked with GE. I will share his LinkedIn here.
General
So
Electric.
when you guys say something, I'm
No, no, no,
here
no,
for
no.
you, and
Easy,
I'm going
easy,
to
easy,
counter you
easy.
immediately.
No, Mr. Ola, I would like even because of it, when I say something, because I'm privileged to know some things here.
Ola,
Not every black man has that privilege here in France. I know what I'm saying. Even in a business point I do here, they do not give him access to complete data. For me to have access to their company, they just only give me a little bit of their data of their equipment they wanted. Like now, what Mr. Midros was saying earlier. Yeah, if you buy even a product, a big machinery, yeah, it is written in the assurance, in the insurance of it that if anybody else touches it, it is no more insured. You have to call back. You have to call back that same company to send their
Mr. Trump,
technician to come out
do
and
you
pay
know
it.
where the misunderstanding?
Use the,
You are dealing
Mr.
with
Trump,
there's a difference between
Mr.
job that
Trump,
needs to do with
let me
safety.
tell you, let
No,
me
no,
say
Larry,
something.
just a minute. You will talk after me. Sorry, Larry, sorry.
Yeah, no problem.
Mr. Trump, there's a difference between job that has something to do with safety and something that the impact, the risk is so low. We are talking of engineering, we are talking of safety. We are talking of computer science is totally different because it's not going to cause bodily injury.
Yeah,
And you will even see that the one that is going to cause bodily injury, they are slow on it. That is self-driving car. You know, when you are talking of AI self-driving car, because when you build the self-driving car, a lot of security safety have to go with it. You understand? They slow down on that. But you are building application to automate your processes in that thing. As long as it has nothing to do with safety, it's global. So that is where we need to separate. So thank you, Mr.
yeah,
Larry. Put up
Ola,
your point.
Ola, let me put this one before you. Look at the
Midwest.
way it is.
Larry has the floor now.
yeah.
Please let him put his point.
Let me
Okay.
quickly say something based on what you said. Even here, right? You see, there are some jobs that you can't just do except you have public clearance.
Okay.
Particularly those that are related to probably your company is working with projects that deals with straight with government data, right?
Yes, I have level 3 clearance. Yeah,
Yes.
correct.
So you need public clearance, right? And why computer science is different is just that you may not even need all those things, right? Because it's just that for you to be able to get to that point of working on those applications, that's when you need that clearance. But there are several other things that you can do. I'm even negotiating with my company, right? If they actually allow me to go to Nigeria, work from Nigeria for like 2 years. Because it's possible, because I have some couple of people, right? I have friends that work with Google, that work with Microsoft, that are presently domiciled in Nigeria. They don't even want to come to the US. So the basic thing is just that the only
We know
problem
that. I agree with you.
we have in Nigeria is the fact that it's not really easy for companies here to do background check. That's the only problem that we have in Nigeria. It's not really easy for them to do background check for you guys in Nigeria, because even if you come here, for you to get a job, there has to be a background check that has to be done. So after you pass that background check, that's when you're going to get that job. You may even get that job if you don't pass that background check. Nobody's going to give you that job. So that's the only little thing that is kind of like a little hindrance for Nigerians. No background check. My company recruits. Presently, we're really looking, as Amazon is moving to Africa. We are also, because we are very close to Amazon, we're also looking into recruiting people from Nigeria. So that's why I said, but now I think the government is trying one or two things with the American embassy to kind of like stand in for some people in Nigeria, some tech guys in Nigeria, to start as guarantor for companies here to be able to have that confidence to be able to employ them. So if there's anything, the government would kind of like take responsibility. So that's what most of the things that Bosun is presently, I know Bosun is presently working on that, because I was in one or two meetings. So
Ola, yeah, thank you, my brother. I
Midwest,
want
hold
to
on.
talk.
We will
Ola.
speak. Midwest, hold on. Larry, let me add
Okay.
to what you just said now. I have a former colleague too. It was in the it was a program delivery this thing. He employed someone directly from Nigeria. You understand? Then Midwest and Mr. Trump, I just posted a LinkedIn of a guy now that I know very well. And he didn't get all these licenses you are saying. He was employed directly from Nigeria and directly he become order and delivery manager there. Started with a logistic manager from there and that's Sweden. So when you
Do
say
you know
something
what
that
we call
because
logistic manager here, Mr. Ola?
wait,
If a
I'm just telling you
is
that this
coming
guy
to
didn't get the license the way you are
my
talking. I'm
line,
just trying to tell you
my
that
line of business now.
separate
Yeah,
safety,
just
Yeah, he doesn't
separate
understand
safety.
what logistic is. He doesn't understand what they call
Ola,
it. A lot of those
let me,
terms is done
Ola,
from
I am into
No.
logistic.
Midwest,
and
Ola,
wait,
wait,
Midwest,
and a
wait.
lot
You
of
will
you
speak,
guys
Midwest. Wait. Oriola,
wait,
I
you're
don't understand
talking
what
you're
logistics means,
wait,
right?
and you guys are talking about computer science. You have to be computer science is broad, so you have to actually tell us exactly what you specialize in, because you're saying that
no, wait.
what
We
who
cannot. We
says
can't go
no?
to that.
Who's,
Oh,
We
okay.
can't
You
go
who
there.
want to
Let
says
me.
know
no?
where I specialize in?
Who says no? There's
Larry,
different
don't waste your
languages, and
time.
they
Honestly,
ask you
don't
to
waste your time.
specialize in
I
what.
wanted. I
Okay,
wanted to quickly.
Right?
No, don't waste your energy. Don't waste your energy. Let me
That's
talk
all.
to Ola. Ola.
Wait,
Ola,
don't
see the way
waste
it works.
what energy? What do you mean?
Wait
I'm
a
not
little bit. I
understanding.
want to put this before Ola. Ola, look. If a company here want to employ anybody across the globe, they can, but there are procedures. These are different steps. It's just like
And
someone
there's the
happens.
type of job they can actually get as well.
Look at
So
the way it works in the whole of European Union. When it can become legal, that job you will go to your any ministry of that is in charge of your employment. You go advertise it. You need someone that want to do this job for you. And when you don't have anybody in any of the 26 European Union country, then you will put it in your own country. Then you put it in European website first. If nobody apply within European Union, this now qualify you to look beyond the border.
No.
So you must
Get
have this.
there, Midwest. This guy left Nigeria to go and become a manager directly in Ericsson. Because Nigeria is so bad that we are
No,
so
wait.
useless.
Oh my
Ola,
God,
That
I would like
Ericsson
to
employs someone that came from
guys,
Nigeria
you
to go
broke
and
this.
manage his business in
Wait,
Sweden.
Ola,
That is how
Ola,
terrible we are as
wait.
Nigerians, right?
Ola. That is not the aspect I'm talking about. Let me tell you. I want to talk to you based on experience.
Come on, guys,
When
don't look down on us.
I didn't
global
look
guys.
down.
Don't look down on Nigeria.
I didn't look down. But the government is unable to develop that sector. That's why we are lacking. Every society is not medicine that builds society. It is the engineers. Quote me anywhere. So the government should invest. This is what we are saying. You cannot be out in you leave Nigeria. You cannot be a genius in your profession. It doesn't make sense. So Ola, if you want, this is how it works. Somebody can leave Nigeria and come to Sweden to come and be a manager in logistics.
But I just gave you an evidence. I just gave you an evidence.
No. Wait.
The
The
person is flying
person
for you.
who is it? Wait, who is he going to do?
Up in your profile. No, you have a social profile in Sweden. Look at the profile of. I gave you the LinkedIn.
Okay,
so I don't tell you something that I cannot back up.
Everybody's packaging in the internet.
Wait, Ola, as I'm talking to you, I am a transport manager and I have the certificate. If the person cannot speak Swedish, wait. When the person cannot communicate in Swedish, handle files in Swedish, then he will be a manager to who?
Midwest.
Please.
Some of us learn
Wait. Wait, just to say, I just looked the person up. Give me a minute. I just looked the person up. The person became that manager that you said in 2018. But before he became that, this guy already have is he MBA from University of London or something. And that was between 2013 and 2014. So that can attribute.
You are joking. This guy was a logistic manager in
Just
2008.
look it up. You gave us the LinkedIn, and I looked the LinkedIn. That's what he says.
I said
So
someone
why
is
are
my
you
friend that you
arguing
argue with me?
the fact?
Oriola, stop arguing. He became a manager in 2008.
You are the one
arguing.
arguing. Your argument is clueless. It's not even very
No,
like
maybe he took
substantial.
the course on. Maybe took online course.
No, Prince Daddy.
Yeah. So
Prince Daddy. I said, before I said this thing, I said
he has an
guy
MBA though. He has MBA.
Oriola,
Before
stop arguing.
2018.
I said this guy we attended, first of all, go to the Nigerian Institute of Transport Technology in Zaria to study logistic and supply chain management. And immediately he graduated, he was offered a logistic manager job in January 2008.
Wait. No, that's not true. Just look at the LinkedIn again. Look at the LinkedIn. He was offered. Listen, he was offered the manager position in 2018, and that's after
January 2008 to 2011. He was a logistic manager. Stop arguing. It was
no, but that was not with Ericsson, though.
Another position.
No, but that was not with Ericsson. Was that not the company that was hired? Was that not in Nigeria?
Everything is possible. It can become a manager. But
Midwest.
Check it. Look it up.
Access to the same thing. Anybody that have access to the same LinkedIn, please open. Now, this guy say 2008 to January 2008 to March 2011, logistic manager, 3 years. He spent 3 years and 3 months there. You understand? And this guy finished. This guy finished. When did he finish from the Nigerian Institute of Transport Technology? 2007 to 2008. Immediately after he finished, he got the job, and you are here arguing with me. Like,
no,
seriously?
Ola,
wait.
I'm not saying you are lying.
Midwest.
I wanted to correct you on something because not that you are lying.
Midwest, wait. Midwest, wait. Ola, I just checked it. Listen. I just checked it. My bad. I didn't look it properly. So my bad. He definitely he was hired after he graduated, and I think that was 2008. Let me confirm real quick. Yeah, so he was hired 2008. So yeah.
Because this guy, we work together there. You know, the only thing you won't see is NEPA profile there, right? It was with me at NEPA, but you won't see that one there. We did this course together. You understand? Then there's another guy too in Canada, in Winnipeg now. He did the same course too. He's a logistic manager too here. So, like, there's another guy too. You understand? There are about 4 of them that are working as a manager in Sweden. So when people say this thing,
but you know that. Let me.
I would like to talk with them, Mr. Ola. I would like to talk with them, Mr. Ola.
You know, like they're more like people that.
Why would you like to talk with them? So because I gave you privilege.
Let me give you another example.
No. Just to ask them just a question. I'll just ask them a question.
Mr. Trump.
No.
Let me give you another example of my wife. She did nursing in Nigeria. She had a bachelor's of nursing in Nigeria. She was in Nigeria when she wrote IELTS. She traveled to Philippines to write NCLEX. NCLEX is the same exam that people that do nursing in the US write. She passed NCLEX from Nigeria, right? She came to the US directly to start working here. She already got a license, a US license for Texas from Nigeria. She came to the US with a green card that she got from Nigeria. So
wait. Let expatiate, because if she has a green card, wait. So that means if she get a green card, if it's not by you, or maybe you did a lottery or something, or by a family member, it means that she already got a job offer already, and the job actually sponsor her. Is that what you're saying? Because I don't understand how she would get a green card.
She came on EB2. She came on EB2. That's the category of the visa.
Exactly. So she has so a job offer. So a job can actually file for you. That's what you're saying. The job file for her.
Yeah,
of course. If you pass the exam, nobody's saying that you can't get a job. Like once you pass the exam here for their professional stuff, and I'm not even sure, like nursing, they have categories. They have like the MPN, and they have the RN, and they have the APRL, whatever. So we don't even.
Yeah.
So
because
it's not like she can't get a job, but once she passes the professional exam, she's good.
Let me tell you how it works, right? This is it. NCLEX, once you pass NCLEX, you get an RN license. And basically, because NCLEX is not written in Nigeria, she had to travel to the Philippines to write the
Yeah,
NCLEX
we're
exam.
saying the same thing. If you pass the exam for the professional exam for being a RN, then you will get the license. You can work there. It's the same
Yeah.
thing with engineering. If you can pass the professional
Because
PE,
because
they call
because
it
the
I've just
exam
professional
will
told
not
you,
engineering,
I've
put you
just
into
told
their
you, I've
then
database.
just
you
told
can
you,
work here. It's
I've
just
just
that.
told you about my wife's route, right?
Yeah, no,
And
we understand.
she
We
did a
understand. I'm just
bachelor's,
saying to you,
she did a
it's not
bachelor's,
difficult if you
she did
can
a
pass it.
yeah, that
Yes,
she can pass it
but a
because
lot of people will have hard time passing it.
that is
That's
what
the
I want you
problem.
to know. Anything that happens to be with the exam is an individual thing.
Oh yeah, nobody is saying that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
So
know.
for her to pass it, now
Yeah,
that
but the
is her
thing
own
is, the
route.
struggle she will have is actually like fitting it in the job. Like that might become a little bit, but she can figure it out
It's not a little,
later.
it's not even difficult, right?
Yeah,
Because she
it might
came
not
in
be
here because
difficult
she
for
was
her.
working in Nigeria, right? She was working in Nigeria. She came in here, she fit in. So that is our own side.
I don't
Right?
see. I can talk about my family member
But all these
when my
Mr. Larry,
when my
Mr.
parent
Larry,
came.
Mr. Larry,
Let
Mr.
me
Larry,
speak to this. When my
can I
parent
talk?
came, they have the even though they were nurse, they were professional already, because they weren't doing well with the exams, so they have to like kind of like start over. So it's not everybody. Like if
Yeah,
she
yeah.
was able
I
to,
know it's not
that's why a
everybody.
lot of like physicians, they can really like come directly, because if they don't do well in the exam, to actually put them in and start working is difficult, because they have to go back, get the exam, and do a fellowship, or go back to. It's the same
Yeah,
with engineering as
that
well.
is
So
why I think Nigeria is
yeah,
better now.
yeah,
Nigeria is
but
better
what
now.
I
A
the point.
lot of Nigerians now, because I know I can like after we came in here, she's been able to help at least 7 nurses from Nigeria to
Yeah,
come to the US.
yeah.
And
The point I'm
if
just
the
making to
education
you
The
is
system,
this.
demand,
if
now the job demand, Mr. Larry. Let me tell you something.
if
Like here,
no,
all over Europe, they're looking for nurses
because
too, Mr. Larry. They're
yeah,
looking for, but there's a criteria here where they don't
yeah, I
speak
don't really know about Europe.
English.
Everything I'm saying
There's a
is
criteria
just
here.
US.
What I want to
I
say,
don't
like
know
now,
anything
when I
about
first of all
Europe.
came to France, I wanted to be a medical doctor. I have language barrier. If you want me to tell the coconut of my story, but I have language barrier. I step aside. I have to do something that I'm capable of doing. Understand? I told you that I was fortunate to be in the RH in one of the government institutions here in France. I say I saw my Nigerians with their school cert, university degrees. They came here. They were not able to pass IQ test they gave to them. I'm telling you what I saw with my 2 eyes. Experience, and they were making fun of me.
And most of
My
this exam was
other
not in
colleagues.
English. I know French.
It was
French is
in
not going to
English.
bother to
I
test
could
anybody in English on
universal.
that level.
Understand? Understand? I was even shocked. I
Okay.
was even shocked. Even my Senegalese friends, all of them were telling me something that it is the problem of Africa that
Okay,
we are not used to
Mr. Trump, do you believe that there can be Nigerians, right, that would definitely come in and write that same exam and pass it in flying colors?
Yes, I go
Or you think,
2020
or
when I
you
did
think
it.
there is no
I go
Nigerian that can
2020.
pass the exam? I want to get
I
that.
will try and look. I will try and look for my certificate, for my result, and paste it and send
No,
it
no,
to
no.
one of
I'm
these guys here.
asking you, do you think there is another Nigeria, right, that can come in and write that same exam and pass it in flying colors? Or you think there is no Nigerian that can pass that exam?
I wonder,
No,
Larry,
they're
because
Nigerians, but the ones I saw
See,
for
Yeah,
10
you
years,
said you
wait.
don't you said
I
no.
spent those
Larry,
10
My
years,
they
my
can
Mr. Larry.
argument
actually
is
do
this.
it.
I was
okay,
there for 10 years.
Please, I want to let me
one
go.
voice,
Please, let
one
me
voice.
finish, Mr.
Please,
Midwest, please. I was there for 10 years, Mr. Larry. 10 good years before I resigned. I'm becoming I have to get my own companies today. I was there for 10 years, and that 10 years, only three I saw made it through. 3 in 10 years. Mr. Larry, I'm telling
Okay,
you a
Midwest,
fact.
can you ask Trump your question now? What do you want to ask Trump, Mr. Trump? Ask your question, Midwest. Midwest, are you there?
I think there's problem in his network. Yeah, there's
Okay,
problem in
Larry,
his
do you want
network.
to push a
hello, are you
poll
hearing me
to?
now?
Oh, okay, yeah, we can
Yes, I
hear you.
can hear you.
Yeah, see, let me just make this contribution. I'm not talking about I will always respect Nigeria. My people are very intelligent. They are wonderful people. But the aspect I'm trying to talk about is the way the Nigeria government structure our engineering schools. They need to work on it. Because if we really want to develop our country, these are the people that develop every society. It's not even medicine. Quote me anywhere. I know those guys are important. But if you get your engineers right, I tell you, your country will move forward. So those who are opportune to study under the medicine in Nigeria, they are exposed to practical. But the engineers, the practical they have is not enough. And that is the obstacle. This is what I'm trying to say. Like, yeah, if you want to, like that employment you said, or maybe validation of certificate, upgrading of certificate, there are many channels to do it. First degree, just go for master. Because when you are able to pass that master of their own, you have crossed a very big obstacle. Nobody can draw you down again. But when you said, I'm already in the system, I have this first degree in Nigeria, I wanted to treat it like first degree holder, they will treat you anyhow, the whole of European country, once you are in Nigeria. That is what I'm trying to speak about. It's not whether you are intelligent. And also, yeah.
Let me interject if you don't mind. You see, one thing is this: we should separate between the policy that encourages our engineer and our intention of those people in the political corridor to pull our engineers down. I keep telling you because truly I have my undergraduate in engineering. You know, an engineer will always be an engineer, right? And I know for sure that engineering credential from Nigeria is better rated than the one from India. You know, as a matter of fact, maybe they are resolving it now. Okay, now let me tell you this thing. I'm doing some program with Georgia College now, Georgia Tech. Now, if you are coming from the UK, people coming from with engineering degree from UK, they find it difficult sometimes. They will have to explain before even Georgia Tech can take them for their master's degree in computer science, for example. Talk less of the engineering. You know, when you talk of computer science engineering, that's one of the top schools in the United States. Okay, but someone from Nigeria that really they don't have even let me even use bachelor degree from Nigeria, HND from Nigeria, they will easily get easier entrance into Gatech than someone coming from the UK or someone coming from India. You understand? So that is how highly these people rate, because they understand our system. But unfortunately, we Nigerians, we don't really understand our system. And we tend to think engineers are technicians. That's one of the mistakes we are making. Engineers are not technicians. Engineers are to design. You understand? Technologies are to look at, okay, how do we interpret this thing? There you carry your technicians to start implementing. Then you start talking of all these artisan and craftsmen too. So you should understand the hierarchy. So engineer is just like a scientist in the hierarchy. Prince, what do you say?
Like architects and not carpenters, right?
Like
architects and not carpenters.
No. Yes, engineers are just like architects. They are just like architects in the rank, right? So people think that because you're an engineer now, the next thing is just to go and lie down on that car and start removing bolt and not. No, it does not work that way. That is the big mistake we are making. So now, why is it that you don't see our people? Okay, people say, oh, we don't construct road. It's not true. I have a guy too, happened to be my secondary school mate. The guy studied civil engineering. He is self-employed, and what he does in Ibadan is construction. People do inner road construction in Nigeria, but the problem is when they are giving major contract because of corruption and because of a facility and the kind of structure required, they don't give to them. But the like of Dangote now, which happen to be indigenous company now, he has been able to break into that construction company using cement because he made a proposal to the government that, okay, we can use cement. Some people kick against it, but he was able, through some concession while Fashola was the minister in charge. So where we got this idea that Nigerians were not into this thing, it baffles me sometimes, because many of the high-rising you see in Lagos today, that those banks are using, that you see, they are not built by foreigners. Some of them are built by Nigerians. And when I say they are built by Nigerians, so I want to mention the name now, because that man, he used to stay at Wema Board Estate around the Ikeja then, you know. He was even one of those people that used to encourage us that time to do something on our own instead of wasting away in Nepal. This man is an architect. I can tell you, I can refer to so many buildings that this guy as architect that has designed, that people did. So now when architects build in Nigeria, we have some structural engineers that will do all those structural design, and they will work on this thing. You understand? Like I keep making example of Lekki, VGC, Orishosun Estate, and all those things, that those people that built those, they were pure Nigerians. And the road within the estate, they constructed it. So you should separate where corruption will not allow Nigerian government to trust Nigerian engineers. Not that they are not competent.
Okay.
Not that they are not competent.
Okay.
So expecting Nigerian engineers now to be doing the work of a vulcanizer, you expect someone that because you've read you've done civil engineering or video engineering, you are now expecting Nigerian engineers now to be a carpenter. We are mixing everything up. So Nigerian engineers are supposed to design. I just like when someone was saying, "Oh, computer scientists that they don't write the program." I was like, "What?"
Let me say something, Mr. Mid.
I have worked. Let Larry come in after Larry.
Okay.
Midwest, wait.
Okay.
Yeah, Larry,
so when I first came to the US, you see this same orientation, right? This same thing you said was the orientation I had. I met some people when I first came, you know, just came to the US. You know, those people that will tell you, oh, forget about that, your certificate and everything. You know, oh, it's not useful, it's not this, it's not that. Thank God I was able to meet somebody. It was my primary school mate. He lives in California. He's also a software developer. So thank God I met him. It was like, yeah, you could actually do it. I started applying for job. And when the opportunity came, right, because I already know this is the exact thing, right? And it's still the same thing, right? You just need to pick, okay, I just got there. They were like, okay, fine, which programming language do I want to use? Which one am I proficient in? Are you proficient in Java or Python? And I said, okay, fine, I'm good at Python. And I went in, they gave me the hacker rank, you know, went in with the hacker rank and they brought it. It's normal. So that orientation has always been there. And this is the same orientation that people kind of like pass across to people that are coming here, that if you don't go to school, just forget about it, go and do something else. That your degree, it's useless, right? So for me, you know, I used it. I didn't even want to go to school immediately. I worked for some time before I started thinking of school. And the company paid for everything. So, and there are several people, I know several people that are presently working in Lagos now, that every time I tell them about coming to US, they say they don't want to come to US because it pays them. These are people working in Nigeria and making at least $100,000. And even me, myself, I'm still looking at that possibility, because if I can be in Nigeria and make $100,000, so why am I in the US? So it's that orientation that, you know, it's that orientation, and it's basically with our people. You know, when you come here, they tell you, forget about it. It's not worth it. That your certificate is not going to get you the job. It's a lie. All you need to do, I don't know about other places, but I can tell you about tech. The only thing you need to do is to understand what are those things that I need, right? Just sit down, study, you know, normal thing. Our people study a lot. And the great thing about here is the fact that you are not even disturbing yourself about electricity. You are not even disturbing yourself about internet. All those things are just there, right? All you just need to do is just like, okay, go in and kind of like practice a little, go for those things, go for those interviews. You end up seeing that, you know, it's not like those other guys are better. The same thing they taught you in Nigeria, all you need to do is just to try to like work a little bit on it. You don't even need any certification and anything particular. That's why I said in tech, because I don't want to talk about any other place that I don't know. Right? That same certificate is very useful. In as much as
Mr. Larry, sorry to cut you off.
yeah.
Mr. Larry, sorry to interject. Do you know that 3 years ago, when I was doing my recruitment of people to
Okay.
work in one of my companies, everybody brought degrees in front of me. I work with top guys, you understand? Everybody brought
Okay.
degrees. You don't know what I did?
Yeah.
Because of they call me, my friends call me English dude. Understand? Then I laugh. I say,
Yeah.
forget about your degree. I gave them, Ali, do the practical in front of me. Do the practical in front of me. Do the practical in front of me. Everyone was surprised. I said, no. I said that I don't believe in case there is problem. I don't want somebody will be calling me when I'm in
Okay.
China or in England or somewhere in the North Africa. Somebody will calling me to come back. There's problem. Do it, and I want to see the solution. I caused the problem in that place. I said I want a
Mhm.
solution in front of me quickly. So many of them cannot. The person with the last degree, understand? The last degree was the
Mhm.
person capable of doing it, and he got employed. I gave him a car and a house the same day. That's what the way
Mhm.
I do here. Normally, it is forbidden because I have to pay more to the
Okay,
government. I see
Mr.
that
Trump,
I
let me
like.
respond to you. Let me respond to you. See, even you can graduate from, okay, you can graduate from Stanford University, Georgia Tech, University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign, University of Texas, um, at Austin. I just mentioned some top, even MIT, some top computer science school. Now, the question is this: if your job is not that thing you are doing, they can give you test and see free practical. We have a joke. Some of us that we graduated from the American university, we say, okay, after 2 years, if you are not doing anything with your degree, then your degree has expired, right? But let me tell you something today. If I want to hire someone now that will build something for me on an algorithm, because I need, like this day that you build anything because of the capacity of a machine that can run. Let me tell you one thing. I will not go and employ someone that attended boot camp. I will employ someone that went to university, that actually did data structure and algorithm,
Mhm.
because those people, they will understand. They will understand how data structure should work. They will understand time. You understand? They will understand the order. You understand? So this thing that we try to think whether this thing is limited to Nigeria. No, it's not limited to Nigeria. If you graduated from a particular program, even in America, if you are not doing that, nothing. And the other thing we need to know is this: even though American schools, they try to work with industry, the same Canadian school too, they try to work with industry to look at what they are looking at, and they tailor their resume. But there are still some organization that you still go there and they will still have to train you. For example, if you are going to build a solution to operate a nuclear reactor, you are not expected to be a computer science student and be working with nuclear reactor in your university. The only thing you know Java, you know Python, you understand. Maybe you know Scala, and maybe your TypeScript or JavaScript or all those things that you know. You will still have to go there and still understand the domain. The
Exactly.
domain knowledge is as
The
good
business logic.
as your this thing. So it doesn't mean that, okay, because people person is graduating directly from university, that's to no. You still have to know the domain and apply. Someone that is building application in the banking sector is different from someone that is building application in the telecom sector. All of them know
Exactly.
the basic principle, but you still have to understand the domain. So let's stop mixing everything together.
Exactly. Even
Now,
if you get it.
now you are going to specialization. You understand? You're not talking about specialization. We all are talking about general. Understand? One thing is that, like me, in my own field, even though you have all the whole degree, I will still form you for minimum a month in my company. I will form you for, and you'll be paid, not free. Moment you are selected, you'll be paid. I'll still form you the way I work, the way I work. So everything you you have even though somebody that told me last 2 years that he has 15 years experience, Mr. Larry. I'm telling you, with
You
experience.
still
So
on. It's normal.
when
You
I
on
gave him the
them.
job, you understand, that was a problem. He cannot even do the job. I have to bring him. I say, forget everything you've learned. This is the way we do things. It was saying that my system is easier. I say, cut off. I did it for my own self that everybody can operate the way I do my things. That is it. So I know what I'm when I'm
Mr.
talking of
Trump,
what I'm
let me
saying.
tell you something today. Let me tell you the difference between the degree. Okay, you can go to boot camp now and go and learn cloud computing. You know, people say cloud computing today, they think it's just for you to quickly do provisioning for machine. You start quickly build some machine and you deploy. People think that's what they call cloud computing. No, give me servers, give me storage, give me networking. I can convert. I can convert like say a 1,000 machine. I can build a company. I can build a private computer, a cloud computing from there. That I will give you the interface that you will access, that will do everything, and the console that will manage everything. A person that's sent to boot camp will not be able to do that.
Exactly.
But just because of the knowledge I gather, see, people, one thing when we are in school, people will say, oh, data structure and algorithm. That's what people don't want to do because it looks boring. Mathematics is very tough. If you go to Georgia Tech today, when you say graduate algorithm is what everybody, in fact, they run away from it because it appears so vague. You know, when you are doing your mathematical structure, it's just like a discrete mathematics, you'll be doing all this set theory and all those things. People will say, oh, this doesn't matter. You will know that it matters when you are building compiler.
Exactly.
People just say, oh, yeah, just people that attended computer science, they cannot do. Language, programming, all those programming language that people will say language, it's just it's a tiny thing in computer science. Very tiny. When you are talking of 1,000 things, Java and all those kinds, there are little things there. Little.
Exactly.
So that's why I'm saying that when people don't really understand what that is, don't talk about it. You understand?
Exactly.
Don't talk about it. So the thing is this,
Sometimes,
my dear brother, when you see someone that attended university, don't look down on those people because you don't even understand the potential until you push them. When you see when you are talking of a React, I'm just talking you of some templates. When you are seeing D3, all those framework, when you are seeing the Django, when you are seeing something like a Flask, when you are seeing React, native React, all those stuff. Who do you think build all those things? You think it's just one riffraff by the roadside? You know, sometimes these are the people that they understand algorithm, they understand that they just started building framework. You know, they make open source development for people to use. And people that are using the open source, and they will telling you that, oh, those people that are telling university, they don't understand. Like, seriously.
No. Another thing is, people that have left Nigeria for long do not really know how far Nigeria has gone. Presently, leave the public investors. The private investors in Nigeria are doing a very great job.
I'm telling you.
One of them is Covenant.
Covenant, God bless you, my brother.
Covenant, Babcock, those guys are doing very great jobs. The way they are now, you can compare.
Even University of Lagos now, no,
you can compare Covenant with any university in the UK.
You're promoting their product here,
No,
Mr. Larry.
I'm not promoting.
Let me tell you something. I did not say Nigerians.
Mr. Trump, I have.
Let me just say this.
Are you saying Covenant is the number one in Nigeria now?
Number one private university in Nigeria. That's Covenant.
They're one of the best, to be honest with you.
More than you
are. Trump, I used to have a team member, right? That team member is a director for one of the retail industry in Toronto now. The guy graduated from Babcock. You know that those days when they say, oh, all these people they learn nothing. You understand? I can tell you as a live witness now, those guys that went to private university that work with me, they are among the best as I speak to you today. The guy that graduated from Babcock.
Covenant is, I just look at the ranking now. Covenant is number 5 in Nigeria. Present ranking 2024. University of Ibadan number 1. University of Lagos number 2. University of Nigeria number 3, University of Port Harcourt number 4, Covenant number 5, Obafemi Awolowo University number 6, Lautech number
Obafemi
7.
number 6.
Yeah, yeah.
Hmm.
Lautech number 7, ABU number 8, FUTA number 9. That's the present ranking. I just
One thing you don't know, when I during my undergraduate day, people think we don't have. So right from our undergraduate days, we used to have this whiteboard we bring that we used to use that thing to simulate some. We put LED and all those things. We used to simulate circuits, and although this one I did in a graduate level where we are doing IoT devices that we go to
Internet
Amazon,
of
we buy
Things,
the
right?
equipment.
Internet of Things, right?
Internet of Things. You understand? We have the board that we practice. We do.
No,
So from those days,
do you
you
know the
simulate your
advantage? Do
cycle.
you know the advantage your
Can I just say something? Can I just say something, please, Mr. Larry? Just let me just say something. That
No,
it takes that.
sorry. Let Larry land that before he loses his thought,
Please,
please.
just 30 seconds. Let me just say something. It's not control. Wait, wait. I just want to say something because it is on air. It is on air. I, Mr. Triumph, did not say that we don't have brains in Nigeria. Nigeria is one of the best because I'm also in Nigeria too. I don't say that Nigerian schools are bad. I don't see anything negative about them. But I don't saying that it is the environment that matters. The environment did not provide the way for them to progress in today's world. Thank you very much. I'm in Nigeria. I'm proud to be in Nigeria, and I say peace. One Nigeria to you. Thank you.
Yeah,
Go and say no more. Larry, please let us hear you out.
so what your degree gives you, particularly in computer science, you see, if you can go to boot camp, you know how to write some of those codes. But when it comes to understanding architecture and business logic, that's when that experience comes in. How does this talk to this? How does this talk to that? And like Ola said, right? You see, those things that we learn in Nigeria, that we think it doesn't really matter. It's until you get to that point that you now see everything adding up. When I was in Nigeria, I didn't have that opportunity to see a lot of architecture. But when I came here, but that experience I had in Nigeria really gave me that opportunity to easily grab. And another thing is this fact: no matter where you go to today, they will still, no matter how experienced you are, they will onboard you. Nobody will just expect you to come and understand their own business and logic and everything. They will still onboard you. But the advantage is the fact that, we Nigerians have those spirits, right? Once we get to something based on, it's more like you studied in a very harsh environment where things are not really easy. Let me give you an example. When I started my master's, you see, in this place, right, they give you this area of concentration, right? Somebody will just tell you, the lecturer tells you, like, okay, fine, you guys should just go through this place. Sometimes it's probably the test you did, like where it's you're gonna focus on in exam. And I was telling one of the lecturers then that in Nigeria, we don't have this kind of opportunity. You come in here, they give you some open book exams at times. And I'm like, yeah, this is cheating in Nigeria. You don't even do that because we've been made to go through that rigorous. I can tell you that studying in Nigeria is rigorous because you're meant to go through, read a lot of things. You're meant to digest a lot of things. But in these places, it's easier because they make it so easy for themselves. The lecturers even make it easy. In this place, every lecturer, this fact of that every lecturer get evaluated. As they are evaluating you, you also have to evaluate them.
Larry, that thing you just mentioned. I show one of my professor Pepe like that too. The one that took me in the data structure.
Yeah. So, but
Oh
in
my goodness.
Nigeria, you don't even have that opportunity.
Because you know what, it gave me test and I say, oh Benny, I didn't come here to come and be writing any year test. I want to apply this thing. It wasn't funny. I was making the dean list. All of a sudden, I knew that I was going to make B in that course. That's why I scattered everything. We started planning to write to the program share. Just to buttress what you are saying.
Yeah. So that's that, and I'm very sure most of them they look at this, That's why when they evaluate, when West evaluates that your Nigerian degree, they're able to evaluate it well. It's not the same thing with other African countries. I can
Even
tell
with
you.
India, that
There
we
are some
talk about
African
today.
See,
countries.
you know why it's like that. You know why it's like that. These people know naturally that Nigerians are brilliant. I just have to tell you the truth. Because some of the exams that we pass,
No, they know
you
our
always
system
think,
is thorough. They know our
yes.
education system is thorough.
The only thing that is really, really information about our education or our system is just that corrupt practices, some certain things that happen and people just go away with. It tarnishes our image. But the people themselves, they know the capability of these people, that they are
Would you say,
determined and what they are
midway,
doing.
would you say we are brilliant, we have everything, but we are not coordinated?
See, the problem is we have to separate abroad
As a
from that.
society, the coordination part, I
Yes,
think that's where
because
we are lacking.
wait first. You
And
see,
a lot of it has to do with when you have multi-ethnic society.
wait.
Multi-ethnic.
You don't bring America in, don't bring Europe in, or maybe Australia in. Just if you want to talk about Nigeria, then back home, the structure is already a problem.
In what sense?
You understand? It thinks of many senses, like political structure, and it affects everything totally. The way we now reason, the way
Do you
we
think it
practice
has
our
to do with like when you have a unitary system where a bunch of people from different parts of Nigeria just coming together in a political space and don't know how to coordinate? You understand what I'm saying? Like
yeah.
within the Nigerian elite, for example, the Nigerian federal government, you see different uh, uh, part of people from different parts of society. Like in the Senate, for example, everyone come from different parts of Nigeria. So how can they coordinate to get on the same page to even bring policy? When they
See
sit
where,
together, some of them look at each other and really don't like each other's ethnic group. So how can
yeah.
they even,
See
you understand what
see
I'm
where
saying? So I think that's where the problem is.
where
That whole unitary
look
thing.
at where the problem lies on that one. The way I will see it, if you look at our country, the way they structure it, there's a big error already, and that error is affecting every one of us. We are not just the same people. Culturally, thinking and reasoning, we are not the same. Not that we are not great, but trying to do it the same, missing everything together, just as you said, is the real fundamental problem.
Exactly. Trying to do the thing where they
If
can't
I
define
would,
that the
yeah,
same. You understand what I'm saying?
yeah,
They can't define that
yeah.
the same, but they're trying to do the
Okay,
same
look,
when they all
okay,
have different
let
way of seeing things
of
and doing
thinking.
things.
The question you have to ask: what exactly does the Yoruba elite really have in their mind? What does the Hausa people want? What does the Igbo have, and the rest? If
And
you
they all coming together trying to make decision for Nigeria. When
for
they
Nigeria, and when you
coming from
analyze
different
all
angles.
different angle, and they may see one thing and they see from different angle, and that angle we are seeing it, it's like we use the name of one Nigeria to tie everyone that whosoever that have the power, the way you see it, you must see it like that. You see the problem now.
Midwest. You see, one good thing is this, and you know why in the private sector I really enjoy myself. Now let me tell you something. This happened, I think, late 2003 or 2004. There is a machine called 7780. You know that 7780 they used to clear check before you transfer, do the onward transfer of those capture check to NIMS. You know, and there's one application there, we call it ECPRX. So the 7780 is a reader sorter, we driven by Unix. So I used to work on that machine those days. So there was a time that machine now developed a problem, and we were trying to get a part. We could not get a part from NCR Global base because the machine were built to be reliable, but unfortunately we didn't get it. We couldn't get that. And this customer we're talking about, as at that time, they were owing us serious money that we needed to get our money back. You know what I did?
No.
I look at what happened there. I just look at the capacitor and everything there. I redesigned a small cycle. I went to Oshodi to get capacitor and resistor to do that. And I incorporated it in there and the machine work.
Okay.
You understand? I redesigned that place completely. That was 2004. Yeah, 2004. You understand? So why am I talking about all these jargons? Is that where you don't really see the Nigerian doing the work, you think they don't know anything. Like I just told you now, Mr. Trump, about those people that you have business. I use this property to market myself. If you don't want to subscribe to all this Azure, you don't want to subscribe to Amazon or Google, you can come to me. Buy your servers, buy your storage, buy all those things. I will implement your private cloud for you. The interface to access it, the way I will put all those storage that they will look like a one logical thing that, see, I will do everything, I have availability, everything, fault tolerance, everything, I will do everything for you. And you can even say part of your solution. This is, I'm not even, when you are even rating Nigeria that know how to do this thing, probably I won't even be one, maybe my ranking will not even be, come to first 10,000. Maybe my ranking will not even come to the first 10,000 when you look at the database of the Nigerians. So Nigerians, you see working on the road, we are looking at huge potentials that people are not converting. Now, if I go to Nigeria today, I start playing with servers. For example, if you see the server behind me now, although I used to buy them when they decommissioned the data center, when I have some power X server with me here, that I used to help people to build private small thing. So what is encouraging me to do that? Because I know that I will get my cash from there. But if I go back there, if I like, I work from 9 to tomorrow, and my landlord start asking me to pay rent, and I know that all those things that I'm doing is, they're not, I look for something that will work for me. You still go to computer village today, the phone you are bringing, when they don't see the parts, those guys there, they will re-engineer your phone for you. So these guys, they do a lot of things that we think, oh, the Nigerians, we don't have, we cannot do it. It's not always true. Honestly, in my lifetime, I still have a friend now, that now electrical is what we used to be in NEPA together then. What it does today is it does all those, it will design completely, we design new electrical cycle for you. Now this is the thing that this guy did. You know, all these, the common electrician, those people that you call illiterate, although this one is not illiterate anyway, but most of people you call illiterate, they will do your electrical wiring for you in such a way that they will join wire, they make it difficult for you to maintain. But if proper engineer will design the same thing for you, they make sure that every ring circle will just be single. You understand? You can isolate it when there's a problem. That, okay, it's not as if you are going to have a problem with one of the socket and all the lights in the house will just go down. That is what those people you call illiterate people will do for you. But someone that attended University or Polytechnic, they will do that. If a socket has a problem, other sockets will be working. If there's a spark and the socket just burned out, other socket will be working. Those are the kind of thinking that you see behind engineering. Because engineers, when they are doing their design, they think of a point of isolation. Computer scientists, when they are developing your software.
Ola, look, I want to put this one before you wait. For example,
can you hear me?
Okay, Mike, let me quickly land this point. For example, now we don't have, I can say almost 90% of our roads are bad. Okay. In nearly every state, we have polytechnic. Because that polytechnic educational system is more really like the real technical aspect of doing things. That's what they design it for. Now, just take, for example, all these billions we pump to foreign companies. And maybe we go to one country and say, please, we have brilliant people. We need know-how. Just for 2 years, I assure you, Nigerians can do perfectly. Just 2 years if the government made business
Mr.
to advance that practical.
Do you know why that cannot work?
No.
The problem is the politicians. You know why? Instead of the politicians to give that job to those local guys, they would rather want to give it to
I
those
support them to even register company. Yes.
they will want to give it to the foreign guys because they can actually quote big money. You can see a normal road that if you give it to local guys, they can do that same road, right, for 10 million naira. Politicians will contract that road, say they gave it to this person at 200 million. So it's not like we don't have people that can do some of those things. But
Yes.
politicians see that they won't get what they want, right, by giving it to some of those guys. Take, for instance, now, politicians, instead of politicians to do simple things, they will tell you want to go and build the airport. And you ask
Mm.
yourself, what do some states in Nigeria need the airport for? When you have a neighboring state that
Don't.
already has an airport.
Yes.
So it's not just that, it's not that we don't have people that can do it, but the politicians believe that it's when they give it to those big people, right? They can call billions. Oh, we gave this thing to
And they
Julius
will help
Berger.
them launder the money overseas.
Yeah, we gave it to Julius
You
Berger.
see,
We gave it to some foreign.
see,
It's so
can I?
billion. That's the problem. It's not like we don't have people that can do it. If you go to some of
I
our
know.
schools,
I know we have people.
they
If
are
we invest
doing
in our
a
people,
lot.
we will do greater. I
They
agree
are
with
doing
you.
a lot, but politicians will not use them because they know that if you use them, like if they want to present some of those things in their House of Assembly, right? Oh, we gave it to these indigenous people. How much are you giving it out? Oh, it's 1 billion, right? That's not going to
Yeah.
fly. But they would rather say that we give it to this company. Is a company we are bringing the company from Japan, from this and that
My
contract is
brother,
10
the
billion.
biggest shopping mall, ordinary shopping mall, we go full. Hey, you go
Yeah.
even they say Arabic there
So
everywhere.
if you look
I
at
don't
it,
understand.
it's not like we don't have people that can
Huh?
do it. But these politicians believe they will get more because they inflate some of these contracts. They believe that they will get more. And this Nigerian orientation, we have this belief, oh yeah, imagine Julius Berger was doing a particular road to come and see people. Julius Berger only mounted their logo. People started celebrating.
Mm.
So it's not like we don't have. If you go to some of our schools, go to their research lab, they are doing a lot of things, but politicians will not want to use them because they won't be able to steal. So that's the problem in most cases. That's where
Okay,
in
it's
most cases you don't see
Exactly.
people.
That is the aspect I'm trying to speak.
Midwest. Let me tell you story
yeah.
of
Okay.
innovation brought by Nigeria. Like when I say, in 1998, when after Abacha died, during Abu Absalam Abubakar, so they brought this idea of they call it Nigeria Interbank. What do you call this project? That project. Then you understand?
Mm.
That project was just to be doing interbank clearing and all those things. So when I remember the full name now, I will give you. So because I was still in NEPA there, but I joined them. It was part of the side that I was supporting when I left NEPA in 2003, becoming an IT person fully instead of a power person. So Nigeria, so they introduced that interbank settlement scheme, right? Oh, people publish everywhere. This thing is going to fail. All those stuff. The essence is this. The vision is that you don't need to go to your bank before you do transaction. Okay, a union bank person can do transaction with First Bank, all those stuff. So they said that interbank settlement the program thing. So they said they were going to fail, right? They designed the program. NCR was part of those people that implemented, and some other company. When I say NCR this time around, I'm talking of NCR Nigerian PSC, even though we know that they have the American company, but this one is a subsidiary that is local to Nigeria. So they develop it. So now, how did they marry together? Because of the policy of Abdulsalam Abubakar. Now, that's where the fintech started in Nigeria. You understand? Oh, they say
Yeah.
infrastructure will fail everything. Bam, along the line, they have telecommunication join them. Now, in 2002, you understand, the like of Michel Adegbe, that one attended University of Benin. So is it University of Benin? So the guy studied electrical. One other guy that I am still struggling to remember the name. You know, There was a time I was on site at Union Bank that time, that those guys, they were coming, we were just looking at them. Oh, all these interswitch people. Within myself, I just now, wow, these people too, they are, I never even had that thought that, oh, interswitch will go this way. They started that interbank settlement that, okay, before we used to deploy all those ATM for banks, that if you are banking with First Bank, only First Bank is where you can do your banking. You can't even go to your branch in Kaduna sometimes to withdraw.
Yeah.
If it's Lagos, it's Lagos. So the like of interswitch with the idea, they brought the idea, they brought the technology, they started doing all those things, they brought their software, they started this thing. And before you know, I used to work, some of the directors then, some of these directors now, we used to be feed guys that we go to. One of them, I don't want to mention them, but if I mention the name, we don't say that they have. Anyway, so we will go to sites and work on those machines, and we will configure, and they will send download, and the thing will be working. Right. Gradually, they started going international. They started bringing Visa, MasterCard, everything. They started integrating. They just became a very huge switch in that country today. Along the line, they started bringing, they started doing all these things, approach. When you look at the university generally, they were not collecting, they were doing manual collection, whereby you want to pay your school fees, you go and queue and be paying one teller, and they will now use van to move your money to the branch. All of a sudden, when I was now working in a bank, we started giving them proposal. Look, let us innovate your process. Why will you be disturbing yourself, spending money on your cash? That even some robber can even wait you and take the money away. Let us give you some websites and integrate it for you, so that you will do everything on website and you make your payment. You understand? Yeah. A simple policy that they did that time, it encourages people to start investing in the fintech in Nigeria. To make this thing very fantastic, Soludo just came. You understand? I see being governor. They said, okay, why our banking is not working just because our capitalization is not enough. Okay, 25 billion capitalization. After that 25 billion capitalization, everything just went gaga. Banks started buying ATM. They started doing the mobile banking. That's where the like of it transact. You can transfer money on your phone to any this thing. Flutterwave was not even there. Nothing like Flutterwave at that time. That was why I said that when they say Flutterwave, I say, like what? They think that interswitch and e-transfer, they don't do things. You understand? So, they sold all those solutions, you understand. Later, they started breaking it, POS and all those stuff. Nigeria since then has been moving. So people started coming into that ecosystem. It's just because the government did the right policy. Now, going back to our Nollywood today, people think, oh, Nollywood just went that way. No, it didn't just go. It started from all these musicians. Now, when Babangida deregulated telecommunication sector, broadcasting, now the like of IT, the like of Ray Power and AIT, they started doing things. Kenny Ogungbe and this other one, D1. That's how they started developing Nigerian artists. You see Remedy are the first, are one of the first group of people they developed. Then the hijack Two-Face from say Red Dem Communication, Remdel Communication or whatever, those that were supporting them. What am I saying is this: before you know, people started coming to entertainment. Even D1 and Keke, they are not. They've even pushed them aside now. And those are the people that even really revolutionized the entertainment industry in Nigeria. They extended all these things to all these actors and the Nollywood movie themselves. What am I saying is this: that the regulation created a platform for us to promote our local artists. The like of Keke then, they will go and bring people from America. They will sponsor show and they put Nigerian artists there for them to grow. You will remember when they brought when promoter brought some people that Idris Abdulkarim go, they do rubbish then. Before the promoter just ignored that guy. So before you know, the like of a P Square enter, the like of what this guy is type of they enter, bam. Before you know, the like of the Agri And before you know, we have the entertainment we have today. See people around the world now, they're now listening to us. We no longer listen to DMS. R. Kelly now, no, everybody want to listen to Nigerian music now, just because of the government policy. That is how
That's
Well, it's
just
because of
good.
the internet, man. It's not because of government policy. I
it's
beg.
not because
Yeah,
of the internet.
internet.
They were doing it before
It's
internet.
internet, man. I
No, it's
beg.
not because of
No,
internet. B1 and Gogumbe,
Mike,
B1 and
Mike,
Akeke Ogumbe, they
internet
did a
did the
lot.
zone, but I think the policy that is trying to talk about also play very vital role.
Exactly.
Nothing else.
So
Fela was performing all over the world now.
No,
Mike,
Everyone knew who
Mike,
Mike,
Fela
this
was
one was
now.
different.
Which
No,
Mike,
which
no, this one was
policy?
different, Mike.
So it's
Every
policy
time
that
they
made
came,
our artists
you
grow all
see
Mike,
for
over.
international. No,
Tell me the policy that made
yes.
Burna Boy popular all over the world.
No, Mike, no. Keke and D1, they promoted our artists aggressively. They were bringing people
So
artists
they
from
needed government
overseas.
policy to do that.
No, government policy. No, government policy is what they used to create that. Before government used to own broadcasting station now, like radio, like this thing. It is government, but immediately and NTA now, NTA that we close that some of them will start 4 o'clock and close 9 o'clock.
So
But Ray
so so,
Mike,
Power,
so you're
Mike.
telling me
Yes.
is the Nigerian radio and local TV station are making Burna Boy this guy pop all over the world,
no,
Mike,
or is the internet?
look from
Mike,
area of Abdul Karim, Idris Abdul Karim. These guys they were promoting them. Keke
Mike,
Ogumbe, they
and
were
Ola,
sponsoring shows.
Let's say from UFC, sha. Our music industry is always there, sha. Let's face it.
Which
Go
UFC?
ahead.
First.
okay, Mike. See, if you have been paying attention to the uh, leadership of Nigeria since maybe for the past decade, you will see the reason why. Because if you look, every 4 years, we keep doing our best to change the presidency to put another person that we think will save or change Nigeria. And every time we keep getting the same result. But if you look deep down, ask ourselves, why is the reason why this thing keep on happening? Like it's like we are circling around. Let me tell you, it's because most of us, me, you, and all of us here, we have abdicated our state to just the governor and his whatever crew. No, many of us here, we don't pay attention to our how our state leaders are running the state affair. I think they release, I think NBS release information. Almost 90% of the state throughout last year, they didn't attract any foreign direct investment or any kind of investment at all, foreign investment at all. See, these are the problem. We keep on blaming the okay. See, let's just cancel the whole state leadership and handle, like, give the presidency the full control of the country. Let's see, then we can concentrate on the presidency. But you see, we
It won't
practice
be easy
American
now.
system of
Nigeria
government.
first. It won't be easy now. It won't be
We
easy. Don't say like that.
practice
It won't be
American
easy.
system of government, which
You
as a
delegate now.
citizen need to pay attention to our state and local government, because money is being allocated to these people almost every month. I think last December, 1.1 or 1.2 trillion naira was shared to the state. What are they using this money for? We keep blaming just one person for the country's problem. It's not going to work. We need to spread the pay attention to the whole
No.
country.
Nigerian first. You see, the thing is that it's not about blaming the central. The reason we are blaming the central is this: they are everything that the state needs to function before they've cornered everything.
Really?
It was of a recent. Lagos State government, they fought tooth and nail because they wanted to invest in the electricity sector. It was only during this Buhari they managed to now move that electricity away from exclusively to concurrent list. Otherwise, Tinubu will have achieved electrification of Lagos. Probably many companies that closed in Lagos will not have closed because they frustrated that aero project. Because They didn't want you to generate and sell yourself. They want you to just generate and give to the federal government. And you know what? Federal government will just distribute to where they will not even pay your money. That's the problem. Now, as you
But
are,
the reason for that is that many people did not push for that policy to be changed. Policy
that's not
can be changed
true.
at any
That's
time.
not true. That's not true. All those people that are talking of restructuring, what do you think they are talking about?
But okay, hold on. Who was the people that pushed for it? Lagos State, right?
Afeni
The other state,
Ferry, wait now.
hold on,
Afeni Ferry,
sir. The other state.
wait,
No, I'm talking about. I'm talking
wait
about the
first.
electricity.
No,
Lagos State was the
Nigeria
one
first,
who
wait.
pushed for it. The
Afeni Ferry
other state
they
joined.
put to the point that Babangida and Nigeria, they put to the point that Babangida deregulated telecommunication and broadcasting. And we are reaping the effect today.
Let me ask: did other states join the process of like pushing for the electricity to be deregulated? No, it was just Lagos only. So it was like Lagos was standing alone. If other states have joined the fight, that would have been done since. But it was just Lagos who have the foresight to see, okay, let's do this. Everything boils down to leadership in the state level also, because you have some states, and when you listen to their what they call it state assembly members, you shake your head. You ask yourself, how is this state going to develop or even move at all?
So
Nigeria first. Were you online yesterday? Were you online yesterday?
No, I was not.
Okay. We said almost the same thing you just said. Yeah.
No, Mr. Crown, let's Larry put position to Nigeria first.
Yeah, I think one thing that is really injuring us, right? Sometimes is actually the government support. Take for instance now, the aerospace sector in Nigeria. As it is now, every day I'm always happy for Airpeace because they've helped us localize everything. And imagine, look at if not for God, this Nigeria Air contract that this other guy was trying to sign with Ethiopia Airline, that will have brought down Airpeace.
No, that would, hold on, sir. That would have brought competition, because if you look at it currently.
Thank you very much, Nigeria first.
Do you know what? There's difference between
Airpeace
competition.
Does not deliver the service that the Nigeria. It's not deliver service to Nigeria. They delay and cause all sorts of problem all the time.
That's not the issue.
All the local airline. Let me not single out Airpeace.
I'm not talking about local airline. I'm talking about that contract that Sirica signed with Ethiopia Airline. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about.
But that would have made
that particular contract
competitive.
That particular contract was, if that contract has succeeded, I don't know how Airpeace will survive. I don't know how Airpeace will survive.
They would have survived. They would have had to compete.
It survive now. It's all about competition, and when there's competition, people grow.
Do you know how much Ethiopian government invest in Ethiopia Airline? And now you are bringing that same Ethiopia. And do you know the crazy thing? I was listening to that guy. He was nearly crying because at that point they did everything to nearly sabotage everything they've been working on.
Wait.
Instead of the government, there are things that the government need to fight for, right?
See, hold on, Larry. This is the reason why we are not moving forward or we are not growing. People want to monopolize every industry. They don't want competition at all, so that they will remain archaic.
Nigerian first, you are not listening to what Larry is saying.
You are not listening to what I'm saying. I'm listening. There are several competitions.
Hold on. The Ethiopia agreement.
Do you know the contract?
To Ethiopia, 50% to Nigeria. They would have run the airlines successfully because they have track record.
No, okay. What is the federal government doing with that thing? Why don't you license all those? Because already we have KLM coming to Nigeria already. We have others. So why don't you grant them license instead of putting your weight behind? Why don't you put your weight behind the Airpeace?
So yeah.
See,
why are you
okay, I
investing
get
it?
it.
Why don't it?
Listen,
And
the
another
reason why
thing is,
most Nigerians,
instead of why is
the
government
reason why
not?
most Nigerians are suffering also is that the private sector themselves, I'm not going to lie here. Yes, I know they are trying, but they are also failing. They only deliver services to the consumer. They
But they
don't
can't put their weight
represent
behind
the
Airpeace
consumer.
now. Airpeace is a private company now.
So
I
okay,
mean,
what about
Thank you,
Ethiopia
Mr.
Airline?
Michael. It is competition now. We need
Is
competition in
Ethiopia
Nigeria.
Airline not private?
It's
hmm?
Ethiopia like not private.
Is Ethiopia Airline not private?
No, you saying the Nigerian government is partnering there or something like that, right?
No, they were basically selling the whole. Ethiopia Airline was supposed to take almost everything.
No,
Take
not
what? What do you
everything.
mean
Give them
take
all the
everything?
goods.
What was the deal?
Then
What was the deal?
then
No,
50%
no,
to
Mike,
Nigeria
this is
investors.
it. You understand?
What was the
Just
deal
giving them.
between of the Ethiopian airline? What's the deal? Is it with the government for government to earn money, or what is it, or just?
No,
No, they will be our
50% to
national
Nigeria
carrier.
They will be our
investors and
national carrier.
50% to Ethiopia
Or for
Airlines.
Nigerian government to earn revenue, right?
How?
No,
How
Mike, this is
they?
this. Let me explain it to you. Now, Ethiopia Airline will be Nigerian carrier, right? Instead of supporting Airpeace now to have lucrative routes going to, let's say, Heathrow in London or going to Atlanta, all those things. So all those things will naturally come to Ethiopia. You understand?
Your partnership
Now,
with Nigerian government, right?
but yeah, you can still give to Airpeace and still tax Airpeace because it's still purely Nigerian, right? So there are so many ways you can make your money without even giving the money that belongs to Nigeria to a foreign entity. That's what we're saying. So Airpeace can still get all those lucrative routes, and you see tax, and you still get your money back in form of taxation. But Nigerian government now you want to give Ethiopia Airlines more money now. Instead of giving your own local people more money and you tax them back and you collect your money back. Why are you so desperate in sponsoring other countries?
I don't think no. That's not the way business. I don't think they are inviting a private company in Nigeria to come and be making money.
Ross, that is how
No,
it is. Why
no.
do you
It's
think?
probably federal government. They're trying to create their own airways, right?
Not
Which is government. So of course we don't manufacture airplane. We don't. So they partner in conjunction with Ethiopia Airlines. Like okay, we partner with you. We own this percentage of this.
Ross. Do you know the crazy thing? Do you know the crazy thing they had to do at the point? You know, the whole shady rubbish that guy did. That same that same airline that they painted. You know, they went on painted that plane, brought it to Nigeria, showcased it. You know, that plane was even still listed as Ethiopia Airline that people have already booked.
Exactly.
So immediately
They
that thing
painted it
we
to
just
do
have to
bad
take
joy.
it back and repaint it back.
So that's what Mike. I'm sure Mike is not aware. Otherwise, he would have been so angry with them.
Instead of what government can do to help some of these airlines, right, is to talk more on reciprocal. I think is what do they call it? Reciprocal. Which English do I use now? Take for instance now, if these guys are coming, these Emirates, if Emirates is coming to Nigeria, fight. If they can come to Nigeria for like 5 times, at least let Nigerian airline be able to like get 3 times.
Why, Mr. Larry? No. I disagree with you, Mr. Larry. This one I disagree with you.
How?
Let me tell you something. Yeah? Like now,
yeah.
In business today, we need competition to grow. Is when you have competition.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
You don't get what Larry is saying.
Do you understand
It's
what
not
I'm
even
saying
competition, to be honest. Now they just want to use that to defraud.
Do you understand what I'm saying at all?
They don't want to use it to
yes,
defraud like
if Emirates can fly
anybody.
if Emirates can fly from Dubai.
Guys, I will go backstage now. I want to end the show, but we'll go backstage.
Put us in backstage.
Oh yeah, let's go back.
If Emirates can do 5 trips to Nigeria, right? There's no reason why Dubai